I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second day of the SCA closed qualifiers for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John Expired. Jonathan, another great series to get us started for the day. We've got Talon in their new iterations versus Blacklist Rivalry in their new iteration. My goodness, what a match to get us started.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Talon looked to be in really strong form yesterday. Some pretty impressive performances out from WS and Yoe. Whereas Blacklist, you know, they made it look easy up against Bleed. I expected that to probably be the closest series overall in the first round of the upper bracket here for the close qualifiers in Southeast Asia. Didn't feel that way with how Blacklist played. So this is really the testing point for Talon. I think everyone would come into this thinking that Blacklist would probably be on top. But again, Talon could surprise us. They could maintain that momentum we saw from yesterday, and it looked pretty solid. Whether or not it was down to IHC being weaker than expected, well, this is where we kind of find that out here.
We shall see. I mean, like you said, Talon looked good yesterday. Blacklist Rivalry clearly looking pretty good themselves yesterday. So, I mean, this will be a bit more of a true test for both sides, I suppose, to see who is the better team. I think if you were a viewer right here, John, you'd Yeah, just looking at the rosters, you would probably favor Blacklist Rivalry, I'd imagine. But we've kind of had these experiences before with super teams. You just never know. You just never really know.
10 seconds
Yeah, it can fluctuate, but I think this Blacklist iteration has been consistent outside of that one loss they had in Open Qualifier 1 when they got huskered by a Mongolian stack, got GG easied. I think they've been pretty consistent now they play. So we'll see what Talon has in mind. Maybe they pull out some cheese up against Blacklist, or they just play their own game. The ban's fairly straightforward, nothing too spicy. Dazzle, Slardar, CK being taken out here by Blacklist. Talon taking care of the Magnus and the Muerta. What else do you want to take care of? Brewmaster still in the pool. Primal Beast is in the pool. Those are the ones that really stick out like a sore thumb, but maybe a Bristleback if you're worried about that. It's been way lower priority now in these qualifiers, at least for Cedo. And the Weaver's the one to take the chopping board right now. Chopped away from the game. Talon. They've got first pick coming in, so they could leave some of those bigger picks like the Primal Beast that we saw WS do a lot of work on. They will ban the Spirit Breaker, and there you go. Primal Beast is out. No surprises here.
What, does Abe just take Kunkka now? Like, do you just... I think we've seen Primal Beast do pretty well against the Kunkka in that 1v1 matchup, but Kunkka in general just seems very potent once you get the Ags up. Do Blacklist just prioritize it?
I think you could. I'm trying to recall if I saw Abid play that in the open qualifiers, and my memory is so hazy off that 7R period. I can't clearly remember, but I'm sure he could, and they will. Just into the Kunkka they go. So a stable mid matchup. You basically just curb stomp that mid lane for the most part. Primal Beast can play a little bit back, but of course easier for the Kunkka to just tidal wave, stand back, and pretty much avoid that melee range that the Primal Beast wants to be in. Has the save as well in the X. So I like this coming out from Blacklist, just looking for a solid foundation. Just having Kunkka feels like it enabled so much in your draft, purely off the back of having this rum buff from the boat, right? Like, so you can go for a strength core, you can feel even more durable, you can look for something like the Phoenix pickup to make you even more durable as well, with some sustain on top, with some HP burn damage on top of all of that as well. So it covers a lot of bases. I'm wondering if Talon will actually want to ban the Phoenix now, as, well, they don't have the first pick in the next phase, so you really don't want to have to deal with that. Primal Beast doesn't deal with Phoenix all too well. You can still like try to run down the Phoenix, but Phoenix Kunkka has just been problematic, especially if something like the Snapfire isn't left in the pool.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think Phoenix has just been way too strong against all these strength cores, and it's like you said, Primal Beast does not enjoy hitting the egg, that's for sure. So, yeah, poor Dinosaur has very short arms. You know, he can't quite reach all the time. So, Talent, one ban to go. We'll see if they do get rid of the Phoenix here, or whether they want to give Blacklist Rivalry the option to take it themselves.
5 seconds remaining.
It certainly feels like a very good pick for Blacklist. Especially, again, once you get to the Ags timing of the Kunkka, it is very hard to focus down that egg in the middle of the water park. And, well, Talon, for now, they're going to get rid of the Clockwork, which has also been relatively popular. Could indicate we see a support AA coming out here from Talon's end, as heroes like the AA Pos 5 really don't enjoy playing against the Clockwork. But again, I do get a little bit concerned. Like, that Phoenix being left, it's a scary one to leave.
Yeah, but as long as you leave the Snapfire in, I don't think it's as scary. So I think it's still fairly manageable. We've even seen something like the Marcy as a bit of a soft counter to Phoenix as well. With her Unleash, the AA does get picked up by Blacklist. So they managed to slide that one away, leaving Phoenix in the pool. Now you could opt for something like the Phoenix on Talon's end if you wanted that. I think the Clockwork ban from Talon was less to set up for an AA, more to ensure that the Primal Beast won't have an awkward time in the middle. The cogs push back. The Battery Assault does kind of ruin Primal Beast when he's trying to charge in. So they just want to ensure a good time for WS, especially if they're planning to shift this Primal Beast to offlane for WS anyway. Like, you'd probably be looking at a clock 5 in that case, and it's just not something that Primal Beast deals with all too well. Talon, for their part, into the Treant Protector. And we've talked about this pickup, right? Like, you look at Blacklist's opener, it doesn't push too much. We've seen Jokam pick up this Treant and absolutely ignore any value point in the Living Armor. He goes for that Leech Seed, He goes for that Nature's Grasp, and the laning phase for Treant as he ramps into level 3, level 4, it becomes really hard to play into how much damage and how much slow and presence he has in the lane if he can ignore Living Armor.
That's a fair point. Living Armor, definitely not necessary in the current meta, it feels like. Like, just going that pure aggression build in the laning stage does seem to pay off much better at the moment. Assuming your other lanes are going decently and you don't have to force your POS 1 to go jungle at level 3 or some crap like that, you know? Living Armor, probably not too necessary. Talon, third pick for themselves. They will be going for the Rubik pickup of all things, so plenty of spells to steal, of course, against the Kunkka and the AA already. I'm wondering now as well, like Blacklist, what do they want to try and pick up here for the offlane in particular? Because it's already looking like with the Treant in the safe lane, it's going to be a pretty rough offlane experience for whatever they choose. So I'm wondering what kind of pick we could see Blacklist go for, and perhaps the offlane to try and give themselves a decent laning stage.
Yeah, I feel like Blacklist, if they wanted to, could still opt to go for their second support right here first, kind of try to set up. I mean, you see Treant, Rubik, Primal Beast. Again, Phoenix is not something that gets dealt with by those all too well. They'll go with a Shadow Demon instead. Okay. So they've got a way of stacking up along with the Kunkka. They've got a way of holding down the Primal Beast. This is a hero that he hates playing into. Shadow Demon just has this really good save up against Primal Beast. Even if he gets a BKB, he can always try to cover up his allies instead with a disruption. So Pulverize is not going to feel amazing this game. You have some decent laning presence. The one concern I do have with Blacklist, with this kind of support duo, is you don't really have a playmaking 4 in this scenario here, right? You've got probably Timson Shadow Demon, as I think he has been leaning onto that hero. And they will go with a Wraith King pickup now as well. So they've got some presence coming out. Again, Strength Core with a Kunkka. It's kind of boost your survivability by a huge amount, especially with that secondary life. You've got a pretty decent lane of Wraith King AA. That is a natural kill lane. And they can try to bully out the Primal Beast and potentially this Primal Beast and the Rubik lane, which I think Talon is still gunning for, trying to find a different solution on the mid. I wouldn't be surprised if Talon went for something that could manage to Kunkka a little bit better on mid lane. The question is what hero that would be. We normally see stuff like Quap, maybe something like the Puck every now and again, although that matchup isn't as good. Maybe Alina. And they'll go with a Naga Siren priority instead, alright? So we just go with that straight up for Akashi on the safe. And this does lead into maybe a little bit of a slower game now for Talon, especially on the safe lane. We've seen this with the Nagas before. We did see an off-lane Naga come out, but I really didn't like what that was doing when we did see that pop out, so I'd prefer if Talon kept this on the safe, as it will just eat up farm anyway. Pocketing their mid lane until the last pick just feels a bit unnecessary for the side of Talon. Like, Blacklist, you can't really shift the Kunkka too hard. Like, a Kunkka offlane for Gabby is a possibility. If not, Gabby offlane Wraith King is also a possibility. Maybe that's why the Naga comes in. Natural diffusal builder if you want to be active early. But, it's rather interesting. I feel like you'd prioritize your mid matchup a little bit more, but maybe recognizing that if Wraith King is off, Naga Siren matchup's not too bad, and they can probably find a different solution for that Kunkka down the line.
It seems like Blacklist for now. They're going to have a bit of a heavier think about these final bans. I'm thinking as well, like, Blacklist rivalry with this kind of draft they have at the moment. If I'm assuming a position 3 Wraith King, I have not really thought that there's going to be a POS 1 yet. Could we see something weird like a Spectre come out? Because it does feel like you have the global presence, right? Like, we've seen it before. The Wraith King jumps in with a Blink, stuns, AA Ice Blast, and Spectre just cleans up. And you can do the same thing with the Kunkka. And I believe Blacklist did this yesterday against Bleed Esports in their second game, I think it was. So, what do you think? Like a position 1 Spectre, perhaps, with the offlane Wraith King for Blacklist could be a possibility, John?
Yeah, I think they're leaning more into the offlane Wraith King, which again also explains the Naga Siren pickup very early on. It seems like Blacklist, they're more unsure about where the Primal Beast is going, so they're just banning a mid and offlane, with a Brewmaster being taken out as well. We'll see, because when we saw WS play this Primal Beast, he was pretty much a beast on it, but again, the options left for mid are... well, they're still plentiful. Again, Quap, Lina, maybe a Zeus if you really felt like it, although Zeus doesn't feel as high priority with this. They ban out the LC just to ensure, again, forcing that Wraith King more than likely onto the off, not wanting to deal with an illusion clearer in the lane for the Naga. This is the time to lock it in. If Blacklist wanted to go for the Spectre, I wouldn't mind it this much. I don't think the lane is as good. Like Spectre versus Primal Beast, Spectre AA is just not as scary. You'd probably want to leave the AA stuck with a Wraith King, so you might actually want to have Tim's play that AA down bot, but that would miss stack opportunities. It depends on what Blacklist prioritizes. Talon, they'll go with a Pangolier instead for mid, so it's the Kunkka Pango matchup, which, again, Kunkka still naturally wins, but Pango doesn't get completely bodied, at the very least. If you play your cards right, you're not going to get completely bodied. You can still work that lane to an extent. Escaping's a little bit harder with X mark, so the Kunkka can bully you out a little bit more. And now is the moment of truth. Will Gabby play as Wraith King, or will Raven play the Wraith King and Gabby grabs something else? It should still be the Wraith King for Gabby. And that Spectre you talked about still looks attractive. They'll go with Bristle.
Oh, there
Unbanned, not picked too often, but it does slide out here for Blacklist. And that is our Gabby here on the off. That is one way to kind of deal with the Naga down the line somewhat. It is AoE damage. It does feel good. You've got the Bristleback Shadow Demon lane now, so you've got some good entrapment. And you've got a pretty solid lineup. Again, you've got 2 strength cores tied in with the Kunkka. You've got some pretty good ways to clear out stacks with Kunkka. You've got a good way of building up stacks with Timson the Shadow Demon on off lane, so you can build up the triangle pretty well for you. Overall, it looks pretty well balanced coming from the side of Blacklist. I think Talon, they're the ones in a little bit of a weirder spot. Like, you do have solid lanes coming out, like Naga and Treant's not too bad, or even Naga Rubik's not too bad. Primal Beast plus any of these supports in the Wraith King lane is pretty good for like the first 2 tree levels. But again, you're still dealing with a Wraith King AA lane. So I think Blacklist has what it takes to play pretty aggressive. They will want to kind of be the aggressors here. If it does scale into a late game scenario, it's not that the Naga is unstoppable, but it can be a bit of an issue. I don't think you can 1-0 the Naga in a clumped up area all too well, unless you land literally all your spells. Or Torrent, X Mark into both with Blast on top, and then you could kind of deal with Akashi. It does feel like for Blacklist, your lanes really need to win out. Like, you kind of want your Wraith King and Bristleback to win their lanes. You don't want both of these heroes to just go back and farm. At least one of them has to be activated with an early item pickup and start to make space for the other core to farm up here.
Okay, well, we're going to get into it, John. Game number 1 between Talon and Blacklist rivalry is now officially underway. Of course, a lot on the line here. This is the semi-finals of the upper bracket. One of these teams gets to go basically through to the finals, and the other has to go through the lower bracket. So let's head into game number 1, excuse me, and see exactly what does happen between these 2 teams. Shall we?
Yeah, should be a rather interesting one to see unfold.
I'd rather watch
again.
it, John. I'd rather look at you.
Yeah, well,
No
you can't have
TP.
everything you want, Mike. No trash talk. Where's my voice line? Hey, Ovid! Hey! Use it against Talon. That's the secret. See, Talon, no one on Talon, old roster and you ever listens to me when I say use the voice lines. They never do.
How dare they?
But these guys on Blacklist, Carla, Ovid, they use the
your
voice lines.
after your unyielding bias throughout the years, Jonathan, they still won't buy the voice line. Gabby's going to get jumped here, top lane. Can they finish him off? There's a lot of damage coming up for poor old Gabby, and it seems like they've got him. Gabby, he is down. First blood being drawn here by Ponyo and Talon. Then they must have been listening, Jonathan.
that they must have. They prove a point. They go in, they bully out Gabby, setting up a decent start. First blood to Ponyo, maybe not the ideal, but at the very least, Treant can start with some extra items on hand. Really nice early wards to enable that, like this ward on the mid-river area and onto the triangle cliff. Does enable that play. Still trying to play tag, but they will get the tree for 1 trade as well. So first blood with 3 bounty runes, that does feel a lot better for Talon, and that sets a good tone. As we do break into those lanes, taking a peek down bot, where WS and Jokam will head down on that Primal Beast and Rubik. They are laning into Carla on the AA and Raven on the Wraith King, and this lane, Again, for the Raid King, can be a pretty kill-heavy lane. Once you have level 2 value point in your Raid Fire Blast, tie that in with a Cold Feet, you can try to melt these heroes down. Level 3's feels a lot better as well, but this is still a melee lane matchup into Primal Beast, and that can always feel mildly awkward. Like, we've seen WS, again, do this before. One good lift back into an onslaught trample, and, well, even a tanky hero like the Raid King can get bursted down in that laning phase.
No, absolutely. Of course, you're looking at top lane as well, and mid lane where Abed and Yoe are going at it. Now, Abed, of course, making his reappearance in SCA, whether he likes it or not by the sounds of it, is he's going to be going up against Yoe. Yoe playing, he's not even playing a real hero here, dude. He's got the Pangolier up against Abed. Poor old Yoe. We'll see how he can do here, but for now, Abed seems to be having a very good time.
Yeah, to be expected. The Kunkka can just harass much more frequently, and then the Pango can burn through even that shield crash, HP barrier quite nicely, and Yoe has to play really smart, and this is a lot more intensive for the Pangolier. You have to time your swash, time your shield crash really well, try to find as much farm as you can, but when it comes to HP trades, Abed will always be on top. I'm wondering how high priority we will see the runes come out, because I feel like Talon's, especially in yesterday's games, Talon has been pretty on point in enabling Yoe to find every single power rune come 6-minute mark, so that's probably the one differentiating factor here. We'll see just how well the side of Blacklist can kind of handle that. I was about to say Shopify, because I've been, you know, Pavlovianly trained to refer to Abed by Shopify. I think that's what it is.
It was an era, Jonathan. It's over now. It is over.
You know, it's funny. Since they moved to C, right? The SR could be Shopee Rebellion.
Oh, that's terrible. Bottom lane, no
Hey.
camp. What is this, John?
What do you mean it's terrible? It's Shopee. You don't see those ads? Oh, you don't have any. Australia's a different land, Mike.
Yeah.
You guys don't have all that fun stuff.
No, certainly. Top lane Akashi. He's having a decent old time. So is Gabby, to be fair. It doesn't really feel like the pressure's really being applied to the Naga Siren. Akashi, I mean, he's burned through his region, but apart from that, it's still a pretty safe lane for him with the Naga Siren, and it seems like he should have a pretty decent time.
Yeah, not too much pressure you can really fully expect out here from Gabby, especially as his mana starts to run low. He's doing a great job of just dropping Kashi down, but with a magic wand, you're pretty safe. They have cut the tree line, which you always like to see up against Green Protectors, but you can look at Ponyo. Again, he doesn't even bother with Living Armor. He wants to go offensive. They know if they can take away Gabby's mana and try to force him to burn that Mango and Lotus, they're in a good spot to try to find an opportunity. But even without that, just the stable farm for Akashi, that set a good tone. Like, you're not ahead by much, but you can dip into the jungle with relatively little farm anyway and start to clear out multiple camps to scale up really fast here.
Abed and Yoe really going at it now. This mid lane getting a little bit spicier as time goes on. So Abed and Yoe both going to be completely out of regen, relying on the bottles now at that almost the 4-minute mark, so water roots are incoming. Meanwhile, top lane though, Gabby ends up killing off Ponyo, but Akashi does get revenge for him. So you get yourself a kill, but you give up a much bigger kill to the POS 1 Naga Siren.
Yeah, it feels pretty alright for Talon to trade that way. Again, a bit of a freebie coming out for Akashi to again kind of build in on that Naga, already having a pretty good time. Like, this is not going to be the easiest first back lane, though.
Yeah, Jocam's going to drop down to the bot lane. Nice easy pick off onto the Rubik. Just the Wraith Fire Blast and the Cold Feet holding him in place. There's not really much Jocam could have done about it. So 2-2 so far. Pretty even start for both these sides. No real rotations being made to mid lane. It seems like both sides are more than happy to allow Abed and Yoe to just do their thing. Suppose you don't really have the best supports for roaming into that mid anyway. Apart from maybe refilling the bottle, which Jocam does do now for Yoe. It seems like Yoe is having a much more challenging time now. Like, Abed's really just pressuring him out of the laning stage. And he's going to be very cautious on that Pangolier. One more Tidebringer hit would do the trick. It is that stage for the Pango where against Kunkka, you can't really remain. You know, it's a bit too much damage there.
That it is. He has his full Orb Corrosion, so he can trade maybe a little bit better with the Swash. Is at least backing off right before the 6-minute rune spawn, so he can go and try to fight for that. It doesn't look like the supports are set up on Talon's end to kind of leave their side lanes right now to help out in that cause, as they are clumping up bot. See a bit of a movement out from Ponyo. Wants to play with that leash seed and make grasping.
Go. Bottom lane, Raven dropping extremely low on the Wraith King. Trying to run, will not be able to make it though. Talon able to secure a huge kill onto Raven, but off the back of WS. That's, that one's gonna hurt for Black. You don't really enjoy seeing that pos one Wraith King die like that.
No, he's starting to lag a little bit behind. Akashi is already playing in the jungle, so he doesn't really care about being left alone. That does give room for Gabby to farm up, but again, it's a bristleback that's still trying to catch up. It's not a major threat yet. You have the Vanguard up. Yoet does rotate out. He did not camp around for the 6-minute rune, so obviously will find a shield rune, but was wanting to be active with the Rolling Thunder. And this movement down bot, this emphasis on Raven is pretty big. He's still a ways off from 6. Even if he had 6, you really don't like going for the reincarnation. They will break it off though. Just go back to their lanes and try to just keep building up. I don't know, like this kind of movement, even though it does look like wasted time for mid, as long as your top is farming, I think you're pretty happy. Like again, Akashi's still doing a great job. Gabby has caught up, so maybe you'd want to see some resolution from Talon to resolve that, but look like they might even be able to get away with a Wisdom Rune Seal, although the scan does spot Ponyo.
Yeah, they're going to try. Tim's is going to be around with disruption ready. Ponyo, he will be able to pick it up in time. The Wisdom Rune does get taken both ways to Talon. Now, Tims will continue chasing down Ponyo, but it is really just himself against the Treant Protector. And Ponyo, I mean, eventually he's going to be okay to walk out of here. Well, I say that, Gabby's going to show up now. Looks like Gabby going to ensure that doesn't happen as Ponyo. He's got 4 stacks of the poison. Here comes Yoe now to try and help out. Ponyo copying a 5th for Tims. Forced to try and disrupt himself to survive, but he's trapped between a rock and a hard place now. Tims, he'll land a 6 stack of poison. The TP away is there from the tree, though. It looks like he might just survive. Meanwhile, bottom lane, WS is being targeted. They missed the X torrent back. The US eventually should just die. But still in the chase. WS gonna get stunned up, and with that, he is down. It took them quite a while though to make that happen.
It took a little bit more time, but that's a bigger kill in comparison to finding Tims up top, so all of that moving out from Talon is nicely punished by the side of Blacklist. They get to scout out the jungle as well, clear out a little bit of this smaller stack that they've made. Supports are feeling frisky though.
He's in a pretty precarious position now. Ponyo might go down first though. Abed able to secure one, and it seems like they actually cannot hope to kill off the Kunkka. Abed will just TP back towards the fountain and ultimately gets away with an extra kill. I mean, why the hell not?
A little bit optimistic from Talon to try to gun for that, especially considering they didn't have a roll ready on Yoe. The damage output onto the Kunkka would not have been enough. And they get nicely punished. Again, Blacklist managed to clear out at least 1 medium camp stack, and they're going to be feeling good about themselves now. Evening out the game, 4-4, less than 1k lead going Blacklist's way. Rather even farm distribution across each side as well. And the only difference is Gabby's the one matching Akashi instead of Raven, but you can kind of just farm up as the raid team here as well. Some pressure coming out onto Raven. Still has a value point, the skill point left for that reading.
I mean, he can't even get it off in time. He just holds on to it, and but the thing was, his team was not TPing, so Talon, they just take a very easy kill once again onto Raven. It's Blacklist rivalry against no rotation.
Yep. No moving out, and that's the opening to just siege in. The push from Talon, not the fastest, but they've got the numbers to get that done. So they open up this area down bot to kind of invade. There are some protective wards here from the side of Blacklist. Keep an eye out. They're going to have to find a different area to farm up. There are some really big stacks built up here by Tims, though. And something that the Shadow Demon can achieve, especially in pause 4. Just to go away.
Mid lane getting caught out. Ice Blast did land. It's very hard to survive with that landing, and Abed able to pick up another kill for himself now in the Kunkka. While Gabby, he'll continue to take all these stacks away. It's kind of the thing, right? Like, this just might be the game plan. Even if Raven can't have a good game, As long as Gabby gets his timing with the Aghanim Scepter, it just may not matter. Bottom lane WS. This time around may have gone too far. Abed has rotated along with Tim's, and this time WS looks like he will get punished for trying to get aggressive onto Raven. That's a big pick-off now for Blacklist Rival.
Yeah, he had no hope of finding that kill without anyone else around him. Raking even with not too many items up in Raven at level 7 is just a little bit too tanky for you to 1-0. So close to tier 2 as well. And Gabby getting free farm on those stacks is pretty much only one part away from full ags. So Talon's gotta find a way to deal with that. This diffusal blade of Yo is gonna be really important. Down the line, you'll want the ags as well to come out here from WS. Just have that break option. And we're still a long way away from finding anything like that in WS. Blacklist now, man, they've got control. They'll smoke up here.
They will. Up towards the top lane they go. Obviously having a look around for Akashi. Akashi just casually farming that northern side of the map. Pretty standard position here for the position 1 Naga. But Abed's gonna have a look around here at the illusions. We realize they are not the real Nagas. His smoke does not break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ultimately, Akashi is just slowly drifting away from their grasp. They are still trying though. Akashi now may get spotted by Abed. Nice blast out. They've got the turret, they've got the boat, and Akashi is just as good as dead. No X necessary.
You can stop calling me now.
At that now, Blacklist, I mean, oh, they are really starting to warm up. Again, Gabby's just 400 gold away from having the full axe up, and things are looking rather scary now for Talon.
This ags timing for Gabby's just gonna ruin them. Provides him with a lot of AoE damage from Shopify Send, a decent amount of burst, honestly, after a couple of stacks are up with pulls. You can still manage that Naga very nicely. They are looking to just clear out that top tier 1. Talon, for their part, grouped up around mid, but can't really clear it out fast. Again, the push potential from Talon not particularly high outside of Naga split pushing. And a 7-5 lead now for Blacklist Rivalry. Feeling in control of this game. Again, they've managed to get a lot of economy going from the triangle. Talon didn't set up any forward wards to watch that. We didn't see Talon provide any defensive wards as well for Akashi, and I'm surprised they didn't get a read while they were running around bot that a movement would come in from top, as they had vision pretty much over the entire bot jungle. So maybe a bit of a misread from Talon, punished nicely by the side of Blacklist. And Blacklist, you know, even if they're kind of taking their time in this game, they have hit their stride. Like, as it builds up, Talon's the one, even though it's only a marginal lead now of just 1k, with his ags coming out on Gabby, it feels scary. If you can get the Voodoo Mask next, not even a full Bloodstone, just a Voodoo Mask, it's going to be a pin. Even try to consider killing this Bristleback off.
Yeah. We'll wrap that up pretty soon. Blacklist Rivalry more than happy to take their time with this game. The Naga, it sure feels like it's not going to be too big of an issue with the way this game's going.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Now, they're going to sit back as well. Allow Akashi the time he needs to get to a stage where he's going to be a real problem. Of course, Yoe has already queued up the Diffusal Blade as well in the Pangolier, so you are going to have some decent mana drain coming out here against the Gabby Bristleback, but whether that makes the difference or not is going to be the real question. Like, I still think this Bristleback's going to be a huge issue here for Taloners. He's not even the real carry. Like, Abed and Raven are going to be there soon as well. Bottom lane, we might run into a bit of a fight here. Ponyo going to break the smoke of Abed, though he's unable to get the X off and does not land the torrent either. Looks like Ponyo will be okay to back his way out. It's going to be perhaps about it. Like, Blacklist are not finding a key target they can really aim for.
Yeah, and Talon, again, using this time to just build up while they can. Get some more going on to Akashi. Try to get this next item up for WS. He hasn't queued anything up on the Primal Beast, so I'm wondering what he's considering. Maybe considering that Ags now. We'll go for the BKB first. Wants to be able to stand forward without being too scared of being pinned down. So we can see if that timing will pay off. 2.3k, not too far away from full BKB. At least 2 parts away. So a little bit more time to wait. And again, this is pretty much the trend for the Southeast Asian games we've cast so far, Mike. It's been a little bit slower in terms of the early aggression.
Yeah.
Just kind of taking some skirmishes, farming up what we can. Teams.
Cancels the TP.
baits out the way.
Does at least pop the Rolling Thunder, so you've got that going for you. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ponyo just gets deleted by Raven. Yoe just gets nothing on Tim. Tim's is perfectly fine. In fact, now they might even turn this one. You've got the Demonic Purge up and you've got Ahmed around the corner. But Yoe does decide wisely to just back out of there. Instead, just kind of regroup with his team. Dokam, on the other hand, may have to experience the Bristleback the hard way as he just gets deleted. My goodness. Yoe. He's not looking too safe either right now. Gabby can just keep chasing if he really wants to. But it looks like he will play it safe. Overgrowth is out. Ponyo, they'll onslaught in as well. Gabby dropping low is maybe going to go down, but now the torrent, it does save from the pulverize. Gabby, he will still drop, but they do at least trade with WS. So it still seems pretty decent here for Blacklist. That's without the Bloodstone being up on Gabby yet. Like, once you've got that Bloodstone available, things will get extremely challenging.
You really need to get this full Ags up on Yoe. You just want to have more of those swashes fly out, more of that Diffusal Blade mana burn kick in. I'm a little bit surprised that Akashi is still just gunning for the Orchid for some control here as well. Probably into the Bloodtorn, but it does feel like you maybe wanted a Diffusal on your Naga as well, just going for the classic Manta Diffusal, just so that even your illusions can kind of punish this Bristleback a little bit more. Every single point of mana burned is pretty massive for the side of town to try to find that opening up against Bristleback. So we'll see if that is something that Akashi will consider down the line. 2K lead still standing for Blacklist, still in a good position, but Talon grouping up top here.
He's got Reincarnate available. They are going to group Telewater heroes here. Tim's is around the corner in case he's required, but they back off. But they realized they could not burst him down quick enough, and Raven, he was right by that tier 1 top tower, so he did have the rotation point to make from Blacklist, and well, that's going to be a little bit demoralizing, John. I mean, there are 4 heroes running at 1, and they still can't get the kill.
Yeah, it's really hard to commit onto that Raid King right now. They did manage to drop his mana low enough that Reincarnate wouldn't have been an issue, but he did have a full stick. So just enough there for Raven to get through, and they didn't have enough to try to reburn that, waiting for the next swash up. 2 lives just a little bit too much for Talon to deal with. This is space for both sides, I suppose. Akashi has the full Orchid up, so you can start to consider joining his team. They are grouped up around this rune area though.
Pulverize out mid lane. They've got Carlo. Carlo going for a run, does at least get the Ice Blast off before he is set to fall. No will back up there, so they'll lose the position 5 AA. Carlo, not the biggest deal anyway. Just a pos 5 to be lost. However, mid lane, Akashi, looks like he was having a bit of a think about jumping in. But it wouldn't really amount to much.
I feel like that death on Carlo is bigger for the fact that you managed to get the Ice Blast on Ponyo. Like, this is going to be massive for these fights. Helps you handle, on Jokan, to handle these tanky heroes better.
Well, there it is. They've got Ahmed. Disruption will save for now, but for how long is the question as Ahmed? He pops the BKB, but it won't make the difference. Ahmed is down. WS, he may be the second to fall, but no, they've got Tim's first. Gabby, he will at least find the Primal. Akashi, in the meantime, going to Song TP away as they do lose Ponyo to food. It looks like Yoe is still trying for Carlo here on the AA, but Gabby's coming. And Yoe, he might just look to be in huge trouble now. He's got the hand up, he's waving him goodbye, but Raven's right there. But Yoe, he had a TP to play with. He chose not to commit until now, and it is going to cost him. Gabby with the tips out immediately onto Yoe.
Yeah, that's a little bit rash, trying to go for that backline kill, not respecting just how much far forward inside of Blacklist can go. I think he was hoping to swash Blink, but Raven was right in the area with Radiant Burn. So no such play coming out there for Yoe. It looked like it could have been decent for Talon, but with a sacrifice of Yoe, it doesn't feel as good anymore as their mid starts to get sieged here.
Does WS, that's a lot of minus armor now. Disruption will hold him down through the pulverize. Gabby might just keep going. Ponyo and Jokam both going to show up to help out. They really cannot hope to deal with this Bristleback at the moment. He is just way, way too scary. Just look at Gabby moving in. Jokam almost dying. Disruption will be able to save. It's Gabby just casually still continuing. Jokam in the meantime barely avoiding the Ice Blast from Carlo. But boy, oh boy, they need something for this Bristle.
I did not know that the Bristleback active would still go through while you're under disruption.
Yeah.
And that seems a little bit bonkers.
I didn't know that
I
either.
suppose it makes sense. I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense. You know, that's one thing with Dota 2. It's like you can't tell whether something's intentionally working the way it is or not.
Well,
You managed to get a scan as to where Atrashi's farm at least, but
yeah, I mean, to be fair, John, it says it banishes the target unit from the battlefield for a short duration. Apparently not 100% banished. Yeah, the quills are still there. The quills are too powerful.
yeah, I suppose that back is too big.
It's a big
And look
back.
at those spikes. It's a very big back on Gabby, and it's starting to get to be a pretty big momentum lead. Not quite enough work for Blacklist, but they are dictating the game now. Starting to invade that Tormentor. Down, contest. Oh boy.
Disruption will save. Jokam's there to save the day again, but Yoe is just gone. Overgrowth committed. More tips coming out, but this is not the fight. Talon need to run. Boat coming in, Arbit.
WS.
Hello, WS. He'll get caught out. With that, I mean, he's got onslaught in one. Arbit, he's got the X out. WS probably just being brought right back to his team very, very soon if the BKB wears out in time, but no. It won't, but it won't matter. Gabby's still chasing it. No problem. Gabby waving goodbye. Oh boy, that's rough. That is rough, rough, rough.
Yeah, that's again a little bit optimistic from Yoa to try to contest into that Tormentor. They don't have vision in the area. Just walks up, gets blasted, gets cold feet. The disruption save can't really save you when you're cold feeted up. No shard up on Jokam yet for the left back. So they make a sacrifice that really doesn't amount to much. Again, the one good bit of news you have is Sakashi's using the space well, has the heart and the Naga, is controlling mid and top and even bot lane, keeping creeps shoved away. So you can't really get a push translation here. For the side of Blacklist, you are keeping the stall game going for Talon, but the lead is growing to be nearly unmanageable. 6k up for the side of Blacklist. You really need this Ags up on Yoe. You need this Ags up on WS, and all of that is a ways off as Blacklist start onto that Roshan.
It's going to be a very quick Roshan of that. No real time to think about contesting this one. It's as good as gone, no matter who takes it, and of course it's going to be Gabby. I mean, Gabby is essentially the real carry right now. Like, there's no two ways about that. He is the big boy. We'll go ahead and clear out some other side lanes, and Ponyo, he's alright. Ponyo's just hanging around in the bot lane, but he's going to be a little bit cautious in this position. Tim's just having a look. Has the dust in one. Does not connect dust though. Ponyo will be able to walk out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Again, Talon, all they're doing is just trying to keep these creep waves across the river from their side of the map. Trying to keep stalling for time. Keep getting this build up that you need. Not really on Akashi now, but on WS and on Yoe. The Ags have to fly in. You have to have that break. You have to have those additional swashes coming in from the shield crash to try and manage this Bristle if you even want to try to touch Gabby at this point. Ideally, and where you find most success in dealing with Bristleback, is ignoring him. But considering his output right now, it doesn't feel very likely that you're able to safely ignore Gabby in the middle of these fights yet.
It does not feel like it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm just wondering what the game plan is now from Talon. Like, they're still farming very well on Akashi, but
Dire's structures
Oh,
are
Abed.
fortified.
he seems to know the Naga's around. Song's gonna be committed. Akashi not risking it. We'll just go ahead and TP away. But now you know Song's down, so Gabby, he's already found the tier 2 mid tower. You could probably think about the high ground now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yep. You've got that opening for you. Without that Song, it's going to be hard for you to try to bail out from Talon, so it has to be an all-out on defense. They've managed to shove back their waves, with Akashi being taken care of bot. Creeps are finding their way back onto the Talon side of the map. And that makes the game a lot more challenging. They have to play this creep cutting game. They have to use these illusions on Talon's end. Keep stalling out. They can't play into 2 lives of Raven and Gap. And now you have the full Ags up on Abed. So he's able to get the water park going as well.
Ponyo. Yeah, he's as good as gone. Ponyo. Just getting deleted by Gabby. Gabby having a very good time waving at all his friends across the map. Nothing they can do but creep skip at the moment. Akashi is creep skipping pretty well here on the Naga, but it's how much time do you really need to buy in this kind of game where it just feels so one-sided.
And it does so far. I mean, you had some moments for Talon, but this bristleback's just proving to be too much. And again, it's been ignored for a long time here in the C qualifiers. We finally see it ourselves. It's doing fantastic work. Like this bristleback and the Rape King and a Kunkka. Like, it's just too much durability to contend with. Talon, they find a tier 2 up top. They get a slow siege onto that tier 3, but they can't really commit fully. At the very least, they do have, again, an area of the map for Akashi to try to play in. He's pretty much got his Scotty all done. No buyback on the Nagado. So one bad pick-off for Talon. Or at least bad for Talon. The Blacklist is going to be happily singing their way onto the high ground with no concern. Still, they don't push their luck too hard either on Blacklist. Just pull back, try to reestablish their lanes. They need to handle bots still, so just go back. They still have a little bit of time left in the Aegis, 1.5 minutes. But again, this is time where the Ags are getting built up. You've got the Ags on Yoe, so additional burn with this Shield Crash Swash. You've got the Ags for WS, about 1,000 gold away. And that's time we have to see Talon try to do something off the back of it. Like, if they can't do anything with that break and with the additional man burn, then there's no way this game gets any easier with additional farm after these items.
Scanning.
Oh, mid lane, Gabby's having a hunt around again. Ponyo, gonna be spotted. He's gonna try for the TP play out, but there's just no hope. There is no damn hope. At least Akashi, he's gonna just try and sneak the Tormentor here on the Radiant side and get something for his team. And that he will. WS now with the shards up. So you've got the rock throw available, which is kind of nice. But, oh, there it is. Doesn't really do too much. So Gabby just casually pushing in the mid wave again into the tier 3 tower. You do have Akashi creep skipping, but they've already pulled a wave over. Seems like Gabby should maybe have enough time for the tier 3 to be taken down, but no. So he just chooses to take the safer route, go through the top lane here with Raven. And Talon, they are basically just playing the split push game and just the avoid game. It's there's really not much else they can do.
They have managed to at least wait for the Aegis to expire on Gabby. So they don't have to contend with that. He does have a lot of armor now with the full Shivas being popped in to replace that Aegis though. Killing off Gabby is still a very tall order.
Yeah, it seems quite hopeless. Like it's Blacklist, they continue to back off. Like they are paying respect here to Talon, not willing to throw high ground and throw the advantage they have, but maybe just looking for a big pick off before they can go high ground again. It's going to be a 5-man smoke, or rather 4-man smoke here from Talon, running right towards Carlo, but he's also smoked. So they can't quite see the AA. They don't want to run into their triangle either, because Raven's going to break the smoke on them. They might try anyway. They'll try now, but Gabby's moving in. Raven's happy to man up here in the Ice Blast. Going to fly right through WS. He is not feeling too healthy at the moment. They're still going to try and keep the spike going, but now the boat will fly in. At least Carlo might drop it. No, WS is still trying to get something, but he's the one to go down. They are melting. Talon, and they'll finally pop the song, but Abed is there to chase him down, and well, you've got the X back anyway here up against Akashi. So Akashi is really going nowhere. He is down. The only survivor is Yoe, who will be able to TP away in time, but well, now your high ground is in mega trouble.
Yeah, no buyback still on Akashi. Don't have too many options left. We did see the impact of the Crown Beast Ags. Like that break did ensure that, you know, Gabby isn't invulnerable at the very least, but they just couldn't focus in on damage. The tight clumped up area, both Torrent Storm, the Ice Blast landing near perfectly from Carla as well. This game looks pretty damn over. I don't see a way for Talon to try to come back in unless Blacklist somehow overextend maybe towards the fountain, but they should be able to find 2 racks, probably find all of them, or just focus on this tier 4s if they want to. And looks like Blacklist will play it a little bit safer. Just use Gabby up front, take the mid set of racks first. Maybe not poke any further, but if they wanted to, they could just keep going.
Oh, Arbit. Got it stopped there by our Rubik Jokan. Ponyo's the one going down though. Ponyo just deleted immediately as now WS needs to get the hell out. Oh, and he's going to try out to Arbit, but I don't think you need to worry about him. It's Gabby you need to worry about because he's taken the Primal Beast down. Gabby wants to do it all on his own, and now he's underneath the tier 4 towers. Surely there's no way he can survive this, but just look at him, man, up through it. He's finally down. And I suppose this might have been the dive you talked about, John. Because now Gabby's down, Tim's is down, in comes Raven, he wants Yoe. Yoe will drop, but Akashi, he's popped the song and he's held down Ahmed. They want the Cooker real damn bad, but he's got a BKB up. He'll go from the tidal wave, dragging them right back into Raven, but Raven's been ensnared up. He'll move into Akashi now. Akashi still desperately trying for Ahmed, has the Bloodthorn up now, but doesn't matter. Megas are up in the meantime. Akashi's still desperately trying, but he's been hit by the Ice Blast. He needs to run. Ponyo's down. Akashi is still running, but Raven's chasing him down now. He has the blink up. He just doesn't know which way to go. Carlo? Akashi's still trying to chase somebody down. There's a shield run up for Carlo. Carlo, he's going to bang Akashi forward. Ahmed, he will eventually go for the Naga as Carlo will tip him up. Ahmed. Tidal Wave drag back into Raven. Wraithfire Blaster's out. They've got the Naga Siren now. They've got the Water Park going. And it seems like they're literally just playing games with this Naga. And she is finally down. Megas are up. Talon have not called it, but they don't need to, John. The game looks very over to me.
And it does. Not many defensive options left. You're up against Megas. The Skellies get the work done while that fight breaks out. And there's not much they can really do now. I mean, again, it's down to whether or not Blacklist overextend, maybe dive a little bit. I think Talon with their draft have done as much as they could. They had some good, decent answers to make Gabby's first few levels pretty hard, but then they just kind of ignored this Bristleback. And when you ignore the Bristle, sure, you're having good farm on Akashi digging into the jungle, but the Bristle's early timings with Ags is just devastating. It's just not something you can handle, especially with the support team you have here. The Ags eventually coming out on the Primal Beast and on our Pangolier is nice, but it felt like the timings were a little bit too late from some overextensions from the side of Talon's part there. And Blacklist, well, maybe go for a little bit of a reset before fully committing. They could wait. They could clear out the next Roach if they really wanted to. It's a bit unnecessary. The Talon, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's down to this one itemization choice, but it does feel like this Bloodthorn for Akashi is really not achieving much. Like, if you got, again, Manta Diffusal first, use the illusions to just poke Gabby before he had, say, full Bloodstone up, then you might have been able to take some of these earlier engagements even without the Ags coming through. Smoke on smoke, though.
Same position. Raven, no hesitation, already finding Yoe. Yoe still trying to get into the roll-up, does get into the Rolling Thunder now. Meanwhile, WS trying to focus down Tim, but Tim's is fine, and now Ponyo, he is gone. WS still trying, WS though just melting to the damage. They've got the Wraith King Eggs up anyway. Everyone's just going to come back for a moment as Akashi, he's trying to run, trying to get out, like he knows it's not the fight anymore, but can he actually make it? Nice man to dodge on the Wraithfire Blast, but, well, they've got the Nasal Goo, they've got the Slows, and they've got Akashi's life by the looks of it. GG, they finally called. There we go. Game 1 to go the way of Blacklist Rivalry. It was a pretty close match for the first 20 minutes, but this Bristleback a bit too long.
Yeah, again, it's been ignored in the qualifiers. Perhaps Talon forgot it existed. Blacklist did not, and they do manage to pick it up and get some great usage out from Gabby. Again, you tie that in with how durable you are already with a Wraith King and Kunkka, with all of these buffs on hand. having the AA on your side instead of Talon's side as well made it pretty tough for Talon. Talon, for the first 10 minutes, it felt like they had a decent time coming out. Yowie again having a bit of a rougher lane matchup up against the Kunkka. Still managed to find some rotations out, but there was a little bit more hesitation here. I think we still saw some good movements out from Ponyo, and that gate usage onto bot lane to bully out Raven was pretty big. But then this idea of leaving Gabby alone because Akashi could jungle, it felt like that idea didn't really pan out, because Gabby just hits this Ags timing, hits just even the Voodoo Mask, and then just goes ham. Does not care. There's nothing to counter him until you got an Ags up in WS, but that took 20 more minutes from that timer, it felt like. Maybe 15. And that's just way too late. So, well played to Blacklist. Talon, we'll see if they can try to work on maybe a little bit more of that draft coming in for that game too.
We shall see. We are going to head off to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Talon and Blacklist Rivalry. We'll see you soon.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are finally getting into game number 2 here between Blacklist Rivalry and Talon Esports. It is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. Of course, Jonathan, we had to do a bit of an update, you know, some coordinator updates happening, but we're back here for game number 2. How the hell are you feeling?
I'm wondering what the update always entails, but we did get an update from Wikrim, so the update was to post a post on the update coming on November 20. So that's some good news. Maybe just some back-end updates. Who knows what goes on in Dota 2? I'm certain no one actually does. As we get into the draft, this is something that's more familiar with us without the back knowledge of what goes on in the updates. We do have Slaughter being banned out, Talon taking care of the Spirit Breaker and the Weaver. Will something like the Bristleback be prioritized now by Talon considering the last game? I wouldn't be too surprised if they did try to respect ban that out. If not the Weaver, then maybe the Kunkka or the Raid King. They take care of the CK first, which is usually the bigger issue. What is the poison that you will pick to live with here in Talon? They don't have first pick, so even something like the Primal Beast might be something they need to ban out here as well, and they will. And Blacklist, what will they take out? Like, doesn't feel like there's anything as big they need to worry about coming out from Talon. Honestly, I think it feels like Blacklist just came on top as really the stronger team, obviously in the last match for game 1. So it's more about setting up for what they want to do. If they want to go, they take care of the Kunkka, and seeing that maybe Abed doesn't feel like playing with it, you know. Finally, Abed has some player agency, Mike. He doesn't have to play the same hero every single time.
He can say no, Jonathan. He can finally say no. That's very good news here for Abed, as they do pick up the Muerta first pick here for Blacklist Rivalry, which is, you know, I have mixed feelings about this hero, John. I don't necessarily think it's amazing. I don't necessarily think it's bad either. Just feels very niche at the moment, but I suppose at least you can flex it between support and core. You know, it's not necessarily a carry hero that needs to be played that way as Talon. They do go right into the Ancient Apparition. No hesitation from their end of things.
Yeah, I mean, we know what an AA can do, and basically what is a very heavy sustain lineup meta right now, so AA is always kind of valuable in those use cases. I'm wondering what they combine with the AA. They could try to dip into the Raid King themselves if the side of Blacklist will allow something like the Raid King AA lane, obviously very strong as we saw last time, although Raven Stark was a little bit slower. But I'm sure Talon will know how to compensate for that here. Blacklist do take care of the Bristleback themselves now, so not wanting to have to contend with that nice busted hero. Will they ban out anything like the Raid King? Again, it's a straightforward combination for Talon with AA, so it would be a pretty safe ban. It's pretty okay against Muerta. And take care of the Brewmaster first, so just ensuring that potentially the safe lane Muerta is not going to have too rough of a time. There is still some flex for the Muerta, of course. We have seen it a lot in the support position, but I do feel like Raven's probably going to grab this chance to try to play it in safe if the draft does favor it. So we'll see if that's how it shapes up. For WS in this case, with the heroes he has left, I'm wondering what they want for him. When I think of WS, I always think of Mars, but that's a pretty dead concept right now. They ban out the Magnus as well, so just ensuring that no big teamfight combinations can kick in for Blacklist. No stable matchup for Abed mid, as that is something we've seen Abed dip into now as well. Talon, what'll it be? I mean, you start with AA. You might just want to hammer in your combination with, or just pick up a support to tie in with your AA. Either one. It's like if you want the Raid King, this is probably the best point to pick it up. Otherwise, Blacklist could just shift right away. And they will go with a Grimstroke instead, so they prioritize the support duo. Which, I always used to talk about this when you had 2 picks to open up in first phase. Doubled supports can leave you open to a lot of things, right? Like, it can leave you lacking for control for a certain core pickup. It can leave you hanging in the draft if you don't heavily consider what you're combining with it. So, I think this is still strong from Talon. Soulbind is always nice. Phantom's Embrace can kind of be some form of reliable lockdown, and Inkswell combinations are always good. But again, there are ways for Blacklist now to kind of just find a hero that bursts into that backline and just doesn't care.
Well, Blacklist, I'll have a think about this second pickup now. I mean, it's... I always look back to that clockwork in these kind of scenarios, John. You know, Ancient Apparition, Grimstroke, both don't enjoy the clockwork support very much. Could be a bit of a nice pick to make here for Blacklist Rivalry if they so wish, but for now they're going to go into the Race King pickup, which is, I suppose, why not? It worked last game, why not just run it back?
Yeah, and it blocks Talon from picking it up. I think you really want something like the Wraith King to come in. You don't have that option to combine now for a stable kill lane early on for the side of town, and they pick up the Dark Willow on top of that for Blacklist. So they keep their options open. The Dark Willow can go 4 or 5, and the Muerta can kind of shift from core to support here as well with the Dark Willow. So you have options. The Wraith King is not blocked in for Raven. Again, Gabby has the potential to just play it off depending on matchups. And Talon now are the ones that have to really consider. I'll go with the Earth Spirit for Yoa. We saw him do a lot of work on that hero last time around. And I suppose if Blacklist don't pick their mid, you can ban to protect it. But I don't know if you're really just going to skip off from picking your mid now from Blacklist. They also pick up the Timbersaw on Talon, which is an interesting pick considering this meta, right? Like, it's all about high durability strength hero cores on like mid, on even safe lane and off lane. Timbersaw does make short work of them. So if they are expecting a Wraith King safe here, Timbersaw should have a good time. With a Grimstroke combination can be pretty solid. This is something we've seen WS play a lot of, all the way back to like Team Atlantis, Team Mystery, when he was also known as Shen Yorita. So is one of his specialty heroes. We have seen WS pop off whenever he gets something he's comfy on. But there's also a reason why Timbersaw has just been kind of underutilized. I mean, it's still strong, but I'm keen to see whether or not it's enough here.
It certainly hasn't been very popular as of late, that's for sure. There was a Reddit post recently complaining about how bad Timber is apparently at the moment, so it's a... You know, Reddit's carrying on about Timbersaw not being good enough, and... Well, I mean, Talon, they must see something with this hero. It's, apart from maybe just being a player choice here, just, Timbersaw has not felt amazing as of late. Blacklist Rivalry. 4th pickup for themselves. 25 seconds reserve time left for this pick.
Radiant team back. Templar
They are going to go into the TA route, which is one of those heroes that doesn't tend to care so much about the Timber. And Blacklist Rivalry, they're doing something very similar to what they did last game. They're basically getting 2 cores who can carry the game for you. In this particular scenario, 3 cores who could just carry the game for you.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it does leave the Muerta kind of ambiguous, and this TA position is also a little bit open. I don't know if you want to run TA versus Earth Spirit necessarily here for Abed, so this could be a Raven hero, and Gabby ends up running something like the Wraith King off. But again, open enough that you can adjust where you go. Although, Wraith King off does dodge the Timbersaw lane. TA into Timbersaw is also pretty good. So I think you're leaving Abed's mid hero for last. You're forcing Talon to kind of decide. I mean, there's no flex on Talon, right? Like, you're running this Earth Spirit mid. Maybe, very small chance you run Timbersaw mid, but offlane Earth Spirit doesn't raise any more confidence in me. So I don't think that lines up here. And Blacklist can kind of cover for those Akashi bans because there's nothing else to flex for Talon. Like, it's very telegraphed that they're looking for a safe lane, something combined with this AA. Naga would have been good. Is taken out. What else do you have with stun? Maybe something like the Sven, which also hasn't been the most popular. But you have that option to have a good lane with AA. Kind of deals with breaking off lane alright. Not amazingly so, but not bad. Now the Quap first still, as we wait for that last ban. Just, again, trying to secure this time for Earth Spirit. There's the Zeus, there's the Lina, still available as well. Up against the Earth Spirit, which, yeah, both of those do have a pretty good time. Yo is just gonna have to pick his poison now.
Oh, final ban outs to come, Talon. 1 more ban to go. Use a lot more reserve time for this one. They've got plenty of time. They'll get rid of the Tide Hunter this time around as a Blacklist Rivalry. What's that, sorry, John?
They were looking at the Tide TA coming out.
Oh, right.
Like a mid TA, off lane Tide, safe lane Wraith King. It's a little bit greedy, but there is a lot of minus armor, so does make sense. I do worry about Yo's mid matchup. I think overall, Yo's just gonna have a rough time with all of the options left for Abed. I don't think you expect the TA mid at all. They'll ban the spec, so just ensuring that Talon can't try to scale into the late game with Akashi. They will have to show their hands here on Blacklist, so they should give us an idea as to where the TA and Raid King are going. What'll it be? You did want to shift. I mean, if you really just want to stop the mid again, Lina, Zeus, maybe something quirky like an OD, but doesn't feel necessary. Dazzle was banned out in first phase through Shaker, but I don't recall Abed playing that in open qualifiers. And that also has kind of disappeared in mid lane, at least in most of the games we've watched. Not too much time left for Blacklist.
3 seconds, and it's gonna be this. Oh wow. My god! It's just some things never change, do they? Some things just never change.
And to be fair, you don't have the best hold for Storm. You're relying a lot on Yoe to roll in, get the silence off, and then have the follow through with the Phantom's Embrace. So it's not an easy game to shut down the Storm. I think there's a lot of pressure on Yoe to kind of get that done. His mid lane matchup is alright. I think we've seen some Earth Spirits win out. Abed should know what to do on the Storm Spirit, how to space himself, how to try to maximize, say, his level 3, when he can start to spam out a little bit more. Talon just have to look for some way to cover. Under safe for Akashi. I don't know, there's not many options left. Sven stands out, but I'm not sure about it overall. I think it maybe goes a little bit all in on kind of trying to play your lanes.
Well, still waiting, Talon. It is looking a little bit rough for them for this final pick. Like, it's just so many. I mean, you've basically got a 5-core lineup on Blacklist. It's like, well, who's playing carry? Who's doing what? Talon. They're gonna go for the Void. It's one way to do it, but I just don't know how I feel about it. It just feels like there's so much pressure on Akashi to land these big chronos throughout these fights. You know, it's just you've got Raven on a TA, you've got Gabby on Wraith King, who tends to be a counter towards the Void. Abed on the Storm may not care for the chrono at all. Like it could be a tough one here for Talon.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you'd pick the Faceless Void here. You're picking Faceless Void into a Raid King, right? Like that already makes it really hard if all you can find is Gabby up front. This does give you the hold you'd want up against a Storm Spirit, and your lane up against Raid King is theoretically not bad, but when it comes to getting those chronos off, it's gonna be rough. Like if Gabby just itemizes for Ags, doesn't feel great. Like they'll have a grace window after chrono ends where they can still stun you, still find a counter kill even if you kill a couple of them. And it's not going to be a great time. I think for Talon, you're going to have to look to Yoa here. Yoa and WS have to get something done to buy space for Akashi to farm. WS in the Timbersaw matchup up against Raven's TA it's alright. It's not an amazing lane matchup. You miss out on going up against a Raid King. Earth Spirit versus Storm should be the one interesting. I think that one's really down to individual play. So this is going to be a bit of a test for Yoa up against Abed, who's played Storm for 2 years in a row now. Yeah. In a very consistent pace. So, going to be interesting. I would favor Blacklist. Maybe, I'm not sure by how much, but I would favor Blacklist on the draft. I think it's easier to play. I think Talon has some pressure to play fast and try to really initiate cleanly here, because once some of these chronos fall apart, I don't know if you have enough to lock in all of these heroes from the side of Blacklist. And as you mentioned, all of them scale on Blacklist. You have the Avenue for Midas Ags when you're playing Dark Willow. You have the Muerta who can just eventually get what he wants. And I don't know, this game just doesn't simplify as it goes on, even if you have the Faceless Void. Why does Nico get dragged into everything?
Who knows? Poor old Nico.
You know, for some reason, when we were doing open qualifiers, the one comment I'd hear on Nico is that he looked like a Roblox character. I don't know why, but yes, and he just has to come out here too. Why?
I haven't even played Roblox before. I haven't even seen it, John, believe it or not.
I've seen YouTube, what do you call those YouTube thumbnails of Roblox?
Yeah.
Never touched Roblox myself though.
Ironically enough, the first time I heard about Roblox was recently. Before you mentioned it, by the way, John, apparently, I know you're not going to like the sound of this, but apparently there's NFTs coming to Roblox, so there you go.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave right now. Have fun, Mike. Done. Done.
Hey, I didn't make these decisions, John. I don't play the damn game.
It's your fault. I didn't need to notice.
The battle begins.
NFTs. Bloody. Disgusting. 1 for 2. So good deny coming out there from Joe Cam on the bounty. A little bit sneaky, but not too much excitement there. Okay, maybe he didn't actually deny it. Alright, so it's a 2 for 2. Not as exciting, Joe Cam.
No, certainly not. Raven looking to get that first initial meld strike hit. He is waiting for Joe Cam by the looks of it. Doesn't get it though. A little bit unfair. Just out of range. Won't really matter too much. Actually, it will matter a little bit because they take a hell of a lot of damage on their way out. But anyway, you've got Raven and Carlo against Joe Cam and WS. What are you thinking about this one? Like, is WS going to be that much of a threat here against Raven?
It's going to be maybe a little bit rougher for Raven in the first 2-3 levels. And I think if you did manage to get the double meld strike onto the Timbersaw, you'd feel a lot better. But they miss out on that. And Timbersaw, first level, doesn't have the most armor. You don't want to go into reactive way too early as well. So there is an opening for Raven to poke back, but you have to respect the spam with the Whirling Death. The WS again isn't also the tankiest here.
Oh, they got him. Raven does go down for first blood. Joe Cam throwing the blood grenade out, securing first blood before WS does go down, and I think you've got to be pretty happy about that as talent.
Yeah, Raven goes in really impressively off the back of that meld. I get the idea. It's best to punish the Timbersaw in the first 2-3 levels, but again, missing out on the double meld strike kind of makes that near impossible at that point. Still taking a look at that mid lane. Yoa getting bullied out pretty hard by Abed, which is, again, somewhat to be expected. And this does get worse as Abed does achieve level 3. So if Yoa closes the gap now, he could get double overloaded with a Vortex. Not going to be a very comfy feeling. Abed does go for the conservative Static Remnant, focusing more on clearing out the wave and just getting some safer ass. And Yoa's going to need some really good rune control. If he doesn't find that here, it's going to be a bit rough. At the very least, the first water rune is not going to be contested, but he needs to be guaranteed the next water rune. He needs to be able to fight for it, the next power rune as well, otherwise this falls apart for the Earth Spirit.
Well, that it does. Hey, Yoa. Definitely not in the easiest of matchups here against the Storm of Abed. As an ES player, Jonathan, this is not the matchup you really want to have to go up against. It's not very fun. Abed obviously going to make it life a lot harder as Yoa does go for the kickback, but does not get him underneath the tier 1 tower. And you just see it's so easy to just spam these static remnants and just force Yoa back. Like this, he can always roll away, but it's very scary trying to CS in a lane like this.
That it is. Like, he's already behind by nearly half. Abed 21-6, Yoa at 12-0. So it's a pretty crushed lane by Abed. Gonna have some really good timing coming out there. Can take a look at the other lanes at the very least. Up top that we haven't really talked about. You've got Ponyo on the AA along with Akashi on the Faces Void. Gabby on the Raid King, of course. And Tim's running around on that Muerta. A little bit of a back and forth poke for Tim's. Already drops down to basically no HP. But you are finding a decent time for Akashi, at least. Again, Faces Void in lane up against Raid King isn't too bad. You can always time walk out. You can always try to threaten with Isolation. Try to play with that in the Cold Feet. A kill threat, I can't really see amounting too much onto Gabby unless he oversteps. Tim's is likely the easier target, but he's staying far away from that Void, knowing that it could just turn on a dime. So, back and forth start. But the mid lane being the big difference maker, I think just having Abed this far ahead, it spells bad tidings for Talon here.
Well, that it does. What takes out on Yoa, but Yoa still gets the water rune, and well, Ponyo is going to secure the other water rune. So this time around, Abed going to be left with an empty bottle. Should help out Yoa quite a lot in just ensuring that that static remnant spam cannot continue to come out. Top lane Akashi, he's having a pretty decent time on the Void, not really too threatened at all by Gabby, though to be absolutely fair, Gabby also having a pretty fantastic time on the offlane Raid King. No real struggle for either side lane by the looks of it, as Ponyo getting caught out in the calling, and the Wraith Fire Blast is going to go down. Nice pickup from Tim's. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are trying to fight this one out as well. Looks like Carlo about to drop it. They'll chase down Joe Cap, trying to secure a kill as well. Raven, oh, he doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get it. Joe Cam is able to walk away. They will lose their Willow. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Yoe almost getting taken down by Arbed, but he will back off as he sees the TP rotation from Ponyo. And Yoe, we gifted a full bottle thanks to Ponyo once again.
Just needs everything he can get to sustain through this lane. Still behind by quite the margin here on the Earth Spirit. I do have to say, taking a look at WS's build, I enjoy this. He's not gone into a single point in reactive. He knows that it's still fairly hard to try to land double meld onto him by Raven, and he can afford to just try to go for more damage instead of durability in this lane. Try to look for these early pickoffs while he can. And that does lead to that kill early when he was level 3 with 1 to 2.
Arbed getting aggressive again. Joe Cam's going to rotate over. Arbed really playing with fire here as now Carlo's going to rotate, and Yoe, maybe he's the one getting caught out, but no, Arbed's down first! Joe Cam and his blood grenades. That's the second time he's able to finish off the kill with a blood grenade. It's Carlo desperately trying to find Yoe. A nice juke out on the dead shot, but the calling is out. He's been silenced for a moment. Carlo looking for the final hit, but no, the rollback from Yoe. He mans up and he's going to go for the TP out. Oh, no. Oh, unbelievable scenes here from Yoe. In fact, he's even going to get the shield rune. Look at this.
Oh my god.
Oh, top lane. This Arbed does get a bit of revenge as he respawns. He'll go after Ponyo. But now Yoe's coming back up top. So he's going to miss out on the storm.
That is ridiculous from Yoe. Playing on edge, managing to read that dead shot, dodges out the Revenants as well in the calling, and just manages to get that punishment. Playing on Knife's Edge, but we saw this from Yoe before on the Earth Spirit, even if his lane's a bit crushed. He hits 6, he gets active, he looks for those power runes, and he starts to make plays for his team. The side of Blacklist need to be watching that 8-minute rune. You can't afford to have this Earth Spirit suddenly pop back in, start to run around the map, especially with the damage you can expect out from WS. Again, going all in on his damage spells rather than durability. Talon are looking to play a little bit quicker here with connections down bot, so we'll see if that's something Blacklist can stop from happening, especially with rune control. You are still getting really good build-up despite the death for Abed, still finding that farm he wants. He's got the full Falcon Blade up and running, so he's still in a really good position for the Storm, going for Power Treads into the Witchblade more than likely. And you've got, despite, again, some early pressure onto Raven, he's still free farming. There's not much WS can really do to bully out the TA. He's aiming to gun down more on the supports like Carlo. So, despite all of that movement, the cores of Blacklist are still having, and it's a side of Talon that might need some room to catch up, especially for the Faces Void. It's been a little bit slower for Akashi than you'd like to see for Talon's end.
Arbed and Yoe on the chase again for the power route. Going to be up top by the looks of it, though they do get the silence on Arbed. Maybe they can get the damage off in time. Arbed does have the zip away. Here comes Tims. I'm not really sure what he can do to help out here, though. He's kind of in the middle of nowhere as Arbed is going to be able to pick up a regen rune of all things. So now he's going to reset. They want to drag out the fight a little bit longer now, but seems like Arbed, he'll use the regen to fight. He's not going to go back for the fight.
Timely rune for Abed, and Blacklist again, they get a good read. They have a good understanding of what Talon wants to do with his Earth Spirit. They want to control his power runes.
US. Regen rune's still going, by the way. So you've basically got unlimited mana for the next 10 seconds here against the Timber. WS able to chain away. Ultimately, nothing really going to come from this TP rotation.
There's a little bit of attention taken away. I think overall, and this is very similar to what we've seen from Game 1, where all the attention goes out to WS and onto Raven. That does leave the top lane to just farm, but in this specific matchup, you still farm a lot faster on the Wraith King in comparison to the Faces Void. So you're winning out, and they're really efficient with Abed using that regen rune, of course, on the Storm. And something we've seen him play non-stop for years. You would know how to maximize this hero. I do like the reads from Blacklist. Again, contesting for the 8-minute mark rune. Probably going to contest for the 10-minute mark as well. Just ensuring that Yoa is not able to start to build up charges on the urn, start to work his way towards that Spirit Vessel, and really leverage these early levels where the Earth Spirit really kind of dominates. Not quite there. Again, an impressive showing while going that skirmish mid, but need a little bit more. The G-Paw is given, very polite of Yoe.
You're gonna just get out there. Now the stack's been taken by WS by the looks of it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It still feels like these kind of slower games, like this passive style of play, it does feel like it's gonna favor Blacklist again though. Like you just look at the side lanes, right? Like you got Wraithing Storm TA. It's not gonna be fun going to the late game here against Blacklist rivalry, and well, I imagine they must be getting started soon. Like Yoe's almost got a Spirit Vessel up now on the ES. Just needs about 600 gold more for the Earth Spirit to have that up, and perhaps that'll be around the time they choose to go. The thing is, he doesn't have any urn charges anyway, so could be a little bit rough going if you can't hit that power spike with the Spirit Vessel that Yoe's about to pick up.
Yeah, they need to find a pick off. Again, probably just going to set up for these power runes. Blacklist again bringing the numbers to check both sides. It does spawn in Yoe's favor. An illusion rune, not a big steal. Maybe allows him a little bit of dodge down the bot.
Bottom lane, they've got Raven. WS though maybe going a little bit too far because Raven's tanked through all this, and now WS, the one in danger is Arbid and Raven, able to secure the kill onto the Timber. It seemed like Raven probably should have just gone down there, but they just didn't have the follow-up damage. The WS, he tried his best, but it just wasn't there.
They're diving tower without reactive.
Akashi. Dip forward from Arbid, but not going to be on target. Akashi does have the Chronos. You do have to be a little bit wary of the play nows that can be made as Yoe. Yoe's going to move in. Akashi and WS both going to rotate to help out, but seems like they will just leave the area. Arbid will just TP back towards the bottom lane instead, or rather the mid lane, excuse me, and they'll just avoid the fight altogether.
They did smoke under a ward now as well for Talon. See if this rotation still pans into anything. That dive from WS earlier, trying to force the dive into tier 1 without reactive is kind of dangerous for a Timberside. No durability items up either. So maybe a little bit optimistic to come in. The scan also spots out the smoke rotation from Talon. Good position from Kuala to break that smoke. So we do manage to bail out in time over the Raven. And this time it's a lot of time being wasted from Talon. They dragged in Akashi as well. Wanted to maybe find something with Chrono. Just gonna have to walk to the gate, go back to farming. You will find that bot tier 1 for their trouble at the very least. So you have a little bit for your efforts, but not really what you were looking for. Blacklist able to farm up. In the meantime, they've got pretty good pacing here for Raven to hit that Desolator timing. Gabby just rushing towards Radiance on Wraith King, has a free ride as well up top. Again, it's just consistent between game 1 and game 2 is that Gabby and Akashi are left alone top, and Gabby has a better time farming. And once this Wraith King has Radiance, your Faceless Void just doesn't have fun. Like, the Chrono is going to feel pretty useless until something's done about that.
Well, top lane. Looking at Gabby now. Gabby doesn't have any points in the reincarnation yet. Does have a point skill saved up, I believe, so he could go for it if necessary, but it's like he will hold out, and it does pay off because they don't have the damage output nor the control to deal with the Wraith King. Bottom lane, Ponyo, much easier kill. Well, they will easily burst him down with Arbid.
Yep. Nice little combination coming out there as well. The Storm Spirit being a really good target for the Bedlam, so more damage for Ovid when he steps in. He doesn't have to fully commit his mana pool to get a kill, even on a support. And they can just look to go again. 5-5, again a slight lead coming out for Blacklist overall, as the side of Talon. At some point they've got to be able to play, right? You were talking about this timing with a Spirit Vessel for Yoe. He does have it up. He still hasn't found a kill. No charge coming in yet. WS does have the Kaya up, going for the blink, so he wants to be up forward. And they need to find some of these softer targets. Just find a support kill. And try to jump this Muerta, try to jump that Dark Willow if possible, but no openings for Talon. And that just destroys their tempo. So Blacklist just farms They've got one part left for the Deso and Raven. That's going to be timing for a team fight into Roche, more than likely, if not a tower. Gabby, his Radiance is only 700 gold away. So everything's lining up for Blacklist. And for Talon, it's just slowing down. Way too much for Talon to be comfy with.
Mid lane, perhaps they could think about jumping Yoe. Well, they will not, though.
Middle tower is under attack.
We're going to be able to pick up a haste room for himself. Looks like the Ancients are going to be stacked as well here for Raven to clear out. So huge gold influx coming out for the TA. This is the big concern is, like, how do you keep up with this? Like, your Void, he's not too far behind, but the timing of the TA is going to be hit a lot quicker than what you're able to hit on a Void. And no, Raven's just been allowed to get away with it. Mid lane, Yoed trying to get something for his trouble with a haste rune out. He is going to be okay to run away. It's like Abed is still hanging around the area, trying to protect his own courier at the moment as Yoed going to be able to roll away, avoiding the dead shot from Tims. But now they're looking at bot lane, where you'll see WS and Ponyo. They'll ignore the heroes and rather just go for the creep wave. Seems like Blacklist very well aware of the timings they want to hit, and there's no interest in rushing this game whatsoever.
What have we here?
They've got the Deso up and Raven. You could look for the connection once the Radiance is fully done on Gabby, so you can connect, go for a team fight, and then again, go for a Roche or an objective. Fairly open for Blacklist. Whereas for Talon, I honestly don't know what they're waiting for. I mean, they're not finding openings, they can't play with a chrono.
Here we go. Ponyo, he is just going to drop very, very quickly. No real issues here for Abed, as he will claim another soul. And Talon, I mean, they must have a lot of faith in Akashi's Void, because so far nothing's really happened from their end of things. There's going to be another smoke out here from Blacklist. Yoe is maybe running right into them. Tims is going to see him. Step forward. Yoe does get caught. They do at least get the Inkswell off in time, but Yoe is dropping extremely low, so he will try and continue to chase up Abed, who is low on mana and HP. The chase is on for the Storm. Abed, though, still looking to be just fine for now, as Yoe is unable to close the gap. The WS may be realizing he's going a little bit too far, as now Raven has shown up. Tims does at least go down, so they are going to find themselves a Muerta. Meanwhile, Cabby's just taking the top tier 2 tower by himself with the skeletons. And Raven, he's still waiting with a double damage rune active. Akashi was going to be targeted by a nice chrono, but he's been brambled up. He was rooted. At least they'll get Abed. Maybe they can find Raven to boot. Yoe barely surviving as they do get the TA. No, Akashi with the chrono, he makes it work.
That was insanely on edge coming out from Akashi, catching 3 of them, 1 of them right at the edge of Chrono. And it didn't even matter that he was Bramble mazed up. They had the damage coming in from outside. Yoe again playing on edge, but still chasing for more, and they will find Tims another time. Get some good punishment. This space for Gabby, though, is pretty significant, but as long as the Raid King doesn't show up with Radiance, you don't have to deal with a mischance, you don't have to deal with just this massive, highly durable target up front doing constant damage to you. I think Gabby at some point will have to make that call to join in this thing here.
Tower is under attack.
Abed looking for a bit of a jump in. WS not looking like he really feels confident in that attempt. Talon suddenly less than 1k ahead here in this game number 2. Mid lane again, Abed is going to be spotted there for a second. Carlo. It's right around him. They are going to continue pursuing for that 18-minute power rune timing. Silence out onto Abed, and the invis rune is going to be spotted, though Carlo will go for a quick denial. But it is probably just going to cost him his own life. He does get completely surrounded at WS. He'll be able to secure the kill quite easily.
Nice little pickup for him. You could argue that these kills are better off on Yoe, but the Timbersaw is starting to scale up a little bit faster. Going for DKB next. Nice timing would be something like the Ags as well. Once you can get that barrier up, like the sustainability of WS up front is overwhelming. Go here, Tim's.
Yeah, Tim's in trouble again. He'll get the piece to veil off, but WS still able to clear him up. Now Gabby finally deciding he wants to join his team, does move on to Ponyo. He'll get the Ice Blast off, but Ponyo should slowly burn out to the Radiance. And now Arbed wants Joe Kemba. Yoe's going to jump in. WS is there as well. They've got the Reincarnation Life, and Arbed, he just melts. He just goes down so darn quickly to the damage output of the Timber. Still Gabby does clean up with a double. Yoe's still chasing for more. They know the Reincarnation is not available. In comes Akashi now as well. They'll have the Chrono if they need it. And with that, Gabby, he will go down without the Chrono necessary. Blacklist, now this game, it felt like it was strongly going in their favor, but things are slowly falling apart.
Yeah, it's pretty disconnected from Blacklist. This time around, Gabby's choosing to go in with Abed. Raven's not interested in coming in. His Deso has no charges up yet. They're not able to, like, play for team fight into Roche, play for team fight into Objective, and Talon are the ones seizing this opportunity. They're going in a little bit deeper. They don't have to avoid the Chrono.
They're going to try and find WS, and it seems like this time they will. Nice little pick off there from Tims and Raven. There's still a very, very close game between these two teams. My goodness, like, it just feels like it could go either way now. Like after this laning stage, it seems like Talon really have picked up Arbed. Oh, he's got a double damage rune. They might go for the fight onto Yoe. He will get rooted up twice, but they will not make the jump up to the high ground. Considering they could not see Akashi, and Akashi definitely has Chrono up, so they don't want to risk it.
Yeah. Again, that movement from Talon, maybe a little bit optimistic. WS being forward without the backup to face his Void, so there's no follow-up fight to take for a wider team fight. Just losing that kill streak on WS is pretty massive for Blacklist. They even out the game, only a 1k lead for Talon. Smoke out from Talon though. Wanting to find more. They are going through the gate on the side of Blacklist. So they're going to be able to dodge this one out. Talon, they're very close to finding more damage in that Chrono. Mjolnir for Akashi not too far off. BKB again for WS. Almost completed. They are taking control on that top area here for Blacklist. And the farm has escalated as well. Abed has gone for the full Kaya Sanj before going for the Witchblade, coming back for that next. Gabby just trying for the BKB. And the casual Crystallis for Raven is being formed up as well. So, some good answers. And eventually a Silver Edge to break WS is going to be big. Look at the work these Skeletons do on the siege up top on the tier 3. Just the Skellies and the siege creep takes a quarter of the HP away.
Yeah.
With very little commitment.
It's ridiculous. Bottom lane. Damage has been activated here for Arbed. Akashi's moving in though. He wants to try for a Chrono attempt. They'll already commit the Ice Blast, and that's completely whiffed his. Akashi's still having a look around for a target. We'll miss out on Tims. Meanwhile, top lane, Yoe trying to move on to Gabby, but Gabby does have Reincarnation, so he's not too afraid of dying. Meanwhile, Akashi still hanging around that bottom area. He does get dewarded. It's like, well, who are you aiming? Because like Gabby might just start pushing high ground with the Skeletons very soon if they're not too careful.
Yep. And all he's doing is popping that W. They just get that siege going by themselves. Blacklist, they're just about at the point where they really should be looking to be on the offensive themselves. Again, this kind of drawn-out nature, as long as Talon doesn't find these kills, they're pretty happy in Blacklist ends. Looks like he might be lining up for that Roshan, and clumping around the area. Scan does find him, but they're just going through the gate. They're avoiding Talon. That's all they want.
But they will. Completely avoided. Yoe is still rolling forward, trying to find himself a victim, but it's not going to come. Roshan, I suppose, could be a victim though, as Talon. Do have the option of starting Roshan, but instead they could also just choose to go through the twin gates and keep looking for Blacklist rivalry. At least Raven is going to show himself at the top wave, so they know that the TA is hanging around that area. But instead Talon, perhaps in their frustration, might just go to the bottom tier 2 tower and try to force a fight that way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Harlow, I feel he's around.
top
Akashi, you see Gabby. Are they going to go for this? They are going to try with the Ink Swirl out. Perhaps they can land the stun, but no. No, they cannot. WS trying to go after Carlo, though, does get the Dark Willow down. They do get a Dark Willow for all this time and trouble, but that is about it. Mid. They'll try on Gabby. Gabby, he does have help around the corner if necessary. Immediate TP's in from Talon, trying to chase down Gabby now that his BKB has been used up. Abed, he'll go after the backside with the Grimstroke, but Joe Cam is going to be fine with the Glimmer Cape, but now Raven, he does at least get Yoe down. Gabby's going to survive. He'll take down the AA. Ponyo is gone. Akashi going to try and come in and help out, not needing the Chrono. We'll hold on to it for now. And so a 2-for-1 trade, probably in the favor of Blacklist. And Talon, well again, like every time the Void has been spotted, they just leave. They do not want to deal with the Chrono.
Yeah, I think that's understandable for Blacklist. Again, their lineup doesn't really have a great way of dealing with the Chronosphere unless you somehow have Carla outside and you get the Terrorize off, or you get the Bramble Maze as we saw before. Other than that, until something like the Ags for Gabby comes out, which is really just a stopgap measure as well, you're not going to be feeling great to fight into the Chrono. Mind you, Gabby is trying to save up for the Ags next, so you might be able to find these kills on Talon's part, but you could still take losses, which makes it a very Pyrrhic victory for the side of Talon if it does end up that way. 11-16, Talon not having a net worth lead, Blacklist still working the map rather efficiently, and Raven, he's almost at the point where he has that full silver edge. So once you have that break WS up front, not going to be a massive issue. WS trying to remedy that by getting himself a Shivas to have some more of his own armor without relying too much on reactive. To be fair to WS, reactive hasn't even been a factor for him. He's left it at one level. He went for attributes instead. He doesn't really seem to think that he needs reactive armor, which I think is fair. I mean, there's a lot of physical output. At the same time, if you're going to get firsted, you're probably just going to get firsted anywhere in this hero. So I kind of appreciate that. Like, WS is doing something a little bit different on his Timbersaw, at least in terms of skill point distribution.
Still, both teams just not able to run into each other. It seems 11-16 is a scoreline right now. 1k advantage. The way of Blacklist rivalry. Mjolnir completed now on the Void. Silver Edge completed on Raven. Roshan's still available. Is Akashi now going to TP up towards the top lane, but he's been spotted underneath the ward and traps. Tim's going to get caught in the Muerta, so it seems like they might have a good start for themselves as Tim's just goes down to Yoe. Now Carlo, so he does get caught out as well. Akashi not going to allow him to get away as Carlo is now down. Raven in the meantime is just melded in the Roshan pit, hoping for the best, and will just leave the area.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And nice support kills lead into that Roche for Talon. Probably not aware that Raven's still hanging around the area. This is again space for the Skellies to shove in. Mid could just fall with the AFK push coming out from Gabby. You wouldn't mind that kind of trade at all for the side of Blacklist. Yoe has come to stop that, but Aegis still goes the way of Talon without any real contest coming out here. Secondary life ready on Akashi. And with a BKB, it should be a little bit easier to play that Faceless Void now, trying to line up for those Chronos. I think the one big issue for Blacklist is we've seen some good impact from Carlo. We haven't really felt it from Tim's. I don't think the Muerta's done as much as he wanted to in this game, and they're not able to really capitalize on it as much. They're really reliant on Abed and Gabby really to open up these fights. And probably because of that, they're just going to have to wait for this Ags here on Gabby just to make sure they have a safety net. You also see Abed trying to go for a Sight of Vice into the Ags as well. So, a little bit more farm for Blacklist. They are building up that lead despite losing kills.
Yes. He's down Carlo again. Carlo looking for a Terrorize, does cancel, but looks like he is just as good as gone. As now Tim's going to move in along with Raven. And we'll kill off Ponyo. WS a bit of a more challenging target to take down as he just TPs away with the chains out. I mean, with that, again, like you're fighting these support pickoffs, but that's about all these teams are finding. See, with Akashi up with the Aegis, they don't seem to want to try and go after the Void. Just remains at a 2k advantage. Dota Plus is currently just sitting at 54%.
Yeah, there's still some play for Talon. You can never underestimate the face's Void, of course, and what can achieve as well. The slow siege is still coming out from Blacklist. They've chipped away at this top tier 3 all the way down to just 700 HP. But Talon will find a tier 2 for the trouble at the least. Full heart up and running on Yoe, so a little bit more damage coming out from the rolling boulder and a lot more HP you'd have to burn through.
TPs are out. Akashi could be in a spot of danger here if he goes for that camp, and it seems like he will, but he'll go right for the chrono onto Abed. Abed, the one actually in danger. They cannot save him in time. Abed is gone. Here I was thinking Akashi was the one to get jumped, but Abed the one to get caught out first.
I like that from Akashi. Just all the gold going to him, 800 gold straight to the pocket of that face Void. And that is going to accelerate this timing into the Scotty, which is also a really nice solution for something like the Raid King in some of these prolonged fights. So some answers are presenting themselves here for Talon Blacklist. Again, they've opted to play the passive game. They might find Yoe.
Terrorize him up with Wave Fire Blast to set up. No chrono to worry about means they're more than happy to fight this time around as Yoe still able to roll away. He found an angle here. Akashi now may be willing to try and fight with this team, and it seems like he will, though Raven doing a lot of damage, but it's still not enough. Akashi coming back in after Gabby, does lose his first life. Gabby will lose his actual life, does have the Aghanim Scepter up. With that Talon, will retreat. Gabby to go down.
Invisibility.
Now that's really about it. You lost a 1-for-1. Gabby actually goes. Talon loses the Aegis. And now another spoke up. Talon still chrono down for 70 seconds, but they want to try and go for a fight while Gabby's not around. Pims. Good spotted by Ponyo there for a second. It's like Akashi's found Raven though. Raven is just gone.
Oh boy. Giving me some flashbacks to Blacklist and the DPC, Mike. I'll be frank with you, I'm not sure how many games you've managed to see of that Blacklist iteration, but kind of came out the same way. They'd have this really strong, solid early game, and they would get lost in the mid to late game. They just sit back, farm. They wouldn't be able to find a way to use these timings that they make for themselves. And then openings found by the enemy team, they build up the lead. Talon, they clawed their way back into this game, 6k up, 12-22. And they still have a little bit of time in the... Well, no, the Aegis did get taken out earlier, but they've got a little bit more time until the Scotty's up and running on Hitachi. So it's going to have a lot more stats to play with. And that healing reduction onto the Raid King's going to be massive. Already another tier 2 set to fall. Managing to clear out nicely. Talon. They've played their cards well. All off the back of how well Yo is willing to play on edge, how well all of these cores are willing to play on the bleeding edge, and not get punished. Feels like Blacklist should have been able to find punishment on multiple occasions, just not able to. And Talon capitalize on that.
I mean, that they certainly have. Like, Akashi's been very impressive here on the Void, just now up to the eye of Scotty timing, and yeah, Blacklist, maybe looking a little bit lost, to be quite honest. Not only playing as a unit, just relying on individual skill by the looks of it to try and win out this game. And I mean, perhaps you go against... You've got to fight before that next Roshan's up. You can't really afford to give another Roshan away to Talon now that they have found themselves a decent lead. They're just going to keep applying pressure. Like, they're in the mid lane. Akashi's going to show up. Side. It looks like Albed's picked up an Aghanim Scepter for himself now, so you do have the AoE Vortex. Talon, maybe it's about that top tier 2 Talon.
This AoE Vortex from Abed has got to be the difference maker for Blacklist. This should open up the fights for them, providing that initiation that it feels like they've been lacking in comparison here. Let's see if they manage to make use of it. Tier 2, probably just set to fall, but again, one good zip from Abed could maybe change the cause here. We'll pop the fort, the stall. does take care of the creep wave.
Radiant's
They've smoked
top
up.
tower
They want
is
this
under
big Ags
attack.
reveal in Abed.
Kashi, well, he does get caught once. Gabby is there, but they don't have the damage output to finish him off quite yet. But Kashi does get away, but in comes Abed, holding a couple down as they do find Jokam. Gabby, he's going to lose his first reincarnation life. Meanwhile, Yoe chasing down Tibbs, and now the Chrono does come out. They got Raven. They have got the TA controlled up. Raven is down. He still has that little reincarnation himself thanks to Gabby. Just chasing down Akashi, but is not going to be able to find him in time. And Talon, they're more than happy to leave. They're just, that's enough. We got the TA. What else do we need?
They don't find the tier 2 off the back of it, but they are slowing down Raven substantially. And that's also the Ags reveal from Abed, so now Talon are aware of that tool being in play. Tier 2 or Tims?
He's gonna. WS maybe going a bit too far. TP away is out, but
Ooh.
no, the damage. Too much damage out from Arbet and Gabby. WS maybe getting a little bit too excited, but this is how you start to mess up the game if you're not too careful.
You have to be cautious. That's the gem given out as well. So a little bit of a big economy swing in terms of that item being passed on to Blacklist. We control their side of the map a lot easier. Get some keywords. Side of town, they're going into the butterfly now for Akashi, so gonna have even more damage. The mischance gonna help him survive up front as well. No one going for the MKVs just yet. And I'm curious when WS does decide to maybe consider something like the Axe. He's going for the Octarine first, skewing that up. I feel like Octarine Axe is pretty much the only way to go now. Once you have that durability with reactive active, then you start to feel really good with that barrier. Like he can do that same play and probably not die if he had the Axe up. So see if that's something you can consider down the line. Blacklist still staying in the game. A minute until Roshan. Big objective for both sides to set their eyes on. There goes the butterfly up for Akashi. He hits like an absolute rough now, especially when Chrono's up. Just need to find an opening. Roshan has to be the place where both teams set their eyes on.
$45 seconds left of that one. Akashi, well, what's he even farming up now? Like, he's bought the butterfly. Probably Satanic to come. Carlo moving in to try and scout out the next Roshan. Ponyo already looking into the Roshan pit. We'll see nothing. Blacklist rivalry. They are going to group up as 5 and smoke. Through the top lane, Akashi is about to show on a creep wave and underneath vision. In fact, now they do see him, but they want to try and avoid the void first. Find somebody else that you can easily burst down, and WS is certainly not that target, but maybe they have no choice. WS actually blinks forward onto them. WS wants the fight. He wants to find a good opportunity for a Chrono here for Akashi. Meanwhile, Yoe, he has got Carlo on the Dark Willow, so Carlo is down. But they've also caught out Tims here. Tims about to fall, but oh, Ponyo does go down to Gabby, so you have lost at least his support AA, but now Gabby's going to lose his reincarnation. And Akashi, he still has the Chrono available where necessary. He just holds out for now. He'll go for the man fight instead. Raven, in the meantime, just not seeing the opening, looking to try and retreat as Gabby has been left behind. Gabby is now down. Abed will leave the building, and so will Raven. They are still chasing Abed, but eventually he will be able to zip out of sight though. Yoe is still trying. They really want this guy quite badly. Abed, he's got a little bit of mana, but he was silenced. Still WS trying for more. In fact, Akashi! Oh, Akashi just goes right in. Chrono the fountain, that'll do the trick. And that's just sending a message.
That it is. I mean, they're not able to clear the tier 2s. The creep wave shoved all the way back. Roshan is up, but they're not in position to try to go for that now, though. They have run Akashi down there with a TP. We'll get to it. That is Aegis and Cheese now coming out here for Talent Esports. Blacklist. And it's just not panning out. Like, the movement from WS is really a big thing. WS and Yoe are just too hard to deal with. They don't have the hard control they need inside of Blacklist. They need this Hex to be up on Abed. I'm surprised he went for the AoE Vortex first. If he had Zip Hex, and you could catch out that Thundersaw straight up, or you could catch out this Earth Spirit, or the Void Spirit, or Faceless Void, you could have a much better time of it here on Blacklist. You could focus in on your damage, burst someone down, clean up the 4v5. But because their initiation is just not the most reliable and very telegraphed with Zip, Talon has room to respond, like WS with that blink. Him blinking out of the way of the Storm Zip, and that's what won them that team fight for Talon.
Talon, they're just going to take the Radiant Triangle now. Blacklist rivalry is just still looking very lost here in the mid to late game of this game too.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
To say Raven has not had the most impact in this game on this TA, just looking like he's just got no options in the middle of these fights. Akashi, he's just going to go straight for the tier 3 top tower. WS already forcing the mid tier 3 as well. They can try to slow this down as much as possible. It's still not going to be the easiest of things as Akashi just has no fear in the world. Mid lane, Carlo's going to get caught as well in the Dark Willow, and WS just bursts him down. So it's back to the split push game, which they can do quite effectively. Even Gabby's skeletons are still going through the bottom lane, pushing in the tier 3 tower. But this is about the only play they have right now on Blacklist by the looks of it.
It does feel that way. We're not able to find an angle forward. Just too much to have to worry about. Talon's been very disciplined to stay pretty split up. So there's no clean angle for the Zip. Vortex coming out here for Abed with Yags. And Talon's... oh, they've got that front part of the Void. Gabby!
Yeah, in trouble. He'll pop the BKB early on, just try to run as WS now moving in. They even have Joe Cam jumping in with his own Blink Dagger, but the Gabby is going to be able to save that reincarnation. The Talon's so desperate to be able to go high ground while they're still strong. In we go. Tier 3 tower in the mid lane. Akashi will start with focusing this one down. Akashi even, I believe, seeing the courier of Abed hunting it down. In fact, it was Raven that had that Mystic Staff. Go to the top racks they go. Akashi is able to deal with that one quite easily. Into the tier 3 mid tower they go. Jump in, WS trying to find Carlo immediately, though Carlo barely surviving. The split push is still there. They're just clearing out the creep waves as best as humanly possible. Bottom lane, Yoes found Gabby now. Gabby, he's got reincarnation. He can't really do enough damage to Yoe to fight back, so he's just going to try and buy enough time to run out of here. Seems like Yoe, though, confident he should be able to control him up. Gabby's still trying for to find a way out of this, trying to juke them out. He has no TP available. All is on target. Meanwhile, Akashi does find Carlo. Gabby, well, sadly for poor old Gabby, it looks like he's just as good as dead. I mean, it might take them a while, but I don't see how he's planning to get out of this BKB in it. Going for a run. In comes Abed. Abed's going to try and help him out. They'll try to turn onto Yoe. They've got Gabby down, but he's got a bit more time with that Aghanim Scepter to keep trying to chase. But now Abed in dire straits will drop with him. And they're onto the bot racks. Akashi's going right through the bottom lane. There are 3 buybacks available here on Blacklist, but it just feels like they've got no chance in this one.
Yeah, Talon, they find that opening, dragging Gabby away from all of this action on the high ground, providing Akashi the space to just push, find these support pickoffs, go for the objectives. Really good hold from Talon. Just drag Gabby away, punish him for that split push. And Talon, they could just get the Megas here. Already forced the buyback out on Abed. A little bit of a heads-up play on Abed with that secondary life that he did get. He TP'd back to die in base, so they still have the gem, but that's not going to be enough of a difference maker here.
Doesn't feel like it. And the Ravens just sitting in the back right now on the tree line, hoping that he can find an easy pickoff. And now Mega Creeps are up. They're going to try one last time. I bet he's got the 4-man blue hole going. But there's no follow-up. The Chrono's out. They've caught Raven with that. Raven is gone. Gabby is gone to boot. At least he has a secondary life to play with, but they can't do with Akashi. The man's too big. They're still going to try, but Akashi will just keep time walking everything off. And now they're just getting wiped. It might be time, and they call it. They've seen enough here for game number 2. Talon successfully able to fight back and force us to a game 3 between them and Blacklist rivalry. And yeah, I had my doubts about this draft, John, but Talon, they make it look good.
They make it work. It feels like Blacklist couldn't play to their own strengths. Like, they hit this really good Desolator timing on Raven. They hit this really good Radiance timing on Gabby. They're not able to clump up around that. Instead, Talon is allowed to play their game of pickoffs. Again, Yoa playing on edge, WS taking all of these risks with his build of not going reactive, which pays off massively, only having the value point later on, having all the damage they need to just jump in, burst someone down, and go back out. And once Akashi's in with a Chrono, again, theoretically you have a Chrono counter with Reincarnation. In practice, it's not amazing, especially from offlane. It feels much better for the core-to-core on safe, but as an offlaner, it's not like you necessarily want to burst down Gabby anyway, as the face is void, so you have to look elsewhere. And we actually get game 3 in these C-close qualifiers. We haven't gotten that throughout this qualifier, so game 3 we go, Mike.
We certainly do, John. We're going to head off to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game 3 between Blacklist rivalry and, of course, Talon Esports. We'll see you then.
just in time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our game 3 here between Blacklist Rivalry and, of course, Talent to decide who is making it through to the finals of the closed qualifiers and who has to go through the lower bracket. It's a best of one now, Jonathan. One more game to go between these two teams. What do you think? Who looks like the better team to you, John?
It's hard to say. I think Game 2 gave me flashbacks to old Blacklist in the DPC. It just looked decent to start off with. Then the mid and late game, they just kind of missed their timings and they don't do anything. So, hopefully that's not a start of a trend for Blacklist. For Talon, they look revitalized. Yoa playing on edge. WS again with a specialist hero in that Timbersaw, which Blacklist are forced to ban out, which leaves more meta options for Talon to open with. And that's always a good feeling when you manage to take that out. And I think the side of Talon should be feeling fairly revitalized off the back of that. The side of Blacklist, they had a good start. That's the one thing, right? Like, Gabby had this really good Radiance timing. He had this good Dragonlance Deso timing on Raven, but they just sat in their hands a little bit too long. And Talon, they made these plays with their Earth Spirit, with the Timbersaw. They were finding these constant pickoffs on Tims and Carla. I think the draft, one part of the draft for Blacklist that didn't help was the Morta support from Tims really didn't feel consequential at all. It felt like there was no real impact coming out from Tims that game, which is not typical of Tims overall. So maybe a change up in that pause 4 could lead to better stuff, like maybe something to initiate with as well. I think Talon's starting to find a way to crack into Blacklist if they're able to take initiative every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, like, both supports on Blacklist seemed like they weren't doing too much that game. It's, every time I looked at Carlo, he was just dying, and every time I looked at Tims, it just, you know, it just wasn't enough. As Blacklist Rivalry, they go back for the Conquer this time around, so they've kind of learnt their lesson. They'll go back for the safe pick in the Conquer. Talent, not to be outdone, they'll go right into the Grimstroke for themselves. But at the very least, for Blacklist, I do like the fact that they went back for the Conquer. I didn't mind the Storm last game. I just didn't see the point of it. You know, I appreciate it was a free Storm game, but it felt like it just took forever for anyone to be able to do anything.
That it did. I think the Kunkka does allow more play for Blacklist. Again, ties into this concept of having strength cores on offlane and safe. So the boat buff is going to be massive. You don't have an A to worry about. And it just wins out almost every single mid matchup. So I'm wondering what Talon's solution will be for Yoa. I doubt he'll go for something like his Earth Spirit. Blacklist still have to ban out the Bristleback now as well. And that was a very big tool in game 1 for Blacklist to kind of win that out. So we'll see what they build off of. They still have a Raid King option left for Gabby for Blacklist unless Talon bans it out. Talon, for their part, should probably consider banning out the Raid King, or, you know, maybe if they feel like Gabby's playing a hero that doesn't have as much impact, you know, just let him have the Raid King. They could handle it in game 2, and they might be able to handle it again if they decide to leave it in. Brewmaster being taken out as well, another meta offlane. What's our WS hero going to be? That's the big part as well of what makes Talon work. It's like Yoa and WS, when they connect, are really strong. So I'm keen to see what ideas Talon has. They don't have access to the Timbersaw, no access to the Primal Beast. And that's basically all that we've seen from WS. Magnus being banned out by Talon. It's time to show their cards here. They can't start off with the AA to complement the Grimstroke with that ban, but they could think about just doubling down on supports again, as that will force Blacklist to show more of their cards, as they will have the back-to-back pick next, I suppose.
We'll see. Talon, second pick for themselves. Going to the old reserve time, have a think about this one. hard to know what they really, what kind of path they really want to go down here, Talon. Like, maybe just go for the support duo. I mean, you still have options like the Phoenix available. You still have the Muerta available if you want it. They could also just secure the Yoe hero. Like, I mean, I wouldn't recommend picking Earth Spirit into Kunkka, but he has been playing a lot of Earth Spirit as of late. So I wouldn't be too damn surprised if he did go for that pickup.
If you decide to take your mid now, again, like, if you really just want to crush Kunkka, Lina, maybe a Quap works out. We see some players beside the puck in behind the red team. We'll go with a Tusk pickup first, so that should be your Jokam Tusking out. It's a Jokam specialty, something he loves to play on support. So set up for a pretty nice aggressive lane for WS, depending on what he does get to pick up. Blacklist should be able to respond with back-to-backs, start to solidify the position of the Kunkka. I don't expect that to be flex, and should just auto-push up. And go with a Pugna pickup, so you do have even more healing coming through. Almost like the same concept as Kunkka plus Phoenix. You've got the life drain to keep heroes alive with run buff. So you can take these prolonged fights. They just need one hero buff. Question is what it will be. Also going to train. It's just doubling down on a little bit of that durability now with living armor coming into play. Not that you necessarily go into living armor. I'm curious to see whether or not Carlo or teams on the Trent will go for more of what we see in Jokam. Right, like going for 1-3-0, something like 2-3-0 by 5, no points in living armor, and just go for lane rushing. I think that feels like the more impactful way to play True Protector, especially when, you know, you're looking at talent, they don't really have push it anyway.
Well, talent.
Talon Esports turn to
So we need the Slider coming out again, so could potentially just be the mid Slider we saw the other day. Yoe, I mean, against the Kunkka, this might actually just be the way to play it. I mean, why not, right? Like, Tidebringer is still going to be super annoying, but the Slider mid, if it is the Slider mid, it could just be the answer for these mid Kunkkas.
Yeah, I actually don't mind that. I think the matchup's pretty decent. Again, you get some armor as a slaughter down on the mid, so you can kind of play around that a little bit more. The side of Blacklist, I'm curious to see how they read this, because we could Tribune Slaughter mid, they could always shift to the WS. I think that's the one thing. WS has a whole bunch of off flanks that is flex, but I don't expect talent to go too far left field. What's going to be the next pickup? It should be a WS hero. No, they'll go with the Spectre first, so they prioritize that, try to go assassinating once more. Burst of Hate, chase down on target plus Shadow Step leads to very easy pickups. You don't really care too much about Pokemon or Tree Protector, at least down the line. Or early on the laning phase, that is a lot of damage the Spectre will have to contend with. You also have this really nice combo with Shadow Step, like Shadow Step in with Inkswell, so you don't even need to drag in the Grimstroke. As long as he's sticking next to the Spectre, you will still have a lot of good impact there. I'm liking this from Talon. I think it's looking a lot better, a much more stable opening than before, and it plays into some strengths that we've seen come out for them. So
Radiant team
I'm curious how Blacklist is going to fix their issues. Go for the Necros. That's your Spectre counter now, and that should be Gabby's lane as well. So as Spectre into the Necros lane, you're not going to have fun, and you'll always have an answer for that high HP hero with a sight. So I like how they've covered their bases here in Blacklist. Also, you know, combining Necrophos with Kunkka Bow, with the left drain. Necrophos is not going to be an easy hero to kill off here.
No, absolutely not. Final bans to come now from Blacklist and Talent. Still a mid pickup. Well, I say mid pickup. Still an off-lane pickup to be made here for Talon, as we are kind of assuming the mid Slider to come out, but I suppose with the Necrophos it does throw a bit of a spanner in the works. We'll see what Blacklist think is happening as Talon. Their own bans to be made. Obviously, they are looking to ban out something in the position 1 role for Raven. I'm going to say both games Raven has not looked the best. You know, I mean, game 1, it felt like Gabby carried that game, and game 2 was a pretty rough loss for Blacklist. So
Talon Esports
kind of hope
turn
for
to
something
ban.
really confident for Raven here for this third game, because at least for the first 2 games he's had a bit of a rough time. Let's see what they do end up picking as Talon. They do ban out the Naga Siren now.
10 seconds remaining.
There are options
5
are left
seconds
to deal
remaining.
with Spectre. It's a very left field pick of someone like PA. Just for the fan of knives, but I don't know if that's necessary this game. Doesn't feel like it. Yeah, also kind of gets griefed with poking around. What else is there? Maybe a Sven if you're worried about the minus armor. You just go for
Radiant team ban.
durable save lane. You can build Silver Edge as well for break if necessary on spec. Your shard provides enough durability for your team, so a little bit more to pad up against that corrosive haze. It's not the worst thing in the world. Laning duo of Tree and Sven is also pretty alright.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
we'll see with these bans from town. Like they take care of Muerta.
5
Just
seconds
leaving some
remaining.
a left field pick for Blacklist. Blacklist still taking care of the off lane. WS removing that Dark Seer. What else is left in the pool? Tide. So this is one big one. Tide Slayer does give you a lot of minus armor and some good team fight. There's the option for a Centaur, doesn't really fit in. I don't quite see the point, so that's a bad idea. There's always the consideration for a WS Mars. Again, that here is dead. So I don't think we're seeing that anytime soon, unfortunately.
Radiant team pick.
Well, last pickup is here, Blacklist Rivalry. 29 seconds of reserve time to make this final decision. Still a carry to be picked up by Raven.
10 seconds remaining.
I highly doubt he'll go back down the TA route, that's for sure.
5
It's just
seconds
did
remaining.
not look great last game as... They'll jump into the reserve time for this final pickup. The longer to think about this one, it doesn't seem like the easiest pick to make here for Blacklist.
Talon
I wonder what Talon do pick up as well. Like, do they go for the...
Templar
Oh, they do go back for the TA. Alright, so they're going to give the TA another crack here for Blacklist Rivalry. Talon, no hesitation, right into the Lone Druid, which seems like a very potent pick to make here on the side of Talon, as it is actually going to be an off-lane Druid by the looks of it. Yoa is indeed going to be playing the mid Slardar, and Blacklist Rivalry, you know, it's an interesting draft coming up from their end of things, but I'm not sure how to feel about this last pick TA.
Yeah, the TA puts a lot into question. I'm not sure how much you can really expect coming out here from Raven. I think the lane matchups are rather even. There's some good ways to play. Oh, they're actually running the mid Necro here. Give Gabby to Kunkka. I expected them to just crush the Spectre lane. They want to crush Yoa's lane down mid instead. That's a good solution. I feel like a Slaughter can still somewhat manage it, but it's still overall a lost lane for a Slaughter. You have to
10
play with your
seconds
crush really
remaining.
well. And Abed's just going to be able to whittle you down. Necros always wins
5
against
seconds
most melee
remaining.
matchups. A rather interesting one. My one concern for Blacklist is actually their support duo. Like, Pug and Treant doesn't feel like the most active. It almost feels like they have the same issue that they did have from Game 2, wherein the question's really, how do you start these fights on the side of Blacklist, right? Like, who exactly is jumping in? Are you just going to hope for a good X out from Gabby? Because for Talon, you know, they have Shadow Step. They have a Blink builder in Yoa with some good AoE control. And for Blacklist, it's not as clear cut. So I think if things end up like in Game 2 was, where you couldn't find an opening for Blacklist to play with your timing, play with, say, the Dragonlance Deso of Raven, you start to go into a farming game up against a Spectre, and sure, you have ways of dealing with it with a Necrophos, but it's not just a Spectre, it's also a Lone Druid that we've seen go crazy as well. You know, you reach a point where Lone Druid has 3 Wraith Bands, you know his bear's farmed up, you're in a lot of trouble playing up against that here. So, should be a nice back and forth, and quite the draft for the first Game 3 we've gotten here in these C closed qualifiers.
It's going to be an interesting one. Game number 3, Blacklist Rivalry versus Talon. The winner of this gets through to the finals of the closed qualifiers upper bracket. And loser obviously has to play through the lower bracket of these qualifiers, and well, one game will decide who gets those finals, as we are going to head into game number 3. And boy, oh boy, I mean, Blacklist, they're off to a fantastic start this series, but a bit of a drop kind of game in game number 2, and well, now with this draft, like, I do kind of agree with you. Like, I look at this support duo of Tims and Carlo. Just how much are they going to be able to get done on this Pugna train is the question that's been standing for us. And even Raven, again, like, the TA did not do much last game. You know, how much can he get done this game? We shall have to wait and see, I suppose.
Yeah, I think this game again for Talon is dependent a lot on WS and Yoe. Maybe a little bit more so. Like, WS can't afford to lose this lane. That's where the Lone Druid starts to really feel awful. In the lane up against TH shouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but you will have to watch maybe some cheeky melt strikes from Raven if he finds the opportunity to do so. It can start to feel a little bit awkward for the Lone Druid.
30 seconds.
Some early posturing over these runes, but doesn't look like anyone's committing too hard just yet.
Just a bit of a fight over the Watcher here in the mid lane. Arbit will be able to take it back for himself. It's like the side of Blacklist. They're going to wait on the high ground here, on the left side of the map, see if they can catch out maybe a Kashi who is walking towards the top lane.
The battle begins.
So Kashi will take the safer route back towards that lane anyway. So nobody going to be a sacrificial lamb here against Blacklist. And we do get into it, game number 3. Mid lane, of course, Arbit going to be up against Yoe again. I mean, this time, like, the Slider versus the Kuka matchup, I feel like would have been obviously favorable for Yoe as time went on, but against Necrophos, this should be pretty interesting, like, to see how Yoe can try to deal with this match.
Yeah, it's a tough one. The Necros will always feel a little bit better in this lane. Yoe, I don't know if you even go for the value point in the Guardian Sprint, maybe just focus in on the Slytherin Crush and the Bash of the Deep and try to focus on the creep wave. Maybe go for a bash every now and again when you get the hit counter up, but this should be in Abid's control very, very smoothly as well. I don't expect too much to come out from Yoe. Maybe if you get some rotations in, could start to shape up. Abid also has to watch his early mana regen. That's one shortcoming for the Necro until Heartstopper is up. If you don't have mana, well, you won't have presence. You're always going to have a little bit more to play. But that's like a level 3 timing when you can really self-sustain. So we shall see. Over down bot, of course, we're taking a look at Carla and Raven up against WS and Jokam on the T-Treant up against the Lone Druid and the Tuscan. Lone Druid Tusk is pretty painful with attacking.
Oh, Raven. That's a lot of damage out on Raven. They do get the bear, but Raven needs to get the hell out of there. Refraction charge is already gone, and well, at least they cannot secure the kill. But yeah, with the tag team up and with the Spirit Bear going, it is a hell of a lot of damage every time Jokam has it available. And he'll have it again in 3 seconds. The Raven does have to play really on edge.
That they do, but they did manage to find a kill in the Spirit Bear, so it's not an insignificant amount of gold to go the way of Raven off the back of that pickup. And it's more than enough to make you happy. You still have some regen to play with at the very least. Let's see it. And Carlos still has a bunch of Tangos as well to share, so you're not too bad off here down bot. Up top, of course, the last lane that we haven't really looked at, Akashi and Ponyo on the Spectre and Grim, up against Gabby on that Kunkka and Tims on the Pugna. And this lane is honestly probably one of the more static lanes. There's some good play that can come out with Pugna and Kunkka. You can try to look for X marks into the Blast, into Tidebringer. It's still a melee matchup up against a Kunkka here in Kunkka's favor. So you should still be feeling pretty good on Gabby. You can be shoved away. But Akashi shouldn't be too cut off from farm here either.
He's doing fine for now. In the mid lane, things are getting rather tough for Yoe. He's gonna back off to the boundary at that 3-minute mark, just try and refill the bottle of his, but looks like Abid's got full control of this mid lane now as the Necrophos. The bottom lane almost looks like Jokam's looking to try and go for a tag team again, and in fact, no. Does bait out Refraction at least from Raven. Gets the leech seed out as well from Carlo. They do hold out. They do have the Spirit Bear resummon in about 5 seconds if they want to try and take the risk. They go for the tag team abuse again on Raven, but seems like for now they're just gonna hold it.
Just try to build up farm. You are getting some decent build up, and you're controlling the lane really well up against Raven. You have a creep wave advantage coming in for WS, so it does feel pretty good. That doesn't quite fully compensate for how badly you're losing mid and top, with the big margins coming out for Abed and Gabby. So there again is some really good play timing here for Blacklist coming off the back of that Necro and the Kunkka. And the durability that kicks in later on is a major threat. Let's see. Talon still holding their own at the very least, and WS is the shining hope so far in this laning phase, #1 in net worth. It's got to be able to translate that down the line to some ways of finding pickoffs.
Carlo taking a lot of damage. Shards are out now. WS will Spirit Summon the Bear again, and Carlo is just gonna melt. Not much you can do about it. They did try to at least burst the Spirit Bear down, but WS, seeing it get to low HP, just presses the summon button, and no gold goes the way of Raven.
Yeah. Just avoid losing out there. Feeling good about that pickup. WS again, he's had the best time coming out of these lanes. Has the boots up on his bear along with the Orc Corrosion, so the trade backs are, especially with tag teams, will try to punish here.
Yeah, Joe Cam, he's gonna run. WS trying to block up a little bit. Joe Cam finally going down. WS does at least get a cheeky ensnare onto Raven on the way out, but there's a pretty important kill here for the side of Blacklist Rivalry, able to secure that support task.
Slows down that pacing just a little bit more. Allows a bit of recovery for Raven to get that pickup as well. It does go hard as well. And if you're not too bad off there. Some, again, good pressure coming out from Blacklist across every lane. The mid lane, there's still no relief coming out for Abed. Joe Cam shows up.
Abed will take the shards. Yoet, Joe Cam getting to work. Abed still no point in the Ghost Shroud. Has to try and rely on just his supports rotating, and it does work out for now. But Yoet moving back in, misses the stun, gets the bash off, but Abed's gonna survive. Yoet, he's the one to fall. Very nice rotation from Tibbs to save the day. No, he survives that without Ghost Shroud being available.
Yeah, I mean, this is the general build that you'd want to go on the Necro. It's not getting that value point if you can. Just going all in on your output and your sustain with the Heartstopper as well. And it has paid off. He is out of mana, but should be able to regen just fine. At the very least, Shield Rune is found by Yoa. If he waited for his 6 before making this play, you'd be better off. Like, with that Corrosive Haze, you would have had enough damage to probably kill off both of them, but get a little bit hasty with that TP in for Jokan. They are punished. And now you have to deal with a Reaper's Sight just waiting on Abed. Once he has some mana to do so, he's just going to chop down some heroes if he finds that opportunity.
Absolutely. Ponyo being a little bit cheeky top lane, does actually find himself a courier. But Gabby's going to lose his chainmail, the courier. Maybe just trying to get within range for that Wisdom Rune still, but it seems like he's going to get caught by Tims, so Tims will force him away. That should mean a 1-for-1 of the Wisdom Runes anyway.
Not for you.
7 minutes in now, 2-1. Not too much aggression happening across the map here. Both sides again just playing a slower laning stage. WS top of the net worth board so far on the lone druid, coming extremely well and has already queued up the Radiance for the bear. So Radiance is going to be the skill build, or rather the item build that WS wants to go for. Rotation in bottom lane from Gabby. They're going to try and move it on Raven, but this is all bait as Raven is waiting for Gabby to move in with the boat out. However, Raven, he's dropping very low. He's down. And now they're fighting underneath the tier 1 tower. Talon, they might need to remove themselves from this situation. It's like Joe Cam will go down. WS going to get the bear out of there, though Gabby unable to stop it. So 1-for-1, but certainly in the favor of Talon as they do end up taking down the TA.
Yeah, big pickup for Talon to find in exchange for Jokam. Jokam doing a lot of work there, dodging out that boat with a really good snowball. They managed to get some good procs onto that TA as well, and they managed to run down. 3-2, giving some space out to Akashi, and they'll go hunting again.
Kashi's going to try after the tree, and it seems like they'll have the tree. No problems here, just taking down Carlo. WS to secure the kill for himself on the lone druid, and I mean, why the hell not? This lone druid's going to be a huge issue if this kind of farm keeps up.
Dire's middle
There's
tower
Tim.
is under attack.
Oh, mid lane, oh, even the shards don't land.
Radiant's
Oh well,
bottom
Tim's
tower
will walk his way out. Bit of a unfortunate shards there from Joe Cam. In the meantime, they do still get the bottom tier 1 tower, so I suppose who the hell cares?
Yeah. Miss out on an opportunity, but they get an opening to just get some space going for themselves. So WS is going to be able to farm up a storm quite nicely. He has switched out for the defusal here. So the bear is just going to be able to get much more aggressive. I think it would have been nice to have the Radiance rush on the bear. Relieves the pressure for Akashi to find Radiance. Allows him to go for a more aggressive build. But I think overall you still probably prefer Radiance on spec for the Shadow Step. So overall it still works out. Still looking to apply pressure down bot. This is side of town. Some good wards to watch though. Inside of Blacklist.
Hey Carlo, he loses half his HP in one bash from Yowe. That's pretty demoralizing to watch. Just a level 2 bash of the deep removes half his
Dire's
HP.
middle tower is under attack.
With that, Yoe is having a pretty damn good time again. You know, this mid slaughter, it's working out for him.
Yeah, he's popping off again. He managed to hold out against that lane, which is really an atrocious lane. He's still behind in that work. But this is what we've seen from Yoe. You know, even if his lane goes bad, he'll look around the map, he'll try to make things happen for his team. And he tries to go for these power rooms. And every single time he finds a good one, he'll make quick work of it. Finds the arcane this time, not the best for slaughter, but could still lead to something.
Talent. So they're not going to find anything up at this top lane. They'll leave the area. Blacklist still trying to get their own farm going. Sadly, Raven has found himself again at the bottom of all the calls here in terms of net worth, though. I suppose I could say the same thing about Akashi. But Akashi, it's kind of expected that the Spectre is going to take a bit longer in terms of the farm game, as Talon already moving into the mid-tier 1 tower. They go onto Carlo, the Tree Protector unable to survive. Reaper Scythe at least out, does find Ponyo. So 1 for 1 on the supports. And seeing that Talon, they just leave. I mean, they're just taking tier 1s left, right, and center with the Spirit Bear. And they just keep running across the map and finding other tier 1s.
Yeah. Again, I like this. It's just a lot of aggression coming out from Talon. It's preventing the side of Blacklist to feel too comfy farming up. This time, Raven's bottom of net worth in terms of Blacklist's own cores. He's not able to AFK farm comfortably. Whereas, let's say Abed and Gabby keep up pace, not too far off from WS. But that pressure is starting to kick in. You know, this Spectre of Akashi is ticking time bomb. Once the blade melts up, he's going to be much comfier in the shadow steps in, especially with that urn up and running. We do see Blacklist trying to go for a smoke play with Tims and Carla, trying to connect up top, but it's only Jokam up there. He's just playing greedily, soaking up, getting a little bit of farm, trying to work towards that blink. Not going to be the biggest kill with this kind of smoke.
Wait. And moved in, Jokam already down. They're still going to try and fight back here with WS moving in. However, Carlo is in position for a great overgrowth of WS. He'll get caught as well as Ponyo. So 3 going down now for Talon. And Blacklist rivalry now, showing up and fighting back, able to get quite a bit of revenge here against the boys from the Dire. That's a big team fight to hand over.
That I don't understand from Talon. Originally it's just Jokam up there, and they could have just had just the Tusk die. There's no play coming out from Jokam, no turnaround potential. They forced that movement with WS with his Barret barely any HP. And they just feed out some kills. Blacklist find a good opening for themselves, take that tier 1 on top, start to buy more space to again build up. They've managed to eclipse WS and farm now with that pickup. I mean, you've already got the travels up in Abed, so you can be all over the map and just participate as frequently as you'd want to. And Blade Mail for Akashi is coming out now, at the very least, so that's a little bit more coming for Spectre to play with. Yoe, 2 parts away from the full Ags, and that's when the Slaughter can feel a little bit crazy, on top of something like the Shard as well down the line. But I think it's time for Talon to kind of just lick their wounds and try to farm. which will give Blacklist this recovery space. And 3K is not a small sum to be ahead by. And they have recovered. Raven's above Yoe and Akashi's farm, and WS's lead again has disappeared in the span of one fight.
Slow down once again, 13.5 minutes now. 4K advantage the way of Blacklist rivalry. Looking at mid lane. Just looking for perhaps that 14-minute power rune. Yoe is going to show up as well here in the mid lane. He's going to be taking my Joe Camp. Joe Camp. Going to go for the snowball out as Yoe. Going to be chased down. Abed does have the Reaper Scythe available, so it should be a rather easy kill once they do have some HP removed, and it seems like they will. 2 more down here for the side of Talon. Yoe going down. He's a pretty big one to lose here for the Dire side, and the Blacklist rivalry really starting to take off now in this game 3.
I like seeing this activity come out now from Raven. Like, this is him without the Deso, showing up to help his team, pump the damage in, and again, this Necrophorce is the one big issue right now for the side of Talon. If they can't isolate Abed, as this guy scales up, it's just going to be harder and harder to deal with. Someone's going to have to build a Nullifier to deal with it. Maybe you can get that from WS down the line with a Bear. He already has the Yules to save at the moment. He's going for the hard next for Abed. So this Necrophorce's presence, it's just a really good timer to play around. Every minute and a half, you just kind of show up, get a kill, Reaper Sight, try to see if that's enough for an objective, and just go back to farm. Whereas for Talon, they were trying to play that pace a while ago, bled out a little bit too much gold. And again, they're having to sit back, lick their wounds, try to build up some items here first, which is allowing Blacklist this lead back. 6K up, 9-5 for Blacklist at 15.5 minutes in.
Gabby's gonna man up here as Abed. He's got the shards up so he can move in, break the gap onto Ponyo. Ponyo, it's like he is set to fall quite easily here, as they've even got the Spirit Bearer of WS locked down. X him back, and it seems like they will try and secure the bear. The WS could look to resummon it, and does do so in the end. Lets it die first before he does do so, though. Onto the Roshan pit they go. It seems like Blacklist wasting no time here on all the objectives. Roshan should not be too challenging here with the TA around.
Yeah, they've got the damage. You don't have the contest this time from Talon. So this is the time that we were looking for from Blacklist in game 2 with the Deso up and Raven. Go for a pickoff into Roshan, into more objectives, into a snowball effect. And they have course corrected from that game 1 delay. So they're playing to the strengths of this lineup much better. They're going to be able to just take a freebie and keep that pressure up in Talon. They're just not ready in Talon's end. Even with the Blade Mill for Akachi, you can probably want some Radiance up. Erosin WS also just tried to farm up. I'm not sure if they're going to go for... Yeah, he's going for the Nullifier in WS. So you will have some solutions down the line, but you have to weather the storm. This is when Blacklist are fully online and at a very good peak.
See if they can weather that storm. This Talon, they've got quite a bit of time to go here for the Spectre to be a real problem. Yeah, but WS is the one real saving grace here for his team, and even then, like, he's not really in a position where he can carry the team with this lone druid quite yet. There's Yoe with the Aghanim Scepter now up on the Slardar, so Yoe might be able to offer a bit more for his team, but it seems like Blacklist Rivalry are the ones that want to try and get aggressive, as they do smoke up as 3. Oh, they run right into Talon. Talon having this smoke broken. Jokem and Ponyo. Well, they get X'd up here for Ponyo. Poor old Ponyo just set to fall quite quickly. And that'll be 1 down here for Blacklist. Seems like they're going to be able to find too much more, though, sadly. As Talon will be able to successfully retreat. But they do run into the mid lane now, Blacklist. They want to try and see if they can find this lone druid. They are at least going to run right into the Spirit Bear, and Abed, no need to leave this one alone. They'll Yules it up, cancel the TP off, and the WS, he does have a resummon available. He's holding out as long as humanly possible. And it seems like it's going to pay off. Because it will get away as Arbit. He just TP's out. Carlo just goes down. Meanwhile, Akashi. Akashi just died bottom lane. Arbit just TPs and Reaper's scythed him.
And he's got his target set on that spec. And this is where that Necros pick shines. Rips apart the hero like the spec, which wants to scale high HP later on. Yoa though, looking for a little bit of a cleanup.
Yeah, Yoa. Jump in on the Conker. Gabby, still a pretty tanky guy. They are going to soulbind Arbit, or rather Arbit and Raven up. Raven, he's taking so much damage here. Trying to go into the melt strike, but he is going to go down as now Arbit, a bit of a sitting duck. We'll try to heal him up, but it's not going to be enough quite yet. He is down for the first life. And the second probably won't last too much longer either. He will try to get away, but Arbit is held down, and Talon able to almost just get a full team.
Pretty much. That was quite the turn. A 3k gold swing going the way of Talon, 3.6k going their way. And that's a massive win. Evens out the game. We managed to fight back up against that early time that we saw from Blacklist. And it's all down to the fact they kind of streamed in. When they lost Carlo on the mid, meant that they couldn't find a good overgrowth angle, which is a little bit too far for Jokam. It just falls apart. They will try onto Yoa with the overgrowth though.
The boat flies out, the Slaughter does get caught. Yoa, he is down. Just by himself, kind of underestimating the potential here of Blacklist. And, even WS and his Spirit Bear looks like they're going to fall. But no, the pair will barely survive.
On the edge again. That did force overgrowth, which is a fairly long cooldown at level 1, 2 minutes without that spell. So there's an opening here for Talon. They still have Shadow Step. They don't really have any big cooldowns to wait for. The water park is open for Gabby though. Has the Ags up. With no BKBs in sight. That crowd control from Blacklist is overwhelming. It would not be the best of times of Talon to look to re-engage here.
Gabby down the lone Druid. WS not able to get into the true form yet. He's trying to survive with the fear out. Now does get the true form off into the snowball. They're going to move back into Carlo. WS a tanky target now, but a huge tidal wave out from Arbit. Going to drag him right back. In fact, I say Arbit, it was Gabby who performed that, and Arbit, he'll just find a double kill in the middle of all this. Now onto the Grimstroke they go. Ponyo is down. 3 down for Talon.
They recover really well in Blacklist off the back of this Ags timing from Gabby. And Talon, again, just overestimating what they can do, getting punished for it. Yoa trying to solo this Tormentor was scanned out, but doesn't look like he's going to be punished for it just yet. They should be able to find out for his team. Maybe hoping for a freebie from this one for himself, as that chart is pretty big for Slaughter. Gonna go Jokam's way though. Talon, you can see them setting up for this late game. Jokam went for the Midas, so he wants his own BKB. He wants to scale up. You're still seeing Akashi waiting for that Radiance. The Nullifier is almost done here on WS. So you've got some answers coming in, but it does feel like the BKBs are starting to become a necessity here as well for all of these cores. As again, this crowd control from Blacklist is insanely annoying. So just gonna have to wait for that. Blacklist setting up for a top push with these offensive wards here.
WS could be in a bit of danger right here. True form on cooldown for another 10 seconds. Overgrowth is out. WS immediately bursted down. Now it seems like Blacklist are feeling a lot more confident here in this game 3 as they move through the T2 tower. Not sure if they want to bother trying for a T3 attempt, but I mean, considering how the game's going, they might just give it a crack. Seems like Raven wants to at least force a glyph here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There we go. T3 tower now under siege.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Defend this is Talon. No, wait for WS to come back in. Heart now completed on Arbit, so he's a very, very tanky boy. X is out in Akashi. Akashi probably regretting his decision to come back into this as Akashi was dragged back there for a moment. They'll go for a soulbind out on 2, but they don't really seem to care at all about the soulbind. Blacklist continue to stick around, but Yoe, he's going to make the jump in, trying to secure Gabby, but Gabby gets the life frame from Tibbs, and now the Reapers. Akashi caught without buyback. Gabby still alive throughout all of this as well. Tibbs just continuing to life frame him up. And I suppose now you can go for probably more. Just go for a second Rax while you're at it.
Tier 2 still stands, so they're not able to go for too much more here at the very least for Talon. Their high ground will stay secure. A little bit strange movement from Yo. He goes for the blink in play, and then he instantly runs back, leaving Akashi out to dry. And that does cost them massively. A 9k lead now for Blacklist. And Blacklist, again, they've understood their timings. They're playing to their strengths. They're playing this early push that Talon can't quite overcome. And for Talon, this lineup still needs a lot more stall. You know, this Lone Druid still needs so much more items. The Nullifier is nice. A BKB is necessary. Same thing goes for your Spectre here. And they'll just go into the high ground. At very least, WS is back up with a bear, but you need to find a good angle here with Yoe. You need to get that Slittering Crush off.
Good. There goes the tier 3 mid tower. They'll jump in for a stun. Yoe going to try again as Akashi. He'll jump in as well. They're onto Arbed. Really wanted the Necropost down, but in comes the Water Park. Arbed still dropping though. May go down. But no, the heal's coming out. Arbed, he'll survive a little bit longer. And now the turnaround is here. It's looking real bad for Talon. They lose everybody. All 3 cores are down. Raven having a look for a bit more, unable to keep up with Ponyo. Don't even know where Ponyo is right now.
Who knows? Who knows where he is? But what I do know is Blacklist, again, bouncing back in this game too in pretty dominant fashion. Talon, they found some openings, but they find these moments where they just misjudge what they can do. And the punishment is just extremely severe. They lose their tempo. They are not able to hit the item timings they want to play this game. They're 2 racks behind. Tier 1 defends bot at the very least, so it's going to take some time to get megas here. But it doesn't feel like it's enough time for you to get fully online on the Spectre and on this Lone Druid. Like, you saw them fully commit chasing down Abed. He just heals up. He has the heart. He has the Ghost Shroud. He has this Death Pulse spam. He's not going to die. You know, you need to focus on other targets first. You need to maybe take out Gabby, maybe these supports, right? Like, Tim's is doing a lot of work in backline. No one is reaching out onto that Pugna. So it's just getting a free ride with a life drain coming out with the decrep saves. Roshan still a minute away. Blacklist already setting up for that one as well. And Talon, not many answers presenting themselves here. Akashi trying to go for the Manta into the Ags, so wanting that old haunt back. You have the Nullifier on WS on the Bear. He is going for the Shard into a bunch of Wraith Bands now for the main hero. But yeah, we need to see some BKBs coming onto these heroes. Without that, the Water Park control is just, it's way too much. I mean, you really can't do anything about that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, here we go again. Looking for another fight here. Blacklist rivalry.
Radiant are scanning.
Carlo, overgrowth out. He's caught at least one in the Brimstroke, and he got the Spirit Prayer as well. Ponyo, he is just deleted. Gabby rushing forward, gets a tidal wave back onto WS, the Spirit Bear. And the Bear dropping relatively quickly as Ahmed continuing to just Death Pulse forward. However, well, WS now getting caught out in the Reaper's sight just to ensure they secure the kill. Jokam unable to save him in time with a snowball, and now poor old Yoe. Oh, Yoe, he's going to try to run, but the chase is on. So he's going to be okay. Meanwhile, Carlo. Akashi. Oh, Akashi just trying to kill Carlo, but he's going to pay for it.
And that was maybe a little bit unnecessary. Maybe he felt like he was going to die, but additional kills coming out for Blacklist. Talon falling apart now. Blacklist just need to take care of these outer towers, go for the Mega Send. Well, they basically have this game under bag, canceling off the TP that we're seeing coming out there. This Gabby is standing right under, waiting for that TP to fully finish in, so Yo is going to have to walk his way back. At least finds a regen rune for his trouble, but there's no play. Until BKBs come in, there's no play, and no one is queuing it up. No one has the goal to even consider it. And Blacklist have complete control. Like, you've got this unkillable Necrophos up front. You've got this Pugman in the back line. You've got this TA dealing a ton of damage with a full Silver Edge up now for Raven as well. I don't see answers for Talon unless Blacklist somehow screw up. I just don't see a natural opening for Talon in terms of timing with this deficit.
Oh, Roshan gonna be the target now for Blacklist Rivalry. They'll start to move in. So Roshan not gonna take very long. All the minus armor they can provide here from Raven. Talon, they are holding on for sure, but very, very rough affair for them now with an 18k deficit and an Aegis the way of Blacklist Rivalry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they see Yoe too. Yoe under the vision. They'll rush towards the Slaughter. They're gonna get the X off, and well, Yoe, he is just as good as dead. At least he has buyback. That's the positive.
Yeah, can show back in. These outer towers are just set to fall. Talon's gonna have to make their last stand on that bot Rax. There hasn't been any progress. You know, there's no new items to speak of, even big level spikes.
Raven, it's the leading Ponyo here is they do at least get the shards off here on Raven, so Raven kind of stuck here, maybe forced to feed away the Aegis to the Spirit Bear, and it's, oh, never mind, he barely survives. They will lose WS, and they will lose Showcam. That's tough. That is a very tough way to drop 3 more heroes.
And that honestly spells the end of the game here for Talon. No buybacks on those heroes. A rather unfortunate timing on the second nullifier used. There's a load absorb up on Raven, so the bear couldn't chase down to even find the Aegis. Even if he found the Aegis, I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about that secondary life? It didn't feel like you could do anything at all. Last set of racks to fall. Blacklist. Wait, Talon not calling it yet. They're trying to find an opening, but again, like that. Yeah, I don't know what opening you can hope to find. Blacklist are 25k ahead. You don't have the items necessary to fight back. You've got the Ags up on Abed, and this is done. Ags on Necrophos, you can't deal with this.
Cannot. Kick back onto Gabby. They've got the Kunkka lockdown underneath the tier 4 towers, so Gabby is going to go. Abed in the middle of all this, but look at the amount of damage he's dealing to everyone. They're just way too high at the moment. Yoe and WS are gone. So is Akashi. They just get deleted. Kick back again onto Abed. Abed still okay through this. Can just continue to go by the looks of it. Oh my goodness. It's just too much.
He has 7 Reaper Sight kills. You have that bonus Restore Amplify on Ghost Shreds, Axe Burn. What is a Akashi?
Yeah, Akashi's doing something, John. He's dead, and GG has been called. They've seen enough. That'll be Blacklist Rivalry taking this series 2-1 against Talon Esports, and well, that does mean they do make it to the upper bracket final of the closed qualifiers here for Blacklist. So, really great start here to the new season for Blacklist, at least for now. We don't know who their opponents are going to be, I do believe, but they are in the upper bracket final, so happy days.
Yeah, spectacular showing here in Game 3. Game 2 was a little bit worrying for Blacklist. It looked a little bit like the Blacklist we saw in the DPC, which just looked pretty lost for the most part, even with a lead. This time around, they play off that advantage really well. They come out with really strong lanes. Abed's matchup against Yoe was a complete wash for Yoe. The only good thing to come out for Talon was WS's lane, but again, he makes one bad move up top. In fact, the entirety of Talon just makes a chain of bad moves, and once they're behind with that kind of lineup, there's no hope of trying to stall it out. They had to maintain the lead, shut down that momentum of Blacklist, and Blacklist again, having a good read of what they had to do with this draft. Look amazing. From the open qualifiers into upper bracket finals here for the closed qualifiers. Quite the redemption arc for the side of Blacklist, and for Talon, they're going to have to try to scoop their way up from the lower bracket.
We shall see how that lower bracket goes, because I believe we're heading into the lower bracket for our next series. But before that, we are going to have to head off to a break. And of course, right after that break, We'll be back with our second series of the day here for the ESL stream, so we'll be right back.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into the second series of the night for the closed qualifiers for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and I believe we are casting Execration vs Talon now. Coming up, Jonathan, obviously Talon just losing 2-1 to Blacklist in the upper bracket semi-finals, so they do come down here to verse Execration in the lower bracket. How you feeling, Jonathan?
Radiant team ban.
It should be an interesting one. I think overall, Talon and Blacklist was not as lopsided as he expected for a new stack attempt. Maybe some
10
decision making
seconds
had to
remaining.
clean up, especially in that game 3. But this one should be
5
pretty close.
seconds
I feel like
remaining.
Execration's almost on the same level. So it's going to be interesting to see just how much Talon can kind of do up against a stack like Execration.
Radiant team ban.
And we'll see what exactly they can do, of course, with the bans coming up as they can be taken care of.
10 seconds remaining.
Right. The Muerta.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Execration, the third ban out for them now. Let's see where they do go with it, and they do indeed get rid of the Weaver. The Primal Beast still available, Kunkka is still available, Phoenix still available here for either side. We'll see if those heroes do get removed here in this ban phase.
5 seconds remaining.
Going to the reserve time for this this final ban out here for Execration. The Primal Beast it does tend to be the ban that usually comes out in this this final ban phase before the first pick phase is upon us. And no, they get rid of the Slaughter, which, to be fair, against Talon, Yoe has run mid Slaughter quite a few times now, and it does look very challenging to go up against. Of course, it does also allow Execration to go for those picks like the Kunkka or the Primal Beast now without being afraid of a mid Slaughter coming out from Talon. So, highly anticipating one of those two heroes to come out here for Execration. Talon, on the other hand, what are they banning before we get to see these first phase of picks?
Talon Esports turn to pick.
The Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker, as always. Nothing really new for Talon there. Rather interesting that the Slaughter is actually a priority ban for XM, maybe just knowing that Yo has been really comfy in it recently. So, we'll see what Talon will want to open up with. Primal Beast still an option for WS and for Yoe. I think that's the safest opener to come out here for Talon. That's something that they've been really comfy with. They are taking their time in picking that up if they are considering it, so we shall take a look.
Radiant team
and we will find it. It is the Kunkka to open instead, so that should be our Yoe hero straight up. I don't expect too much flexing here on Talon. Kunkka has been one of the heroes that has really popped off here in the Southeast Asian close qualifiers. Not too surprising to see it picked up. Execration back into the Phoenix, which we also see in response to Kunkka a lot. Wonder if Execration will ban out the Snap later on, as that tends to be a very straightforward answer. We'll see. Talon have to ban out first.
Esports turn to ban.
Oh, we shall. What Talon want for this this final ban out? Like, they can. They already got rid of the Slaughter here on Execration's end, but I suppose Talon's the only one really running the mid Slaughter so far.
10 seconds.
I can imagine what they want to choose here against the mid Kunkka. Obviously, we always go back to the quad pickup that you can go for, but Talon could just get rid of it right now if they so wish and kind of be done with it.
Radiant team ban.
Instead, Brewmaster gets banned out.
Yeah, I think just showing respect for what the hero can do. It's fairly annoying to deal with in lane. You already have a Phoenix that you could maybe flex onto a 4, so like a Phoenix Brewmaster lane's pretty strong. I am curious to see what Execration's ideas are, because they have a lot of their favorite picks left in the pool. The Luna, the Visage, even that Viper that we saw Tino all chat about in our first matchup in closed qualifiers. It's still available. Have to consider their own bans. They'll take care of the Naga, so there's targeting down Akashi. You have to remember as well, CML used to play with Akashi on Polaris. She's fairly aware of what Akashi does love to play. So a few targeted bans here and there. Tusk will come out for Execration. Should be our Shanks hero very early on, so just securing their 2 supports. A lot of aggression can come out with the Tusk Phoenix. I think you have a lot of good play that is set up here for the side of Execration.
10 seconds remaining.
Pretty much any laning partner you're looking for starts to feel pretty good.
5 seconds
For
remaining.
Tino and for CML, Phoenix and Tusk can enable those lanes quite nicely. For Talon, what will it be? Again, they still have this Primal Beast pickup that is completely ignored somehow, so WS can still slide into that. Primal Beast and Kunkka, and a strength hero with both buff always feels amazing, but whether or not Talon wants to dip into that is another question. There's still the Snapfire to consider as well for the Phoenix. There is still stuff like the AA to take away the healing that the Phoenix will want to provide as well. They'll go for the Treant Protector, which we've seen Talon be really fond of, and again, playing it a lot more aggressive than normally. You know, you really don't go for the live. It's a 2-3-0 build. So I like to see that from Talon. Just establish their own lanes and gives them some good teamfight control as well. With the Overgrowth, the Shard option down the line, the Blink build up can feel really nice if you can hit those spikes. Are they going to double down with another support pickup? I mean, honestly, I still feel like Snap is something you play with here. Like Snap Kunkka, Snap Treant. They'll go with the Dark Willow instead, so they don't care for the egg. They'll go for their own control. They've got a way of scaling up now with the Dark Willow as well. They've got a way of breaking this Tusk from saves, right? So if the save comes in, Bramble Maze onto the spot he's going to land in, and you're pretty happy with finding the follow-up. So I like this. I think it can do quite a fair bit. I'm just a little bit worried that the Phoenix is not addressed because Kunkka really doesn't care for the egg. So there's still a big factor here for Execration to build up on if they start to pile on some teamfight control here.
Well, we shall see. Execration. Third pick for themselves to make. Obviously, going into this matchup, you'd assume Talon should be favoured as Execration now. They'll start with the Faceless Void. We did see this last series as well from Akashi himself, and I mean, it was looking quite nice, but well, we'll see how it goes for Execration. I'm not sure how to feel about this hero. It's one thing to see it in the last series and see it win, but we'll see if they can do the same thing this series around for Execration's end of things.
I think the one thing with the Faceless Void here is that it combines really nicely with the Phoenix. So you've got the Egg Chrono to play with. You've got a pretty decent lane in Faceless Void Phoenix as well. Maybe not the most aggressive, but a misstep can be punished quite nicely by Execration. Your supports on Talon don't do too much about the Chrono. Overgrowth is the one counter factor, but you have to really watch your positioning here on the Treant to ensure that you've got Overgrowth ready for the Chrono usage. They go for the Dawnbreaker as well, so that should be our Tino hero off lane. So now you have some really strong lanes coming out. Dawnbreaker Tusk can wreak havoc on a lot of safe lane matchups. And you've got this global presence, you've got something to set up for a really good Solar Guardian as well with the Chrono. So even if you don't have the damage to kill them off in that burst window, you'll have the follow-up control. You'll have a little bit of coming in. And hopefully the Dawnbreaker upon arrival can just help you clean up. So I like this consideration from Execration. They're not going for anything too wild, you know, nothing like the Marcy Lupin or the Marcy Visage, just a straightforward draft. Talon into the Timbersaw. So they go back for that on WS. They had a lot of success with that in their last series, of course. But that was against a much more strength-focused lineup. Sure, you are still up against a Phoenix, a Tusk, to an extent the Faceless Void, but in lane, I don't know if you're going to get as much here for WS. Like, the Faceless Void can always time walk off the damage. You can try to keep up the chase. There is significant magic damage coming out from Exa here with the Phoenix, so you're not going to feel as durable on the Timb. I think they have some decent answers in Exa. Like, you can go for a Silver Edge on the Faceless Void if need be. Might not even be here. And you have all the percent-based damage on your Phoenix anyway.
Well, more bans to come. Mid-hero to be banned out here for Talon. Execration looking for a safe lane ban out themselves. You still don't know what they're picking into this Kunkka mid.
Radiant team ban.
So get rid of the Pingo for now. I mean, we keep talking about the quad pick against the Kunkka and it's taken it, even if it has been left. I do wonder if Bob's having to think to himself, like, if it is left, that he will take it, because it, you know, just hasn't been seen.
5 seconds remaining.
I suppose you do also have
Yeah.
options that we saw, like we saw, I believe, in the first day of qualifiers, and that kind of worked against this mid Kunkka.
Yeah, like, you'd have the Lina can kind of crush. It still has a range advantage, a lot of spell spam. Wouldn't mind seeing that for Bob. I think it also gives you some much needed damage into the Chrono and
Radiant
allows you to
team
just
back.
look for this magical burst onto the Tim. But we'll see if that's something Talon reads and if it's something they prioritize and ban. Execration taking care of more Akashi heroes, taking care of that TA and Morphling, which we have seen him play a lot of when he was on Polaris. So can be left with a limited pool of options here for the safe lane. Up against Faceless Void, you might consider something like, say, Wraith King if you wanted to go that route. I think it still ties in well with a Kunkka. feel it's nice with a
5
Timber Saw to
seconds
kind of
remaining.
just jump up with 2 tanky heroes. We'll see what Talon considers. They will have to pick first after this ban. And I still feel like your analysis on that Lena ban should be on point. Like if they don't ban it, Bob would consider that, or knowing
Talon
Bob, he might
Esports
consider something
turn
like
to
his
pick.
Bat Rider. Yeah, to take care of the Earth Spirit instead. And Talon, what's Orakachi's safe lane going to be?
That's the $1 million question.
Radiant team pick.
They're gonna go for the PA pickup.
Phantom
Well, I mean, it's
Assassin.
a classic counter towards the Void, but the PA has not been popular as of late. I mean, I suppose the hero is still somewhat strong, and you haven't. Perhaps that the PA is a
10
decent pick
seconds
here.
remaining.
It can be. It does
5 seconds remaining.
really rely on the laning phase. I think this laning phase into Dawnbreaker can be a little bit challenging, but you can always stand back, play with a dagger. You've got that can act up front for you, so it's almost like a range versus melee lane. If you just focus on spamming your dagger out, we shall see Execration. And that Lena still fits in really well, just because you get even more magical burst to also handle that PA pre-BKB, and you still get this really good matchup up against the Kunkka. See what Exa will want for Bob. And if I know Bob, it's either that or a Quap or a Bat Rider. I don't know why. I don't know why I say Bat Rider, but every time I think of Bob, that's like probably one of his most played heroes. He'll go for the Monkey King instead, so that's another way to try to trump this melee matchup mid. Not too sure in this one. I feel like the Kunkka still wins out. You don't care too much about trying to trade. You'll win out anyway with your Tidebringer. He has to spam out the Boundless Strike, which is a fairly long cooldown in comparison. This does give you some damage in Chrono, gives you a little bit more presence out, plays nicely with the Phoenix, so they are kind of tying into this egg combination on Execration's end. I have to say, it's a rather interesting draft for Game 1 here in our second series. I think this one can go either way, depending on how the laning phase goes. So you have some good openings for both sides to kind of consider here. And it should lead to a pretty exciting match. I would say that I might prefer... maybe I'd lean towards Execration just a bit more. I think the team fight potential is a little bit scary. Although, you will need to block off Ponyo. If Ponyo manages to get a Blink, stay outside Chrono. Overgrowth can kind of break that, but you have other options. You have Solar Guardian, you have the Wukongs to still worry about in Talon. Talon only really has that Overgrowth that they can play with. Maybe a good boat Torrent Storm from Yoa, if the timing's right. The X factor for Talon will have to be WS on that Timber Saw. If he can pull a performance off, as we saw in Game 2 in the last series, then that's where they can build their momentum off of, as his Timber Saw is spectacular once it does get rolling. So, we shall see. I think this is going to be a pretty close one between these two teams.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Execration versus Talon. Game number 1 is set to get underway. Can't wait to see how it does go. I mean, it should be interesting. It should be very, very interesting seeing as Talon, they did just come from the upper bracket. So you'd imagine they should be favoured again against Execration, but I suppose odds don't really matter anymore because we are into game 1. So we'll head over to that.
This guy
Prepare.
totally knows.
And here we go again. I mean, this is a strat. You know, use the John X Fire voice lines against Talon. If they don't want to buy him, John,
Yeah.
use it against...
Yeah, Bob knows, you know? Bob listens. See? It's a difference. No one listens. No one ever listens. I don't know why Bob decided to, but... You know, it's all that loud talking in Japan, like, all the way back.
It was.
You enjoy that. You'd listen in from your hotel room
All the
on
time.
the 8th floor.
Not by my own will, let me tell you. It wasn't my choice. Moving on, Execration. I mean, looking for a fight here in the Dire Triangle. Of course, Talon, they've moved over to the far left side of the map, so seeing if they can catch somebody trying to cut down the tree line here for Ponyo, but that is not going to happen. I believe it was Gabby last series. They got caught cutting down that tree line
Seconds to battle.
prior to the bounty rune spawning, and did give away first blood to Talon, but seems like Execration probably were watching that and will not be willing to give the opening over.
They do have that one advantage, right? As you mentioned, they already played... Their match was yesterday. That's when they played back-to-back matches today. They only have this match and maybe another match if they do move on. So they've had time to watch and observe Talon, try to adjust their strats, and get some more info in. Whereas Talon, just came off the back of a series, might be feeling a little bit fatigued. We'll see how that plays in. You also have to remember Execration for the most part has been together a lot longer than the Talon stack has been. So they don't have to worry about being rattled as much, whereas Talon, again, back-to-back series can play a factor here. See, as the lanes break out, you do have Bob on that mid Monkey King up against Yoe on the Kunkka. And this should be fairly decent for Kunkka. Monkey does have some counterplay with Mischief, but beyond that, unless the Kunkka manages to give a full set of Jingu stacks over to Bob, then it shouldn't be too bad for the Kunkka. Although, as I say that, Bob does get the Jingu stack, so he should be able to sustain, but it's just down to the harassment. Like, Boundless is way too long in a cooldown for you to really effectively shove Yoe out, so should be just fine. I'm playing this lane with the good old Tidebringer, of course.
Should be. Top lane, of course, we're having a look at Akashi against Tino and Shanks, and of course Ponyo is there on the tree to boot. It could be a little bit of a scary lane here for Akashi, but I suppose with the lead seed spam from Ponyo, you've just got this constant HP battery of Tino and Shanks here, and Ponyo can just walk over every couple seconds, just use that leech seed and just walk back to the small camp, and that's exactly what he'll do now. Just pull the wave back towards his tier 1 tower. Give Akashi the best start he possibly can. I think Shanks and Tino still have plenty of potential to kill off this PA if he does get caught with his pants down, but it may be a little bit challenging as long as Ponyo's nearby. Like, you really can't underestimate that lead seed, though. As I say, that Ponyo is going to get jumped. With the tag team, they don't land all the Starbreaker hits they wanted, but it won't matter. Ponyo will go down. Shanks will secure first blood, and well, there you go. John Execration proving me wrong straight away.
And this is the laning combo that we saw from, I don't know, it was an NA team, it was a Chopfire Rebellion. I think we had an interview, they said, yeah, they didn't know about this combination. They come in, and Rex face. You have to respect the tag team and the Starbreakers, and there's a lockdown. Bot, getting a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, CML was getting quite low. Palos getting low himself as well in the Void. Both these heroes in Execration down at the bottom lane not having the best time against JoeCam and WS. WS has been having a very good qualifier thus far, so I'm not too shocked to see that Palos and CML are not quite able to keep up here against the Timbersaw. But I actually can't remember the last time I saw WS lose a lane in the qualifier. Johnny, he's just been very strong.
That he has. He's really improved his performance, building up on that time he had in Boom. And he's just making every single matchup 11 hell. And again, I love this build-up that WS goes for, going for the 1-1-0. No reactive armor, just going all in on offense, wanting to deal that damage early on. Just makes it so hard to feel comfortable for Palos to just stand forward. Like, a lot rides on CML landing his spells to balance out that lane.
That it does. Ponyo, top lane again, gonna go down. Tino and Shanks just with that same combination of the tag team, plus the Starbreaker, proving to be more than enough here against the Treant Protector. And well, Ponyo, he's the second kill of the game already. Not very good news.
That's good news for Talon for sure. That's going to be a running start now, lined up here for Tino. Should have a relatively nice time to build into his Soul Ring, keep spamming the spells, maybe even try to consider a Deso Rush as well. And having that level advantage, of course.
Oh, Akashi! Boy, oh boy, that was a real shame. Akashi just getting caught by Shanks to the tag team, and it's just way too quick. Like, he had nothing to blink to. There was no Treant Protector to help him. He just died instantly.
Talk about this lane for Talon having to be played more like a ranged hero, just standing back, playing with a Stifling Dagger. Can't afford to give these openings out to the Dawn and the Tusk. And honestly, the top lane is going pretty bad for Talon. Even the mid lane, they always have 8 CS, as they are making moves down the bot.
CML gets hit by the Shadow Realm hit, and it is going to prove to be enough as WS just has no fear, still chasing Palos. Eventually will back away as top lane. They do finally punish Tino. Meanwhile, Yoe goes down in the mid lane as Bob and Shanks are able to find that kill. So just kills happening all across the map. Not really sure who's won out here, John, but it feels pretty good for Execration by the sounds of it.
Radiant's courier.
That it does. They've got a 2-level lead now in Bob. Yoe is still level 3, about to hit 4. Bob's at 5, inching towards a 6. And this mid lane for Yoa has just been disastrous. 8-0 on the Kunkka. Bob 29-24. And Bob just playing aggressive every single time. He does have range advantage, technically, as a melee hero up against the Kunkka, so I suppose that factors into why Yoa is not able to come in for the Tide Runner. And they just control this lane well. Okay.
Yeah, getting caught. He does have the Shadow Realm to try and buy a bit of time, but it's looking a little bit challenging as well, he's going to keep going for a run. Ponyo actually showing up to tank all the ganks, and now Shanks and Bob are the ones that have gone a bit too far. As Yoe does rotate to boot, Bob will go down. Shanks, not looking too good for him either. It's now Shanks in trouble. Joe Cam, of all things, going to survive throughout all of this. And Shanks, slowly but surely, still going down. Still running. Still buying a little bit more time as the Brambles won't land. So Shanks, he actually gets out of it.
Yeah, manages to bail out. You're still very happy with that Bob kill, even if it costs a lot of rotations. Yoa need to find something at some point, and that kind of helps to compensate for a slower lane, but not completely. He's still in a really comfy spot here if you are on execration.
Oh, Akashi.
Yoa's still gonna
Oh, Akashi, he's really confident. Gets the blink away this time. Ponyo just chasing down Shanks, but unable to keep up with the movement speed of the Tusk. It seems the lead seed finally comes out. Actually, Shanks should die. Akashi still being chased here by Tino. Will be able to barely survive. But this Dawnbreaker now extremely scary. As bottom lane, WS being chased down. It is going to be fine. He'll turn around once again. Back towards Palos he goes. Palos, no time walk available. Goes for the creep wave instead. Ends up just dropping.
Radiant's bottom
That's-
tower is under attack.
It's a tough time. Tough time.
There's Ponyo. Finds the Wisdom Rune. Shouldn't be able to be bursted down by Shanks as well, so a nice little steal from the side of Talon while all those fights break out. It's a really even game. I feel like the biggest factor is still this mid difference.
Ponyo. It is going to go down. Nice easy pick off here. Does at least steal the Wisdom Rune. So like, the bright side is like he gives up his life, gets the extra XP though. It's, generally speaking, most support's going to be happy to sacrifice some souls for them. WS,
True.
about to fall, still alive, but not for long. Palos though, can he get away from this Dark Willow? He's going to keep juking through the tree line. Joe Cam, he'll run out of time with the Shadow Realm, and seems like Palos now, the aggressor, wants to move in. WS even rotating with the Solar Guardian, looking for Joe Cam, but he'll miss the Celestial Hammer. That was a bit of a forced play, I think, from Tino and Palos. Now the Solar Guardian just kind of going to waste, and Tino will just have to run his way back up to the top lane through the Twin Gates.
Yeah, but you get so much space out on mid anyway. Mid tier 1 falls, Bob finds a DD, Bob's ready to play, has the Orb of Corrosion with a Power Treads and a casual Wraith Band, so they can start to hunt down. They're smoking out for this one.
Well, Joe Cam. It's alright. Ponyo. A little pass as well. Seems like Bob wants to go for Yoe. Yoe gonna cop the snowball. Bob with the double damage has so much damage available. And Yoe just gets deleted in the mid lane. Meanwhile, CML also dying down bottom on the Phoenix, but no, you just lost the Kunkka. You're not gonna mind that.
No, so we aren't. And again, the big difference in this game for Talon from all the games we've watched is Yoa is having an atrocious time. He can't even rotate to get some impact in the side lanes. Look at Bob just hunting behind tier 2s.
Well, why not? Bobby, he's feeling like a big boy at the moment. Chase is on though. Torrent will not land on Bob.
Radiant's bottom
Walk
tower
away.
is under attack.
And actually might run into Akashi of all people. Akashi does not want to see this. Bob cannot believe his eyes. Gets away from the gank, finds himself a very, very high priority target, and Akashi has nothing to blink to. Centaur tries to help out, but it's no good.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Even the Centaur gave him 2 seconds to blink away, but there was just no creep wave.
And it's down to this forward vision as well from the side of Execration, setting up very aggressively up top, cutting off any farming areas that Akashi would want to safely play in. They haven't been able to shove in bot as well. They will try onto Bob, but Silver Guard stalls.
Yeah, it does. Bob's still going to go down though. Tino will move in, but Tino is kind of alone at the moment. The Terrorize is going to land, so Tino now in huge troubles. In the meantime, Palos also going down.
Radiant's
Oh, that's just terrible. All 3 cores across the map dropping, and now an extra support. WS just leading them down a bot lane, fighting both heroes. And this is what feels like a turning point for Talon now, where the net worth exchange, it's certainly favoring them. And well, Execration, they're off to a fantastic start, but it looks like it's fallen apart.
is under attack.
That it is. I mean, you had an atrocious start for Akashi, but Palas is having it way worse. And the farm of this Faces Void is... It's probably going to be a bit slower than the PAs, considering that Akashi is just rushing into that Battle Fury timing here as well. And you know, as long as he isn't hunted down again, he should be fairly happy with that timing relative to the Faces Void. This Timbersaw of WS, in doing as much work as it did in that last series, already has the Kaya up. So looking to just play damage. I love it. He's not even focusing on the tanking aspect. Again, he's just wanting to come in, wanting to burst these heroes down. Akashi could die in the same spot. They didn't de-ward here. They have vision, but they're not able to collapse onto that PA at the moment. So a little bit of rep breathe coming out. A 2k lead coming out from Talon. And eventually Yo is just going to find his Blade Mail, try to build up. Tier 1 top falls. So again, having that forward reach into Akashi's area. Akashi could switch gears and start farming towards the bot jungle. They have the vision there. I don't think it's the safest option for him to still hanging around here. Doesn't have the HP to cop through all these spells if they throw them out.
Death at my hands is an honor.
Yeah, Akashi's going to be just fine. Execration. Just grouping up around the tower ruins now. Bob will be able to find himself a nice arcade, and they are going to smoke off the back of that. Running down towards the bottom lane. Palos was being hunted by Ponyo. What do they actually do with WS? Like, this Timbersaw, even without reactive armor, he is pretty tanky and can prove to be a little bit slippery. Jumping from Bob, Ponyo. He's going to be the actual target. TPs are incoming though. Ponyo, can he get the overgrowth off? No, he cannot. He is down. Bob, however, Bob is taking way too much damage. They'll bring the Solar Guardian in to help out and keep him alive for now. In comes Yoe, but Jokam has already dropped as they are still hunting Bob, but Bob with the Mischief Dodge avoids the boat damage. It's 2 down for Talon. Akashi now showing up, wanting to find himself his own target. They'll move on to Shanks, but Shanks looking to snowball back to the neutral camp as now he is down. WS finding themselves a pick-off. Like a pretty rough fight for Talon.
And it was on knife's edge. If they managed to get the overgrowth first, instead of just relying on the Terrorize, could have been maybe in Talon's favor, but just way too much burst to deal with Ponyo right now. And they find a big target they want. That's the one here you need to really pin down. Because if this Treant's alive, it makes it unsafe for you to go for Chronos. It makes it unsafe for you to go for these snowball plays. So Ponyo has to be really careful with his positioning here. 10 to 11, 1k lead still stands for Talon. Again, a very competitive game so far between these two teams. Echo Saber for Bob flying out now, so a little bit more reach and damage here for the Monkey King. And whereas for Talon, you're still kind of sitting back and waiting. Akashi, that'll clear only the recipe away, but you can't afford to die here.
Oh boy, overgrowth out. Palos. Chrono is committed. He's going to try and use it defensively to run. But I think Akashi could consider the chase. Time dilation makes it hard. Phantom Strike was on cooldown, so they'll have to leave him be. Top lane, Jokam being watched right now by Bob and CML, but seems like they are going to have to leave Jokam alone. Or maybe not. Bob's thinking about going in. Here comes Shanks. They've got the snowball off. Shadow Realm is there though. Bob going to pop the Wukong's command, but the Terrorize is immediate. Canceling off the Wukongs into the brambles, and now WS shows up. Bob! It's very big commitment for a support Dark Willow that you don't even kill off in the end.
That's a massive loss. Again, Bob had this great foundation coming out of the laning phase. Look at the net worth now. Bob is only 100 gold above Yoe, who had basically no game to play in the laning phase. Like, these debts are piling up for the side of Execration. It's allowing Talon a way back in for some of these cores that had a rougher start. It's allowing this snowballing effect for WS once more, going already has the blink on the Timber Saw. You already have the Battle Fury up for Akashi as well, so now you can truly flash farm on this PA. Talos still a million miles behind in comparison, like wanting to go into the Maelstrom to have a little bit of presence in the jungle, but even that timing's not going to feel great. So Talon, all they have to do is maybe minimize a few losses. Again, you kind of want to maybe give a little bit more priority onto Ponyo in these two supports, as the shard into blink for the Treant feels pretty key. Beyond that, they've been set up to punish the side of Execration. It feels like whoever starts these fights ends up kind of having a line. So maybe the play is to just sit back and farm and try to race there.
Bottom, Palos. He's safe. They don't have the overgrowth right now. It is 10 seconds though till he does have it back up. The top lane, Talon being very, very patient, waiting for somebody to show their face. Bob's gonna be cautious. WS might... Oh, Bob. I don't know about this. He's gonna try again onto WS. Terrorize is out though into the brambles. WS continuing for the chase. The battle is just never able to come out. They'll go after the Dark Willow instead. Joe Camp will go down. Execration, they do eventually get themselves a Dark Willow. WS though successfully able to chain TP up.
Yeah, and that's a lot of time committed out from Expiration. A lot of resources dragged up top to save Bob, which again opens up this time for you to farm in your PA, for you to recover on Yoe, who's working onto the Ags now instead of the Heart, and for Akashi to hit that BKB timing. So you don't mind that kind of play, even if it sacrifices Jokan, because it opens up way more on the map. It's Execration that wants to be fairly aggressive. So regardless, although,
Bottom lane. Ponyo, it seems like he just wants to... CML will be the one to take it. For Execration, they just want to commit the chrono, get something going here for Palos, maybe a bit of split gold, and better than nothing, I suppose.
It is better than nothing. It does cut off your two ults though. At the very least, you still have Egg Wukongs, so that combination is still available, but that does mean if Palos does get caught out, he has no saving play for himself. So the team has to be ready to try to back up that Faceless Void. Talon clumped up on the mid. Siege is not the fastest for this lineup, so not going to fully commit for that, but they are checking triangles, clearing out some camps. No stacks to steal. See how keen Execration are on a defense here. Again, Wukong's egg still available. He could try to defend this.
One mid tower. I don't think they can stick around. Joe Cam gonna force CML away. And there goes the tier 1. Towards the top lane, Talon rush too. It seems like maybe Tino could be targeted here. Is WS also going to show up? And they're just going to farm by the looks of it. They're not even going to bother chasing down Tino. More than happy to sit back and relax. Execration obviously don't mind right now because they are behind. Of course, they do have a Void after all, so you want to spend some time getting some farm up here on Palos. That's exactly what they'll do. Scan onto the Roshan pit just in case. See, nobody's in the Roshan pit as of yet, but a fair call considering you do have a Tusk on the other side. Now Palos being hunted. Palos has scanned out. He'll know they're there. Palos still trying to run, realizing that Ponyo is probably right by his side. And Ponyo, he's got the overgrowth, but is he going to commit? No, not yet. And it's too late now. Palos barely able to get away. Very nice scan out from whoever committed it to give Palos that information that they were hunting him down.
Yep, saves the day. Allows Palos to just regroup for farm. You do still manage to hit some timings on Talon though. Full Ags up for Yoa now. So the Torrent Storm is available. You have some BKBs to counteract that. Mainly on Tino, but you got to disassemble BKB for Bob down line. Bob.
Yeah, I mean, but they can't believe it. Bob just jumped out of the tree. They couldn't believe their eyes. Just nobody wanted to commit. They just weren't sure he was still there, and when they did confirm, it was just too late.
And that's one of the things that we have seen.
Yeah, Bob gets caught anyway. Never mind, John. He's gonna try for the Wukong's command, but he is just slowly burning. WS just trying his luck with the tree, and he gets the right one.
Yeah, that is one thing with Talon, though. Like, they do find a Bob kill, but that hesitation is something that we've seen a couple of times, where it does feel like sometimes in the calls it's either a little bit too jumpy, you know, it feels like they want to go in straight up, or it's a little bit behind. They don't make that snap call when they need to. Still, 5k lead piling up for Talon. Akashi and WS taking a good comfy lead over the other cores. Not a massive margin, but solid enough, especially when compared to Palos and Bob. BKB for Akashi not too far off. So handling this PA is going to be a lot tougher. It puts a ton of pressure on Palos and trying to get these chronos to pin him down, and a really good egg position from CML. And again, the water park's ready for Yoe when these bigger fights break out. Looks like they might look for something up top, potentially. But they do back off, and Exploration are two there.
We shall see. WS gets spotted. Palos who popped the chrono and immediately goes after Joe Camp. Solar Guardian going to be there to follow up. WS does manage to chain to the low ground, get away from that for a moment, as now, oh, they've got the Void! Bob, he's trying to move in to help out, but he popped the Wukongs instead of the Boundless. Bob, well, he's going to try and find here, but I'm not sure if it's going to go too well for him. Boat is going to be out onto the Monkey King, and he is down. Oh, CML not making it out either. WS right on target, finds a triple kill on the Timber. He went for the Wukongs instead of just popping the Boundless first, and how to use the Boundless, I think he might have had time to allow the Void to time warp. But instead, the Wukong's first, and unfortunate.
That was unreal.
Very unfortunate.
Cost him a lot in execution. Really good punishment out from Talon. Get WS just playing on the edge. Going for that chain down onto the low ground, dodging out the immediate stun from the Chrono onto Dark Willow. It's not the hero you want to pin. It's really, if you have to choose the supports, it's got to be the Strian. Because Joe Camp's not doing too much on that Willow anyway. It's just a bit of a bonus if you can get the spells off. And that just allows so much room for Akashi to just jump in and do damage. Like, Bob can't fully deal with the evasion on the PA, even with Wukong, so you can't really just focus down Akashi at the moment. Execration need to clean up their execution here, as it's Talon that's kind of dancing around him right now. Full Lotus Orb up on WS as well, so some armor coming in, some ways to protect up against some of these casts. And the Roshan opens up for the side of Talon. No Deso up on the PA, but it doesn't matter. They've got the output to deal with it. First game going to Talon. No contest from Execration. And that's going to be a pretty rough time. Trying to find 2 lives on Akashi would be easy said and done.
Akashi will take the Aegis for himself. Tips out from Yoe for some reason. And they go down towards the bottom tier 2 tower. Meantime, they'll take the torment of themselves. Bob will get himself a free shot. Do they let the bottom tier 2 tower go down? It seems like Talon don't even want it. They just want to go for a smoke. In the mid lane they go. CML, the closest target. WS just blinking right forward, but not able to find the Phoenix quite yet.
Misses out. Would have been a nice kill to find early. Definitely opens up the high ground to be simpler for Talon. Instead, they'll still be able to poke and prod at that tier 2, at the least.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower not going to take very long at this rate. This is without a Desolator up on Akashi yet. Just the Orb of Corrosion minus armor is what they're using here. And it is gone. Nice and easy. Palos, he's still desperately trying to get that farm up on the Void. Almost at the Manta style now, but desperately needs it to try and avoid this overgrowth of Ponyo that just continues to ruin him every team fight. And speaking of the devil, Ponyo, about to find Palos. The chrono committed immediately from Palos. No hesitation. Secures the kill, but now WS, he wants revenge. Meanwhile, mid lane, they found Yoe. That's a secondary target. Palos is able to TP away from WS while all that was happening. So 2 heroes going down here for Talon. Execration. Still signs of life from this Radiant team.
And they find a good isolation targets to go for. WS being split off from the mid, split off from Yoe. Means that the counterplay isn't really there. They didn't have to pop the Solar Guardian. Don't mind too much. Tino is starting to ramp up in damage, going for his own Desolator now as well. You do have to be a little bit cautious of starting to play the split-up game on Talon. They are really strong in the clump up. Bob, going for the T-Ward.
Oh,
What?
Bob. Oh,
Why?
boy. Yeah, look.
Why?
I think, I'm not sure what's happened with Bob this game, John, but there's been a couple of questionable decisions.
I mean, he jumps off to clear out a sentry ward.
Yes, he did. Yes,
Then
he
jumps
did.
back onto a tree,
Yes.
and then gets the tree chopped by WS, and, well, that's...
Correct.
Bob's your uncle, as they say.
Oh, that is what they say, Jonathan. Bob is indeed your uncle. In this case, a dead uncle. WS even got a gem off it. Top lane. Ponyo, feeling charitable himself now. Hands over a kill to Shanks at the top lane. Here comes Yoe. They'll find Palos. Bramble should lock him down, but no, the Void is safe for now. He'll be able to get away. Nice Manta dodge there on the X, I believe it was. Meanwhile, Egg being dropped in the mid lane. CML just kind of being left alone. Nobody cares about his Egg. Palos gonna go on to WS. WS actually melting quite quickly, looking for a chain away, but can't get it. He is down. Here comes Akashi. He found Shanks. He's on a CML. That'll be a secondary kill for the PA. The hunt is still on for the Void. But Akashi, I don't know if he can do this on his own. Looks like it won't matter anyway. He's not going to find Palos.
That back and forth trade is a little bit better for Execration. Even though they were forced to use Egg, I think CML was trying to save himself. To jump before that chase. Losing WS is a pretty big blow. And you can start to see the effect of maybe not having that reactive up, the physical output of the Faceless Void and of the Monkey on top of this.
Bob, I mean, he's got the Solar Guardian to help him out here from Tino. Akashi's still manning up through this. Palos is coming to try to help out. Bob, oh, he's got the crit, but he can't reach. Bob is going to find the Aegis. Wukong's command out. The cavalry is incoming, but they've got the chrono to ensure the PA gets locked down. And this time around, Bob is going to be able to set up a very good kill. Finding the PA twice, and even causing Ponyo to just leave the game. Now, Ponyo's had enough.
What is this decision making from both teams? It's I mean, Akashi trying to chase down solo is one thing. Bob jumping into the high ground a while ago, that's, I don't know, there's some really funky choices being made by both sides. And Talon, well, that doesn't lose them the lead, that does cost the momentum. Now going for the last outer tower is a little bit more difficult. You do at least have the Ags for Akashi on the respawn, so you'll have something new to play with there. Probably wants to have the shard as well. Let's see if they can clear out the Tormentor, and whoever gets lucky to have that pick up. They need to play as a team in town. They can't afford to keep splitting up like this. Execration, while they do perform well in the clump ups, they can also perform a lot better in the pickoffs as well. A town needs to connect everything together to really feel good, even in pickoff circumstance, outside of just pure burst on the PA. So, have to kind of measure the time here. Still some reconnection issues for Ponyo. So, unfortunate, but it is what it is.
It certainly is.
Hi,
Oh,
Yoa.
I'm so bored.
Oh, whoa, Yoa!
Calm down, Yoe.
Daddy
Not
chill.
very nice at all from Yoe. Oh, here we go.
You're
Go on,
being
John.
looked for by someone. Someone is looking for you. Hanap ka ni ano, it's like, you're being looked for by someone. That's
You
my
were doing very
Yurang.
well.
Yurang.
You were doing very well. I'm very
What is he
proud
wrong
of
me,
you.
John?
No, I think he's just typoing Yuragi. I have no clue.
Oh. What's Uragi got to do with this?
I don't know. Pub stuff, probably.
Oh.
These guys go out so many times. All these guys in Manila keep meeting up. Of course, no one in Davao does anything. I messaged a Poi to go out. He just ghosts me until he needs something.
Oh,
Classic.
my goodness. Where is Poi anyway?
He's still here in my city. I think he's not flying out for a while. Spoiler alert.
Okay.
He will fly at some point. Where? Who knows?
They haven't announced his team, have they? No, they haven't.
No, they haven't. He will fly. He has wings.
I've heard rumors. It's very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Don't know how I
Man's
feel about
enjoying
those
his break.
rumors. Yeah?
I find it funny. Yeah, the imagery in my head is just hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah.
One for another is what I'd
Oh,
say.
one for another. That's a good way. That's a good hint, Jonathan. Anyway, moving on. I think that's as far as you can take it. Ponyo.
Ponyo
said it,
by
not
the
me.
Sea.
Yeah. Ponyo.
Ever watch that film?
What's up?
Ponyo by the Sea.
No, Jonathan. I have taste.
It's a Studio Ghibli film.
Oh,
Right? You're the arbiter of taste.
Oh,
Look at you, Martin Scorsese of anime. Wow. It's film.
What's Ponyo by the Sea about, John?
It's about this sea spirit named Ponyo
Okay.
by the sea. That's it. What's the reason, Yoe? Yoe, what's wrong? Take your time. I wish you'd say diba. You can take my time, Yuri. That you're trying to guess. Wait. They're not together.
You were doing
right now,
very
is
well.
what
You were
you're
doing
saying.
very well.
Palos,
I'm very proud of
Did you
you.
see that?
it's
Please
like
tell me
make
you
us
just saw
guess. Yoe
What the hell is even that?
says they look like they're gonna attack. You guys have a face of yeah, I
This
just want to
guy
attack
totally
us out.
knows what he's doing. Did you see that? Please tell
This
me
guy
you just
dank
totally knows what
memes.
he's doing.
References within references. Of course, these guys totally know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Last
Clearly.
day to buy those. Well, actually, I don't think you can buy them anymore when I check the main menu. So it's gone, guys. It's over.
Well, your chance
No more.
to buy the John X5 was now no longer available. Unfortunately.
Can you give us a live Mike LaPhoenix voice line?
What? I'm sick, Jonathan. You know I can't right now.
That's right. Your lines are very sick, Mike.
Oh.
Very sick. You are right. You are
What were
correct.
What were my lines anyway? I can't even remember.
We don't care. We
Oh.
don't care.
Yeah, that was it was a line anyway. Oh goodness me! Can we go Ponyo?
No. It's by the sea. It's relaxing. I just realized I live in the tropics. I haven't been to the beach in 3 years. Maybe 2 years. It's kind of sad.
You live by the sea and you
Beaches are
haven't been
nice.
there in 2 years.
I haven't been there in 2 years.
Well, that is rather depressing, John. I must admit.
Well, I can't afford that.
What do you mean you can't afford to walk?
I'm chained
Dire
in
are
BC.
scattered.
All right, this is the casting life. It's in the NDAs. You get chained as they smoke up.
Okay. Smoke through the mid lane. Not obvious at all, Bob. It's a fast-moving tree, sir. Oh, goodness. It's so sad for Bob's moving faster than the cream protector as a tree. It's ridiculous. Ponyo. Oh, he's the closest target they could probably ask for here. Smoke broken. Dust is there. But Ponyo, he's fine.
I think the metaphor of
Dire's
Bob
middle
moving
tower
faster as
is
a tree
under
with no
attack.
legs is just the natural evolution of trees is to just simply levitate like that. This is the future when nature takes revenge on us. The trees will rise up. Bob is a figure of that.
Radiant are scattered. Dire are scanning.
A bit of a group up here mid lane, Talent. Grouping up, maybe a smoke to come here from Talon as they're too strong for the team at the moment. Still a 6k advantage their way, and Chrono is down for 42 seconds. Nice tidal wave back on Tino. Use the Starbreaker shards to kind of get away from this, but no, it's just so much damage. Never even got a chance to pop his own BKB.
They just rips to shreds. You have to respect that whirling death, of course. Make short work of strength hero like that Dawnbreaker. Have the opportunity now to try to look for more. Perhaps that tier 2 as Akashi's lined up solo up top. The rest of the team grouping up the bot, trying to stop. A little bit of a split push coming out. Roshan still a minute and a half away until we see that respawn timer. Probably the safest bet for both sides. WS?
The award's out from Palos. We've seen this situation before, though. Palos? Oh, Palos, you'd hate to die like this, Palos. It'd be rather unfortunate if you died, Palos. He will be able to manage to dodge the dagger, but WS is not done giving the vision over, and Palos is gone. Why are these calls dewarding for their support?
Why not?
Why are they doing
Of course,
this?
not carrying their own sentries. There you go. They carried a gem. They want to deward.
Oh, Bob, what are you doing? Bob's creep skipping at the moment. Bob pops his beat. Oh, no!
No.
Oh, Bob, come on now. Oh, he has the Solar Guardian to come. Tino's trying to help out, but WS is not done. Bob is gone. Tino now forced to BKB TP away. Ponyo luckily does not have overgrowth to pop this time around, so I don't understand why are they dewarding his calls, John? I don't
know. Maybe the pause gets to you, and you're like, this is a pub. I need to deward because my dumb supports run around, right? As a court player, and they forget it's a lobby game. Ticketed up for qualifiers. 10 seconds till the respawn on Roche as well. At the very least, the respawns will be there for Execration as well, so they can contest this one. And Town haven't made too much inways on the map. Tier 2 still stands up top. And again, Roshan just freshly spawning. Line is drawn by Akashi, so seems to know the next play, but it's a daytime spawn, so it's down south. He is going to go through the gate. Execration can fight there. We haven't seen the full complement of their spells. You know, like Chrono into Egg with Wukong's follow-up after Solar Guardian right as Chrono fades. Like a perfect execution like that. Feels like it needs to come out. Smoke out from Exe. See if they catch something.
More wards out here from Ponyo. Gonna not see Palos yet. He was smoked up, but now they will. Overgrowth still on cooldown for 15 seconds. Palos trying to get some wards down. Oh, is that sentry ward out of range? Oh my god, it's out of range.
It's
Look
right
at that.
out of range.
It's right out of range. They can.
I think they have the sentry. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
this.
unfortunate.
Oh no, Palos, no.
Oh.
This is so unlucky. This is just unfortunate. It's not fair. But Palos will survive a little bit longer, but the Torrent Storm connects. He doesn't know who to Chrono. Who do I Chrono? He's just dead. Oh, that is
Yikes.
so unfortunate. Oh my god.
That is not just that. It's the ward, it's the positioning, and then the Torrent Storm cops him like 2 times. It's the game's working against you there. Unfortunate. Bob just gonna try to creep cut, it looks like. Try to prevent too much damage being done onto the high ground. Fortify is still ready for execution. Talon not opting for the Roche. Going for that aggression. Force out the 1 Fortify. Again, at least one more creep wave will come in before Bob's creep cuts can kick into gear. So they have the time, they have the damage to go for 1, possibly 2 sets of racks. Mid is still shoving in as well. And execration off the back of just one unfortunate sentry ward placement, find themselves on an extreme disadvantage now in this game.
You know what would have helped though, John? If they didn't lose that gem earlier with Palos, they probably wouldn't have needed that sentry ward, to be fair.
If they didn't lose the gem twice over.
That is
With
true.
Bob as well earlier on. Like the same spot. What is with this spot?
I
And
don't
the
know.
execration players. Is
It's
it a
that
magnet? They can't help themselves.
Oh, Bob, he's creep skipping, but WS is there with the Hex out now. Oh,
Bash!
the bash!
You are not loving life if
I-
you're Bob right now.
I can't believe it! I can't believe how unlucky are these guys getting!
That was a dagger first, dagger back.
Oh my god! I mean, what is happening?
That's called getting Phantom Assassin.
Yeah.
That's a Phantom Assassin moment right there. Certified, guaranteed. Into the Roche they go. They play it safe, going only for the 1 racks. And now you have the Ags of Jokan. So you have this stupid Shadow Realm Axe ready to go. At the very least, he doesn't have too much right click yet. No Moon Shard, no Witchblade, no Octarine. But this is the start of potentially the most painful way to scale into the late game. You do have a piece of control coming out for CML with a Sight of Vice, but here comes Talon going through the gate, wanting to find more. See if they find a straggler here. Palos is pretty far forward.
That he is.
Dire
Palos, be
scanning.
very cautious here, sir. They'll smoke up. Akashi's gonna see him. They'll wait. Vision down. I don't think it's gonna matter too much if Palos gets jumped. WS moving straight in with all the confidence in the world. The snowballs will save the void for now. A big balance strike landing on 3 targets as well. Ponyo is down. That is one gone. The egg will explode and now the chrono does come out. They've got WS in that. They'll focus down the timber first. Onto the cooker they go. Yoe, he's in a bit of trouble. Akashi in the backside trying to find himself an easier target, but he needs to get out for now. In fact, never mind. What a tidal wave and a torrent stop from Yoe. He's taken down Shanks. Bob's in trouble to boot. Palos has just run. He's left the building. He's had enough of the fight. My goodness. And they want more. They want CML.
Radiant's courier.
So CML should be okay to make it out.
Radiant's top tower.
Palos will just creep skip in the meantime.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That tier 2 top tower is gone.
Radiant's top
It's
tower
the opening.
has fallen.
No outer towers left for Execration. What looked like a decent start. Catching out Akashi, getting a decent egg. Egg doesn't pop while Akashi's within range. Just gets the bounce right out, forces out the chrono. Damage is missing at that point. And now high ground begins. Aegis is gone. Sure, you still have the cheese ready on Akashi as we get a pause. Ponyo!
Yeah, Ponyo's
Maybe
no
move away from the sea.
Ping issues, apparently.
This guy totally knows what he's doing.
You know what? I can always stand in if they want. You know, I'll take over. Ponyo?
Daddy, chill.
I'll do it.
Oh, what? The meme's subbing in Mike now?
You know what, John? Before this qualifier started, I considered joining the open qualifiers just for the lols, just to show off a little
I was
bit.
about to.
Were
I was
you
about
really?
to do it in Western Europe with Neon stack.
What? Western Europe?
Yeah, that was after Open Qualifier 1 of Seed. They were like, hey guys, sign up. We need one more. I'm like, alright, I'll jump in. Then they're like, alright, we can't sign into one guy. And say, alright.
Okay.
Would have owned
Of course.
Southeast Asian Dota.
That's why I was shocked you were taking the easier path in Western Europe, but there you go.
I wanted to do hard mode and NA, but
Of
you
course.
know, time zone difference
What can you do?
doesn't quite work out.
What can you do? It happens. Yo, where? Oh, Dino. Nice tidal wave. Into the Dawnbreaker they go. Oh, you know, Akashi, the thing is, Blade Mail does return damage, so you can't do that. Yoe's in trouble now. Yoe never even threw out the boat, so Yoe's down. So this is why PA is not too popular at the moment, John, is Blade Mails get built left, right, and center, and luckily only one Blade Mail on the side of Execration. Problem is that was the target that Akashi was hitting.
And his BKB is in the backpack on cooldown. Couldn't pop the cheese, the chain control came out. So, I have to watch that. You only have one defensive item on this PA. You don't have anyone throwing anything like Lincoln's, Lotuses up to prevent that Hex as well. That does buy some time for Execration. Meliarak stays alive, mid still intact. And they get some hefty gold off the bounties of those two heroes here. Talent keeping bot shoved in. Next Roshan still a long ways off. He's not going to be able to for that, but they need to play together as a team. They have to watch these Hex pickups. Like that Hex and CML is just giving a lot of opportunities out for Execration to actually find these windows to burst these targets down. Mind you, I mean, as the game scales on, Jokam, he's working on to his Windbreaker. Love to see an Octarine Moon Shard just because he went Ags. And even if you find PA, let's say this game drags on for 30 minutes. Even if you find the PA, you kind of have to start worrying about the Dark Willow. If you can find your opening Execration in the next 10 minutes, it's a little bit more manageable. But if you just stall, you know, if these kills don't amount much to the map control, then I don't know if Talon gets any less comfy as time goes on here. I mean, you're going to scale nicely on pretty much all these heroes.
Going out in 16k advantage. I think we're waiting for the next Roshan now for these two sides, and
Radiant's middle tower.
I suppose it's going to be quite a while for that to come up. See if Talon do decide to take their time with this high ground attempt, or whether they just go for it. Execration, of course, just remaining in their high ground for now, accepting the free time they have. In fact, never mind, 5-man smoke up. Palos is running through the bottom lane by himself. The rest of his team through the mid lane. It's like Palos will just throw some illusions out to try and clear out the creep wave. In comes Talon. WS more than happy to jump in first. Will not do so yet. There we go. Shows on the creep wave. We'll delete the creep wave completely. Oh, it's this cliff again, isn't it? This damn cliff. Execration, you can't fight around this place. It's bad luck, we've established this. So get some vision down. And it seems like Talon will leave this area.
Yeah, that's fine. They weren't de-warding. They were planting their own wards. It's fine, it's fine. It's all good. Roshan's still 3 minutes away. Execration finding what farm they can in that time period. Lincoln's being built up. You know, not too much out left. Maybe the Ags build up one instead. And you've got Bob going for the MKB now, which it's a little bit surprising. You have no break outside of just this Hex window. Kashi's going to be feeling pretty good. They're still by this cliff area. Why are they so attracted to this area? They love this place.
It's a good part of the map, John. You know, you got the, what is that, the well or some crap? The well wishes. 1.5 mana per second around this area. Very pod. WS. Moving in, you can see him. Will show himself, in fact. Chain away from WS immediately as now Shanks jumps in, but also misses out. They got the void. Terrorize does land on Palos, and Palos is gone. Palos dead. There's Tino. Tino's moving in. They're 4 back. They're going to try to commit fully to this team. However, they have lost Tino on the Dawnbreaker now without buyback available. And CML. Well, CML. Meanwhile, on the backside, look at Chrono has caught Akashi. So Akashi is down. He will not buy back. Meanwhile, Bob trying Tonyo, but he's in danger now. Akashi does indeed buy back afterwards, as they do lose Bob. So a 4v3 situation with buyback is available on Bob. Oh, where's Palos? Oh, Palos. He's in danger. He's alright now, though. He'll time walk away. Tidal wave. They'll drag Shanks back. Shanks, it looks like he'll be going down for the cause.
Would have been dicey. WS just playing like blinking everywhere, breaking up this position for Execration. Onto the high ground they go. Fortify forced out. No creep wave to clear out here, and the bot creep wave just massive, already pouring in, bypassing back door. Looks like it could be Megas. No Chrono, no Ace up their sleeve here for Execration, but none of their team fight spells up. Even with this buyback for Akashi, it looks very nebulous that they'll find punishment. Talon just gonna find these Megas. Good spot by WS again.
The WS, he just knows. He can smell it. He can smell the monkey in the tree. Palos jumping forward, but just doesn't know what to do with himself here without a Chrono up, and now against the Megas. It is very hard to try and defend. The T4 towers are falling. They jump in, X out immediately. Tino's been caught. Terrorizes perfect. Boat will fly in. Everyone just melting. GG is called. They have seen enough as they get completely wiped. Talon will take game number 1.
In pretty back and forth performance, we saw some good openings coming out there from Execration, but Talon, they get access to some of these specialties. Again, WS has just been phenomenal on his Timbersaw. He's looked like a very different player when he manages to pick that up. Almost reminiscent of some of these South American players, but I'd argue almost even more impressive for WS coming out here. So big props to him for enabling this. You had a really slow laning start for Akashi. Yoe was doing pretty badly on mid. Bob was crushing that lane. And it's all down to WS applying this pressure, getting this running start. They have to ban this first phase next game. If you don't, Talon could get away with a 2-0 to move on here.
Yeah, they certainly could. We are going to head off to a break, of course, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Talon and Execration. We'll see you soon.
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to game 2 of Talon versus Execration. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. If you're wondering why Jonathan's currently looking around his surroundings, is apparently there's an earthquake going on where John is. So, John,
Yeah.
you're doing all right,
Exciting
Jonathan.
times.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's all good. I was worried the house would give in. It
10
was strong
seconds
when you could
remaining.
see. I think there's still aftershocks. Yeah, the Earthshaker came
5
out.
seconds.
You know, that's it. Even though he's not picked at all, but he came out in this place, and we'll see if that can shock Execration or, shock them awake to take a game off of Talon, who looked dominant in game 1. They do respect ban that Timbersaw straight up now, so WS not going to have access to also take care of the Dazzle. Wondering if they take care of something like the Primal Beast. That feels like the other hero WS has been
Radiant team
pretty
win.
insane on. They take care of the AA instead. So one of the key supports that Talon always goes back to as well, one of their more popular supports along with the Trine Protector, will allow the Primal Beast to come out. Or are you going to go for Kunkka here in Execration? Okay, Kunkka's the top tier first pick. You've got
10
CK was
seconds
banned out,
remaining.
Primal Beast, Brewmaster still available as well. So there's a lot of options
5
here.
seconds remaining.
We shall see. There's the CK being banned out. Execration. Into the reserve time for this first pick.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Right into the Kunkka. Surprise, surprise. So do you want Primal Beast? Do you just take Primal Beast here for Yoe? Or does he want the Slaughter that we saw earlier? Perhaps.
Yeah, it's pretty open. I think
10
the
seconds
Slaughter
remaining.
maybe a bit of a looser choice, as I feel like that is maybe a little bit
5
flexible.
seconds remaining.
But I wouldn't mind. I think again we see maybe we get crushed a little bit in terms of Slaughter games. He does certainly not
Radiant
need
team
need some
back.
momentum. Get back into the game. Go for your instead. I've seen Yoe perform on spectacular. So I don't mind as well for Talon. There's a little bit of a factor here as well for the side of Talon, but they should be fine just
10
running this
seconds
on
remain.
mid.
Radiant team
So we
back.
will find out.
We shall. No, the Yoe Earth Spirit has been something he's been enjoying quite a bit as of late. It does make its reappearance again, and he has played it against the Kunkka a couple times. Doesn't really seem to care too much for the Kunkka. Just being able to secure
10
power runes
seconds
very, very
remaining.
easily, and water runes, of course, with the rolling boulder, always going to be very effective
5
against a hero like the
seconds
Kunkka.
remaining.
Final banouts to come before we can see some more picks.
Talon Esports turn to ban.
We'll get rid of the Dark Willow. Talent.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports, turn to pick.
Get rid of the Necrophos this time around. Talent.
Radiant team pick.
Go ahead and take the Phoenix straight away. So it's been another support that's been very, very popular as of late against all these strength cores that we've been seeing. So the Phoenix does come out once again.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Talon Esports, turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports, turn to pick.
Oh, Talent. They will go into the Train Protector. Yeah, and we've seen this Marcy Pugner. You know, I still have my doubts about this, John. I know that you're probably going to say Luna's coming after this one, after the Marcy, that is, but I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it's one of those drafts where it's just, you know, they're doing it for the sake of doing it. You know, I don't know if it's necessarily good. What happened, John?
Radiant team pick.
Oh, they'll go for the Brewmaster.
Ten
Oh.
seconds remaining.
Oh, well, that's not. Okay.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team
Gee,
back.
that's concerning. Execration, they'll go for the Bristle Souls now, so not opting for anything like the Luna as of yet. Are those players okay, Jonathan?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Excellent.
Talon Esports, turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports, turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's see. The Talon. Final ban out. It's the Clark being removed here on their side of things. Of course, the Void was removed by execration. One more ban each to go. They will think about it a little bit longer, and it seems like they are going to get rid of the Luna. So they're not going to risk having to play against that, which is absolutely fair with the Marcy. Execration, final ban out for them. Still looking for a position 1 here for Akashi.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I might have a think about this final ban out. And what do you choose into this off-lane?
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Well, Talon, they've got some issues here, I think. They've got to find some ways of dealing with these heroes of execration. Position 1 left to pick up Talon. 20 seconds left to decide on their choice. Oh, alright, they're going to go back to the PA. I mean, it is one way of dealing with the Bristleback and Palos and the Morph, right? Like, you do have that inbuilt fan of knives you can build into with the shards, and you have a nice little break there. Of course, Akashi did just play the PA as well, so may just be feeling confident in playing it again. What do you think, John? Is this a good draft here for Talon?
You've got your supports recovery there, and on the side of Talon, I think you can play off this egg overgrowth quite nicely. As you mentioned, the break on Akashi is going to be big. It's a natural nullifier builder as well, if you are worried about the Pugna. I think the laning phase is the most pertinent thing. Like this PA Treant has to really get off to a really good lane. You can bully in like the first 2-3 levels. If you start off with, say, an Orb of Venom on your Treant or Lightstone on your PA, you can actually make short work of the Bristle, but that is risky if you start with any of those items first in the laning phase. So let's see what Talon does in the laning. I think if the lanes fall apart, this Bristle's online extremely fast. The threat of just Bristle backfling turning into an Earth Spirit is also massive, and I think Bob's lane up against Yoa is going to be one more lane where Bob should win out. Like, this is not going to be a fun time for Yoa on mid. We've seen this coming out from Yoa multiple times, though. He has some terrible lanes to start off with, and he normally finds a way back in as long as he secures power runes. That's something Execration will have to be aware of, as when the teams do contest, make it a lot tougher for you to bounce back in. Should be an interesting game too. Maybe easier to shoot for execution. I honestly feel like both sides have the same execution level. It's really down to lanes. Like, this lane has to break the PA's back and snowball hard, and then you kind of shut out Talon from a recovery plan. If that doesn't happen, you're going to lead into some pretty interesting skirmishes towards the 15 to 25 minute mark.
Well, it looks like we'll get into it though. Game number 2 is now upon us. Talon versus Execration. Execration looking to pull off his Game 2 victory and force it into a Game 3. Talon, of course, looking for that quick 2-0 here to proceed through the lower bracket of these close qualifiers. And both teams already smoked up. S5 might run right into each other. The classic good luck have fun bait from these two teams, it seems. So that's when you know they're coming at each other, you know? When the good luck start coming out, that's when you know you've got to be careful with these two teams. You never know.
Still bringing that Bisayawa versus Tagalog. Luck Tagalog. Alright? It's not like you're in a full Bisaya stack, brother, but you know, the spirit of Qualifier still lies in him, I suppose.
Keeps it real.
30 seconds to battle.
But he does.
They fire over this top banner, like nobody's hanging around the bottom side. It's literally just Palos and WS. I don't necessarily want to fight into a Bristleback level 1. And I can kind of say the same thing against the Treant Protector. Tina's going to rush towards Akashi, see if he can get the other for himself. WS trying to force Palos away, so it should still be a 2-for-2 trade at the... And it will be. Nice little 2-for-2 kind of exchange here between these two teams. And of course, as per usual, we'll start with the mid lane where you do have Yoe. He's going to be up against Bob. So the Kunkka versus ES matchup, which Yoe knew he would have to go into. He did choose the Earth Spirit into this Kunkka, but we have seen this plenty of times from Yoe, and he seems to just really enjoy playing this Spirit. So doesn't really mind the matchup too much.
Yeah, it's always going to be rough. I think the key thing for Yo is, as long as he controls runes into the first 2 power runes, he still feels pretty good, despite his laning phase. It's going to be down to that. At the very least, he is also relatively durable, and almost as durable as the Kunkka once certain items are up, so you don't mind it too hard. You can do some decent damage with a smash. It's just that, well, Tideburner's free. Lower cooldown, so you're gonna have to watch yourself there for Yoe. Let's see how much action breaks out over those runes and whether or not Yoe can control those runes in his favor, as we can take a look at other lanes. A bit of a poking and prodding just a little bit. We've got WS on that root match with Chokam on the Phoenix up against CML and Palos on that Marcy and the Morphling. Marcy Morphling. This lane, it's not as amazing for sidekick, right? Like, especially like level 1, level 2. It's not like Luna, who just suddenly gets plus 20 damage off the back of that with Lunar Blessing, so it's not as ridiculous. I think the aggression is not up as much as well, because the Phoenix can stand quite far back in the lineup, and WS is very durable. You're not going to be able to burst this guy down anytime soon, especially as he approaches level 3 with Brawler. So it should be a single lane at the very least for both sides. Palace shouldn't be pressured out too hard. We'll have to juggle around the HP, but by the time he hits level 3, level 4, shouldn't be under kill threat here either, unless a severe misstep happens.
Top lane, She and Ponfler going at it here against Tino and Shanks. In fact, they're going to jump in right now. Shanks forced to Decrepify and run, but that Leech Seed at Nature's Grasp doing so much damage. Back the way of the Pugna. Tino not struggling at all though on the Bristleback, which is kind of to be expected. Like Tino should have a safe lane for himself. It's pretty hard to imagine the Bristleback dying in this one.
A little bit of rougher. And they cut the tree line, preventing Ponder from trying to play that lane as per usual. And the Bristle, as it approaches level 3, level 4 not going to be something that you can shove out. You early Blightstone as well to try to bully him out, and you already have that early ring of prod just in case of Blightstone will come out anyway. So it should be stable for Gino to just get the farm he'd want. Akashi not going to be fully shut out as long as he can keep playing with Stifling Dagger. Have to watch that space a bit.
Oh, yo, X.
Doing this first time, decent job.
Time to bring up. It's going to be back up in a moment, but Bob did not have a creep to hit.
Dire's courier has been
Yoe, he will go for that 3-minute bounty rune anyway and get the bottle refill for himself. Oh, we've seen this over and over again. Like the 3-minute mark, Yoe is about to die, gets the bounty rune, resets. Problem is, Bob is still out farming, but not by much. Meanwhile, bottom. Oh, never mind. Go on, John.
I think the one thing is, this is actually not a losing way for Yoa right now. 20-7 up against, what is it? You're getting out denied, you're losing out a little bit more in EXP, but you're finding that farm. So your timing for turn not being too bad. As I say that, it's getting quite a lot of fighting gas. But he has a walk is fine.
Well, CML, bottom lane, just about to drop. He'll still continue to fight against WS, trying to set up for Palos, though Palos, I believe he will have enough damage here against WS with the adaptive strike, and has no points in the waveform, so has to allow the Brewmaster to walk away from that situation. So they get away with a free pick off as Palos. I didn't even catch how that happened.
You're doing very well.
What happened, John?
Short of it, he died.
Okay.
He is pretty much fully gadget shifted. So,
I see.
yeah, I think he was trying to go for the stick charge usage, but got kicked out instead. So, fortunate timing. Now, Jokem, he loves carrying a lot of those. We've seen this across all the games of Talon as well. Jokem just pretty much buys out the blood grenades every single time. He's playing here with a lot of UOT. Like, he loves just chipping away at you.
Yeah, I mean, the blood grenades are so busted, really, aren't they? Like, they give you the plus 50 HP pool and the damage output you can deal with them. It is kind of underestimated how much you can really do, and we have seen Jokem quite a few times throughout these close qualifiers just sniping people with those blood grenades. It's just very underutilized, I want to say, is... Well, top laner Kashi still seems to be having a decent enough time here. Of course, so, you know, Bob's having the best time on the map right now in that corner, 37 and 14, which is to be expected. Yoe has fallen quite a bit behind in terms of the CS, but it does just continue to go for that Spirit Vessel build-up, which is going to be very, very effective this game, assuming he can get the charges up.
Just needs to find a rotation out. Maybe the first power rune allows him to leave that lane and start considering his options. Would want to wait for the level 6 to be up first, though. Does look like they are sending in Shanks to try to contest that system. So they are securing themselves in the position there, but they have left top alone.
Yeah, Tino, he is going to burn out to the Sun Rays. A lot of damage flying in, though he is still trying to run. Shanks buying him a little bit of time. The Fire Spirit's land, but the Lotus is going to keep Tino barely alive. Just 100 HP he survives on. Shanks just making it in the nick of time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Very, very on edge for
Radiant
Tino.
structures are
But
fortified.
it's still a hard target to try to deal with, even with just the level 1 and Bristleback. Full spray just being so annoying, and the full Vanguard, of course, cutting off a lot of that early damage the PA would want to inflict. They managed to use that time to also secure the Arcane Rune for Bob on mid. So Yoa, again, not able to find something to play with. Does have the 6 now. Will get the bounty refill. So that is something to play with, but is scanned out. They're not going to be able to find a path onto Palos. They are seeing Ponyo again being sneaky, wanting that Wisdom Rune.
We'll be able to get it, Ponyo. We'll take it away. Shanks. It doesn't matter anyway. There's a single goal one, so he'll be happy with that. So it's still 0-2. Both kills going the way of Talon. Enough kills so far for Execration. They are still having a much better time farming at the moment, at the least. So you know, their cores are definitely finding more gold, but I say their cores, it's really only Bob. Everyone else on the side of Talon are having a pretty decent time in terms of their own farmers. Now, Tino, they're going to try again for this Bristleback, this time bringing in Yoe to really amp up the damage output. Shanks is going to be around the corner to try and help out. I don't know if it's going to be enough this time around. Tino, he's dropping so low, but now Bob's coming in. They've got the boat out, and Yoe's going to go down. Tino survives again. Now Ponyo needs to run. Ponyo probably is just as good as dead, and he is.
I do not understand why they have a big target painted onto Tino's back. Like, if they made that movement down bot instead, chain stun Palos, that's a target that's much easier to burst down. This Bristle with Vanguard is just not. So, it's a little bit optimistic from Talon to keep trying that. They get punished for it. Creation, you feel like they're in a much better spot. You have a lot of gold on Bob. Tino's second in net worth. Everyone else tied up, but Yoet lagging a little bit behind with these adventures onto the Bristle back. And Talon, probably just waiting for a little bit more. I think this kind of game for Talon, with this kind of hero for WS, it does take more time to come online, and you're waiting for this Brewmaster to get more items. You're working onto this first here for WS, probably into a Radiance for a little bit more presence. Once you have that, it's comfier to connect, but so far, it's only Yoe making the moves, not WS. Normally it's Yoe and WS, and that does cut away a little bit more of that presence of execration here.
Step lively now. Your ally is on board.
Joe Cam bottom lane. Able to Icarus dive away. I think the creation's still on the hunt here with CML and Bob, but unable to find too much. As Tino, he's farming a very big stack at the moment. It's like Ponyo is going to be around to at least soak some XP here off the Bristle. Shanks is around the corner as well, just in case they need it, and here comes Bob. Bob does not want to allow this free XP to go the way of Tino. Excuse me, rather Ponyo. They secure the kill, but bottom lane, Joe Cam now setting up with Yoe and WS. Looking at Palos. Roll, it's off the mark for Palos. No, he gets the waveform away. Yoe though, still trying. Sunray burning him down though. He's got the strength morph going, but Palos is running out of strength to morph into. And it seems like he is down. They will get him eventually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
CML still on the run. WS having a look around with the Windwalk, but finds nothing.
That's the connection that we were looking for from Talon. WS and Yoe connection together in lane, even dragging down Akashi as well. Get some good activity onto the Morphling instead of the Bristle. We just had to shift targets. Talon get away with a successful gank. Some room up top for the slow shove in from execration. You are starting to hit some scary timings for Tino. One part into the Ags already. And once that full Ags is up, it just gets so dangerous playing with that Bristle back. We see what happens. Once those quilts are stacked up, supports just melt. Mid lane being shoved in nicely as well by Bob and CML, with Siege Creep being kept alive. Some significant damage done. No living armor to heal it up as per usual from the way Ponyo plays the screen as well. And they will shove him away, but the damage is done. And one little shove left, and that tower's gone. Smoke out.
Bottom lane, they're going to miss out on the Earth Spirit, but they will have WS to try and aim down. WS, no Primal Split available, is in a bit of danger now as Bob is going to land the X into the boat. The Brewmaster, not too much he can do but just try to run. He's got a Lotus to play with, but that's not going to help. He's gone.
What the hell is even that?
Good target to punish. Again, WS is trying to play a little bit greedier, going into the Radiance as you normally do on the Brewmaster, so stalling that timing is pretty big. It's again, you're also getting some free space out. For Tino, you're relieving that pressure on Palos, and you do manage to find that mid. No defense coming out from Talon, while Shanks just blasts away with Pugna. So, a better game state for execution early on. 12 minutes in, 2k lead going out their way. Most of that on Bob and Tino. Akashi still needs more time. Like, even into the Battle Fury. You'll want Deso, you'll want BKB, you'll want your shard for this game. Once you hit that point, that's when PA. Before that, it's really just Yoe and the supports, and maybe occasionally WS when he has this. So the gank squad isn't fully formed up on Talon's end.
Still a bit of a down period now. Tino, of course, going to try and rush towards the Ags. You'll see WS trying to rush towards the Radiance build up. At Talon, they are going to group up as 3 and go for a smoke down towards the bottom lane. I'd love to find Palos again here on this Morphling, and Palos may have no idea this is coming. Yoe, if he spots him once, Palos is maybe just as good as dead, and Palos! Oh, that's a bit of an awkward roll. Palos Immediate help coming in, but they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the small thing, and he is just down. The egg about to explode as well. They get it off just in the nick of time. Ponyo and WS, though, have gone down, and Joe Cam looks to follow. Very awkward initiation. The Yoe missing the initial roll. It does cost them 3 targets.
It's a big sacrifice to make just for the Morphling. You're very happy with that on Execration Zone for sure. If they just that initial roll, different story coming out from Talon. But Exa make the most of it, instant TPs in, and they get some good punishment. So trying to slow down again that pacing of Talon every single time WS dies. This Radiance gets stalled out, which means he's still not going to be as comfy in the middle of these fights. And the only good thing to come out is again space for Akashi. Battle Fury up now on the PA. So that farming pace can kick in and start to gap close onto the Bristlebacks, and that works now. But Tino is still set for that Ags timing. And that's where this game gets really scary. Just Bristleback Ags. You won't have your break ready in time from Akashi. Try to just burst him down. And your solutions outside of just cycloning him with WS. Like, you will have to try to ignore Tino once he's ready to go here.
It's getting a little bit concerning now for Talon. Seems like you are getting to the stage where Execration can group up and really start to become a problem here for this Tyrant. See what Talon do to try and sort this out. Like Kakashi, he's not farming too badly. Well, Battle Fury already up, so he's just starting to ramp up now as the PA, but it's that time that you've got to really ramp up quickly. Dino is about ready to go. Korea just delivering that Ags as we spoke, and well, here we go. Let's see what he makes happen with this. Oh, obviously wants the Bloodstone on top, but just the Ags alone is going to be a huge problem, that's for sure. So 7 to 4k advantage for Execration. Bottom lane looks like Ponyo and WS trying to set up on the bomb, but he's okay to back off. Top lane, they have Yoe gets the lead.
Gets eaten up, isolated all alone up top. Better him than Akashi, I suppose. In the grand scheme of things. Still not a kill you'd want to see here for Talon. Execration just taking over that top jungle. That is somewhat of the Ags reveal here for Tino. With a not insignificant kill coming under his belt. The side of Talon, it's all about still trying to stall. You need so much more to come out. Some poking onto WS. Not going to really shove it. Again, you're waiting for the Radiance. You're waiting for more than just the Battle Fury and Akashi. Wondering if he wants the BKB or the Desert into the Shard. And Yoe has this game evolved into farm. Like, I don't know what you can really do trying to connect with a Treant and the Phoenix. Like, you can try for Overgrowth Egg. That's about it. There's no burst to play with any Earthspirit roll in this game.
Oh, well, Ponyo does at least avoid the gank attempt here from Tino on the gang. Ponyo still sticking around, in fact. Big group up now. WS moving in as well as Joe Cam. Yoe's going to show up as well up at the top side, but it was scouted out by an observer ward, so they're very well aware the rotations have come in from Talon. With that, I mean, it's just Execration more than happy to just stand their ground at this top lane. Keep Tino just farming up the creep waves as they come, and so for Talon, they'll stick around and keep defending, but it seems like this game is slowly falling out of their hands. Like, you look at the net worth graph and it's all in the way of Execration.
That it is. Talon are setting up for a long game. They even get the Midas out in Jokam. So they know they're in for the long haul. It is a PA game as well, mind you. The PA is a very strong scaling hero, even into this kind of lineup. I don't know if anyone's necessarily itemizing to try to pierce through that evasion here as well. So there is still some room to grow for Talon as long as they don't lose out on too much map space. And that's kind of fun. That's one thing with some Talon games as well, where the mid game kind of goes southbound and they just default to farm. You mentioned this in the games roster, but it seems to have carried over from the old roster. Right? Like, you lose a little bit, you go back, you farm. You spend 40 minutes to get your game going, then you go in. Seems like this talent's not too far off from replicating some of that playstyle here as well.
Sure are. They sure are. Mid lane, they're having a look. He's trying to see if anybody shows up for the creep wave, but nobody does do so. You have bought enough time now. The WS does have the Radiance up as fully completed, and on that Mark Execration, they will smoke up as 4 and run right through the mid lane. Ponyo, Jocam, and WS all hanging around the area. Bob looking to get set up. WS does avoid the torrent but gets X'd up. Now a big overgrowth though coming out on 3 targets. They're looking to burst down CML immediately. CML still trying to fight but is gone. That is one down. In comes Yowie. Roll is onto Tino. He's a tanky boy, but they're going to try anyway with the Spirit Vessel to burst down the bristles. Akashi now jumps in. Egg dropped as well. There's a lot of damage with this Magnetize flying out as poor old Tino. He just cannot survive the onslaught. Shanks down a boot. Just by the time the egg came out, you just couldn't stand around anymore. Just too much damage just over time, ticking away at the HP pools of these boys.
Goes back to what we were saying here about how Talon had to play. They have to split and just cyclone the Bristle. It doesn't matter how much damage he can do. It doesn't matter how survivable he is if he's taken out of the fight for several seconds. And WS target prioritization again on point from him. They get to clean up. CML just rooted in place multiple times. Could not try to side with the Unleash to gain some HP for him and his partner. And Talon managed to clean up. They drag back some of that net worth lead their way. Not a massive swing just yet, but they keep this game going. That's Akashi without the BKB. So again, there's still so much room to grow on this PA. You've got the heart being worked on by Yowie. The Radiance for the WS doing some work with the fact that no one is going for an NKB early on, which to be expected. Even the burn damage makes it so that trying to burst down some of the backline with physical hits is also a daunting challenge in here. And Talon, well, they'll go into the Tormentor. Should find it no problem as well. It would be big if they could get Akashi's through this one, but it will go to Yowie. So at the very least, you can grab your ally back. Pull back save if need be here. Roshan is open for execution. Falls fairly fast with a Bristle. Aegis up on Tino. Killing him 2 times over doesn't seem quite feasible yet. 1 life still manageable, 2 probably not.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard now to deal with this, boys. Okay, Tino. We'll see. I mean, they did it once. It might be the classic strat of just avoid the Bristleback altogether and find everybody else. Here we go. They're looking to defend this bottom lane. Yowie gonna show up, rolls onto the high ground, takes the Wisdom Rune, now just moves right in. Yowie just feeling it to just jump in like this. Ponyo's already gone, but he does commit his ult before he does go down. Meanwhile, the egg was committed. WS, he'll get the split off. Tino, he's dropping low. He may lose the first life very early on, but they'll just tornado him up and go for the other heroes on the map. Hits down Shanks down the Pugna. Meanwhile, Yowie, though, does melt to the damage of Power. Shanks is still just fighting back. WS in the meantime, it's like 1v5 for this Brewmaster, but they're gonna roll back in now. Palos with the ES morph, making it very hard for WS to get away. Keep in mind, Akashi wasn't even here. So it's not the worst fight you've ever seen. It's not the best either, but perhaps if you had your PA around, it might have been a different story.
Certainly would have been different. That was basically a 4v5 for Talon. They still managed to take Aegis +2. So all things considered, not bad. Should have been a lot better if Akashi was there, but couldn't quite get to that area in time. And that same play might not work, as you already have a full BKB for Tino flying out. So he has some protection up against that Cyclone. It'll be a little bit harder to try to just isolate that Bristleback. We'll see what Talon's solution will be next, because that BKB, that spell immunity window is massive.
Jump in, mid lane. He's going to go into Bob. With the BKB, I mean, once it runs out, he is a bit of a sitting duck, so he does need to be a little bit cautious. He'll try to jump back towards Yowie, but now he's a bit of a sitting duck. Nasal Goose flying out, no BKB to play with. Akashi getting tipped already here by Bob as he is just down. Not sure what the idea was for Akashi, but whatever it does not work. It's Ponyo. We'll be able to TP out. WS trying to walk the old-fashioned way, but the X is going to be out from Bob. Does blink away, though. He's fine. lost your PA again.
Dire's middle tower
And it was just wishful thinking to try and go for that, really?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it was the Kunkka jump in. And this is something with Talon. Sometimes their target prioritization is just not good. He had CML right next to him. If he really wanted to pick off with a DD, the Marcy would have been a manageable target. Instead, goes for the tankier one, and the Kunkka goes way further than he would have wanted to. And the punishment is severe. 13-9, 4K lead up for Execration. Full Scotty up on Palo, so more stats to pad out his Morphling now. And Talon, and they're not out of it yet, but again, it's starting to feel like they really need to start breaking
The overgrowth is out. Ponyo will get bursted down nonetheless.
Your admiral is on board.
Get that stage or Execration now looking very, very potent. So they do move into that bottom tier 2 tower. There's too much farm that still is required, it feels like, on Akashi.
are fortified.
Like, you still have a chance back into this game. It's just looking more and more challenging as time goes on. But maybe once the shards is up, that might make the difference here for the PA.
Bottom tower has fallen.
It's hard to know.
It is. I don't know if it's more on the shard, because I feel like right now you just really don't team as best as you can.
Dire's bottom
And try to manage the backline. Maybe instantly burst down Palos is your best bet. Take care of the regen from Shanks, and then you can kind of take it from there. I can't really attribute all of that just to not having a shard. Maybe this basher is actually a little bit bigger. Just get that control, get that
Dire's
instant
middle
kill on
tower
one
is
hero,
under attack.
while the bristleback is up in the air, and then try to take the 4v5 or 3v5 afterwards. With a well-positioned egg here from Jokam. And Jokam as well, working on more disables, going into that Hex off the back of this Midas. Could help to open up some of these fights for Talon if they present themselves. Right now, Execration are in control. Another piece of protection coming out for Tino, with a Lotus Orb as well. So even that Hex could backfire as long as team is able to get the Lotus off in time. Up to the spells on hand, the silences not going to feel as reliable here from Yoe to try to open up. And it is getting tougher. I think Talon, where we see the most successful, is when they manage to play around with like Overgrowth Egg and try to force the fight there, but it's just been a little bit scattershot from Talon.
Oh, Execration, they'll keep going through the top lane now. T2 tower shouldn't be too hard of an objective for Execration to take, but for now they'll at least try.
Dire
Check the try
is
of
scanning.
rather the jungle in the north and see if they can find an easy
Top tower
target.
is under attack.
It's not going to come though. Dota Plus currently sitting at 75% away in Execration.
Are scanning.
I'd say fairly accurate with the way this game's gone. Well, one bad team fight though does really turn it back the other way if they're not too cautious, and
Under attack.
I think high ground might be where that happens. As Ponyo, speaking of high ground, he's in a bit of danger now. He'll try to hide in the tree line, but the tidal wave may just drag him back out of division. Problem is the TP is away out there, so Ponyo actually survives because nobody stuck around. They all TP'd down bottom to try and defend the T2 tower, but now WS wants to move in. Meanwhile, Akashi looking at Tino. He's going to jump in. Oh, that's a lot of damage. But Akashi, it's not enough. Akashi and Ponyo, they're just both down.
That's
Dire's top tower is
losses
under
across the
attack.
map. They lose their supports down bot as well, and well, they'll lose Jokam down bot, and it just opens up a very quick high ground. Without the PA, there's no damage. There's no way you fight this. Yoa just gonna try to cut the next wave as best as he can. Try to hope for the best. Tower's gone. Iraq's not gonna take too long with Tino's output. And Talon, again, just
Dire's
strange
top
decisions
barracks
being
is
made.
falling.
Like, being aggressive when they probably ought not to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly aggressive here. He does have WS moving in though, so it looks like they've set up for this one. Shanks, it's going to be their primary target. They'll look to try and kill him off with the equipment to save, and now CML just casually moves in with the rebound. Your Overgrowth to try and save their copy. US just getting destroyed. Yoe also caught, will roll away just barely. Palos is on the chase with his own ES Orb. On the high ground, they've got Ponyo. The train is down. At least Yoe is still alive. But Palos is still trying to look for him. Everyone's just rolling up at the top lane.
This is going to be difficult for Talon to find a way back into this one. Again, you can keep stalling with this PA. At this point, you might even start to think about straight up a divine pickup for that front lane. But the Talon can't afford to keep taking these fragmented fights. I mean, I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but their best bet is like Overgrowth with a really good edge positioned out from Joe Cam and trying to clean up from there with the disruptiveness of the Earth Spirit and the Brewmaster, but it's just not there. They're trying to work the map, they're trying to get more farm onto everyone, being punished every single step. And Execution just keep getting to widen its lead over and over again with these pickups they find.
Well, that they are. Talon grouping up again in the mid lane. Smoke is up. The Execration, they'll head through the bottom lane. Talon moving in for another big team fight. They do have the shards on the way here for Akashi, so now he does have the Fan of Knives up for that added break against the Bristle. Or they might run right into the PA to boot. Akashi gonna miss out for now. They'll see him on the side of Execration. Akashi just trying to get out of this scenario, and for now he is fine. Meanwhile, towards the south, they found Palos. Palos is losing half his HP, but he will waveform out. Instead, Ponyo does get dragged back by a tidal wave, but there's your Overgrowth. He does at least hold them down for a little bit, but he does go down in the end. There's Execration. Well, he's still chasing just a little bit here against Yoe and Akashi, but
Radiant's courier.
seems like they'll leave that and just go through the bottom lane.
Why not? Just try to go for the high ground again. Creep wave's protected, no one's cutting here from gone. That's one big part of the team fight taken away. You still have the egg, you still have a split, but I mean, it just doesn't feel like it's some BKB something running here on Execration.
Roll forward, peek back on Tino. No, not quite. They're going to try and go for the slow instead, but Tino, I mean, he's tanky. Akashi not jumping in yet, just being very, very patient. He'll find Shanks first. Shanks is down, but Akashi taking so much damage. There's just too much going on. Oh, Torrens, boats, and everything flying out, taking down Akashi. With him down for another 65 seconds, it's very hard to see them defending this high ground. Joe Cam also caught. Will go down. There goes WS. They do buy back on Yoe, but again, without Akashi, it's almost borderline impossible.
It certainly is. No damage output on this lineup outside of the PA. They'll try.
Well, they've got him. Yoe caught. Sunray healing him up just a little bit, allowing him to roll away. Tino has popped the Bloodstone, so he could be a little bit vulnerable here, but still full HP, so not quite. And they're just going to move through the bot lane. Rax is gone. Only one Rax left standing, and that's really in the mid. Tino will get started.
I know, Talon 22k behind, 2040, the Execration bouncing back after a pretty rocky game one, where it felt like they did manage to find a really good early advantage. Couldn't really translate that. I mean, it just feels like this Bristleback pick is something Talon can't afford to ever give up. Every single time we've seen them take these initial losses, it's off the back of something like the Bristle. It just doesn't feel like they're geared up to ever deal with it. They don't know what to do about it outside of just trying to ignore it, but they lose tempo elsewhere. They lose up the dome maybe as well as they want for Akashi as well. Roshan opens up once more for Execration, Roshan number 2. Aegis Cheese going the way of a Blacklist. We're going to be able to just capitalize. Go on to that high ground, go for the last set of racks, go for that tier 4s now and just end the game. Force a GG out if you can manage to find a couple of good kills here.
The edge now up on the morph as well. Why the hell not? Through the mid lane, Palos. No fear in the world here on the Morphling. be the last team fight for Talon if they can't pull this one off.
Dire's middle tower
We are going to a game 3 between these two
Radiant's
teams.
top tower has fallen.
There goes your tier 3
Dire's
tower.
middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Akashi's not even around the area. Like he's still trying to find a farm of Divine Rapier as we speak. Carlos gonna get rolled up by Yoe. In comes Akashi now. Right away, the drag back Yoe into the Hex out. They do drop the egg and the overgrowth, locking quite a few down. It looks like CML will be the one to drop for now as Yoe does barely survive, though is still being targeted here by Bob. Yoe still trying his best to get out of this. In fact, Akashi now jumping in. Yoe will make it just barely. However, WS would not be so lucky. It is now Palos. Gets rid of the Brewmaster. Can keep going forward. On they go. Ponya, he'll be the target now of Tino. There'll be another down. Buyback immediately from Ponyo as Akashi finding CML a second time. Does get a dieback on the Marcy. But Akashi, who can you actually keep fighting? He's going to try out for the Kunkka. Yoe jumps in as well, but they've lost their PA. Akashi, he'll buy back this time around. He had the gold available. They want Bob real damn bad, and they've got him. Yoe, he'll find the Kunkka. Palos, he's still fighting, but Akashi is incoming. You've got to be cautious. In fact, where is Akashi? He's being held back by Tino. So poor old Yoe, he's fighting all on his lonesome, thinking they're coming. But Tino, he's the Great War. Look at this shot. Oh my god! Oh,
That is
that'll do it.
gameplay. That's bristleback gameplay for you. Just turn your back, have some fun. And Talon are not having game 2, 21-14, an excellent win for Execration to drag us into our second game, the second series for us that goes into actual game 3. Bristleback again, the defeating factor for Talon. They can't allow that through. We'll see if they first phase ban it. I think it did feel a little bit uncomfy as well for WS to go into the Brewmaster. It didn't feel like he was doing as much early on. He was playing with the Midas, going for the Radiance, which meant it was all the Yoe. Yoe needs someone to connect with. It's not going to be Akashi. It's got to be Yoe and WS playing together. It didn't happen too often in this game, and that does provide those openings for Execration to exploit.
It certainly does. And that does lead us to a game number 3 here between Talon and Execration. One of these teams has to go home, and one of these teams does proceed through the closed qualifier lower bracket. So we'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be game 3 between Execration and Talon Esports.
I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out, 'cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's cover. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our game 3 between Execration and Talon to decide who is staying home and who is going through the lower bracket semi-final between Talon and Execration.
5 seconds
And it is
remaining.
Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We've gone through 2 games between these 2 teams. I gotta ask, I mean, what's happening? Like, Talon takes game 1, Execration takes game 2. Like, what's going on for either of these sides?
Turn to ban.
Game 1 was WS and his Timbersaw. Game
Radiant's
2
team back.
was Tino and his Bristle. So we'll see if any of those factors will be left. Execration, you take out the Kunkka and the Dazzle,
10 seconds
and Talon straight
remaining.
up take care of that Bristle, not wanting to toy around anymore. We'll take it
5
away. We've
seconds
seen them
remaining.
lose against Bristle
Radiant's
back twice
team
over now.
back.
Now the question is whether or not you'd want to allow something like that. Timbersaw, true operations, and they take care of CK.
10 seconds
Will
remaining.
Timbersaw be banned? Because it does feel like a lot of Talon's
5
games
seconds
hinges on
remaining.
Yoe and WS, and WS it does feel like is much more specialist in this offlane, at least from the heroes
Turn
we've
to
seen him play
ban.
now. Yeah, they'll take care of that Timb. Don't leave the option. Primal Beast is an option to open for Talon, and I'm surprised they didn't opt for it in the last
10
game,
seconds
opting
remaining.
instead for that Earth Spirit from Yoe into the Kunkka, which was an
5
atrocious lane
seconds
matchup.
remaining.
Yeah.
So I'm keen to see what they
Talon
decide on
esports
here,
turn
whether or
to
not they'll still
Radiant's
prioritize
team
that.
pick.
And we'll go for the Weaver openers. That was left unbanned, and this is another one of those heroes that we saw a lot of, especially in the openers. This Weaver does as a core or as a support, although I believe mainly we've been seeing it as a core. There is some flexibility here. I'm wondering what
10
Execration wants to do
seconds
to
remaining.
handle it. That forces you to consider some hard control.
5
Maybe a
seconds
silencer
remaining.
for global silence, maybe the puck, maybe the treant on your end for N, just to kind of have them hold for the Weaver and prevent him from running around here.
Let's see, Execration. Thinking heavily about this first pick.
Talon esports turn to ban.
Primal Beast it is. I can't say where it's too surprising to see this hero pop up again as a first pick.
Yeah,
I'd like to be
it's still
surprised.
strong. It's not surprising. They're not surprised in this patch until that next
10
patch
seconds
comes.
remaining.
Can I go off topic, John? Do you miss the... I know the answer is probably yes, but I've been
5
thinking
seconds
recently,
remaining.
my god, do I miss the days where Position 3 was actually hard? Right? Because now it feels like, in the
Esports
past
turn
however
to
many
ban.
metas, it just sounds like Position 3 is another
Team
character.
ban.
That's all it feels like.
Somewhat. It certainly is. I think that position tree was just about staying alive and not feeding.
I miss those
But-
days.
I don't know if it's down to the fact that offlane players have gotten better, the game has gotten quote-unquote easier, per se. I
10
wouldn't say
seconds
it's
remaining.
either one. I think it's just a change in style. I do miss that. I mean, my
5
favorite time was like
seconds
offlane
remaining.
Undying versus tree heroes, and you're like, why do you tri-lane up against Undying solo? And you just get a kill by and just keep killing. It was funny, but Dota 2 is a very different game than it's a point. And this is tangentially related now to the game, but if you think about
Radiant
how
team
updated,
picked.
right?
Talon esports
You know,
turn
like
to
the
pick.
start go before CS2 launch, very different games. Dota compared to Dota 2 when it first launched, very different games. All I could say, like this is evolution, it's like Dota 3, as people call the patch. So it's always interesting to think about. As the Dark Willow comes out, using either from
10
Execration,
seconds remaining.
really strong support to have. If you can go for the Midas
5
tags
seconds remaining.
down the line, works really well with Primal Beast. So, you have a charge target slot, you have the Bedlam to throw on top of him. The Primal Beast will be able to start hunting very early on. And the area denial from the Bramble main to the Weaver does feel pretty good to prevent Uchi from being too annoying, although still micromanage your way out of that, as most Weavers would.
Oh, Talon. A lot of thinking for this second pickup. So you have options like his supports like the AA are still available if they want to go down the AA route. We saw the Brisback's obviously not available because it was first banned by Talon, but if you just want an easy support, I suppose the AA is probably a decent option right now. Just proving to be very popular in all the qualifier series we've seen so far.
Talon esports turn to pick.
Back to the Earth Spirit. Okay. And Talon? they will get the AA, so it's going to be more of a global strat between the AA and the Earth Spirit, and we have seen this combination a lot, but that does probably mean a mid-Earth Spirit will.
For sure. I don't think you're removing this from Yoe, considering how well he performed
remaining.
with that hero. Like, your mid
5
matchup
seconds
isn't
remaining.
too bad against Beast. It's also not amazing, but Yoe played Earth Spirit against Kunkka and was still finding some semblance of form, so this should be a little bit perhaps than the Kunkka lane at the very least. I'm curious to see what Talon will decide to go for WS, right? Maybe they give WS Weaver. I think that's something he did in Boom. I'm trying to recall. I want to say he did it in Boom a couple of times, but I can't be sure. Because I feel like normally when you have this kind of setup, you talk about the global strat, you usually want something like the Spectre for Akashi. So you might want to shift the position of this Weaver off from 1 into support. Likely, I think he used to play that multiple times. Or if not, just the off lane now for WS, which is still feasible. And that flexibility still stands. Exe having to make their pick now.
Radiant
I mean,
team
with this kind of combo to start with, you're not too worried. And they just go for the clockwork. You love to point out, great hero against the AA. Soft backliner that just burns, just melts down. Looks right on top of it, so a really good solution coming out there. And just pretty stable. So, nice openings from Exe, some
10
answers on hand.
seconds
Gonna be a
remaining.
little bit uncomfier for Talon to try to hug the backline here.
5 seconds
Certainly
remaining.
will be. So it's also another hero that's quite annoying for the Weaver and the Earth Spirit, right? Like, just the cogs pushback constantly going to be a nuisance in the middle of these team fights, but certainly the AA is the primary target for this Clockwork. Like, I gotta tell you, John, I've had some fun as Clockwork against AA and like Crystal Maiden. Very, very fun. Nothing they can do, the poor little bastards, but they deserve it.
Talon
Execration.
Esports turn to pick Templar
They'll go for the
Assassin.
TA pickup, and well, we've seen this hero as well again. It's a mixed results today.
Talon Esports.
Talon
turn
not going to be
the
dissuaded
Naga
straight
Siren.
into the Naga-san.
Yep, it's one way to kind of handle. I mean, the TA is a stable hero for Palos coming out. I think trying to consider what
10 seconds remaining.
kind of lane match would be like. If it's an off lane Weaver, we're looking like it should be.
5 seconds
It's not the worst
remaining.
thing with TA. TA clock is straightforward. It does take a few levels to really be comfy and trying to play the range, but have a naturally burning traction. Although I suppose Ice Vortex and Cold Feet can kind of slowly chip away at that quite nicely early on. The
10
TA does
seconds
have some good
remaining.
tempo, but you don't have that much tying into the minus armor yet. You will have to ban
5
out stuff
seconds
like, say,
remaining.
feel like Tide
Radiant
Hunter has to be
team
taken out here by Talon, just to ensure that you're not getting high TA'd, unless that's something they want to pick up on their end. High TA is unironically really strong, just minus armor stacking, and Tide doesn't care
Talon
too much Siren
Esports
as well.
turn to ban.
Execration showing some respect, again taking care of that Dark Series band up against Talon along with a Brewmaster, so fully targeting WS. Maybe expect something like the Jokam or Ponyo Weave here, more than likely Jokam. And Talon, it's time to
10
pick your poison.
seconds remaining.
The Tide Hunter stands out the most. That could still be, so you
5
can
seconds
figure out something
remaining.
else to take out from the equation here for Exe. Maybe a Dawnbreaker would fit in for Execration. That's one. I've got this long-range initiation from the clock into the cogs. Easy setup for a Solar Guardian. Could be for Exe if they want to get into that for Tino.
They certainly could choose to. Talon, now, do they want to get rid of the Tide Hunter or not? Having a bit more of a thought about this. It's really using all that reserve time now. Talon is. I mean, WS has been the big issue. I feel like when you're talking, well, I suppose not WS rather, but Tino was the big issue in game 2. WS the big issue in game 1. So again, the offlaners have been very impactful throughout the series today. 19 seconds now reserve time left to try and make this choice.
Talon Esports
They do get rid of
turn
the
to
top.
pick.
All right.
Fair. I'm wondering what WS will play now, though. With a Weaver support in lane. Doesn't feel like you have that many great options. Lone Druid it is. This is a little bit worrying. We've seen Talon try to gambit this one. Their last series, of course, but it felt like in that series they were actually finding the strong start. They just started feeding as well. I think Talon needs to, probably have learned from that. Rein in that aggression a little bit. And understand that you could probably take a long game with Lone Druid and Naga here. Laning into TA is not too bad. Although, again, I believe we saw WS play against Ravens TA last time we saw this, so... Again, the laning phase wasn't too shabby, the mid game bad, until they made a couple of really bad decisions in feeding one by one. Execration, we'll see if they can force out. Still waiting for... Here.
15 seconds left of reserve time for this choice. Alright, they're going to go down the Beastmaster route, so something we haven't really been seeing quite as much, but does make its appearance here for Execration. What do you think? You look at these two drafts, it's kind of hard to know who came out on top here. Of course, this is game number 3, so loser of this staying home for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and we'll make it through to the lower bracket semi-final. Well, what do you think, John? Who's got this one in the bag?
I like the pacing coming out from Execration. I think there is a lot of play early on with this kind of lineup, some really good push as well. If you can connect with this Desolator timing on your TA, with a Brewmaster, with a Beastmaster up, you can just run objectives. You have really good single target hold. Still have the Ags build up on that Beastmaster as well to deal with the illusions, if that's even for you on Execration's end. So I like X's draft a little bit more. I am concerned about Talon. I think this lineup, if it's fine, it's pretty much gone. As we saw before this off-lane Lone Druid for them, it tapers off fast. Maintain that running start. And I think Execration has to kind of force that out here. Like, this mid matchup for Bob should be favored for him. If Yoa gets some good rotations out, maybe the story changes a bit. But again, they have to build off of that. And it's easier for Execration to kind of play safer and just game time push and play around TA Deso timing.
Yeah, well, we'll get into it, John. Game number 3, Talon vs Execration, is now officially underway. So we can head over to game 3 and see how this one pans out. Do we get that level 1 team fight? The both teams, of course, smoking up, running right towards the mid lane, trying to get those initial wards out. Good luck, have fun's coming out again, so Bob at least wants to fight by the... See if Talon do respond, and... Oh, Yoa's got some questions to ask. Look at this, Jonathan. Who's Poi?
You're in deep now.
Poi and Poi. I have no idea. It's probably an inside joke or something. No way they're calling out for Chapley. Sure.
No, he's
maybe. I don't know. He's always here. He will always be here in our hearts. Perchance.
Tips coming out already.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
FC is feeling close. He said friendly tip out to Palace. Like, we're not friends. We're feeling close. Jin Mary Lamatao. Is he away?
No idea what you're saying here, John, but thank you for that.
That was Palace's name.
Okay.
Sorry, Jin Mary Lamatao.
So bored. Dox him a little bit more, Jonathan. I don't know if they heard it the first time.
Wikipedia. So anyone can Google this.
Palos.
I'm not giving you anything you couldn't find.
It looks like it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade on the bounties this time around, so Execration able to get a bit more out of the start of this game. A bit of damage being dealt here for CM. Not too much to write home about, though. They'll be okay. Should we start with the bottom lane? I mean, you've got WS on the Lone Druid, he's with Jokam on the Weaver, and they're, of course, against CMO and Palos on the TA. What do you think about this laning stage? John, is there one side that should be more worried than the other?
This is a little bit of an awkward lane for to play aggressively in, especially once the cogs are up. You can just cut off the Shikuchi every single time. At the same time, the early level presence of Palos, maybe not the best. You're not gunning for those early melt strikes onto WS. And it's a weird lane because there's some back and forth. You can kind of chip away at the shared, or not shared, but the 2 HP pools of the bear, and quite nicely once you do have that side blades up. But again, if you play your cards right, it shouldn't be too bad for WS, and he knows how to manage this lane. Getting some good use investment out from Jokam early before level 2 comes in, which is really important for the Weaver. Because again, once you have the clicks up, just one bad move stuck there, you might be dead from the output that Palos can provide into the cogs of Weaver. They already have these sentry wars in play, a spare sentry left for both sides, and CML will find the next one, which means Jokam, if he positions his sentry right, should be able to come out on top in this one.
Look at that mid lane. Bob and Yowie going at it here on the Primal Beast versus the Earth Spirit. Is favoring Bob for now, because he always had to deal with some pretty horrific lanes as this mid Earth Spirit, so sure he's kind of used to falling behind when it comes to the board, but we'll see if it pans out this time. I mean, last time around he was keeping up quite well. Up at, oh, hold on a minute, bottom lane, CML going to be finding himself in danger, but WS is the one to actually go down. Very unfortunate as his Spirit Bear dies, and then he dies with it.
Yeah, that was a lot of gold coming out for CML. He's going to feel pretty happy. He has the ground roots coming up already. Another set of tangos, a blood grenade. And again, you have to be really cautious about that lane. Down mid, Yoe, getting jumped on. So you'd expect Bob again having a much more manageable time on mid. And as you mentioned, Yoe has been thrown to the pits with his early mid pickups into unfavorable matchups. But to be fair to him, again, he doesn't do too bad considering how badly those matchups are. So have some time to look at the other lanes up top. They've got the ensnare out onto Shan for the cold feet.
Yeah, Jenks is
Simple kill.
Very, very nice simple combination here between Akashi and of course Ponyo.
I like seeing that. You don't see a lot of Nagas go for the ensnare value point, but any single time you can set up, or you have some set up, you have some follow through for that stun, you can easily find kills. You have to respect how much damage Riptide does with -2 armor. Just boosts up you and your Legion so much. It makes it so much easier to try and chase down. A much nicer lane coming out for Akashi so far, 12-2, but you are still getting more for Tino. He is going for the Axis build-up, going 2-1 so far. Out of mana, but he's done his job, and he's going to get that build-up he'd want. He even managed to get the pulse and control the lane. So Execration kind of setting up on every single lane. All going pretty favorably their way. Maybe the bot lane a little bit more of a draw, but with that early kill in WS, you don't mind drawing the CS there.
CML chases on. WS really wants to kill. Sakuchi forward as well to CML, and they've even got the entangle just in case. He's Palos going to try and trade with the Spirit Bear, but it does get a lot of damage. Ultimately, not enough to really take it down, but you know, he may force the respawn here from WS very, very soon.
Yeah, I can't really hang on to that. It's a lot of early gold to bleed out. If you keep feeding the spare out, TA and the clock will definitely enjoy that. So just look for the reset. For WS, he is just making the bear walk all the way back. He really wants to just hold on, use the recall back in. So far for Talon, they found 2 kills to 1. And not the worst thing in the world. Execration, again, despite these losses, are still holding on to a much better lane economy right now. But Talon aren't too far behind. It's a much more even opening here for both sides. The key thing is going to be that momentum coming out of these lanes, right? If these lanes hold steady, Talon has some time to build up. They're not going to be completely overrun. And maybe get some openings for Yoe. My concern down the line is who Yoe has to connect to. At the least with a Weaver, you could potentially do a little bit more. The Weaver can keep up with your rolls in. You can set up for the blast. But can you shouldn't re-guess the early momentum in joining these fights. They are trying on Tino with a combination of the ensnare again.
CML showing up though. CML going to Ponyo, so Ponyo's probably just going to drop. Akashi's still trying to fight out, feeling pretty confident to just keep going. Eventually does accept the fact that he has lost his support, and that's going to be enough for this fight. And Akashi in the meantime, I suppose as long as he doesn't die, he'll be okay with that, but he's cautious. I mean, there's 3 heroes around him right now. Mel doesn't have the level 1 cogs up, so can't really move in to hold him down, and Seems like they are gonna let the Naga just get back to farming, just leave her alone, maybe rotate into the mid lane instead.
Yep. First power runes coming up, something that Talon always emphasizes. He really wants it.
Radiant's
get lucky,
middle
though.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, shield rune for Bob. It's kind of the thing with the core Earth Spirits. Like, if you don't get these runes, it can be a real problem for you, as he's going to try for the bounty room against CML and does manage to pick it up. You're actually just going for the chase now, but here comes Bob to ensure that CML does safe, and he does.
Can't find that burn charges. Unfortunate for Yoa. Good reads out from Execration. And again, they're holding back in this aggression. WS just again going to be farming, which you endure for Palos. They are diving pretty deep for this now.
It seems like they might just get the Spirit Bear, but no. WS does go for the summon. Doesn't want to feed the free gold away to Bob.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Overall, just a bit of waste of time here for Bob. He's not really getting any value out of this play. We'll TP back towards his top lane to try and find Ponyo, as Ponyo did actually end up stealing the Wisdom Rune away. Ponyo, he won't mind dying. Like, you find both Wisdom Runes, it's probably was 5 dying.
It's much more important for Jordan to
Palos.
ramp into that 6. Palos.
Yeah, that's a problem. Palos is gone. That's a big kill.
They see the commitment to counteract that Wisdom Rune play. They get the punishment they seek down. And the one nice thing, of course, about the Lone Druid is the bonus damage onto buildings, so he's got some room to shove it in onto that bot tier 1.
Radiant's
See
bottom
whether or not
tower
Yoi wants
is
to
under
hang
attack.
around. He will walk through the gate, look for something up top instead.
Radiant
There is good
structures
vision
are
from
fortified.
Execration behind the tier 1 to kind of play around that area. So they know where Akashi's farming every single time. They don't know if someone's going to try to move through. Instead, they'll punish Palos again.
Yeah, they certainly will. Palos! Oh, he's going to try to go for a run, but Yoe right behind him to magnetize. Palos on a run. Earn out. Magnetize 3 on Palos. Meanwhile, CML, he does get taken down by WS, and poor old Palos, he's still refraction to get away, but it's not enough. Yoe uses so many boulders just to ensure the magnetize never stops ticking away at this TA. It's rough. He just TP'd back to the laning stage. Dead a second time already.
Back to back, same position. Maybe expecting the side of Talon to just back off, but Yoa thinks the rotation top, sees this
Radiant's
opportunity
middle
to
tower
kill.
is under attack.
Finds it again. It's creeping slow on the recent spawns. Got room down mid here as well.
CML gonna get caught. Eventually, he's just as good as gone. CML, no chance of survival in that scenario. Execration's starting to hand a few easy kills away the way of Talon. You've got to be a little bit concerned about that. It's Talon now, all 3 cores top of the net worth board, and you know it does feel like Execration is supposed to have the draft that can do a little bit better during this stage of the game. At least for now, Talon are the ones that are starting to really amp up the aggression. Bob. Oh, yo, a nice attempt on the cut, but I would have probably said it was better off to just wait.
Yeah, getting a little bit frisky. I think he wanted to try to really get the catch just to have that follow-up.
Is under attack.
Doesn't out. I think the concern now for Execration is getting a lot of space out with Not Siren. And the farm of his connections is massive. They will make a move down mid onto Ponyo. They will find the AA, but it's not the big kill you're looking for. You are cutting off this level 6 timing for the blast, but it's just space for these 2 greedier cores to farm. You know, WS, Akashi, they just want to build up. If this answer supports them, they're kind of take that trade in town.
Yeah. Down towards the bottom lane, Palos. He's going to be focusing as we are looking at a lot of ancient stacks being taken here thanks to Tino and Shanks. Seems like there'll be no contest for those stacks either. Well, they still have grouped up bottom, like Talon seem to want to go. Onslaught through onto the Lone Druid. WS, he's got the true form going, but it's going to be very hard to survive, especially with the hookshot to come in from CML. Yoe does now show up down to that bottom lane, looking to maybe set up for a good fight, but perhaps the lone draw down, it's probably not worth their attempt here. As he's still going to try. They see Palos. Lucky that the roll was a bit short there from Yoe. Otherwise he would have been right on target. As CML now being targeted. May just go down, but Ponyo's been targeted by Bob, so Bob will be able to pick that one up. Bob now trying to find his own way out, and Yoe's gone a bit too far in this one. He'll roll out. Magnetize still going. Jocam keeping up the vision. This Magnetize really starting to hurt the side of Execration. They could not finish off the Earth Spirit, and Palos is just gone. Bob's still being chased here as Yoe's onto a double kill, looking for a triple, and he might just get it. And he will. Triple kill for Yoe. Just this Magnetize. Like, Yoe is just allowed to spam, like, rocks over and over again.
And he is. His management has been pretty on point in every single game we've seen him play that Earth Spirit. He's just had all that impact. Connects the lane that can dish a lot of damage out to. And, you know, WS, although he dies earlier, it's compensated by Yoe having a strong start now. Blade Mail build-up should be fairly on point. And all the space in the world has been handed over to Akashi, whereas it's been a game of suffering for Palos. You know, he's having to sit back, he's going into the jungle. Dragonlance still has yet to be finished into the Deso. So that Dragonlance Desolator timing, it's still going to connect potentially with Tino's Overlord timing. And you can still tie into that, into the teamfight push. Execration looking to smoke up again. Bob just constantly wanting to be on the aggressive here. Yoe breaks that smoke nicely.
Execration, they're still going forward, but this has allowed plenty of time for the rotations to come in. Like, the smoke broke. Bob, even if he got Ponyo, wouldn't be worth his own life. He's going to go for a run. Seems like they're going to lose Shanks instead. Shanks will be the sacrificial lamb to allow Bob to get out of this. Yoe, he's not done. You'll see Tino. Raw committed by Tino, trying to force a bit more of a fight, but he needs to get out. Doesn't look like he's got much of a chance though, as Tino just still being chased down. CML even hook-shotting in, but a nice kick away from the Earth Spirit, not allowing the follow-up damage to finish off Yoe, as Tino actually finds the Weaver, but in goes Yoe again. He's got Tino this time. Roll through, just could have just kicked, but I guess the vessel should be. No, it's not. He didn't border smash. There it is, but it's too late. I don't know about that. Like, why roll? I suppose sometimes you just roll. It's alright, we all do it.
Yeah, sometimes you just roll forward. You missed the kill. You didn't manage to get time-lapse off in Jocam as well, trying to go for that chase. Some pretty good punishment out from Execration. And Talon, gonna have to lick their wounds a bit, but at the same time, do you really care? Probably not. Akashi's getting space, WS is getting space, he's not joining in these fights. Radiant's timing for the bear is not going to be too far off. And that's another consistent way to cut off that DPS from pilots with a missed chance and steadily burn down the refraction. So you are getting some good answers on Talon. They've got the 3K lead, a 7-12. That's Execration. Well, they're not bleeding out too bad. They are still playing the waiting game. I do appreciate this aggression that Bob's been laying out. Like, he's just rushing BKB on the Primal Beast. Not even going for the Blade Mail Heart kind of build-up. Knows that he has to take a point for his team here to kind of have some play. And see if they try again at some point. I mean, they still managed to get a good amount of stacks earlier on. You can try to build up on that position again. Bedlam from Shanks just to survive through from the Naga illusions, which, yeah, they are starting to hurt, to be fair. Low cooldown anyway, you don't really mind.
That you do not. Re-advantage now for Talon. Kashi's still top of their worth for the Nagasara. CML going to be scanned out here. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a big group up here from Talon. But maybe Bob. Ponyo, though, going to get initiated on by Bob. Well, he'll get the Ice Blast off in time, but it won't really matter too much because there was just no backup to it.
A little bit unfortunate. DD on Bob means that the trample hits for 1 million damage, it feels like. They want to melt that AA. Not an easy AA game. It's not just the clock. Anything that can gap close, he's that job done. Radiance on WS Palos.
Yeah, Palos, he's dead. Again, the TA not having the prime example of a TA game you like to see. And once again, as Bob, mid lane, gonna try onto Yoe. Yoe does have Ponyo right behind him, but the hook shot will lock Yoe down a little bit longer as they do Cox push him back, and with that, it allows him the angle to get away, and now, well, Jokam's keeping up the vision. Swarm is out. Here comes WS. Want the fight. A nice terrorize from Shanks to force them away, though.
Is under attack.
Yoe, he's on the hunt again. Boulder smash out. Will connect on CML. Won't be anywhere near enough.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, they find a big target anyway. Sure they... And they were the ones being jumped on with Yoe in front.
Palos, he's going to be so careful. Yoe at least reveals himself. CML's the one to take the gank here at the bottom side as Yoe's going to take that one for himself to boot. And I think Palos needs to leave that area. We've seen this before. He'll get the traps down, but they know exactly where he is.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll leave him. Palos is okay.
Oh man, 7-0 away. One of those games again with his Earth Spirit where he's just popping off like a madman. Going for the heart next.
Radiant are scanning.
An execution, times are thrown off. Without the TA to kind of dish damage from the back while your front line's popping all the action. It doesn't feel like they can group up too hard.
Oh, Joe
Palos
Camp
again.
gets it time in Palos. You know, it's just one of those things. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You know the saying, John, as CML gonna go down, trying to help out him. Somebody has to ban Palos from that area of the map. Top lane?
Radiant structure.
I mean, perhaps looking at Akashi now, but Joe Camp's gonna beat Yoe. So Tino, who's triumphing going on the other side of the map, now has officially been caught. He'll throw the roar out onto the Weaver, but how do you get away from an Earth Spirit?
Kashi, what are you doing?
Oh, Kashi. Kashi in a bit of danger. Tino's actually just
Radiant are scanning.
casually getting out of there. There's nobody who wants to fight him.
I mean, Akashi was running up. I think if Akashi he just stood away from the ancient black dragon, he'd be happier off. Was trying to run up, trying to kill it. Like, loses a lot of HP instead. Managed to buy some space out. And that reaction away. Palos takes that position out and bot again, but no one's there to punish. So at the very least, he has that farm to go back into. We've got the Midas built up here now as we call for Shanks, understanding this could be a slow game. So try to get some build up, maybe consider the Ags down the line. Mid tower being sieged, Tino having a lot of impact with that big overlord. Oh, Akashi?
Yeah, I mean, Akashi's in dire straits at the moment. He's just gone. Yeah, he just never got the song off. I suppose Bob did have the BKB to be fair, but Akashi just
Are
melts.
fortified.
Palos? What's
Palos.
happening?
Well, look at Palos. What? CML? CML can't believe his eyes. The Yoe will go down, but WS now cleans up. Ponyo going to be saved by WS. No, in fact, he does go down, but so does Bob. Well, maybe they can fight this Weaver. So they cannot for now. And yeah, in Palos, he just dies.
He runs in. Not too far forward, but you have to respect the mobility out from Talon. They do manage to still find that good punishment. And this all stemmed off the back of Akashi just dying without popping song. What a strange set of fights. Talon and Execration. Well, it's getting funky a little bit, you know. It's getting a little bit funky here, but Talon's still maintaining the momentum here. 19 to 11, 5k lead for Talon coming out. Heart being formed up by Akashi, so he shouldn't be able to knock as easily once that's up and running. Well, we've got to see the song usage at some point, defensively at the very least. We do have the full Echo Saber being up on WS on his bear along with Radiance, and he also has the Orb of Destruction on that bear as well. So WS is hitting like a madman. Is number one in net worth. I think the big issue for this, again, like he's got Deso, they're trying to group up for this push. They haven't found pickoffs to lead into Roche as well. Smoke out from time.
Oh, here we go. He's masked up. Caught out naked. Well, that's Tino gone. CML meanwhile dying to a Tormentor's. Palos just killing his open teammates shot. No, CML just dies to the damn Tormentor. What happened?
Yeah, they took the shard. I don't know why it's showing that with the tournament.
Oh, okay. He's okay. Alright. He's
get
alright. Sorry, Palos.
Thank you.
Palos. He's just copping it left, right, and center, isn't he? Even the game's like, look at this. Palos killed his supporting ship. Look at it. CML. Anyway, 6k advantage. 11
I love this. This is a move from Ponyo. Midas on the AA. Gamer move because you know what? Everyone loves talking about Dark Willow Ags. The real bane, one of the other banes of our existence in turbo games, AA Ags. That's what
wait.
they do make move top.
Yeah, they tried onto Akashi who gets the song off, but the BKB was there from Bob, so they do take down the Naga Siren. Palos though still trying to get out of it. Ice Blast is going to land. That's going to make his life very hard. So he does go down. CML still on the run. Gets the jetpack off. Yoe, not done yet. Wants the chase. However, he's got a bit too deep. They immediately make the jump in as soon as he goes into that high ground. And now Yoe is down.
One must know when to stop chasing.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Palos! He just said it's a contest of stupidity between the carries.
I mean,
The dumbness of the carries.
I
They're all
appreciate
different kind.
Palos' honesty. I appreciate that. That's something I can respect. I can respect.
Oh, patangahan ng kid. That's amazing. Palos has not had a fun game. They are bullying out Akashi a little bit, forcing that choice for the song.
Not to back him up to you, John. He's 0-7-3 on this TA. Like, I mean,
Yeah, he's had a bad game. It's a bad game overall, you know? Like, yeah, what can you do, right? Like,
what can you do?
His lane was rough. WS is just doing God's work once more. He's going into Roshan, scouted out by CML, so not the safest Rosh to They'll keep going. They've got the swarm ready here on Jokam. Jokam working towards the Ags is basically just one part away. That's going to be massive in saves here. Let's see whether or not that impact will be felt. Smoke out Execration, not going to let this Rosh go for free. It's literally only WS.
Quite literally. Yeah, everyone else has left the Roshan pit. They want to prepare for the fight that is incoming, as we are going to have a very awkward pause.
What the hell is even that?
Yo,
Here we go. This is spicy. Dota lag. I believe you, Yoa. I believe you. Don't you worry.
Going ready. All right. This is... Let's see what happens here. They see Bobby.
Yeah, poor old Bob. It's got the BKB up. WS almost through Roshan. 1.7k HP left. Palos is not here for the fight, by the way. No TP available to join, so they are going to go 4v5 into this. It's like they have found CML to get them started here on the clockwork, so CML just going to try and find an angle to get to the Roshan pit as Tino. Oh, Tino's in! Tino gets the Aegis! Tino BKBs and TPs out! How does that even happen, man? Well, what is this game? Bob. He's got his BKB still available here, Bob. He'll pop it. He'll get the onslaught away. And he should be alright.
He just ran in. By the way, Tino just literally ran in with a creep army. Roared. Took Aegis. Took the kill on Roche. You don't even get the gold for town. I know what's happening. You know, this is a game of Dota 2. I think this is weirder than my pub games. I will admit though, very weird. Weirder than pubs.
That's considering your pub, John. That's weird. That is very weird.
That is. I think the only way it goes in line with my pubs if you see a Dark Willow and AA Ags. Again, you're likely not that insane. Well, no, you are insane on Shanks. He is going for the Ags straight up. So I appreciate that. He's going. Shit. He's going Ags into double rate ban. I like that. I appreciate that.
He's a universal hero after all.
He's the Kenny now, because Palos can't farm. That's it.
I mean, Palos is certainly farming. He's just not, just not staying alive. I think is the problem here for Palos. That's why he just didn't join the last team fight. He's like, look, I can't die if I don't, if I don't join.
Visibility.
Anyway, Joe Cam, bottom lane, just pushing out the bot lane as Bob is hanging around. TML looking for a hook shot, has found Yoe. They've got themselves his Earth Spirit. Yoe, though, he's a tanky boy, and Yoe is going to be able to roll away as Akashi pops a song, but now he's been drawn up by Tino. Akashi is a much better target for them to focus down, but they've got a nothing so far, so they might need to back out of here. Bob jumps back in, but an immediate silence out from Yoe, cancelling the pulverize. Now the ensnares up. Bob still has his BKB, so he's okay to keep this going. Neither side really getting the burst on one that they wanted, and so they just kind of have to leave this fight.
And they go back, just a bit of reset. You've got the full Ags on Joe Cam for the next engagement, so you've got that save with time lapse.
Radiant are
And
scanning.
I mean, you're buying a ton of space for Palace to actually have a game. Going for the BKB next. Already have one on Yoa, just finished up here. Should be easier for him to start the front line. And the BKBs will start to force the choice out for the Roar and Polarize. Might be a little bit harder to try to split that control off. Maybe focus in on these targets. Palace and going away.
For now, WS in the meantime onto Bob. Bob pops his BKB. Only a 6-second duration now. We'll still be able to walk out of this.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Seems like both teams, I say that, they're going to smoke up. 4-man smoke on Talon. Akashi is not with them at the moment. Akashi's just farming the top lane.
Earth's bounty.
It seems like the smoke doesn't really amount to much.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't look like it. You are going into the Valkyrie next for Yoa, so more spell spam in the middle of these fights. Bob trying to go into the heart and Ags. Going for the durability at this point now, and Tino is going for the Ags on the Beastmaster. So
Radiant's top
you have a
tower
stable
is
way
under
of just
attack.
life stealing off these illusions. You can survive through. That was nerfed down just a bit, but still highly effective, at the very least. Never underestimate those drums of Slom. Mr. Roar is up.
Radiant are scanning.
Talon. I am curious where they go now. Like, they've got the heart up on Akashi, just the butterfly next. It feels like you should be set up to take more here, but everything's just dodging. You make a move on one side, the other side retreats, and vice versa. I think Bob is speaking the right thing. It's been a game of dodge here.
Mid lane, they are still grouped up here. So they will back off again. Aegis is going to expire. Execration with this expiring, you want to go for a smoke rotation down towards the bottom side where they should run into Ponyo. Or old Ponyo. Gonna have to cop it again here for the team. We'll go down. Not too much he could have done about that. Does allow his team to go to the other side of the map and keep their own farm going. So yeah, I've got up to the stage where you've got a Bloodthorn now up on Akashi. TP's up top though, Execration. They found WS, they'll go for the Roar route. They found the Lone Druid, that's the one you really want, and he never got the true form off, so he is just melting. Kashi never got the song off in time, now will pop it but needs to TP away, and does do so.
Big pickoffs for Execration. If only Roshan was a little bit closer to respawn, then they could have gone for that objective. They have room for shoving for tier 2. And making his way up top. To be able to make short work of that one. Talon, without that song, shouldn't be feeling too good for Spy.
Jump in. No air. He's been caught for now, rolls back towards CML, so might just pick himself up a clockwork and he'll actually survive. As Yoe, he's still gone. He's still thinking about this. Akashi is back up, and well, WS, he's up in 10. But this time, it's going to be Execration that look to retreat, as they don't seem very confident with this one.
This does save them the trouble of the tier 2 falling down. Again, it's stalling for the next Roche. He will smoke up on Talon's this time around.
Nowhere. Find himself a Dark Willow. Joe Camp. About to fall. What? Excuse me, rather Shanks, I was meant to say. As Shanks does go down. Joe Camp. Still searching around for somebody else. Will not find anyone, so perhaps it's about time to go for that mid-tier 2 tower. WS, he will indeed get started. Meanwhile, Palos going to go for a Torment to pick up. It's going to be going the way of Shanks.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Nice little pickup for the Dark Willow. The Witiful Ags up. Having a little bit more Bramble on the Curse Crown is always nice as well. But Shanks is really just going, he is set up to just do damage. He's going for Power Treads. Again, the secondary Wraith Band was supposed to fly out in the Dead Courier. Talon are starting to find some objectives though, down to just one outer tower left for the side of Execration. So Talon are starting to get more in. The issue is this network lead hasn't really grown. It's just kind of levitating between 3 and 4K right now. And that keeps Execration within the play zone. You know, you're doing fine. You've managed to recover on Palos to an extent. He's going for that full Silver Edge next. You know, we haven't seen that next item for WS in quite some time. Trying to go for the full AC. He does have the Hyperstone on his bear. Some more hits to come true. See where they group up. It's a longer Roche respawn. So the next few fights shouldn't amount to too much.
Execration. They've smoked up as fine. They're going to try and move in first. No vision around the area, but there's your rocket flare out to provide the vision they've been looking for. Wrap around on the right side. Nice scan out here from Execration. Excuse me, rather Talon with the one scanning out perfectly as Akashi's still getting caught out here on the Naga Siren. Will try to avoid Terrorize and does be okay for now, though the Roar does come out. Tino, he's going to hold the Naga down. He's still got Song available, but he just can't get it off in time. The Naga is gone, but look at the damage Yoe is doing along with WS. They are still melting to the amount of damage he has pumped out here as Palos will go. And Bob, he is not safe either. Still running, but the chase is on from Yoe. Boulder Smash not quite on target, but it won't matter. Roll is there, and Yoe does secure another. Anyway, like you kill the Naga, but this Magnetize and this WS just going absolutely nuts.
The Lone Druid is just hitting way too hard. Like, they can't ignore the bear in the middle, the Radiant Spur and the miss counts. It's making this tough. And now WS can just go onto the high ground. And one big strength that Lone Druid rips objectives right apart. Won't be popping for this, or they will now, but the power is pretty much good as gone. At least they will clear out the creep wave, force a bit of a reset for WS on the bear. Objective is going to be found, and they should be able to find a little bit more for the trouble. Call back. And that's just with one hero. No one else has to come in here from the side of Talon. The supports will help out. And will show up as well. Akashi across the map is going to go back to farming top. They could set up for a nice Roshan right after this. It's only about 40 seconds away. Play discipline on Talon. One racks, back off, respect the respawns. And just go for Rosh, cleans her out.
Rock it on.
Then they go down to towards the Roshan pit. Of course, they are going to go to the other side of the map. Roshan's still 15 seconds away. Isakashi is...
Players here.
Roshan now officially available. Both sides going to meet up at the top left corner of the map. 5-man smoke here from Execration. Bob on the front lines. Primal Beast looking for his first victim. On, very nice vision. Getting it done right before the fight is set to begin. Roshan does make his appearance as well. CML gets his own vision down. CML, they'll see Akashi with the hook shot. Oh, it's on a neutral. He caught the Centaur. And with that, CML is going to get the lead, and as now Yoe is incoming. Who does he want though? Seems like he has noticed Palos, but ignores Palos for now as he's trying after Bob. Instead, Bob gets caught by the roll, but his BKB on Yoe is about to wear off. Tino, in the meantime, was caught by WS's Spirit Bear, but Tino's got his own BKB, so he'll go for the raw route onto the AA. Ponyo barely survives, so the Aghanim set the time-lapse, keeps the AA alive. Meanwhile, Palos has been caught. Yoe trying to take him down, does do so. And now with the song out, they have locked out Bob. It's 3 for 1 so far, about to be a 4th. Not much the Primal Beast can do about this. In fact, it might just be a full team wipe. They've even got Shanks on the Dark Willow down. And now Roshan is well and truly open for the side of Talon.
Should be able to find us Roche number 2 now, cleanly from the side of Talon. They're not going into the pit though. Looks like they might want that tier 2 first to try to push in the waves and get the map control under their direction. Even Akashi's running down mid, so it looks like they want to pressure high ground, maybe force a couple of buybacks. See how much they can get done. Naga's pushing rate is pretty damn high. Fortify is down until a tier 3 falls. Oh well, no, you don't have a refresh. Fortify is just down. So you have some good options here for Talon. And they'll just go for the objectives. They can always pull back for Roche. And they'll just gun for more. Full basher now on there as well. Buyback forced on 2. Now they could go for Roshan with this retreat.
Yeah, they certainly could. It's like Talon. They're successfully going to retreat. The drawing board for them. There's still plenty of opportunities here to go back for the Roshan and secure that. So Roshan obviously not going to be contested. You have the vision with the rocket flare, but that's about all you get here. Is time maybe a high grab for Talon. So hard seeing Execration be able to defend now, like 23k behind. They've really got no carry either. Like it's Tino and Bob trying to carry this game for the team.
Pretty much. You don't have presence on Palace yet. Trying to go for the Silver Edge. Only has the 4 charges on the Deso as well. It's a tough time for Execration high ground. Under siege. They do need to wait for the creeps to come in. And there it is. Bear.
Yeah, I mean, they'll try for the Spirit Bear. Bob is focusing really hard on WS's Bear, and they are going to get it the first time, but WS will respawn the Bear immediately. Doesn't really seem like he wants to go in again, though. They may just leave it at that for now, just hold on to the Aegis till the resummon is back up off cooldown. That, I do believe they are going to wait the 90 seconds for WS to have the secondary Bear back up.
Play it safe. Talon being a bit cautious, so much on the line here. Don't want to throw the network lead away and give an opportunity for Execration to come back in. They're showing a lot of respect for all of that single target control that Execration has through the BKBs. Pulverize, the roar, a lot that can still wreck them even with some spell immunity protection. They've got the full sheep stick up on Akashi, so they can start to pin down their own targets. Palos
does manage to barely blink away. CML again going to be the sacrificial lamb, as now Bob even dropping extremely low to Akashi, forced the BKB up and run. Did they go for the mid-racks? One laner barracks left up the top now, and it is completely exposed here. No tier 3 tower to protect. Start to move in. Nice kickback here from Yoe to get things started. They've caught Tino, but Tino gets the BKB off, and Bob just rushes right into the Weaver. Jokam still okay as the song does come out from Akashi. There's no BKB available on Bob, so he is just a bit of a sitting duck now as they will burst him down. Moving on for more. Talon looking to knock Execration out of the close qualifier. Palos trying one last time to save this for his team, but Palos is going to die just another time. And dieback immediately up for the TA. Genius call, they've seen enough. Talon will proceed through the lower bracket, and Execration will be forced to stay home here. ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
That is honestly not the result I'd expect for these two rosters facing off. Not the result I'd expect for these close qualifiers. You know, Talon, a lot of questions coming in as to why this lineup was just invited into close qualifiers, even though they don't really have their original roster at all. Execration being a team that has been to a lot of the Dream Leagues, has been a lot of ESL events, and, you know, places decently in the DPC, have to go through opens. They drop down, they face up against Talon, and that question resolves. Talon comes out on top, and they managed to do it in the most up and down ways. A lot of back and forth between those two teams. We heard Paolo say, you know, katangahan ng carries, the stupidity of the carries was coming out there. I'm keen to see whether or not Talon can carry that momentum. Unfortunately for Execration, though, that is the end of the journey for them. No shot at KL for them. They'll have to try tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily for us, though, at least, we do have one more series coming up here for the stream. I am going to have to leave, Jonathan. We do have a replacement coming, as I am honestly dying here on stream, so it's about time I head the hell out of here. But it is MLP Dota, it's John X Fire. We'll be right back after a break to see our final series of the night.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. just in time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. not wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you doing on this fine day? What have you had for merienda? Mic impression. Is that close enough? Is that how he sounds to you in your ear?
You know what? Leave Richie with the impersonation.
Exactly.
He does a good one. He does a good one. What you won't be needing to impersonate off with some good Dota. Talon up against what's their name? Aurora. Who were they? X Talon, and it's gonna be a good one. Of all people to end up in the lower bracket, the X lineup was probably one of the last few that you'd expect. But Geek Fam gave them a walloping and a 2-1 win. And this should be a fun one to watch out for because everyone that looks at this matchup would all say Aurora should be the favorites. But, you know, in a lot of matchups as well, Talon, probably the underdogs fighting through that perception of being a lesser team, you know, being the leftovers that Talon could pick up. Because when these... Okay, I can give you some insight on it, right? And
Go ahead.
Trust issues here. When Talon's roster left, and that was around the time when everyone else was signed. Right? All the big names had their own contract signed out.
Oh, wow. This is some juicy rumors.
What Talon has, theoretically speaking, is, like, let's say, to put it unkindly or put it plainly, a leftover stack, right?
Oh my god.
Great job. As a leftover, I mean, these are all the guys they could find that were not signed pretty late in, right before the qualifiers. And they managed to go forward. They have a point to prove up against Aurora here. Aurora have got to show that, well, buying out these contracts must have been worth them. We'll see if they can put a dent in Talon's momentum. It should be a fun one. You know, there are no personal grudges here, of course, but it's always fun to imagine there is a little drama spice up life.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, we were both in the lobby. You heard the slew of insults by each teams, right? 23 Savage getting up from his computer to sharpen his machete. Of course, all these things happened, and this drama is not just in our heads, John. I will say, though, on your point about Talon's leftover, I mean, I'm trying to find a nice way to say it, but I guess that's it. Leftover stack. This is not the first time they do this. They have been a team that in the past has gone from tier 1 to tier 2 stacks really easily. In fact, a lot of C teams have experienced doing this, and them getting this far in the qualifier should be a testament to their strength.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's always been a lot of promise with all of these players. I think WS is probably the biggest one. His time in Boom. Granted, Boom didn't have a great time, but you know, WS looked like a really good part in those qualifiers. Same story kind of goes for Natsumi now on Geek Fam. So even though the past results don't really reflect their skill, it is showing up. WS has been a key part. You can see the respect fans as well with the Lone Druid and that Timbersaw as well. That's been a big part of what Talon's been playing with. Talon for their part banning out the Bristleback, the Spirit Breaker, and the Kunkka. The Kunkka in particular is tied into Aurora, but the Bristleback's been something they've been struggling with on Talon, which is funny, because that was something that the X-Talon lineup also kind of struggled in during their road to the International.
And Aurora, they'll start off with that Wraith King, which we have seen, you know, famously in every single pub and in so many varied games. In TI, it was less popular, but I think C is particularly the region to take advantage of this hero the most, as, you know, most people were surprised when Wraith King became an offlaner again, but in C pubs, this has never stopped being the case, right? He's been in my offlane for 8 years for some reason. Now he's just good. So it's nice to see him make a little bit of a comeback so that I don't lose that many games to this team.
Yeah, it's always a little bit flexible as well, although likely just offlane as a first pick. That does allow the side of Talon to kind of figure out what they want and they're safe. Figure out a way of just kind of managing that. I believe Talon themselves were the ones to go for an Akashi Faces Void into the Raid King, which is always kind of funny because people consider Raid King as a Faces Void counter to counteract Chrono. As on core matchup, you're just wasting the core's ultimate on another core's ultimate, and the Raid King comes out on top. But I feel like on the offlane position, Faces Void is still a viable hero for Talon. Again, Akashi plays it well. He understands what he has to do in these fights. He understands his timing, and it's pretty hard for a Wraith King to shove out something like the Faces Void. So I'm keen to see if that's something Aurora will respect ban down the line. Talon, for their part, a lot of respect for Q, taking care of that Tusk. What else? You want to give Q access to say something like the Dark Willow, which has been popping up so many times in these qualifier games. I think you've got the option for maybe a Phoenix, but Phoenix into AA can always be a little bit awkward. Just removing the healing is a factor. We'll take care of the Jet. Okay. Master first.
Makes perfect sense, honestly. One of the heroes that AA doesn't deal too well with because of the fact that he can just split and ignore you completely, and you playing this weird timer game against them. And this does determine, though, or at least they're considering the Wraith King being in a more predominant role, not just the offlane Wraith King that we see so often these days. of course, the Nagasara, another respect band. Oh, sorry, never mind, wrong team. that is not Savage's Sire. That is WS's.
Akashi plays a mean
Akashi, sorry. I mean,
Nagasara.
yes, thank you.
No problem. Akashi plays a mean Nagasara, right?
5
Like
seconds
he
remaining.
growed it to victory in her last
Talon
season, so I think it's an
Esports
understandable thing
turn
from
to
Aurora.
stare
Just
in
take
the
care of this
face.
comfort. They grabbed the Muerta, which was left sitting around. So you do have this potential flexibility between potential cores. Maybe a support Muerta coming out here for the side of Aurora.
Esports
Pretty
turn
open
to
in what you'd want to do.
Grimstroke.
Talon, for their part, just back into Grimstroke, and we've seen them go with this Grimstroke AA, and now the Earth Spirit as well for Yoe. Yoe on this Earth Spirit has been insane out. Like, all day long he's been playing this, and he's just looked amazing. Even in matchups which are absolute trash for Earth Spirit. Into the
10
Primal Beast, which is
seconds
a bit
remaining.
more manageable. Into the Kunkka, where he gets curb stomped and comes back in.
5 seconds
Yoe's done some work,
remaining.
and I'm curious to see what Aurora's response is, right? With probably just looking for a support to try to stop the Earth Spirit, but very little can really effectively do so without just body blocking him and just dying, perhaps. So I'm wondering, what I'd want to see from Aurora is one thing that I see Talon do. Really, Talon emphasizes the rune refills for Yoe. Like, water runes are very important to them. The first power rune, the second, and the third power rune are all very important to Talon. So I want Aurora, if they want to bring that back to the form, or have a matchup that deals with it, and they'll just go for the Necrophos, which just curb stomps that, and then the Phoenix comes out as well. As mentioned, Necrophos is... I hate this. It's disgusting. You know, it's
As, like, as a hero or in this draft here?
as a hero, I hate
10
it.
seconds
Okay.
In this
Alright,
patch,
fair enough. Sure.
feeding off of this heart meta that's
5
formed up,
seconds
and
remaining.
then you could build up into the Ags.
It is pretty dumb.
For some reason, I could justify the existence of Necrophos pre-Ags. The Ags is just stupid. 60% of your HP regen, which gets amped up when you pop Growth Shrouds, so you're doing almost 100 damage per second. It's like, tie that with a Radiance build up down the line. Necrophos is just ridiculous. So it does make sense for Aurora. Mid lane matchup again against Earth Spirit should be very good for Armel. And you do have some presence with these supports running up. At the very least, Muerta can contest the water runes pretty nicely. So I do like what I'm seeing here from Aurora. Understanding what Talon has been doing recently here.
You do have an ancient apparition at least to deal with this Necrophos and with the Phoenix healing, right? It's weird because this hero is seen as a gunner to a lot of these region heroes that kind of popped off in this meta, but because of his laning not being as strong, it was not always the preference for some people. And as you can see here, teams don't really fear it as much. That's why they're picking a healing hero into it. But under a better circumstance, if they can find some damage here on Talon, they could have used a little bit. Right now, their damage is certainly lacking with an Earth Spirit Grimstroke combo. I don't think them going full tank like the meta suggests is necessarily the best option, but we'll see what Talon decides for their other two cores. Perhaps you pick up...
Talon
I actually
Esports
don't know.
turn to Templar Assassin.
Oh, okay, that's damage. That's definitely damage. That's a carry TA.
That should be Akashi in the safe lane, and he's
Okay.
played that a couple of times as well. I am curious what they expect from that matchup up against Raid King. I think it's
10
all right.
seconds
Maybe
remaining.
level 1. I don't know. Level 1, if you can get double meld, that's always good, but you're
5
likely not
seconds
camping that lane there for
remaining.
Akashi. So you're riding into level 2, level 3. You're probably dealing with a Q Muerta. I think that's the ideal here. And you run the Phoenix with Savage for Ollie. But if you run the Phoenix 4 instead, you just ruin the TA's lane no matter what skill build she goes for. So either one kind of works here. For Aurora, I am curious
10
about what they'll
seconds
pick up
remaining.
for WS, because none of his key heroes are available. You know, that
5
Timbersaw's
seconds
gone,
remaining.
the Lone Druid's gone. Primal Beast is... Has Primal Beast been left? He's actually been left in the pool? Or am I
Yeah,
blind?
he has. No, he has. You're right. I was also thinking the same
Radiant
thing.
team
That,
back.
am I blind?
There
we
it
go,
is.
Finally. All right, that makes sense. I will say to the TA matchup that one thing that always needs to be part of your consideration when you're playing against the Wraith King is having something that can clear skeletons into the mid-late game. You always think of area damage, but that's not enough. So something with cleave
10
or side blades in this
seconds
case is pretty
remaining.
useful. That is a point for the TA. The damage I also think is pretty nice.
5
I agree with you. The
seconds
laning might be a bit
remaining.
weird or weak, but at least they are considering there's a point in the game, perhaps the early mid game, where this works. But that's not a point you usually play in today's Dota. But yeah, we'll see how Talon figures this out. I am interested in what tempo the offlaner they're going to pick is going to set up. You mentioned Primal Beast, he kind of works on every tempo, but now that you're running out, what even options of the broken offlaners do you have?
Talon Esports, turn to battle.
Well,
Tide-
Tide.
Tide
He's like
in,
the
yeah.
tier 2 broken offlaner, huh? And he's even being removed.
Yeah, well, every single time I've seen this TA, Tide's usually last phase ban for the offlane. Option for usually most teams when I'm guessing information from
10
scrims that
seconds
they
remaining.
ban out Darkseer, but I don't think
Oh.
the Darkseer fits in for
5
WS here,
seconds
especially since they're
remaining.
going with like Grimstorm or AA.
I mean, you have the Earth Spirit, right? I guess. There's some Darkseer players that swear by the fact that you should use a range support as opposed to a melee support, unless it's Nyx. The logic behind that being that the Darkseer already fulfills the tank,
Talon
and the whole idea of
Esports,
double
turn
ISL is
to
so
pick.
weak in the early levels that you're better off having someone that can cover you from range as opposed to having someone that like goes in with you, right? As it used to be the case. I don't know if I follow the
Radiant
philosophy,
team
but
pick.
Lyrical swears by it.
Ooh.
Okay. Interesting pick.
I have not seen this in a while, I'll be honest with you. I recall seeing too many Broodmothers. WS has played us in the offlane quite a fair few bits of times, if I recall, from
10 seconds
maybe some boom
remaining.
times, maybe all the way back to like Team Atlantis. This can work out.
5
I am
seconds
curious
remaining.
what his matchup to be. It does feel like we're looking for
It.
what,
It's
a
odd.
Savage hero?
Because you know how I mentioned tempo earlier, right? Now you picked up a hero that determines that I wasn't wrong with the TA tempo, right? Like they are planning to play this hero as it used to be, this kind of early mid-game-ish timing where you're the strongest carry out there. Because Broodmother has the same timing, but then that's so anti-meta, it shocks me a little bit, you know? That 20 to 40 minute mark that's usually ignored in today's games. I don't know how you play with these heroes at 40 compared to Aurora's, mind you.
Yeah, it scale up as well. They are playing quicker, but this is something that Talon had into for the most part. I think their longest game today was probably 38 minutes. So they almost always aim to play a little bit faster. They down a little bit, maybe by 30 flat, maybe 28.
Okay, you're up against a team that, at least when they were Talon, historically loves to elongate the games as much as possible. All right.
Yeah, it's an interesting mindset to go into. You will get master for good old jabs here to close out with. Rather interesting draft. I think I would agree with you here, Avo. I feel like Aurora does have this scale, and not even just scaling, like this early tempo. If Armel takes over this mid lane, which he should, for Necrophos versus Earth Spirit, gets an early travels timing into, say, Heart or Kaya Sanj, it's very hard to stop that. I mean, Ponyo has to be really on point with planting some blasts, and they don't really have a Reaper's Sight. Once you don't have Disruption, you don't have Snowball, you don't have something to stop that damage and stop that burst from Armel here.
This is a dumb question, by the way, but surely you know because you're smarter. When you stop the regen for Necrophos, like with the Vessel or the Ice Blast, that doesn't affect the damage of the outputs of the Ags, does it?
I believe it does. Oh, well.
Oh, it does?
It doesn't
So
drag it to 0. No, it doesn't drag it to 0, right? So
Right, so-
technically it still goes through, I think. I haven't.
Okay, okay.
I've not interacted with that in as much as I should have through Turbo.
Okay.
I don't know
Alright.
why. I don't think it does.
I'm
Unless
sorry I
it-
put you on the spot. I thought that would be an easy
No, no, no.
answer. I apologize.
It's as all things with Dota, it's not, because I believe all those heal blocks work by actually just blocking you from being healed, but it doesn't drop your regen to 0. So technically,
Yeah,
you still
exactly.
have
That's
the
what I think.
regen value running. Yeah,
Yes.
so Dota is all complicated like that with all these interactions in the background, but that is something to consider. Like the blast will stop him from healing, but it won't stop the damage theoretically from coming out. I guess we'll see if that's in practice, if it works out that way.
If I'm honest with you, as much as we hyped up this Necrophos as being, oh my god, so scary, right? And I hate Necrophos. We all hate Necrophos, right? He's not a hero that you like playing against. He's a disgusting hero in general, not particularly that skilled. Is more of a fundamentals hero. But I don't think he's particularly the issue that Talon needs to deal with. I mean, I guess late game in general as a concept, sure. But they do have a lot of things. Considering TA will definitely get Nullifier this game, they do have a lot of things to be able to burst and bring him down pretty effectively, and also to put him out of position. Necrophos is like a Medusa that heals, right, in many cases. Like, as soon as you put him out of position, he doesn't know how to get back. This old man trying to struggle back to his position. So I don't think he's as much of a concern to me as Wraith King late game together with the Beastmaster, because TA doesn't do well against this hero traditionally.
That is true. I'm thinking more about like this Necrophos doesn't look like it's going to be shut down too early in the laning phase.
No, I agree with you there.
Travels are going to be all over the place. Josh calling it out. New versus old with a passer on. Shush! Gotta give emotion out, folks.
Has that made it to Philippines? I have never heard that outside of America.
It has younger
Shush.
Yeah. You're feeling it now, Avo.
How old are you again, John? Are you a Zoomer, technically?
I'm 30 years old. No, I am what now they would classify as boomers, right? Anyone that's home.
I swear, John, whenever I look at
30
you, you're like an
seconds to
18-year-old, but that his dad dressed. But I always thought that you were very, very young.
Well, to be fair, I never really pick my clothes, so you're not wrong about dad dress. Well, it's my mom dress, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect Miss John. X-Fire. Sorry, Miss X-Fire, I suppose. That's your last name, of course. Yeah. Let's see this Bounty Rune clash, which Talon seems more keen on taking. Not sure who has the advantage here on the spells. Okay, well, if Q misses his, that's going to be a little advantage over the Talon. Our Ponya takes the wrong route home, and because of this Hawk, he is going to die to Jabs, who also steals the rune. Not equalizing those two runes because they planned this on... They did plan this on Talon, yes. Okay, just double check. And they knew the Broodmother would be able to just ignore this because Broodmother level 1 is a terrible hero.
That it is, and a nice little first blood bonus for Jabs does. You know, add the gold pockets a little bit more, taking a look at that mid lane matchup. Necrophos versus Earth Spirit. And that's all I have to say about that. There's really not much. He's gonna spam his Q. Yo is gonna spam the Boulder Smash. He's gonna cop a lot of HP damage, and Yo is not gonna have fun. He's gonna try to go back. Let me tell you what will happen. He'll go back for the 3-minute bounty rune. He'll top up. He'll have bottle by then. He'll lose his HP again. He'll hang around, wait for the 4-minute rune. That's it. That's all gameplay. We don't need to look back at mid. We can look up.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, Necrophos has always been this binary hero, right? Like, he either wins his matchup and destroys it like you described, or he loses it and can't do much about it. There's no gameplay element to him. You pretty much go to lane, you spam Q, you're like the old Bristol back to a degree. And that's it. We'll look at the top lane a little bit. We've discussed a lot about this TA potential matchups here. Oh, that was a really, really good dead shot here. Catching Ponya, putting him back in. The Hawk should not need it, actually. It roots Akashi instead to get a little bit extra harassment. But they already got the kill on the Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, this lane's rough for Akashi to kind of deal with. You've got good ways of dealing with refraction. You start with meld. You can't really go in for the double meld onto Jabs. He's got some good spacing held up here by Q. So you're not able to try to harass back. Your AA partnership as well. It's not the ideal AA lane as a support.
Love it.
Yeah, you can't use your cold feet to try to entrap someone to try to go for a kill. So you're basically poking, and it doesn't. You don't win the pokes when dead shot's a factor.
There is literally zero synergy between these two heroes in the lane. There's nothing they get to do together at all. A has to set up his own cold feet. And Akashi is suffering from this. Look at the silence. The Hawk will root again. Akashi stuck. Meld does not avoid the hit from the Hawk, and that's going to kill him off. Very tough to deal with Mortis the Calling, because inside you can't really hit, outside you get hurt. There's just a loss no matter what. And silence, of course.
Yeah, that's the only synergy they have. They're both going to be dying if they're not too careful. The bot lane is maybe a little bit more active for Talon. I mean, you've got the Grimstroke along with the Broodmother, Jokam, and WS having to deal with 23, and with Ollie on that Wraith King and the Phoenix. It's always funny to see Savage back in the Wraith King. Takes you back to the old T1 days, which is further back in the Talon days, of course.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Specializes in. He's not queuing up the arm, just going for the Blade Mail Radiance, so going for a basically older Wraith King build, which is what's in meta right now. WS is not dominating this lane as much as you'd normally see him do. Up against Wraith King is a taller order, but this is a really strong start for Aurora on bot. Like, Savage, it will just farm up a storm. That's something that Wraith King does. After a few levels with the skeletons up, all the camps are going to get cleared out, your towers will be pressured in, and WS needs to kind of just ride it out, try to hit his level 5, level 6, I suppose, to try to have some gameplay here.
It's a tough lane to deal with a Phoenix existing like this. The moment he stops your attack speed as Broodmother, you don't feel like you do much in lane. Obviously, like you said, until level 6, and then it's just kind of over. The Inksroll combo is nice. Grimstroke is definitely one of the most potent supports right now, but you don't have anyone to really use it with. As he tries here with a Broodmother to save himself, he's gonna have to pop it. It's not gonna work. He dies immediately, and There you go. As I just said, there is no combo here either. You mentioned this in the draft. The synergy for lanes for Talon is pretty much non-existent. They're playing for the mid game, they're playing for tempo, sure. But how do they make up for these lanes?
They just have to ride them out. I think this is something that
Alright.
Talon has done in a lot of their games. Their lane phase isn't normally as atrocious as 4-0, so Talon is doing a great job. Aurora is doing a fantastic job in that front. But the way Talon gets back into this is usually off the back of Yoe. At least what we've seen from the qualifiers. Yoe, once he hits 6, if he manages to get that first power rune, he's going to roll onto a lane, usually WS's lane, try to find a kill there, and constantly apply pressure. And that's what we need to see from Talon. Hold out on the Storm, weather through it, and try to get those levels up to start getting some plays, at least from the mid into the side lanes.
If this prophecy completes itself, John, what do you think would be the plan from Aurora to be able to make up for it? To be able to stop them from ever accomplishing that mid-game? Or do you think they don't even care because they just want to take it to late?
They can care. I think the one thing is just bring Armel in every time he has Reaper Sight. If he doesn't have Sight, let the support die. It doesn't matter. Just go back to it. You know, you're going to be able to clear out the camp much more efficiently. You will just have to watch out for one thing. I think the level 6 of WS is maybe going to be an issue if the Spiderlings start to invade that jungle, and he's already digging into that bot jungle. A fair bit. Not too badly, but again, it gets worse as the spider grows bigger, as Mike knows, as an Australian. So that's the one thing we'll have to watch out for, too much space to WS. Beyond that, if Yo is only finding supports, if you play a little bit more defensively on your cores, then you really don't care. And then Armel maybe gets a couple of free Reaper Sight kills. Speaking of, he does have level 6 on that Necrophos up. And if Yoe could just cops a couple of death pulses down, he's an easy Reaper Sight target. He's not careful. But this...
Oh, yeah, there we go. Very easy Reaper Sight target. He has been hitting some really nice dead shots here, but it's like we said, this matchup is kind of impossible. 23 last hits to 46, literally doubling his last hits, and now be able to take a tower with this. Without your Space Creator mid, someone else will have to take up that role. You just talked about shoving lanes. That might be the only option they really have.
Yeah, but you're not set up for it yet. You're still a ways off from WS hitting 6. You're nowhere near having some presence here for Akashi. Still at 5, of course, going to work onto Dragonlance Desolator. It's the timing. And with a mid lane con for Yoe, he does not have play. This is great from Aurora, just camping mid, ensuring momentum never comes in for Talon. This is one of the worst conditions for Talon. If Yoe doesn't have a game, if he can't rotate, everything else falls apart. And Aurora are certainly making that happen here.
Yeah. And Talon, all they can do at least is take up over this top space that they've acquired for themselves, and at least Q is rotating. Ponyo will be able to steal this Wisdom Rune, so that's a very small victory, but a victory nonetheless, right? Oh, Q is running towards it.
Ponyo's been pretty on point with stealing this Sentiment Rune every single time. He should be able to get away with it. Deadshot, though?
I don't know, yeah, Deadshot might kill. Oh, he got it! Q takes the rune, and he's gonna take Ponyo's life at this rate as well. They missed the axis, that's not gonna be enough damage. It was only level 1 anyway. But they lost the rune, so it's a loss for Ponyo. Look at him. He's actually contemplating life for a while. Oh, he's walking out. He's so distracted, he's so dizzy. His only purpose in life, not completed.
On his way out, too. He wants to head back to that lane really fast. He's just rushing down. He knows that with one support down, it's very easy for Akashi to just fall up top. Not that he really does too much for you here. 5 Aurora, very clean to start off for the Talon lineup, as they are gunning for that top tier 1 now, with a good creep army coming in from Jabs, already having that Dominator up, so they can get to town. They are grouping up bot now as well, having that spawn Spiderlings up, so they will trade map space away. Akashi will have to watch himself, as if they manage to get forward vision. This is also something that Talon, current Talon, has shown a week before. A forward ward by the cliff area in the middle of the lane. That little warding spot right by the pool up top. Akashi's been caught out there multiple times. If Aurora just gets some forward vision, it should be very easy to use and hunt down the TA.
I see. And then where do you farm if that's not the place? Do they have to just constantly de-ward and fight it? Is that even an option for Talon here?
I think what we normally see is Akashi usually joins in for a bot fight, but TA is way too slow paced for him to go for that right now. He has no items, not even a Dragonlance. If he had a Dragonlance, maybe he groups up bot and takes some of that map space himself. Right now, he's just going to have to stay up top, hope that Talon, the rest of Talon, can make space and force Aurora to respot her mid. and go from there. We are at the point where Yoa does have the urn, not the full Spirit Vessel, but if he finds support pick off now, this is when he starts rolling with those kills. He has the Arcane bottled up, he's just waiting for that opportunity.
Here's a question since you mentioned the Dragonlance on TA. What do you think is the right build? He's going for Dragonlance in the end, right? But when your game is a little bit difficult, are you trying to get Dragonlance to get activated as soon as possible? Should you go for bigger items? What is your opinion here, John?
I think you normally still go, ideally, Dragonlance Deso. I think before, like maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, you used to see Dragonlance Blink.
Yes.
Even back then, I wasn't a fan. I felt like it's just not enough. TA's super squishy when she commits. Roll out from Yoda on mid, though.
Oh, that meant nothing. Inkswell as well, and Yo is like, please don't attack me. No. The Inkswell pops onto Ollie, who's forced to retreat now. He's even gonna get cold-footed. Or gold-winged, I suppose.
Yeah. He has feet too.
Does Phoenix have feet?
They have talons. Funny. Yeah,
oh,
talon
right.
item.
Right, that makes sense. Oh, so this is a message from Ollie that he wants to go back to his org. I see, John. A lot of drama here, huh?
Perhaps.
Armel, Armel just takes over the lane because he's already Necrophos. He knows he can't get killed. And
Yes, Travel. He's already the Vit booster into the heart.
oh my god.
Like, you were talking about that nullifier timing, Avo. It's a pipe.
Yeah, who cares?
It's not gonna last for at least 20 minutes.
I'm so sorry I even mentioned that. I was like, oh, but they'll do okay in the lanes, but I just didn't see the lanes being this bad. I mean, 23's even fighting himself like, as a blade mail. He would be okay with taking fights, but there's no need for him to do so whatsoever.
No, just sit back, farm, hit that Radiance blade mail to the point where no one wants to touch you. Q has the Invis. They had a sense, an inkling that he was there. They had some sentry vision, but just a little bit too far out now. No play for Talon. 5-0. 2K lead for X Talon, Aurora. And then this is one thing that Old Town used to do efficiently is just work the map. Farm, sit back, build up this lead, and once you have your items up, you just go for it. You are seeing WS starting to get some vision out, but not much this Broodmother can really do at this point just yet. Just while playing less greedy, already going for the level in the reincarnation despite not getting too much laning pressure bot, which I do appreciate. I think, you know, just if you're playing close to tower somewhere, you might as well pick it up just in case you get the gank your team can be in. So it's no value lost really. And I mean, they're trying to farm up as well, but you've got an Earth Spirit clearing out camps, stacks. It's not great.
Yeah. I also think on the level of reincarnation that when you're up against teams, I mean TASI that had just a bunch of there's not really much burst from this team, right? Unless the Spiderlings like swarm you and you're in a really bad position, that would blade mail and the extra armor. The chance of you being burst down by an Earth Spirit and a Broodmother are not very high. So it'll you for a while and eventually kill you. But reincarnation is great against those kind of lineups. There's no surprise pop in a bad position. You'll probably be able to reposition yourself and Armel will TP onto one of your skellies. If possible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that I guess Savage just shows some respect, you know, doesn't want to think about it too hard. Double damage being found. Well, I mean, this is just classic X-Town gameplay, and this is classic, I guess, Aurora gameplay now.
Yeah,
although normally you see maybe more.
Well, this team is Armel. It's a complete different team. I don't know what you were talking about.
You see some activity from the Plato hero. In this case, Armel. I mean, you can't fault the guy playing Necrophos. What do you really expect him to do until Heart's up? Not much. Maybe if he had Death Seeker, he could Death Seeker forward for whatever reason, I suppose.
I'm glad that you're hyping this hero up. It really is. He just needs to exist, right? If he breathes, that's already good.
That's the worst part. I have a friend, and he was like 8 more. He was probably the top 1 Necrophos player in the world, if not top 3.
Sure.
And he taught me everything about Necrophos, and I hate the hero. I mean, he tells me, yeah, you know, it's boring, but it's so good. I'm like, you're a boring person, Jong. But yes, shout out to him.
Jong.
Jong.
For a second, I thought you were doing a bit on your name,
no.
John.
No, he is also a John. Now that's the sad thing. It's very common out. No.
Okay. My name is also common, but not among English speakers, sadly. So I never get to say this phrase. I'm sorry, John.
It doesn't matter. It's unique for us.
That's true.
What does it matter? Unique.
That's true.
Another area.
I agree with you with some of these heroes. I mean, I don't know. When Alk was meta, for example, I had a lot of people that would say that Like, I would go and say, oh, this guy's a really good Alk, right? And pro players would correct me and be like, well, he's playing Alk. It's not you can't be good at Alk. The heroes are stupid, right? And that'd be their answer. I do feel like Necrophos might fall into that same category where the complexity escapes us, or the complexity might be more along the fundamentals, right? Not perhaps the skill set. He's having a ready to take this, by the way. He's close to his tower. They're actually setting up for a bait here, and they realize, but maybe a bit too late. Yeah, Yoe, he's been blocked. He's been Reaper Scythed. The Ice Blast hits Wraith King, who is ready to die, hoping to slow down Ponyo, and he'll succeed. Do we have a dead shot? Yes, we do. That's going to be enough to cancel his TP. Ponyo still trying to run away, but this poor Ancient Apparition is going to melt like an ice cone in the sun.
Great job out from Aurora. Talon just looking for an opening. Savage is not it. Again, he levels up Reincarnation very early. He's sticking to this bot lane. They still have the tier 2. They still have control in this area despite all the webbing. And this Broodmother can drop your HP down fast, even with just the Echo Saber, but enough. And again, Aurora staying at 7-0. Talon not finding any openings. They're getting space out for Akashi. He does have the Mithril Hammers up, and that is the Deso coming in now for the TA. And all things considered, despite this 4K lead, Akashi and WS are still keeping up the net worth. Most of this differential is from Yoa lagging behind by about 2K from a pack. Right?
Yeah,
and a little bit more net worth.
Right, that's the point, right? And Talon, that's always scary because their supports are actually carries because they're from C, of course, right? And Q has a Midas already. So, I don't think this differential is enough. A Q? Oh, that's a really interesting TP, but he forgot about Rolling Boulder, who's a 4-second cooldown. Q? Sure. That's why you buy Midas on supports, guys. Because you can die and it's fine. It's all good. You'll still recover.
You can give the enemy 100% increase in their... an infinite increase in the kill number. You know? It's not a milk. Yeah, it's just an infinite increase for Talon from 0 to 1. And you can't quantify that.
Oh, that's very true, actually. You're very right. I wasn't even getting the math joke here. That is really sad, actually. A single kill. It's an Amuerta farming on your side of the map. Oof.
Trying to be cheeky with a spider in place as well. That's one thing that, for me, is a signature of some Mongolian teams. Old Lilgun comes to mind with Kishka and 11, which is like Grimstroke, Lycan, Grimstroke, Brood would be some things they love. Not gonna be able to think that is one, I guess, cheeky play you could try with the Spider Links, but I'm grasping at straws like Talon is. Aurora, they're grasping on. Into the pit they go, which is not good news for Talon. They have this fresh death, so they have to take a fight into pit, but they can't fight.
I mean, they definitely... Oh, wait, there's gonna be a TP here. Really, Talon wants to fight this. And Aurora, they seem to respect them. There's a lot of spiders coming in. There's the smoke. Aurora might be baiting this. There's only skeletons in the pit. Where's the big skeleton, says Talon. They're gonna just hide in the high ground as Armel comes back in. He doesn't fear death because he is death himself. The Hawk distracting Roshan. And they finally find Akashi. Melts up, hits 23 Savage. Refractions both are gone, but due to a double silence and the Phoenix can't use his egg. That's Phoenix dead. And now it's going to be a Rose on the retreat. The big guys are trying to kill off Yoe, but he's too tanky and jabs will fall to the Broodmother. Who, thanks to the BKB, is invulnerable right now. Armel does at least get a kill onto Akashi with a Reaper Scythe. And in fact, he's healing a lot. They're still trying to kill him down, and it will succeed with WS being the true carry in this fight. They're ignoring Savage. They know his reincarnation. They'd rather go for Q because she might be Muerta, but she is now dead. 23 Savage, the only man alive with 2 lives, in fact, is trying to get something out of this team fight. Jokam does something, slowed down by the boar, but they're stunning him pretty well. Jokam, though, still dying to the boar alone, and the roll does clear some of the skeletons. Wraith King will die in addition to saving Jokam's life. Talon did a really good job here. The real Talon, the present Talon, current Talon.
They take a full team wipe off the back of that. It looks terrible to start off with. The positioning looks awkward. Aurora gets a good read and backs off. But then WS just runs forward. And again, this is something consistent that we've seen from New Talon. WS just is a beast in the offlane. I think that's a one big boon for Talon. He has done an incredible job. Opens up Roche. Now they get a couple of charges from Deso. They get and this is exactly what you'd want with a TA. We talked about them missing this time. Well, now you have that secondary life. Reaper is down. Reincarnation is down. They could look for something if they wanted to, but Aurora are backing off for that smoke. Don't want to tempt fate too hard.
I also want to highlight Jokam's performance in that team fight. I think he saved the team fight completely. The Soulbind into double silence. I mean, the silence on Wraith King is whatever, but the Phoenix, right? Getting the Phoenix there was incredibly good. And it's also Even though Wraith King doesn't care about the Phantom's Embrace, he does care about the Soulbind because he's a hero that kind of wants to go in. He was in a really awkward position where he couldn't really hit. It was kind of perfect, honestly. Really, really well played here by Jokam. Star player to me of that team fight. Even lives at the end, and he was being hunted by so many boars and skeletons.
And that's one thing with Talon. They love playing on edge. Yoa sometimes just plays like a madman, like he's indestructible on the Earth Spirit. Not in this game just yet, but once he has the BKB up, I'm sure that confidence will come roaring for him. 9-6, very nice.
Oh, roaring, yes.
Yes, roaring.
Yes,
Lucky 1K lead for Talon, as Aurora aren't able to grasp their talents around Talon right now.
Very well done, very well done. And of course, you're only referring to the Phoenix here, because he's the only one that can do this.
I like to imagine that underneath Necrophos's outfit, because he has a hat that makes him have a pigeon head or something.
That's true. Yeah. A bird. Yeah, it's true. Necrophos is half bird. That is part of the lore.
I like to imagine he has like little talons down there too, little claws, just because it looks dumb, like Skyrat Mage but in the ground.
I forgot Skyrat Mage also has claws.
Yeah. And because if you had to walk, you'd have to look at those damn feet.
Yeah. But the question is, how would they taste, right? How would Necrophos taste? What is Necrophos' feet like? What kind of sauce would you pair it with? Those are questions for another game, because Q is dying right now, John, and nobody cares about this tangent. Let's go watch the bottom tower go down instead.
Yeah, nice little pickup again onto Q. 322 gold. You rarely see that one, plus 327. And a very auspicious number as well for Talon to find here. 9-7, 2K lead coming out their way. And this is the point of the game which we were talking about that Talon needed to hit. This sort of mid-game between 20 to 25 to 30 minutes where they can start to take more of the map away. They can start to play with the suppressants. They've got the early BKB on WS. They're starting to get a whole lot more rolling on Akashi. He's got the blink. He's got the bottled up double damage rune. So you can look to force the fight. The age is still up for 2.5 minutes. WS just left alone to clear out the tier 2 bot. And no one wants to deal with the spiders for good reason. It's just not what you want.
Scary.
Even without the Orchid or anything to pin you down, it's just so much output when WS just turns on that insatiable hunger. So just letting you control that area. You are still farming here on Aurora. You've got your outpost to take, your Tormentor to take, and they will get the shard out for Q, which is nice on what is basically a semi-core Muerta. If you manage to use your Pierce the Veil here nicely, ideally level 2 Pierce the Veil starts to feel really good. Then he can scale up.
Item though, or like at least one damage item, or is it fine to just go with what you currently have?
You go in there and someone dies around you, you're pretty happy. You know, so it's all right as long as he pops it offensively, and his team cleans up for him. Starts to stack up that spell lifesteal. Sooner or later, it's going to be hard to deal with Q as well. Just purely off of how much you can lifesteal with constantly.
Oh, they're confident. Go on, no. Here's where the AA comes to play. They have a nullifier as well, by the way, on WS. We talked about this, John. You didn't believe me. 21-minute nullifier for WS. Very impressive.
Yeah, it looks good. I will correct you, Avo. You did say
TA, but who remembers that? The point is, there's a nullifier, John. That's what matters. And then also TA with double damage. And a TA that wants to kill Jabs, and with a Hurricane Pike might just succeed. That Spirit Vessel still taking him down. They don't get in the range of the Supernova, so they're not completely committing. Yoe now feeling invincible. BKB activated by Jabs. The Spiders are still following after him. Is the physical damage going to be enough? They heal him with Sunray. Jabs, run for your life! He makes it back home! But WS, you're in the wrong house, my friend! He activates BKB himself, tries to go through, and will succeed at getting away without any stunts to stop him. Nobody is dying today, John. Oh, Q is. Sorry, I lied.
That's a bit unhinged from WS, but again, we've also seen New Talon be mildly unhinged with some behind tier 3s while tier 2s stand all the way almost up to the fountain there this time around for Talon. Pays off, forcing out that egg, forcing out the roar, not the longest cooldown, but forcing out the BKBs is also a pretty nice touch, as they'll still find 23.
Armel... Silenced already. Savage also slowed down, and they retreat successfully. Talon, as unhinged as they look, as unhinged as they act, John, have escape plans constantly.
That they do. They are highly mobile, at the very least, mainly on Yoe, but this blinking TA can't be underestimated. Of course, you can't melt through refraction. Akashi will just solo clear the Tormentor for his team. Does look like getting melts off. There you go. Free shard for Ponyo. That's massive. Okay, Avo, this is one thing. A pet peeve while Mike's not here. Every time I tell Mike that AA shard is great, You know, before AA was meta, when I used to say AA would be a decent
It's
lane,
amazing. Who says it's
he would
bad?
tell me, "Oh, yeah, AA shard, you know, wanted someone else." It's like, no, AA shard's insane. It's a free long range stun, and you
It
get
is
it
insane.
for you know.
What is his argument?
I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. All I know, he said, really over this shard. I'm like, yeah, rather have the AA shard. Really? Oh, okay.
Okay. Maybe it's because Australians don't know what cold feels like, right? So you might not know what freezing is. I don't know. That's my argument. Jabs. The Ice Blast will hit, and look at the AA shard coming to play. Oh! What the cold-footed deletion? That did nothing, but we hyped it up for a second. They did waste a lot of ultimates, however, and now the cold feet does hit Jabs, and Jabs will die. As the egg has been utilized, Yowen not afraid, actually avoids the stun with a rolling boulder. That was incredible. Still going in with Inkswell, gets the stun of Inkswell thanks to Jokam's quick fingers, triggering it early. There's a lot of flashy plays happening, John, but no actual purpose to any of it. This is the most Southeast Asian fight I've seen all day.
It's all about style, you know. Yoa likes running in, kicking something back. Oh,
if they lose, oh wait. 23 Savage still has Radiance and still has Reincarnation, so you don't really want to just engage him. Akashi does. Are they just taking turns going in? That's what they are. Yep, that's it.
2 misses in a row. 3 plus 1. 2, 1 hit, and then 1 more miss. Like poor Akashi. That Radiance is not doing him any favors in trying to get some poke damage out here. I'm wondering if that will frustrate him to the point where he'll go for something to bypass the mischance. We shall see. 9 to 10. 9k lead, though, for Talon coming out. Despite no one dying, they are starting to work that map. WS has taken over bot. Akashi's going everywhere else, and Yo is just on the hunt constantly now. Yeah. So, it's Aurora that feels like they kind of need more to roll in. You know, Savage wants that BKB, should help him stand up front. Now, we are truly in unhinged territory with Ponyo picking up the late Midas, which I love to see, as,
okay.
if he works into an Ags. If this game goes damn long, which we're hoping it won't.
No.
It goes damn long.
I don't agree
Ags
with that one.
That's it. It does.
Armel. Yeah, easily come on the Ice Blast. It's not doing much, John. I'm actually on Mike's side a little bit, but they still get him, thanks to Yoen mainly. 23 Savage, tired of Ponyo, gets the kill. That's all he wanted. Avenging his teammate, who Armel is not having a really good game. Maybe they should have been more afraid of the Ancient Apparition. Honestly. He's kind of getting destroyed by it.
Yeah, Ponyo's been on point with his shots. To be fair, it's not the hardest thing in the world if you manage to get the bigger blast going from a distance, but he has been managed to land it still for his team. The side of Aurora, I mean, again, it does feel like they need these initial BKBs. It's funny that I see Savage queuing up BKB. You already have the BKB on Japs. You don't want to go BKB necessarily Necrophorus. And Q is going for BKB. So, again, this Muerta trying to go into the core. Hasn't built up Pierce the Veil stacks just yet from the shard, which is unfortunate, but they haven't really found too many kills in these wider engagements just yet. Town, I mean, it starts to reach that point, though, once you approach maybe 30 to 35, where you get that BKB up, you get the AC up in 23. With the AC in particular, you start to wonder whether or not your TA can actually cover this for you.
Right.
And Akashi's picked up basically 2 defensive items in the Hurricane Pike now, along with Lincoln's trying to go for his own Nullifier next. There's no big crits, there's no big damage coming in. So, the moment you get that AC for 23, it starts to feel dicey. That tends to be the lowest for TAs scaling up.
You don't think there's a concern of the fact that he's been getting kited consistently every single team fight, and they're arming themselves with 4 stance? How do you, because is there a solution to that? Because that's really what's winning Talon the fights, right? They're just kind of ignoring Savage.
It's true enough. I think the main reason as well is that Savage can't run around because he doesn't have the BKB. Maybe that's enough to fix that. And I think the key thing is to rip up the backline, which they could here.
Is he ripping up the backline, or is he getting ripped up? Oh no, he's the one doing everything. You were totally right. WS also comes with him as well, but WS has been stunned now. However, Armel has been killed. 23 Savage will lose his life soon enough, but they don't really care to trigger it, actually. That's his first life, and they know it. Mortana trying to be the carry here, Q, trying to kill off the enemy supports, but he's leaving his carry to die. And Savage, still kited, gets 1 hit in, he misses it. And they finish him off, with Q being an afterthought for this team. Talon is showcasing money does not buy skill.
That is a very good point, Avo. You know, they bring in what, again, a lot of people would discount this stack as a downgrade, just direct downgrade. Well, guess what? New Talon versus Old Talon. New Talon is 17k up, 10 to 15, and Aurora are struggling. They're the ones that spoke out. If they went left instead, if they didn't run into Yoe, caught out that AA and the Brimstroke, these fights would go differently. The biggest issue right now for Aurora, it does feel like that initiation just isn't there. I mean, you have the blink on Armel, he has a shard. He could try to blink and Death Seeker forward, but it does feel like Chad to have like the blink. It sounds so dumb. But that's the dumbest way to start fights. You do not want to do that, but they have no one else. No, until this blink on Jabs is done, which in 100 gold it will be.
Yeah.
But they blink in, and you only have this Necrophos that can jump in with you. Yeah. Whereas for Talon, they have all this movement speed from the Spider. She just drops a web. She'll run forward, keep up with Yoe. You know, you have this TA with a blink, with a Hurricane Pike all over the place. They've taken position for Roshan now on Talon's end. Aurora, no vision in that area, not going to be able to fight in. Roche is going to fall relatively fast here for the side. And this should lead into the high ground poke. No outer towers left. Secondary life to risk on there. And once they find a couple of pickoffs onto the high ground, things go southbound. I mean, Aurora has to find his AA. Like, that's the big issue. Armel just doesn't have durability whenever that Ice Blast comes in. And Ponyo and Jokam have done a fantastic job of always setting up for each other. Right? Yes. They get the sword mind off. Armel +1. That's all they need. Hold Armel back, get the blast in, and you're cleaning up shop.
Agreed. It's been kind of wild. I think these supports are actually doing so much work for Talon. I mean, mind you, all of Talon's been very impressive, but it is usual that we see supports kind of taking a predominant role in the early game, which they didn't do at all, right? They just kind of lost it, and then taking a back foot for a while. Not the case here whatsoever. And it's a whole story. It's not just the talent versus budget talent, right? I mean, it's also the fact that, like, you have a team that is going what is against the general wisdom of the meta, playing a mid-game meta with meta heroes, of course, but a very different tempo. You remarked this on the draft. That's what they've been doing the whole tournament, and it's working for them. It's very impressive. It takes a lot of guts to do.
That does. It's almost the exact opposite of Old Town, as you pointed out as well. And
yes, it is.
It's really interesting to see it. Although sometimes I've seen some games where they had to default to a slower, maybe 30 to 35 minute game. That tends to be.
But the Talon, that's the quickest game ever, though, to the Old Town.
Exactly. To the Old Town, that's a speed run. If New Town can keep up that chasing down Armel. Looks like Yoe has a sensor out for his Lodi, or his senior, at the very least, in Armel, but all the worlds amount to nothing.
Sorry, his what? Sorry, what was the first word you said?
Lodi. We Filipinos, we do a funny thing. Lodi, if you say it a lot of times, Lodi, it's idle. Flipped around. I don't know.
Oh, we do that in Spanish too, actually. That's very interesting.
Why do we do this, Alva? Why do we do this?
I don't know, but that's a lot of the memes from South America also come from this as well. Things sound like something else, and therefore that's the new nickname. That's that's what Yopash comes from as well, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it for Yopash.
It's very interesting.
How is it that Yoe is still hunting for Armel across the map and finds him?
Yoe feels no man. He fears nothing this game, and he's gonna kill him again. This is for the laning phase, he says. Wow. What a performance by this man. That's why they only pick Immerse Spirit.
It certainly seems that way. What? Is it just...
Oh my god! WS! The most courageous Spider going up the high ground. Now, they do lose one of their supports, but they're ready to kill Savage twice. 23 Savage might have gone a bit too far. Oh, no, Akash doesn't seem too committed to this. And WS, he's not the Aegis though. Here comes Yoe. That's the initiation they needed from behind though. Jabs brings down the second support. And that's Ponyo dead as well. However, they don't need supports when there's 2 cores in your base. Bringing down 23 Savage to his face.
This is just madness. Talon, they just keep going, and Aurora can't keep up with that pace. No, their cooldowns are long if they're wanting to force these fights. Even Reincarnation it's a considerable amount. Talon, Yoe just goes again.
Oh my god, Yoe. He sees Muerta, he targets and kills her, and all he dies as well, just to a meld, right? I saw one attack going that way.
Yeah, just one attack, one melt strike out. Just melt. High ground is just going to fall apart. No outer towers left. They could go for multiple racks with the Aegis still up on WS. I thought I was going crazy. I swear to goodness, Armel had 2 staffs of wizardry. He must have sold 1. I swear to God he had 2.
I believe you,
I
John.
was very
but I don't know.
confused.
Are they gonna leave the melee reps? What? Okay, hit it. Alright. That was a very weird scene. Now they're just gonna go for the tier 3 mid. 35 minutes, right on cue, like you said. Longest game for Talon, shortest game for Aurora.
That it does feel like. Mid racks to fall, top racks not too long in this world. Respawns are coming up. They've got the scythe on Armel. We haven't seen a scythe in what must have been 10 minutes now. That is not a good feeling for the Necrophos.
No, he's been scything himself pretty much. WS.
Yeah, though. Just for the stack, I do it.
Yeah, sure. At this point, it might be his best play. Oh, okay. At least Savage knows his objective is to kill the Grimfolk, and they succeed. There's the scythe we talked about. Armel now will die right afterwards. As Savage now has to deal with a TA who's in a really good position. They've killed Jab as well, but at least Joey went down. Ponyo is now being chased by Savage. The crit will finish him off as WS and Akashi both retreat. They will respect Savage's second life in Armel's buyback. Without Ancient Apparition, Armel is not that squishy.
No, they need that AA to be up every single time when they take these fights. They do defend their last set of racks here on Aurora's side. Talon getting a bloody nose off the high ground. Still have the Aegis, but set to expire. It's a perfect time to back off anyway here for WS. Likely now that we're just going to wait for the next Roshan for an opening back into the high ground for Talon, and Aurora can't afford to give that away. Full Swift Blink up and running for Akashi. Even more damage, more mobility coming out for this TA. Yo. He already has the Ocarine. He's going for the Shiva's Guard next, which I do like, as really you're dying to the physical right now of Savage. I don't know if you really care about the magical of Armel if he can't even stay alive in these fights long enough. So that's not really a concern. That, and you're not even seeing the Ags come out yet for this Necrophos, so we're not even having to deal with that 60% of current HP regen nonsense, and we're not seeing that interaction with the AA just yet, unfortunately, Avo. We'll have to learn some... Maybe later on we'll learn about that interaction.
I don't think I was right, though. I think that you were entirely right. It doesn't affect it at all, personally. That's my take, anyway. Because you don't see the number go to 0, right? It still exists. Yeah. So I think what you said makes sense. But my question now is, does Vessel reduce the number? I've never checked the number after Vessel. Oh,
I don't think it does either. Does it? I think it does, actually.
Not sure. Well, we'll fight. Oh, do we have a Vessel this game? I actually didn't even check. I don't think Town needed a Vessel. No, they don't. Oh, they do. They have one in airsprint, of course, right? Stupid question. That's a very basic item for him.
Yep.
Now we have to check. Now I'm going to check the numbers to see if it reduces. Oh, there he goes. Okay, Armel. No, he didn't use the Vessel, so we're not going to find out just yet. Misses that. Okay, Yoet. Well... Does he have infinite remnants? How is he using so many rolling boulders?
He's got the Octarine and Quickening Charm, so he doesn't need to care too much.
Oh, I guess so, yeah. 12.2 second cooldown remnants. That is pretty pog, my friend.
Yeah, just doesn't stop rolling. Just keeps going for it. And Talon as well, just keeping going for it. 27k, 15 to 21 Aurora on the back foot, but maybe it starts to feel like we're playing into Aurora's game, into Talon's playstyle, the longer game, holding out the high ground, looking for these openings, looking for these weaknesses in execution. That is certainly something that Aurora can look for here in Talon.
Yes.
As they're biding their time, they're holding high ground, they're not giving openings to Talon to take advantage of. They got that AC up on 23, so bursting down that Wraith King, probably an impossibility at this point with all of the armor he does have on hand. And he's going for the Ags next. More than likely the Ags Blessing for 23. So even if you find that pick off onto Armel, still going to be able to get the site. He's still going to be able to trade 1-1. And in a 1-for-1 trade, I think the 4v4 looks a lot sharper for Aurora.
That's true. And to be fair, that is a big counter to this insane damage that TA is spouting now, right? Like, if you just get 7 extra seconds no matter what she does. This Wraith King Ags is particularly good, and one of the things that stopped any hero that has any burst damage, because it just seems really stupid unless you have if you have a tank hero, it's fine, it's more consistent damage, you don't care as much, but heroes like TA suffer a lot against these extra 7 seconds. So maybe this is the key. Maybe you're right, John. Not just for Armel to live, but for Talon, sorry, for Aurora in general to live.
It's going to be a while longer until that Ags comes out for 23, though. It needs a lot more time. Fortunately, we have 2 more minutes until Roshan respawns. and Talon's not likely to dig into the high ground anytime soon until having that backing for Roche. They are still wildly growing this lead, though. Like, we're at the point where you're probably fully slotted up for Akashi. He might look to toss the power treads out with a swift link up and just go for this Daedalus, which again will mitigate some of those damage issues he has. WS probably just gonna look for a blink upgrade as well. You see Savage just farming by himself up top.
Yeah. Oh, this is... they just don't believe this is the play, right? Because he's been baiting them so often that he's actually causing doubt in their minds, but the Broodmother scouts the area around him, and now they know they can go for him. But the bait was there all along. Jabs walking forward towards the Ancient Apparition. He is going to be using the Primal Roar onto Yoa, and they use the egg in the middle of this team fight. Can they break it? They do not have the time. Akashi's forced to retreat now. This team fight's going pretty well for Aurora for now, even if they just lost Jabs. But they can't quite kill anyone just yet. Reaper Scythe, oh, it's available. But we have time to use it. No! Again, Ormel, the same story. He's bursted down without using his ultimate. 23 Savage does kill Ponyo in the meantime, but who cares as long as your cores are dead, as Jazz might die a second time. The Hurricane Spike is really annoying to him. From behind, Savage gets destroyed. And here, Jabs, you're being hunted by the Yo-Yo Man. You cannot stop the rolling boulder of Yoa.
That is just insane. Talon, they only lose one. They only lose Ponyo and all of that. Akashi was so low, he was missing on the egg multiple times, maybe hitting something else.
I don't know what it was, but he wasn't hitting the egg for sure.
Gets force-stabbed, gets glimmered out. They take the last set of racks. Without the Aegis, they're going on to the tier 4s. They're looking for kills in the fountain.
I think it's it, John. I think Talon will take game number 1 here. I mean, if you cannot win a team fight where you get really close to a perfect supernova, well, at least going off, right? So at this point, that's all you can ask for. I don't think you can really win this game at all. The timing is too good for Talon. They've gone too great. And now they're unstoppable. Aurora, they just wait patiently for their death. But they're not giving up. Probably strategizing for game number 2 to figure out what went wrong.
Maybe one last hurrah with the respawns coming in, but
yeah, hurrah, hurrah.
Double guess.
Yeah, hurrah, Phoenix is dead. I think these BKBs mark the end. WS is literally just walking around now. He's not even attacking things anymore. There you go. He wants to get the kill with the Inkso. Style points for Talon. GG forced out of Aurora. Hopefully they have a plan for game number 2, because this game number 1, once that 20-minute mark hit, it seemed like it was a Talon game altogether.
Yep. Aurora, again, coming into this, more than likely looking like the favorites. Maybe taking a little bit of a surprising loss to Geek Fam for people that probably weren't following the Geek Fam games, as I think a lot of people had Aurora as their favorites to go through into KL. But Geek Fam, again, like me and Mike had this discussion, Avo, where this roster shuffle for C...
On stream or off stream? Are we revealing some strats?
No, we were just saying that this roster shuffle feels like the top of C might have been put down a notch in terms of losing Talon as they stood, but the rest of C has risen up from these roster shuffles. Like, you're seeing Geek Fam up there looking good. You're seeing this Talon actually prove that this kind of roster, this lineup of players that were never a highlight in their old teams, or their old teams were never a highlight for the region, suddenly stepping up to the plate. And Aurora, it's rough to take a loss like that. I think going into the next game, they're going to have to adjust based on the activity of Talon. They've got to bring out some of that older, aggressive style they used to have while they were on Talon. They could adjust their gameplay as well. And they have to match that pacing, because if Talon does manage to just start to connect with this aggressive Yoa hero into the WS lane, it becomes really hard to stop that.
I like your hopium, John. I think it's a really good theory. Not for Talon, but for C in general is what I mean. I just feel like there's a reason why C qualifiers to me, or CDPC, or any sort of intra-league in C, is always the best Dota to watch out of any regional Dota. It's because I swear it's a different world. I'm looking at this, and you're like, oh yeah, maybe Talon does really well in tournament. I have no clue. They could play a completely different style. Like, when I'm watching this game, I'm genuinely watching and going, what is this? What is this meta that they've developed? Sure, the heroes are similar, but the rest of it is very different. And that's what I felt the whole CQ that I've been watching for C. They're just a very unique region. And I don't know if this is good or bad for C, but I can only tell you it's very entertaining, and this is what makes this region so fun. They might never win anything internationally, but winning the C championship is the biggest. I think is the biggest badge of honor. You put Secret in C, they don't make it through. You put OG Liquid, they don't know what to do. They're shocked and flabbergasted about the strategies these people come up with, and I cannot wait for what they come up with for game number 2. Let's see if you're right. and Aurora can make it up to them, or if Team Talon will show us their supremacy as the new overlords of Southeast Asia. For now, we'll take a small break. We'll come back shortly with game number 2. My name is Alma Plus, here with John X Fire for the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023 close qualifiers for the Southeast Asian region. We hope you enjoyed, and see you very shortly.
The way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to Aurora versus Talon, the lower bracket match here for Southeast Asia. There's tons of matches going on, up to 10 simultaneous streams. John, so much Dota to consume. I do not envy the person that to set all of this up. It's like a very, very terrible job for anyone to do. Take note. But it is exciting to watch this match because we have a grudge match. You could call it that between Talon and Aurora, at least between the orgs for sure. Even if the players don't have any grudges between them. And the loser will be eliminated from the closed qualifiers, thus losing their chance of going to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. And that means they don't get to visit Malaysia, which is a huge loss for anyone, honestly.
That is, you know, you and I spent some time together in Malaysia. I had fun.
It was a good time, John. Oh, I really liked how soft our sheets were in Malaysia. That was my favorite part of it.
Outstanding. I think, you know, back in the days when we had something called the DPC, those were the days, literally 3 months ago. But
yes.
We'll
I mean, I do live there, so it wasn't very special for me, but I guess for you guys, it was a very unique experience.
It was fun, you know? So
they also housed you in a place that's literally better than my house, which is absurd, by the way.
It's a beautiful hotel.
Oh my god, your hotel was so... Yeah. No wonder Eeples can't make more tournaments now. I'm not surprised.
We'll find out again if Aurora can make that journey to the wonderland of Kuala Lumpur, and whether or not Talon can shut down their hopes, or if Aurora can turn things around. See, the Earth Spirit ban respected by Aurora because Yoa just did way too much work. Talon not changing anything. Spirit Breaker gone. CK gone. I would like to see them to please ban Bristleback because they will lose if a Bristleback is picked.
I was going to ask you, by the way, is Sunby still with us too?
Yes. As far as I know, it was 5 of them. Yes.
Okay, so everyone but Mikoto moved on. Okay.
For some.
I can just imagine him coming into the room where he's like actually checked Yoa's Dota buff. He's like, guys, he's played this hero 5 times in a row. Why are we letting him have it? As per usual, you think you can counter it, and then they pick it, and you realize you cannot counter it. Earthspirit is not a hero that I think you counter in general either. I feel like he's just a hero that always does something, even if he feels like it's a bad Earthspirit game.
That he does. Like, he just provides so much. I think it's just this initiative, this momentum that he provides. You can't really be quantified.
He's tanky as well. It's hard to like shut it down completely.
Yeah. So I respect the fact that Aurora do ban it out. Now, what else are they considering? Because right now, they've banned the WS Lone Druid. Are they going to ban out the Timbersaw? Are they going to ban out the Primal Beast? Are they going to ban out the Kunkka? These are the next 3 heroes that Talon has played the most. So I'm wondering which one is the priority here.
I think Kunkka, to be honest, because on top of them being good at it, it's just this character's kind of broken, honestly. Oh, whoa! That is a respect ban if I've ever seen one. Oh my god, I was not expecting a TA ban in this meta.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Maybe just again specific to Akashi, to what he could do in that last game. It felt like it was
but
managed in laning phase though. I don't think you had any issues there. I think you could just, if you're really worried, you could have just pressured it a lot harder. But
right,
it's very interesting.
I'm surprised.
Maybe they judge that maybe from scrims or from pub info. They know Akashi's a prolific
they're
player,
picking the Kunkka.
and they picked the Kunkka up themselves. So that should be our Mel here. We don't see it flux too much.
I know Akashi is a prolific TA player, and he played well last game, right? But it just feels like Grimstroke also played really well, you know, last game. The Broodmother played well. There's the Timbersaw. I don't know. It does not seem like it's a hero that you can't counter if you just adapt your draft a little bit more to it. So it very much surprises me that they decided to ban this hero. I'd love to hear, honestly, just somebody talk about this and why he believes this hero is so important to ban.
I think it was just also like tempo, right? Like the moment Talon hit that Dragonlance Deso, that's when they force the fight. They go into Roshan. They play around that timing well. And again, just hooking back to how this Talon roster does play, they do go for tempo. And TA is probably one of the better carries right now that can still connect to that timing that they've been playing with.
That's actually a very, very good point, because what other heroes have that much impact as like the win condition in a tempo lineup? I mean, obviously it was TA Broodmother, so that was like a dual win condition, but I can't think of any others that are like this good at making sure that the mid game is yours, except for maybe Lone Druid, right? Like these are the 3 heroes that I would put in that category. So I think you're onto something, John. I think so for sure.
I try to be Avo. I try to be on point when I can. Sometimes. Every now and again, we are smart. We see the Grimstroke ban, so a little bit of respect for the work done in the back. And I like this. The Slaughter ban, they're still targeting Yoa. because they know that he loves to run, even in a losing matchup, which is not the most winning matchup for Slaughter mid, he still likes to run it. So it's another moment you're knocked out. He loves playing it mid.
You think it's going to be our mid here on the Kunkka? I know it's one of his signature heroes, but Jabs also plays it, so that's why I'm asking.
I don't know if they're going to go too far left field with an off-lane Kunkka. It just feels... It depends on the rest of the draft, but I think Kunkka mid just gives you a lot up against what Yoe has. At least the heroes he's been playing recently. So you might as well keep it there. You get a lot of value out of that pick. The AA comes out from Talon once more. So that is one way to circumvent off this buffing up from the ROM of Kunkka with a boat. Just ice blast him. You don't care. AA Timbersaw can rip apart a lane really well as well. So I like seeing that if they are planning to play that more on the 4 rather than the 5. Perfectly fine. You have this really long range way of initiating still, as we had in the last game. Last time it was Yoa. This time it's going to be WS on this Timbersaw. I want to see Aurora kind of not play into the strength line, because whenever you see Kunkka, and it's the meta in general right now, you do go for like a strength safe laner, a strength off laner, but you don't want to do that against him. He will rip them apart. That Whirling Death is not to be underestimated. They go for the Phoenix, which is some consistent magic damage tossed into the Tim, but you know, you're also picking Phoenix into AA, so you're not healing anyone. You know, it's that back and forth is still there.
Yeah, last time I feel like the Phoenix was still a relatively impactful hero, right? I don't think he was necessarily the problem with Aurora's lineup, and it does fit a lot of tempos anyway, because his mid-game tempo's okay as well. I feel like supports, though, are not really the thing this meta. I think this might be one of the weakest meta I've ever seen for supports. There's the Willow. I mean, I'm not saying that like Muerto or Phoenix or whatever are not good supports. I'm just saying that besides the Grimstroke last game, I haven't seen a support, or Grimstroke in general. I don't really see supports winning games as much as they used to, just because of the elimination of the mid game. Unless you're Talon, I suppose.
That's true. I do agree with you on that. This draft from Aurora is not too far off the mark. This is something that we've seen multiple times. Phoenix with Dark Willow with Kunkka. Across many teams, Savo, I've already seen this pattern. It's draining. It's only Talon that's kind of going a little bit weird. I'm wondering what the weird pick will be next, because Treant Protector is in the pool if they want to go that route for Talon. That is something.
Then you have a 5 AA 4 Treant.
I've done that a couple of times. Sometimes Jocam just plays Treant Protector.
He is a really good Treant, to be fair.
That is. I think the one thing with Talon is that they have this really good read on how to play Treant. Like, you basically, you know, if no one's pushing, you don't need living armor. You go for Leech Seed, Nature's Grasp, you dominate the lane, go for these rotations, and there's a lot of impact to be found with that. I'm wondering if that's what they're debating about, or, like, it's a choice between Treant or Snap, I think, right now for Talon. Like, Snapfire just to deal with the egg. Snapfire Timbersaw lane's not too shabby, so you can still play with it. And I think that's maybe just the discussion happening here for Talon. Whether or not they want the snap, whether or not they're concerned about Phoenix, because we've seen a lot of teams actually not care about the egg. It's like you said, it doesn't feel like supports are too impactful. You can probably just ignore the egg, just run back and re-engage. It doesn't even matter.
Well, you've talked about it. I love to see Jocam Treant. That was one of his classics back when the heroes were more commonly a 4, or when Jocam also swapped the roles a little bit. I don't know about the snap. Because you have already, like, Snap has a lot of area denial abilities, but Kunkka just kind of shits on over that. Sorry, poops all over that with this Torrent Storm. So it feels like a lot of those heroes feel very useless against this Kunkka hero, because there's no better area denial right now than Kunkka, right?
I think one thing is that you're standing miles away, right? You've got AA and Snap.
Yeah, that's true.
Fighting literally a screen away. Potential. What the hell is this?
That's very interesting. I know it's a Yoe signature hero, but I thought this hero was dead.
It's 100% dead. Mikado tried to play this on Old Town. It looked and Mikado.
That's Mikado. Yeah. Okay. Well, he's screwed. All right, it's over. All right, last game, John. What do you think they're gonna pick instead for game 3?
Well, I don't know, but I find this interesting. Maybe just down to the fact that it's a Kunkka matchup. They feel that in this case that the Ember can work, and they also pick up the Muerta, which I haven't seen Talon themselves pick up here. So that should be our Jocam hero now. A Muerta Timbersaw lane, though, is pretty nice. You have a good frontliner that allows you to... You can set up for it with some good dead shots into Whirling Death. You can use the calling very nicely in that lane. There is a potential to swap this onto safe lane, but you're likely just keeping your safe lane for last here on Talent, and maybe try to sneak in with... What specialties of Akashi are left? There's the Naga, there's the Spectre, that Talon or Aurora could consider banning out here. Aurora, for their part, should start to cement in this Kunkus position, probably looking for Ansi or Savage Hero. I think we almost always see Jabs taking last pick priority. They will go with a Dusa, so it's a throwback for whatever godforsaken reason. Go back to and Medusa.
I don't think Deuce is as bad as Ember, though, to be honest with you.
Oh, definitely not.
Not even close. I mean, when you have like Kunkka and Medusa, you have essentially and Phoenix as well. There's no if Aurora decides to sit and fight in an area, it's very difficult for you to deal with them. But I actually feel like Talon understands this too. While Timbersaw is very much a heavy committal hero, Muerta can bite her range, so can Ancient Apparition, and Ember is arguably the best poker in the game. He's garbage, but that was his role back when he wasn't, right? So it does seem like they at least understand the concept of Aurora and are trying to counter it. Maybe they're going too off beta this time, but I admire teams that want to do this, personally. I think it's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, and this is all Talon planning without a coach as well, I believe, right now. It is just the 5 players having this discussion, so again, very open to just doing their own thing, playing to what they feel is
no
right.
coach would let you pick Ember. That's the answer.
Absolutely not. No coach would actually allow that. It's just so it's actually awful. Like the series, all the Spirit Brothers except save an occasional Embers, an occasional Storm, often feel awful, and of course Earth Spirit goes without saying.
Yeah.
Ember and Void Spirit are just kind of dead in water.
Yeah, I think Void Spirit just sucks. Like his stats just suck really right now. I think Ember got hit hard with it. He feels weird to play, right? I guess there's an argument that if you practice hero a lot, you know, or you've always played with 200 ping, maybe this hero feels kind of normal. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Like, it's a weird way to nerf a hero for sure. The cast point is always a weird way to nerf a hero. Yeah, I'm interested. I want to see one more poker for Talon though. They need a carry, I presume. So I would like to see one more hero that can also like weave in and out of fights relatively easily. It doesn't have to fight in an area specifically. I like the PL. PL is a really good ban actually. These are the kind of heroes I was thinking about.
For maybe the Naga doesn't quite do the in and out too well, but you can force the disengage with the song, come back in. You can build Manta Diffusal if you're worried about the Dusa. There's the option for a more fighting tempo Spectre, which is what we tend to see when that hero is picked up. Some like Blade Mail Diffusal or Blade Mail Manta. Akashi does enjoy his Spectre as well. And just kind of try to play with the Ember forward. And they'll pick up the Naga on Aurora, so the denied away probably definitely Jabs offlane Naga coming out. It's an interesting thing to pick Naga into basically 2 illusion clear heroes, right? Like Timbersaw and Ember are considered illusion clear heroes.
Yeah, but you are offlane, so it's a very different way that you play this hero, right? So I think that's what their logic is. Also, I don't know if Jabs ever knows why he's picking certain heroes. Sometimes I feel like he randoms every game.
Does feel like that sometimes.
The Spectre feels worse now, though, to be honest.
It does. It doesn't feel as Zane against Naga. It's like, it's okay, but it's not... It doesn't feel that good. With Naga and like Dark Willow and
wow.
Oh, it's a safe lane Muerta and a mid. Oh.
No
way. Okay.
Oh, wait, what? Is it support Dazzle?
Yeah,
That's
okay.
Worse.
Support Dazzle.
I like your suggestion better.
Yeah, this is interesting. I surely thought they'd shift mid Dazzle safe lane Ember for whatever reason, but that also sounds terrible, to be fair.
Is this supposed to be an answer to the Naga because of the Dazzle Shard? Is that the logic behind this? I think that might be it.
I think that works out really well. That's actually really scary. Even as a support, and Jokam tends to find farm anyway. You could go for the Midas, and you gave me this advice when we were talking in Malaysia, you know, with the new Dazzles. Oh, I tried it. Went to jungle, popped my ultimate a couple of times, and used my Midas. And that does work unironically, although
I probably
wouldn't do that in support. Yes, you did. We were having conversation. Hey, what do you think about Dazzles? Oh, I tried it. I tried the Midas in jungle. Kept spamming my ult to creep. It's like, all right.
Okay, well, that part you didn't have to share the conversation. I really like Dazzle. I really like Dazzle. I just feel like for a while, Dazzle's felt very good as a core, and he's felt very weak as a support. I think position 4, because position 4 these days far more, maybe it's a little bit more acceptable, right? But he certainly does feel weak as a support for sure, compared to the core role.
Yeah,
I'm really interested. I'm really interested.
This lane, Dazzle, Timbersaw, it's pretty nice though. Like you can Poison Touch, Chase Down, you can Shadow Wave. You probably don't need Shallow Grave this game, or at least lane will
In
still
the
that.
whole game, you just go stats.
Yeah, that would be insane. Unhinged if Joe Cam went stats. I'd love to see it, but absolutely unhinged. Not gonna go
I'd
that
pay
route.
someone to do that. That would be just like my pubs, actually.
Oh, you better try in your pubs first. Still, I think you'd agree with me with that. Aurora probably has a more straightforward draft. Again, it's much more easy to understand what they want to do. They've got this protection Nile with the Ag Stone Gaze, with the Torrent Storm. They've got this boat buff to keep themselves alive. The one counterpoint is the strangeness of Phoenix and Medusa. You're not really going to be healing
Yeah.
Medusa. So
Yep.
it's basically Sunray is not a factor, but also at the same time, it was never going to be a factor with the AA in any way. So I don't know if it even matters. And we'll go into it. It's going to be an interesting one. WS bringing out that Timber Saw. Yoa bringing out the Ember. A hero that is just, this is dead. Like, I am keen to see what he does. Because you pick Ember and Takunka to outplay, right? You pick it to try to dodge out these Tidebringers with Slight. You try to dance around. Try to be the better mid. It's to send a message. It's just not that easy to send a message with anymore.
No, I'm not really sure what the logic is. What also is strange to me is that when they committed to the more, like I was telling you with this poke, and I thought, oh, maybe this is the strategy, like it's an interesting idea. But then the end of carry is Muerta, which is the opposite, right? She's like hero, like kind of stands still and hits around her, right? So it's not. It doesn't seem like they're concerned about the Torrent Storm at all, which I think is a mistake for sure. I think that spell is going to kind of destroy them. Maybe they have some super strategy with Ember. What is the build even on this hero these days? Do you build like before? What are you supposed to do? Ember? Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. I think the last time I saw Ember, it did go Eul's, but that was because it was losing in that match I was casting. So
Right.
as a winning Ember, I think you'd still want Maelstrom. In this game in particular, up against Naga always feels good. Maybe a Blade Mail, considering how valued Blade Mail is again.
Could be actually. That's not a bad idea. I was thinking maybe we go back to like the Radiant Ember days. I mean that was the logic these days.
Might be a bit too greedy, I think, considering Yoa's playstyle of wanting to be active. I actually wouldn't be surprised if he went for Urn and just basically tried to play this like a Spirit. Just be active early, roll around the map. Your hard control on Aurora isn't really there unless you run into the Bramble Maze, so you're pretty happy trying to dance around here for Yoa. And we'll see what he will decide down the line. Still taking a look down bot, you've got Savage on the Dusa, along with Ollie on that Phoenix, up against WS on the Timb, and Jokam on that Dazzle. And this is going to be interesting for WS because there's a lot of magic damage in this lane. There's a lot of long-range poke. He does love to go something like a 2-3-0 build on Timber Saw.
That's the right build though. That's the correct build.
He goes for just the kill. Rushes the Kaya, looks for the burst play.
Yeah.
And let's see if it pays off in this lane. I don't know if you can really feel comfy trying to jump Ollie once he has level 2. So, and Easy Nix doesn't look like it will pan out. And of course, Savage will always just play back and play with a snake anyway.
Yep. For those of you who are not aware, not Timber Saw players, haven't watched WS, or Whisper, who's also doing the same thing and have been dominating, this hero's rec department just kind of sucks. You're much better off playing as a nuker, which is why people are now skipping this altogether, and you play on Timber Chain and Whirling Death, which are still very good abilities because they didn't get nerfed. What are you doing, Jokam? Actually, what are you doing? He has walked almost underneath tower. I guess he drew aggro for a while. That was a wild Dazzle play.
Yeah, weaving that fine line. I mean, he forces the spirits out, so it's on cooldown. So
what are the two sides of the line? What is he weaving here, John? Tell me.
Dying and not dying. That's the fine line. Weaving in this line. He forces out, at least again, those spirits, so it's 20 seconds where WS doesn't have to get burned out. He just gets some levels, get the XP. Down mid, Yoa and Armel going at it. Jeez.
Yeah, this lane, I also thought, I mean, this lane used to be like slightly Conca favored. I was gonna say, I thought it still is, but they did pick Ember into the Conca, so all bets are off with Ember. I actually have no clue. I barely see this hero ever do anything useful nowadays. Ponyo in the top lane. Tabs did go for the early ensnare, as he loves to do. Tried to get the kill onto the Ancient Apparition, but Akashi covers him with a calling. And now Akashi is the one taking damage. He regrets ever helping his supporting friend. He should have just stayed farming creeps.
Yeah, misses out on a couple of last hits. Is lagging a little bit behind. You have a very stable lane to play with some good control.
Is he gonna
Akashi's
die?
stuck in a good spot.
Oh, they're going for Akashi though. That's what they want. The headshot isn't really successful. They killed Ponyo first. And now Akashi can still be a target. Akashi fights back. He has the creeps to back him up. And he's going to avoid that Shadow Realm shot by hiding in the trees. But they did feed first blood over to Q. At least it's not Jabs who takes it.
Yeah, could have been worse. This lane is definitely a lot more painful for the side of town. Like, again, you don't have maybe the best combination to try to play with the cold feet, so it's not a lane that connects with too well. Yoe?
Yoe? He's going to commit here. Got hit with the turret. It kills off by the creeps. Okay. That was the play, John.
I mean, he almost had Armel. Armel pops his regen. Yoe, probably seeing that he wouldn't have had enough popping the Fairy Fire, does just decide to go for the reset. Costly, but that will at least force Armel to walk back. Doesn't have the X for the TP play, so he will still have some room to soak up on mid for at least a creep wave and try to soak up that way. It's a risky play from Yoe, but he loves taking these risks, right? Like what we've seen from him, he just plays tempo like crazy, doesn't care too much. He's going for this Flame Guard build, knowing that he can't get burned out or washed away by Armel anytime soon. Stuck with level and Torrent, so he'll always have some of that damage flying out, or at least if you do decide to try to play chase here.
Okay. He's probably gonna lose this rune fight, I would presume, but at least we'll chase down Armel. Armel gets the water rune. You'll regret his life choices. Jokam is here to back him up, only with Poison Touch though. He does have a second skill point he can use in Shadow Word whenever he wants. Shadow Wave, sorry, whenever he wants to. But he hasn't leveled it up yet. Instead, Tangos.
Yeah, it's fine. Yoe is used to it. He's used to copying the short end of the stick in lane. Much stronger start for Aurora in the laning phase. It does feel like every single lane's going well, except maybe the bot lane, which WS is starting to dominate Akashi.
Akashi is very close to dying. Q wants to commit to this. Akashi baited him out with a magic stick, but there was a Shadow Realm, and it didn't get avoided with a tree vision there. Very well played there by Q. Immediately shot a Shadow Realm projectile for a little bit more damage. In the mid lane though, Armel did take a couple of tower hits. Yoe, will he commit a second time? Has a Sleight of Fist level 2, but that means less Flame Guard damage, and he learned his lesson.
Yeah, not gonna go for it. Playing a little bit safer. Does have the full Orb of Corrosion, so trading back with Armel is a little bit better. Not by much. You already have the level 6 advantage here for Armel as well. Yoe is still win that one. He's not going to be able to go for the reset, TP reset just yet. Top.
Yeah, Jabs. He got forced back with a dead shot, but now the attack speed reduction has been making it impossible for them to kill Jabs. Nice Shadow Crit by Jokam, saving Akashi's life for a couple more seconds, but that does not net them the kill. In fact, they still lose 2. Maybe overcommitting a little bit too far as Oli pushes Jokam away. Even with his rotation, they won't get that kill.
Yeah, that's a big one to find. Like this Worth is not having the best starts in lane. You are pretty much lagging behind in farm. Jabs isn't having the best of times either in build-up. Turn is a lot better. Both committed already onto Yoe. Does manage to dodge, but...
Is he gonna still fight this? There's no more mana. That's his last Sleight of Fist. Joka, he's taking the Shadow Grave. He's still using Shadow Wave. Armel now with the Cold Feet. Not gonna get Frozen Solid. And Jokam gets a Tango, but he needs to get out of here. As Oli has come by, only Icarus dive available to him, but he does have a Healing Lotus and Magic Stick, so don't get too close to him.
All of that over a scuffle over the Arcane Rune, which is still in the way at the very least by Q. Again, having a good read as to what Talon likes to do. Try to grab every rune for Yoe. They're contesting it really nicely here on the side of Aurora. All of this free space for WS is starting to ramp up, and a kill threat onto Dedusa is maybe not the easiest thing in the world just yet until level 6 comes out. I think the Chakram changes this dynamic with the Medusa, which is inching closer for WS anyway. So we'll see if he starts to find that opening. Otherwise, Savage having a pretty free lane, well and above in comparison to Akashi, who's been struggling up. And this is set to escalate even more, right? The Dedusa flash farms pretty damn fast. The Muerta needs levels and items to feel good there. Like you need your Gunslinger to be up. You need a Maelstrom. Ideally a Mjolnir down the line before you feel really safe to join in. And that's just time to stall for Talon. So that momentum has to come out again from WS and Yoe.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Ember, there's one thing he still has that is very good about this hero, is his tempo, right? He doesn't need many items to get online. So even if he's lost his lane, he should still be useful as long as you have Sleight of Fist, you have the Aura Corrosion. At least that was the case before, right? We even saw this at TI. When Analog played the one Ember game this whole TI, he looked good for the first 10-15 minutes, and then terrible. But for the first 10-15 minutes, there was something being cooked there. So maybe Yowie can do the same.
We'll find out if you can.
I'm
showing
coping him hard, okay? I want this hero to not be this bad. Oh, Jokum. He does not have time to. Oh, wow! What a performance, Jokum! Get away! Dance it! Dance it! Oh, never mind. I forgot the Shadow Grave is 3.5 seconds, level 1.
Yeah, it's not that much time at all. Just all down.
Yeah.
At least it gives it to the Phoenix instead of the Kunkka, so that's something, I suppose. Although, more gold onto Ollie's not the worst thing in the world for a Phoenix to find. You're perfectly fine. Again, you're denying off these power runes. You've got a 6-1 start on Aurora. Talon, not able to really connect with her heroes yet. You still have this pretty fun lane for WS, but no one to collapse with him onto Savage to find some punishment. And you buy some space out for Akashi, but his farming pace without Gunslinger is atrocious. At the least Deadshot can clear these waves out, but he's going to be limited by his mana. Falcon Blade can only offset so much. And
Arcane Ring,
Arcane Ring, at least, I suppose.
At least
something.
We're coping here, John. We're coping.
We are. That's what casters are, aren't they? They just constantly cope.
That is. I mean, because your job is to hype up whatever team is losing, right, as much as possible. So, Talon, John, they're just biding their time for the right moment to strike. It's just, we just don't see it because we're not this good. I mean, sure, they might have nothing to gank with Timbersaw, but eventually they'll figure it out. I don't know how, but it's there.
Yeah, eventually appear. Maybe the timing with phase boots for Yoa is actually like non-sarcastically.
Yes.
Like, more right foot damage, maxed out Sleight of Fist with the Orb of Corrosion is your early timing on Ember. They just need to find that area to play in. And again, it's almost always WS. It's almost always that off lane they connect to. Just need to find him. Jabs being disruptive, just farming up the top jungle. Massive amount of stacks still figured out or being built up again on the Ancients here by Armel. Oh, the Archcamp is already. Oh,
he's not dead yet, but the X marks his kill. However, Jabs taking a lot of damage, sings his way to victory. This lasts more than 3.5 seconds, so he'll be able to TP to safety.
Finds a gank kill.
Well, a little hop there by Jokum. So cute getting away from the torrent. Unfortunately, Yoa discovers that Willow is hard to kill, so it's gonna be WS who takes the reins. Tap me in, brother. I got her.
Yeah, just runs forward. Again, this is what WS loves to do, as just go for all the damage in the world with the Timber Chain, the Whirling Death, rip apart these supports. He is rushing the Yields this time around, so wants one defensive item at the very least to hold back from the control here of Aurora. Good scan from Aurora, doesn't quite find Akashi, but will find him eventually, and there you go. Oh.
Akashi, there's the Icarus dive, and the Supernova as well. He has to pierce the veil for him. I don't think that's going to help against all the magical damage, but at least it'll reduce the physical, or immunize him. Akashi still alive after this, but hits into a Bramble, which will spell his death. Yoe avoids that terrorize. Very well done there with the illusion rune. But he's now walking among 4 heroes. Okay.
What a hell of a team, Jax, aren't we?
Where was he going, John?
I'm not sure. He didn't have a remnant back for safety, so just
no,
trying
he does
to
have a
stall.
remnant somewhere, but where is it?
No idea. It's not opt to use anyway. So
I mean, there's a buff on him, right? So I can see the remnant duration on him. So there must be a remnant somewhere. Oh, it's mid. He did have a remnant to get out.
Why didn't he?
He was waiting
maybe
for
he
the
thought-
X.
Probably gets punished for it. And tell him again. I mean, Yo is trying to connect. It's just not in here he'd want. Responding to these ganks. No one else comes in with him. They are at the point where you should be able to start playing. Again, WS is pretty big. You've got your level 6 on Ponyo. You've got your... which at this point doesn't amount for too much just yet. And Joe Cam with this game, not going for Midas, not going to be rushing Ags. We're not going to see that crazy damage output and healing from him anytime soon. So, the timings for Town all thrown off. Aurora, they're in control. They're in cruise control right now. Savage has the freest game of his life, just farming up. This is some high-end Medusa gameplay. Sitting back and farming. I don't know how people can play this hero.
What do you mean?
It's not
It's exactly the kind of gameplay I want to see. I don't know what you're talking about.
every time
In
my
Southeast
friend,
Asia? Oh,
my
yeah.
friends pick Turbo, they're like, oh, pick Medusa. I'm like, why? Why would you make me pick Medusa in Turbo? Are you insane? Are you unhinged? It's a Turbo game. I don't want to sit back and farm.
I see it's your word of the day, huh, John? You're really enjoying unhinged today. It's something you say very often in your daily life. Do you have a lot of unhinged people in your life?
Hang out with Michael Phoenix, you would know.
It's very true. I have hung out with him. I'm always there when they kick him out from the hotel. Every single time they do this in the tournament, right? I always see him on his way out. Always wearing like half a sunglass or something. Oh, very odd. Yeah.
Hair ruffled up like he just never fell asleep. It
Yes,
doesn't
yes,
even look
yes.
like he woke up. It's like he never slept.
Yes.
And man.
Somehow he manages to shave only half his face every single time that this happens to him. It's wild. It's wild. One day I wish to be more like Mike. Honestly. Oh, joke up. No, this hop this time was not as cute. Shallow grave, maybe? Nope. No chance. Alright, this Dazzle is officially done absolutely nothing this game, John. It is officially a useless game.
I'm really curious as to what they were planning with this Akashi.
I think it's the shard, dude. I really only think it's the shard. What is happening? It's very, very dead. Yeah. It's not even worth the cast, John. It's not even worth the cast.
When are we going to see WS do something? That's my big question. Like, he is farming a storm, but he's doing nothing.
Who does
with
he
that
do
storm.
things with? He's alone in this game. He's the only useful hero on Talon.
Come with Yoe. Make Yoe.
Maybe now? Oh, look,
There you
he
go.
did something.
Now that's one. That's a big
impressive.
kill streak, right? Like, that's
really
a big
good.
kill streak to go on to WS. So they find it. They'll take a tier 1. Top tier 2 was pressured a little bit. Savage already has the Manta up. Going for the classic Scotty. Nothing's really changed for this hero in a long time, so everything that worked before still works now. Talon, I mean, to be fair, right, we're at 15 minutes, only a 3 to 4k lead, which considering an 11 to 3 kill lead for Aurora is honestly not the worst gap I've seen, considering a stated game. So it's very cope, but they are somewhat keeping pace in Talon. It is still atrocious. This game is still terrible for Talon, but it could have been worse.
It could have been worse. Yeah, I got nothing much to say to that, honestly. I feel like the tempo this time for Talon is not as good as last time, which allowed them to really take a strong mid game. I also feel like Aurora's tempo is a little bit better this time because Konka. I mean, once he gets Torrent Storm, I genuinely don't know how you fight these fights. And let's not forget, we still have a Dazzle in this game. A Dazzle 4 who does nothing.
Yeah. It's gonna be a while until Jokam does something.
I think you can Shallow Grave. Effectively.
I guess. At level 1, it's like kind of meh.
No.
You just need some more levels up. Honestly, yeah. I would say to Jokam right now, screw this Glimmer Cape, get the Mites. Legitimately. We've seen some supports do that. And I actually don't mind this game. Smoke out from Aurora on the hunt. They do feed, I believe they saw the Fire Spirit onto the ward, so Talon are able to back off. Except for
Joker's
WS.
definitely dead though. Oh, never mind. Sorry, another one from WS, right? Plus that ghost ship and the Shallow Grave this time doing a little bit. Unfortunately, with Konka, it does not. It only delays the inevitable, because this hero has way too much to stop you. Ponyo will be the next target for them, but Yoe covers his partner, so he can escape a little bit. Ponyo's still struggling against the illusions. Where's the Dazzle Shard when you need it? As Yoe at least clears 23 Savage's illusions. And they have given a little bit of space to Akashi. He was really coping this game. Yoe though has to avoid this torrent. It's going to be impossible. Terrorize will hit as well, but a little bit of a bug there. Doesn't matter. If you hit on the edges of Tidal Wave, it pushes you away instead of towards the Tidal Wave. It's been a bug forever. That's why you never Tidal Wave when you're at the peak of the torrent. That will only push him away.
Beautiful. Good to know.
Yes. I love Konka. Yeah.
There you go.
No, he got on the right edge of it, okay? Well, okay, John, you know, why break why take the wind out of my sails, John?
I guess, you know, if you talk to Mike, I like to make people suffer. My entire existence is just suffering.
Jesus Christ, he did not tell me that. Armel at least is dead. WS with a Blink Dagger. Acting a little bit like our Centaur with his double edge. And he's actually taking stats over Reactive Armor. If you ever need a testament to how terrible a spell is, that's it.
He's done this the entire closed qualifiers. This is his build.
I'm aware. This is the build. This is the right build for Timbersaw. I'm just showing people how bad this spell is.
Reactive is just atrocious right now. It's really bad. Which is unfortunate because I always thought the Timbersaw Ags was one of the more fun Ags. It's funny, just having this constantly high regen rate shield that would go kaboom for some reason. It's pretty hilarious. It had its time in the sun.
The Ags is still good, I would say. It's just that the spell itself is very bad. So then it's like, what's the
You're
word?
not leveling reactive, so you're not going to farm the Ags. So you're not going to have the Ags until like 50 minutes in, if the game goes that long.
Yep.
So
exactly.
It's just gone. Talon, I mean, you were saying some space out for Akashi. This BKB timing for Muerta is pretty significant. And Muerta has this really weird power spikes with levels, so I think stall game's not too bad. Armel?
Ghost Ship. We'll cover him a little bit here, but Timbersaw still have enough damage. There's the tidal wave. Chakram, though, should hit, and they don't even need it. That's going to be the sleight of fist killing him off as WS tries to get away. The unsnare keeps him in place, but he did get to his tree regardless. Jabs starts his song. What counter initiation may Talon have? They do have Jokam coming to the rescue, but he's really far away for now. WS is still rooted. They hit him with the Curse Crown, and that's a perfectly timed egg. However, the save last second from Jokam once again delays the inevitable. The story of this Dazzle's life is he gets a shot of him, it looks really fogged for half a second, and then you realize, oh wait, it means nothing.
That's pretty much it. It's stalling out a little bit. Again, it's not doing enough. I still find it rather funny that Talon are able to find Armel every single time. Like, out of their 5 kills, Armel counts for 3 of them, which is probably the last year you'd expect to die this often, but Kunkka has been jumped quite a frequent amount of times by Talon. Now, going back to my point about this Muerta, I mean, you're still at the point where there is room to grow, a lot of room to grow for this Muerta. A lot of room to scale into. It's really the levels that feels really massive. Like, you get your 15 into 20. The 20 is your big power spike, but mainly also just your level 18 with level 3 Pierce the Veil. Like, Muerta needs so much of that. Like, every single added second of Pierce the Veil just feels massive. Combine that with the BKB timing into the Mjolnir. I think if Talon just wait for that, or well, at least push back until the BKB for Akashi, and maybe start playing once the Hyperstone is in, you can start to a little bit better, but again, they're just buying space for that win condition right now. Talon's all in on this Muerta.
Well, I think Armel's going to be shoving out this lane in the end when he gets one of the spiders want to die. He's experienced the Timbersaw death. This X play is not as good against heroes like Timbersaw, as we just saw. He can actually kill you quickly enough.
Still has that burst damage. Kai is doing work. Has the ults now as well, to maybe even cut you off from torrenting out from X marking back, so WS has some way of preventing that and trying to catch you off guard. I'm more surprised that Talon's still holding on to tier 2s, honestly, with how badly that early to mid game went. The fact that the tier 2 top is still standing gives him a little bit of reach to farm, WS.
That was a good play. Terrorize into the egg. However, they have nothing else to stop, but Jazz was in position because they guessed where he was going to Timber Chain to. So they conditioned him away in this fight. And as long as they deal with this Timbersaw, they don't really have any tools, like you said. He's the one creating space for them.
He is. I mean, Yua can only do so much. No one else can really connect with him. And they try to go for these chain blast plays, but there's no damage coming out from the Ember. It just doesn't feel like it's pumping out enough. They're just sitting back and waiting. 10k lead for Aurora now. Clearly in a very good position. Full Scotty up for Savage. And a full BKB up for Armel, so he does opt for that before Regs, which I think is fair. Just remove any possibility of being held back. Yule's play, the counteraction Timbersaw doesn't work anymore. So you're covering your bases. You're playing it safe. You don't need to rush this game on Aurora's end. You can play at the same pace Talon is, because chances are you're going to outscale with Naga and a Medusa. Like, there's only so much this one can do by herself.
I mean, Muerta does beat or has a better matchup than Dusa, right? Or wins that matchup, right? But with Torrent Storm in between, plus all the team fight that you have, like, the team fight for Talon is just not as good, or it's more early game oriented. And I don't know what to categorize the Ember as a scaling hero. Yeah. I actually have seen him so little that he completely falls off my charts.
Yeah, I just rate him as dead.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Maybe
he's not doing anything different, right? He's just doing the same build that Embers used to go for, which is this kind of pseudo tank that also can poke.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised. Maybe he could have. Yeah, he's actually just rushing the Ags. I thought he would
Yeah, it's a
try
sick build.
for Blade Mail Maelstrom, maybe as a change up, but just a
I like your
single
vessel
BKB.
idea. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, but Yoe couldn't get momentum early enough, I think, to maintain
True.
activity with the Spirit Vessel. They're not finding kills in Talon, so I think that diversion is perfectly fine. 10k lead still stands. Aurora, again, no rush. Going for the Silver Edge on 23, going to the Butterfly next. Nothing to stop him from clearing out the top jungle. They're finding what they can on Talon, the scraps being left behind. Hyperstone coming out for Akashi at very least. And that's something. More attack speed to play with. You get that additional second Pierce the Veil when 18 comes around. And maybe you have something with BKB. Maybe, but probably not.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they didn't go for Torrent Storm, right? Which means that this BKB is not as impactful, because Armel has more tools against you in general with that BKB. He's concentrating on surviving. And this means that Aurora's timing is a little bit later, but so is Talon forced to play that later. And like you mentioned, it's just difficult to outscale this team. Especially because Jabs is... He's only an off-lane in name right now. He's actually building straight up lane carry.
Pretty much. And that's usually the nature of these Nagas. I don't see them shift out of this build anyway. Smoke on smoke for this Roche.
Okay, there's the shard coming into play, at least.
Radiant are scanning.
This is why they picked the Dazzle. Well, that's my assumption.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fighting... I mean, they know the egg is available. It's a tough Roche fight for sure. So it's Stone Gaze. Once again, clearing the illusions, but this time Jab is starting to separate them because he understands the issue. Broke the Timber Saw means nothing because he's not a single point in reactive armor. Ponyo, though, in an awkward position here. He can still be killed. The Scotty Slow is pretty brutal on him. Mystic Snake is also available. Okay, they send him back with fear. Torrent will hit. There goes Timbersaw. Forces the BK from Armel. Ponyo will die regardless. And they put Akashi in a terrible position here. He's forced to use the Pierce the Veil, but just can't do much here. Can't even kill the egg. Trying to get away. TP cancel. And that is going to be a huge win for Aurora, who poking and prodding Talon. They angered the bear. Now WS, he baited this portal switch, and instead he just went away with his Blink Dagger. Should be able to get to safety at least.
Should be able to bail out. And big win for Aurora. 20-5, 14k lead coming off the back of that. Not going to be able to find Rush, but they'll find the tier 1. Maybe still take the gate across if they so wish. Talon just have no openings. How do you start these fights? You talk about the team fight element. You can start with X-Torrent on the side of Aurora. You can start with just running forward with Phoenix, trying to bait out Egg. You've got area control on hand with the Dark Willow, with the Naga, with the Kunkka. Talon has an Ember that doesn't do enough damage, and a Timbersaw that can't survive through this onslaught. And there's just not much you can really try to do outside of bursting someone. WS.
WS hexed and killed. Shallow Grave will keep him alive a little bit longer. The wave doesn't quite stop the Timber Chain, but he still got stuck in the brambles. There's the Yule Scepter. Jabs coming into this. Blinks away, never mind. I underestimated that Shallow Grave. This time it did work for WS. Ponyo might pay for this, however. Glimmer caved. Jokam full saving duty here, and nobody is following Savage, so no kills. Okay, that worked out better than I expected, John. Oh, Mini Ponyo does die now. Another Shallow Grave. Jokam the Savior starting to come into play. Level 12 Dazzle. Going for Ags. Wait, going for Ags.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, it's that idea with the Shadow Wave counts it true. You can save your Hex now for bigger issues. You don't actually want to clear the illusions. You want those waves to bounce. WS will fall to Jabs. It's a pretty big kill on literally the only hero that has some play here on Talon. And Aurora.
He got cocky there, huh? He survived and then went back to the lane to farm it.
Yeah, pretty greedy, but it does get punished. I don't know what you do on Talon. I'm honestly grasping for straws. Like, they have this BKB on Yoip. It doesn't feel like it's going to do anything. They have a Muerta that just can't face into the egg when they put that on top with a Stone Gaze. They have no way of jumping in. They have no control in starting these fights until the Hex of WS comes out, which is still a ways off. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I think Aurora have control. They have the scaling lineup. And the only way Talon wins is if this game drags on to 60 minutes at around a 5k to 10k lead for Aurora. If you reach 50 minutes in, Talon has play, even at the 10k deficit, but I doubt those conditions come out at all. So,
They don't really have a force multiplier kind of hero that can take any lead and win it, you know, like an Enigma or a Tide might. And that is making it very difficult for them to play their late as well. I guess Muerta in the right situation, but they've been able to control her very well. Especially when the Axe for Armel comes out.
Yeah, it's not comfy for Akashi at all. Like, I don't know, like you have no answer for 23. You have an answer for the illusion spam from Jabs, but for the actual hero with a heart up now, doesn't feel like you're gonna be able to poke and prod at her too well. This Ember Spirit experimentation has fell flat. Yoa has done nothing this game. Like, he's tried, not for lack of trying. Shit, Ember can only do so much. It's dead.
I haven't been able to see the reasoning behind this here. I mean, I would say the same with Dazzle, to be honest, in the support position. Or at least, but in his case, there's not much justification. Whereas the Ember seems like I wanted to play Ember, hence I'm playing Ember. That's the.
Perhaps. Again, the only thing I can think of is trying to outplay Armel on mid, trying to dodge out, but even that didn't pan out.
Yeah, and that was more Timber that ended up doing that, right, as well.
It's main WS. Take Aegis on the side of Aurora. Secondary life up on 23. I don't see the Stusa dying twice over here. And the damage does feel underwhelming until Akashi gets his silver.
Ponyo's gonna die. Okay, that didn't even take much effort. Savage just forced. He forced that himself. Oh, he didn't even need it. He had the Fusel Blade, that's why. That's why he got him from so far. Going for that disperser.
I like that. Just a little bit of a easier time chasing out, easier time just catching heroes off guard.
It's a very useful item when you have someone like like Naga offlane, right? Because you don't have a traditional initiator, so you just make everyone fast to go in.
Pretty much, it does. It's very cool. I like that active. I think it's a good compromise from the old Diffusal 2 recipe. I don't know, that's a long way back, but you know, it's a lot more interesting than Diffusal Blade 2. So I like that.
For sure. Yes, I miss the simplicity of those days. I miss when Slaughter spells were called, you know, Sprint, Bash, and then Reduce Armor, or Amplify damage, rather.
Yep. Time says Jokum dies, he can reminisce as well. To a game where
he has 40 seconds for it. Back when Dazzle was a better support.
I mean, I'm trying to think. When Dazzle was a better support was also a long time ago. The last time I remember Dazzle being was like Necronomicon on mid. Which is also some time ago now. And there's also China that really love that for whatever reason.
Really? Was that really the last time that he was relevant as a hero? That's pretty terrible. Oh. They have Orchid. There's a BKB though on Yoic. Still X'd, but the BKB lasts long enough for the X to be ignored. And he's gonna be able to get away. However, the tower can't walk out or remnant out. So the tower's dead.
That's all she wrote. By the Bucks game. Literally nothing coming out from town. Aurora just running down with her advantage. Disperser up on 23 now. And go for a reset and just go again. Nothing to stop him. What's your high ground defense? There's no team fight, there's no spells. It's just the Timbersaw that wants to go ham. And Ember that tickles you.
That was a very awkward tidal away. It was an attempt. Yeah, I agree. There's literally nothing to fear when you go up to this high ground. Akashi's even trying to bait them. They're gonna take that bait. They'll kill him if they can. Tidal Whip's available. Akashi? Okay, he can't be pulled onto the low ground. I guess his positioning was incredible. Because he calculated, of course. Hexed up the Ember. Still X-marked. Yoic tanking through this. Ice Blast deters Aurora's high ground. Turns out, even without any high ground, John, high ground just sucks these days. WS still cuts the wave as well, so yeah, they can't push.
They stall in town, so trying to default to the Aurora playstyle, the X-Talon playstyle of just go slow. Turtle mode in the high ground defense. Try to find an opening, get some items up. You've got level 19 up for Akashi, so he does have the max level Pierced Veil. Has the shard as well, but no one's been dying. So no additional spell lifesteal or spell amp coming in for him yet, which is a shame. And yeah, just stall. I suppose you have a minute and a half on the Aegis for 23, so you can try again.
Yeah, you just wait for these plays to happen, and because of the Hex, Yo is dead. If all silence Ponyo, he's not gonna get away. He's just 4 AA. There's the shallow grave. Send him back. You're not Timbersaw, my friend. It's not gonna happen twice. Aurora will take 2 kills relatively freely, and they try to go for a third, but Tidal Wave, it doesn't quite connect there. Instead, they're just gonna try to hit the tower. Jabs, though, didn't get the memo. He went for the bottom tower, and then the backup protection triggered. Jabs will try to push out, so that WS cannot cut the wave simply and just stop them from pushing. But WS is near them anyway. Provided that option exists to him to begin with. Jabs is leaving his illusions behind, but he is gonna initiate. He's just walking in. He wants to be like WS last game. And he does that pretty perfectly as Jokam gets caught out. Akashi also dies in the back line, or sorry, in the front lines there. Made 2 very easy kills for Aurora, who know this game is in the bag for them. It's very, very difficult talent to come back, if at all. False.
Yeah. I don't think it is. I think Aurora's got this one. There's no play. There's literally nothing to do. I can't think of a solution to this beatdown. It takes a ton of items. Like,
yes.
Jokam is inching towards his Ags, which is nice. The damage is nice. He doesn't have anything like the Octarine to keep the spell spam along with a bad Juju active, so... I don't know. If you have the Sight of Vice and WS, this could be the opener, but only onto one, and they've got to make it count on the side of Talon. They'll lose 2 sets of racks, and Aurora, no need to really poke any further. Just pull back, Aegis expires, and just wait.
They can't just wait. They don't have to be honest, John. I just want to point it out in case anyone has ever popped the stream and the Subby is watching. They don't have to. They could just also take the last one.
True.
Maybe the Scythe is really that scary, but...
Will they without Roshan? Avo?
I mean, it is not a talent. Sorry, there's not an Aurora play, for sure. This is a good play, though, by talent. At least, I mean, the attempt at making a play. Just turtling in base will not win you this game. You might as well try to do something. This is the correct logic, even if it might be late to do this.
Yeah, not going to be finding anything. Maybe he can get some useful wards out. Plant one on the cliff. Side of Aurora, get a good read going on the opposite side, trying to sneak in to the bot area, but not going to go too far as well. 32k lead for Aurora and Talon. 27-5. Maybe next time round. And no more Dazzle and Ember. I think that is the change I'm expecting.
Yeah, I think the Dazzle, again, if it was for the illusions, at least there's some sense to it. I think the Ember is the one that you kind of have to change your game plan or reevaluate what you think of this hero.
Jokam has the Ags.
Let's see what he can do with this.
Damage, but it's not like his right clicks are particularly high, as he is.
That's why this Ags surprises me. Like, what is the purpose of it?
I guess Shadow Wave, healing, less about the right click, just bouncing into enemies, having that heal. I suppose, for the illusions. It sounds nice. Is it actually nice? I don't know. I think so.
I guess to shove waves also. Yeah, sure. The shoving waves could be kind of nice. How much kill participation does Jokam have this game? 0, 7, and 1. Honestly, to be fair, it's a fifth of the kills. 20% of the kills he's been part of.
He's done his job.
But he's also a part of 4% of the kills on the other side.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a sacrifice you're willing to make.
Sorry, not 4%, 25%. A fourth of the kills on the other side. Oh. Yeah, that's a good initiation. Unfortunately, lack of damage for it. And the Shotgun's already been using WS. They killed Ponyo. They also brought Akashi down to the low ground. They're going to concentrate on WS first, and WS will go down. Akashi's being ignored now as he used to pierce the veil. I'm going to finish up 23 Savage. But the damage is just not high enough. Akashi falls as Yoe tries his best to clear up. Did a couple of fancy things, but ultimately only kill the support and died right afterwards. Jokam as the next target. Like, kind of ignore him and just go for the tower instead. At least he has Axe though, John.
At least he has Axe. That is right now, bro. This is the highlight of gameplay today. If you were it's 15 minutes ago, it would be a lot better. I don't know. I can't believe they're not calling it. It's actually the thought in my mind. I normally don't say that, but I'm actually at disbelief with Talons. There you go. I was like, any more longer, I would just keep saying just GG. Aurora looked dominant, bounced back in the form you'd expect them to in game number 2. And this is the Aurora I feel like we kind of missed out on in game number 1. Talon pick Ember Spirit for whatever reason, did not learn from Aurora when they picked Mikado Ember at TI, or in some, I know they picked it, and I know I was very angry they picked Ember. They didn't learn. There's something about Talon about going into that Ember Spirit, and I don't want to say Yoa lost in the game. I don't think it's his fault. He did try, but Ember is in the garbage. It was the
yeah, I don't think it matters. I mean, I agree with you. Like, I think you have a good game by Aurora for the most part. I think Talon may not play the best game, but it's hard to ignore that draft. Like, if a Dazzle in a position that he's not supposed to be played in these days, sure, you might not believe in the mid Cheese Dazzle or the offlane Cheese Dazzle, but that's the position that's been played. It hasn't been played as a support in forever, right? There's so much so as a clip of Seb starting his pub doing an announcement and going, Dazzle in a position he's not supposed to be played in anymore. Like, when he's saying this in a sarcastic tone, maybe it's just kind of a general knowledge, right? The same with the Ember. And I also was a little bit flabbergasted by the Muerta. We didn't really get to see it because they got crushed so early, but Muerta was getting destroyed by Kunkka in that middle game because he repositions you, and he can push you back. If she was a problem, you could have just pushed back with Tidal Wave, right, until she gets BKB. And we didn't even see a Torrent Storm being that impactful, but that's another thing you have to deal with. They ignored the Kunkka as a concept completely. They ignored the meta. And I commend teams for doing that, but you need a plan behind that. And this is where maybe the lack of coach comes into play a little bit, right? There wasn't so much cohesion between their ideas. Let's hope for a better game 3 from Talon. Yeah, John?
Yeah,
are you ready for it?
I'm ready. It's nice to see these two rosters go the distance for it, but
Sure.
I'm keen to see what changes come out. I'm wondering whether or not WS will get that Timbersaw again. I think that there was an interesting adjustment by Aurora to allow that true, but we'll see if they'll allow it true again, because even though that was not the best sample case for WS, that is one of his best heroes, so we'll have to see that game 3.
We'll see. For now, as you know, casters, we have to go and start the game ourselves. So give us 5 minutes, and the game will begin for you guys. And in the meantime, you get a lovely, lovely break screen with score as well this time. So stay tuned.
Like a hobby, every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the last game of the day for us. No matter what happens, no matter what Talon tries to do, it's the last game of the series. 1-1, Talon versus Aurora. Talon versus Talon, let's be honest. That's what everyone's going to call them anyway. Talon Blue versus Talon Red. Who's going to win? We don't know, but we're hoping for a good game 3 compared to game number 2, and we're hoping to not see an Ember pick. Do you think, John, that Aurora should ban the Ember?
No.
Okay.
I'd say Aurora should allow Talon to pick up the Ember if they want to win. And Talon, if they're feeling generous, they would pick up the Ember. Hopefully they do not. Ember is just dead. Deader than... What's a deader hero than Ember, Alpo?
I actually cannot think of one that's worse than Ember.
I mean, Meepo,
I disagree.
Meepo's better.
He is
not
better.
in pro games, but he is better. He has something
Yeah,
to do
exactly.
with Ember.
So I would say like Arc Warden is in the same boat where like he's not being played at all, but I don't think he's as unviable. I just feel like the nerfs on Ember just feel bad, you know? It's like imagine Arc Warden, they would like, okay, now you have to channel your clone to summon it, right? It just splits into two. I find that makes a hero lose his identity, right? And I think for Ember that was definitely it, you know? I don't think the hero's good in this meta, mind you, but I just don't think the change is suited what he's supposed to be.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
We'll see. Probably an irrelevant discussion as that hero will never show up again.
They banned Earth Spirit, so that's it. What is Yoa gonna play? Apparently, he only plays Spirit. Oh, Void Spirit time, John. There we go.
God, no. I hope not. If they pick Gunner, just pick, I don't know, just be Gunner. Pick like, I don't know, Ogre Magi mid. That's better.
Yeah, Gunner's
it's better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, they didn't ban the Lone Druid this time.
I don't know if WS will want to pick it up in this kind of game, up against a team like Aurora. I think with Timbersaw still available, you go Timbersaw.
Yeah,
They
you
go
go
Kunkka first, so
Yes.
it's a safe bet.
That's the
It's a
right
really-
option. Because yeah, Armel's a good Kunkka player, but as you saw in the last game, you don't need to be a good Kunkka player anymore. This hero has been made into a brainless hero. You just use the wave, you water park Kunkka, you use the wave, you Torn Storm, and you drag him through, and that's as far as it goes. Sure, there's an X marks the spot combo. Nobody cares. You can literally miss all your combos and you just don't have an impact this game.
Pretty much. Like, it doesn't take too much work. It stomps most mid lane matchups. I'm wondering what Aurora will prioritize. They will go for the Phoenix, which we always see when Kunkka's picked up.
Yeah, he's very good against Kunkka, because obviously Egg avoids Torn Storm, right? And you still fight in that area.
Yeah, it's the common reaction. Mainly because when you pick up the Kunkka as well, you want big strength heroes to play with his boat buff for the most part, so you get some HP burn up against those high HP heroes. Wondering what the idea
That's
is
true.
for Talon next. I'm surprised. Well, they banned the Dazzle, which is sensible because Aurora, unlike Talon, would probably run that as a core. So it makes sense to ban the Dazzle. It looked terrible in the last game. It might be funny to ban it now, but that's because Talon had it on Jokam, who's probably not very happy about having to play a Dazzle. I'm honestly not sure. I swear there was some more time in the reserve time timer, but I have a feeling it could have been a random. I'm not sure. Did you see the timer? I remember it was like 4 seconds away.
No, you're
Couldn't have been a
coping.
random.
You're coping hard.
No, I'm
John.
saying it
Are you
couldn't have
still
been
wait? Are you
random.
still hired by Talon?
Yeah, I'm still with Talon.
Okay, I understand now. All right, that's it.
No,
we don't
no,
need to
I'm saying it
discuss
couldn't
No,
have been
it's
a
okay.
random.
I understand. I
It
understand.
couldn't have been a
Sure,
random.
sure,
So, you know, it's like
Nobody was even considering that. Nobody thought they were random. Nobody in chat.
I'm trying to
Nobody
think,
thought.
because I'm like, why would you pick it? Maybe a random, but it couldn't have been a random.
Okay, John. You get your pay this month. It was a good job. You did a
I don't even
fantastic
get
job.
paid. What do you mean? I don't get paid for anything, Avo.
What does hired mean then in your language? They just give you a logo.
They let me hang out in the back of the room, and I sometimes get the leftover pizza crusts.
Oh, the soap
That's
bring
the
it to you.
arrangement we had. Am I breaking an NDA by revealing this contract, Avo?
I'm not sure.
That's the deal.
I'm not hired by Talon. I don't know who you're asking that. They do pick the Willow. It is another good hero against the Kunkka for some more reasons. I mean, we talked about this last game, right? Where Kunkka is the best area denial hero that exists right now. Dark Willow is very good against heroes that have area denial because you force to reposition the team fight, right? So if you get the Terrorize in, Kunkka can't really fight around the Storm, doesn't follow him anymore. It's over an area. So these two heroes are very good, and this also shows to me this team respects Kunkka, right? They're strong, but they understand the kind of heroes they have to prioritize against Kunkka because he's really really good. I'm not exaggerating when I say this.
Yeah. And again, it's as you mentioned, this is a very common opener up against the Kunkka opener that we've seen throughout these close qualifiers for all of those reasons provided. Dark Willow as well. If you go off to a good start, if Q is playing Dark Willow, you can be sure that he's going to try to go for Midas into Ags. If the game goes well, you have that scaling option on him. On top, Talon goes for the Grimstroke. What's going to be the next pickup? This could set up much better for a Timbersaw. We'll go for the Rubik, so trying to get some big steals out. Jokam Rubik is a treat to watch when it does pop off.
That's true, yeah.
That is a nice one to pick up. I am curious what kind of Grimstroke combos they'll be looking for, if any, like an Inkswell combo or a Soulbind combo. You don't really have a particularly good one for either one. Like, double X is alright, but like, who cares? I guess. No one really cares about that.
That's not bad though. Double X plus, like, depending on how far they are, right? You can get double X plus the tidal wave, which is pretty good. Oh, wow. I like the double Fate Bolt the most, though. I think that's double anything that bounces is very underrated. Because when you try to do Grimstroke Doom, for example, when you get something like a double Doom, it's incredible, right? But oftentimes you have to coordinate so well and you have to time your spells so well together with each other that it leads to teamfights that are less ideal. Whereas double anything that's low cooldown is much easier to execute and puts much less pressure on whoever wants to use it, right? So I like this a little bit more.
That is true. I like the core picks of Aurora as well. Death Prophet and Naga Siren, so looking to establish some strong lanes. You could run DP mid to run down the Kunkka. You could still run it offlane, although again, tendency for this Aurora lineup, the X-Talon lineup, is to last pick Jab's hero. They will go for the Timbersaw once more on Talon, but honestly, I actually don't mind it. I think WS did a great job. I think is still a solution for Naga. And Death Prophet might be annoying, but you can maybe go for Magic Res if you really feel the need for it. Ripping through all of these heroes still feels good. So I like the Tim. You might be pressured to go for the Yules once more to deal with Silence and the Roots, but beyond that, you should be really steady here. I like that Talon ban out the Medusa, showing respect to Savage, kind of just playing into this greedy style and just having strong lanes is the way Aurora likes to go. So we'll see. I am curious now what Akashi's safe lane will be. You do have this potential Grimstroke and Timbersaw lane, but you're likely ending up with Rubik Timbersaw lane. But I do prefer Grimstroke Timbersaw. I think there's a lot of good aggression lines off of that. I think Rubik's laning phase was just tweaked way back with the changes to Fade Vault, so it doesn't feel as good to trade. Aurora gets a good read on this Akashi Spectre as well. Taken out. What else is there for this man to play?
I mean, it's also the Grimstroke, right? You don't want Grim Spectre. You saw what VP did in TI with those combos. So you need a carry here. Ideally, you want a carry that can also take advantage of Grim a little bit. I feel like Inkswell carries are very powerful. There's the PA. That was the other option. That's very common with the Grim. I guess you have the issue that you don't know where Naga's going entirely, which is a bit scary. I know Jabs tends to play her, but Savage also can.
Yeah, that flex is on hand.
So it's like, how much do you want to commit to cleave here? Or something like that?
I feel like you don't need to with the Timbersaw. I think Timbersaw is pretty much fine. Maybe a Kunkka is alright as well to kind of deal with Naga. I don't know if you want to invest further in that. Maybe... I don't know. It feels like right now you're looking at Talent's draft. It looks like they really don't care for the egg, which is fair. But you do have the egg-song combination, which does take some execution. But Aurora has played together as a team for the most part for quite some time now, so
I think it's fine.
Issues if they need to pull off an egg song. What will tell them what? I mean, they're still figuring out what the heck Jabs or Savage might want to do. I suppose they take care of the Morphling, which is another 23 special.
No.
Oh. Okay.
I was not expecting this, I'm honest with you.
It's a Grimstroke combination. I think the laning phase is actually pretty decent. You Stroke of Fate, Inkswell, chase down Bloodright. It's a good set of chain control. Good amount of damage.
Yeah,
so
Rubik is better though, to be fair.
Sure. You can play a little bit better with the Rubik as well. Just lift back into Bloodright. You've got double Rupture, which can feel good. But honestly, it's fine. I think my one issue with Bloodseeker is how well do you expect your lane to go up against Naga? Because I don't think that Naga's too scared of you. She can trade very well. If you get Ensnare again, like Ensnare with a Phoenix is pretty scary. Ensnare with Dark Bullet to follow up is also pretty scary. So there's a lot of counterplay on Aurora just from an off-lane Naga. Assuming an off-lane Naga, you could still shift to something else if Jabs feels the need to. There's an option for Aurora to go for a little bit left field, but something like Legion Commander is available if you really want to crush it. It does not like playing up against that.
No, you don't crush the Bloodseeker with the offlane because he recovers. He's too fast to farm. And you kind of crush him with a carry matchup. They've gotten rid of Dusa, which is by far his worst carry matchup. It's a good ban. If you still wanted to, there's the option of TB, but TB is a little bit rough against Grimstroke Timbersaw, right? I don't really see... those are the two worst carry matchups for Bloodseeker that I can think of. Sven could be a little bit bad, but you can play around him with the right Rupture. That's it, really. So it's a bit tough. I actually argue maybe Naga might be the worst one out of the ones because of the high armor. But Bloodseeker can deal with Naga pretty easily.
Yeah. Like, just the full Mjolnir, maybe even some value in the Blood Mist, if you could get away with that one. Faceless Void is the call for Aurora, so they go with a 23 special once more. Sure. They do have damage in the Chrono. They've got the Egg to play with. You've got a Faceless Void Phoenix lane, which is pretty stable. And a Faceless Void into a Timbersaw lane is somewhat manageable. You can at least time walk off some damage, but you have to play it fairly cautiously on the early levels. Overall, by draft, I'd say this is a lot more even. I think there's some good timings for both sides to meet. Maybe when it's down to meeting these timings, it might be a little bit better for Aurora. I think this Naga just shoving in lanes and the threat of Armel coming in with the ultimate to just clear out the tower is pretty big. So the early push threat is there. It doesn't take too much farm for a Naga to just achieve that outside of just farming. I think you have this backup, which is farming with Faceless Void. The Bloodseeker in Faceless Void is always interesting to me because, you know, Faceless Void is here that does like going in and out. If you do manage to rupture him or, you know, just hold him down, it does feel pretty awful. You have some good silences to prevent some big chronos as well, so you're going to be looking for a BKB here for Savage. Outside of that, though, you don't have any natural, like, chrono counters. You know, you don't have swap, you don't have saves for the chrono. So when it does
that's true.
Very effective.
That's true. I think the chrono here is key. Like, it destroys. You have good combos with the chrono, like Egg, right? Exorcism, classic combos, right? Bedlam actually now works really well with chrono because you can put it on the Void. But I still feel like Talon has the option to just burst down the Void before he gets to do anything between the Timbersaw and the Bloodseeker. So if Talon gets to be the ones to initiate, I don't think the Void is that concerning until like a really, really late game. And we could see a similar repeat to game number 2, right? Where we saw the early game go okay. This time it's easier because if you lose your lane if you lose your lane as Bloodseeker, don't play Bloodseeker. But that aside, I think that the 20-25 minute mark looks really, really good for Talon this time. Much more than for Aurora. I also don't know where the DP fits. I know it's an Armel hero. Classic, I would even say. But I don't know where it fits within this lineup, besides it's being good with Void.
I think it's also just lane matchup, perhaps. Like, you can at least...
Kunkka?
In a way, yeah. It can trade maybe a little bit better. You can play back with Crypt Swarm, clear out waves. So... you have a little bit more play. You can try to crush the Kunkka lane. It feels like it was mainly addressing that. And it can be a nuisance in longer fights, if it does live long. Bait Mel.
I'm seeing red. And it's amazing!
Akash is saying, Armel, you're really kind during tournaments. And Armel, it's like, I'm just being professional.
Is that what he really said?
Yeah. Professional. Like, yeah, I'm just being professional. And
wow.
You're so kind for saying good luck, have fun. Have fun in return.
That's so cute. Whenever I translate South American, banter between them, it's always, I don't know if I should say it. That's always the thought that goes through my mind. It's such a cute little interaction. That's adorable, John.
Oh, I don't know, like Southeast Asian banter tends to be really dumb. It's corny, I think is the way I'd put it. I was stuck in spot to enforce, and we went on a tangent about my accent, and they start this Manila accent, which we call, we call the Coño accent, which I know is bad in Spanish, but it's Coño accent.
I realized. No, I wasn't thinking about that, but yes.
It's accent in Filipino. Then they just starting this whole bit about Starbucks, and that was it for like a good 5 minutes. I had to go out because I just couldn't process it over 6 hours of open quals going into that call. It was fun. My brain was too dead for it. But that's Filipino banter. Like, it's just kind of dumb.
That's good though. When I get in my pubs, the Filipino banter towards me is calling me every animal in the zoo. So that's not as fun.
Pub banter is very different.
I don't know if banter as much as desiring my impending death is the word I would use.
Click the tab. You open up, mute and report, and you're good to go. As we're also good to go into this game, taking a look at mid.
Wow, that's good. It should be a host.
No, yeah, that's what I always do. I have to work with Mike LaPhoenix. You got to work a lot of angles with that guy. Yoe on the Kunkka, working his angles as well. And again, the DP feels like it's mainly just like trying to find an answer for this Kunkka. He's done some good damage onto Yoe. Overall, you'd still feel like Tidebrinker does a pretty good job in just winning out these trades, but Crypt Swarm's fairly spammable. Down the line, you can threaten with a Spirit Siphon. X is not going to be the best solution to try to hold back. It's a solution. X Torrent takes some levels. Yoa doing a good job of landing that Torrent. Well,
that was very good. No. That was very impressive, though. I like that, Yo. I actually think this matchup is not as bad as it used to be. Because before... Sorry, I just watched Ponyo get run down by Q on top. Akashi just got level 2, so he's fine now because he has Thirst. And Q's not gonna block. Before, the Spirit Siphon being percentage-based hurt the Kunkka a little bit more. Now you're supposed to also use it on creeps sometimes to help you out. It's relatively easy to disengage as you're seeing because Yo is just good and you kind of have to be linear about it. The healing of the Spirit Siphon is more important than the damage you deal with the Kunkka these days.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. I think this should be maybe a little bit more straightforward, but we'll see. Rune control is going to be a big part. Again, we emphasize that with Talon. They always love trying to give Yo as much as possible. This is a matchup that isn't as dire for him, so it should be a lot more even coming out. You can take a look at the bot lane after taking a peek at that top for a bit. You've got 23 on his signature Faces Void, along with all Phoenix. Up again, yes, on Stim playing tag.
What? He has reactive armor, John! There's a boy did reactive armor! I'm level 2, John!
This is different.
Jonathan, what is happening here?
It's a shift. Maybe not wanting to cop free harass from 23. And maybe feeling like he needs a little bit more regen. I think he's dealt with these Phoenix lanes enough that he does feel the need for some source of regen. So probably just leaving that at the value point of 1. I'd be very surprised though if WS goes 2 points in. That's the moment to be surprised out.
No, but point 1 is so bad, John. You gotta go for the second point at the very least. No, yeah. Choke. 6 well just to secure that. That looked very ridiculous. It was a really good play. It's important to secure those lotuses.
That is. Nice little pickup. And the lane's going a little bit slower outside of that kill top. Anyo might hurt again.
Yeah, it's gonna be... Akashi's just leaving his partner to die. This is why Rubik and Bloodseeker were traditionally very good, because Bloodseeker can't really help his support when he's getting gone on, and Rubik is among the better supports of surviving, but against Naga, not really the case.
It's a little bit trickier. This is the one area they're bleeding out on. You are finding some good farm for Akashi still, at a really, and that does allow a little bit of a top up for Yoe. So
bottom, Inkswell. 23 doesn't have the time walk for another 4 seconds. They might actually be able to kill him. Whirling Death in a bit. Oh, 4 more seconds. Time walk is available though. 23 is alive. And now WS may bit off a bit more than he could chew here. Getting a tangle, a little bit of healing. All these starts to hurt him, but there's no support rotation or anything like that, so he'll be fine. No point in Timber Chain made it very difficult for him to catch up to this Void.
Yeah, that's a sacrifice he makes for going that value point of reactive. Savage still finding some decent farm down bot, but not as smooth going as the past games. A little bit more of a struggle early on, which is to be expected.
Nope, that's it. WS is done. I think he realized he's not tanky enough to go under tower, nor speedy enough to catch up to them. Mid though, Armel is going to chase down Yoe, and Yoe has no way to disengage this time. He's going to die to the Crypt Storm. That was very easy for him.
He's reached that point. Level 3 Spirit Siphon. Good amount of damage coming out. Good sustain to the tower. And that's the one thing. Like, X cooldown is way too long. Spirit Siphon way too spammable, so that is the point where Kunkka starts to feel a little bit in pain. 3-0 for Aurora. Good notes to start off with. And with 5 down, can't really rotate Kunkka to mid right before it. They need all these lanes intact. And they will cut off the aggression of WS again. He does have that value point in chain now, so he will leave reactive at 1.
I can't believe this. This does not feel that good.
It's a little bit of armor, I guess. A little bit of HP.
5 armor, right, at max stacks. 3 HP regen. You could have bought a Ring of Protection and a Ring of Regen, and you'd be more or less the same. WS. He's gonna die regardless of those 10 stacks. Oh, never mind. That was wrong. I will never doubt you again, Sean. That armor saved his life. What a god. What a god among men. You're so right. Value point. Who needs a chain though when you get the active armor?
Yeah. Why spend the gold?
That's true. So much value early.
Sacrifices must be made.
Jokan might die though. Is the Rebel Mace still available? Oh, Jokan? So close. But no cigar. It's a little bit difficult to tell where the brambles are when it's still being formed.
Yeah, and some decent punishment. 4-0, keeping that momentum up on Aurora. Talon, they're going to need to sit back, just wait. Again, the supports can't move anywhere because of these side lanes and the way they're set up. You are getting the farm you'd want. Akashi, well, only Akashi's getting the farm he'd want. Everyone else is kind of suffering right now, which is not what you want to see. Jab's still going to be able to recover anyway on the Naga.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like Talon's getting that start they'd want to build in. Aurora's definitely getting the start they'd want. They can start to play around, threaten with the Ecto. Once they get the value points from Armel, you have Savage who can transition into the jungle, working onto the Midas along with the Maelstrom. WS hasn't been able to really threaten onto him anytime recently, so it's fairly smooth going there.
Yeah, Armel's committing here. Oli doesn't have the Icarus dies, and Akashi does not want to go in. Ponyo is going to sacrifice his life here, and the exorcism is here for the tower. Akashi looks in the distance, longingly at his tower that used to be.
Just has to leave it alone. Yoa not making any moves out as well, does not want to find under the EXO. Just looking to shove in mid just a little bit, not really going to find any substantial damage. I'm surprised you're not capitalizing on this bot lane. Like, you've got that level 6 up on Yoe. Maybe waiting for the next power rune first, but this is a little bit less activity out from Yoe early on. Normally this is about at 6 minutes he'd be off somewhere else. Just not finding that. Instead opting to just clear stacks, build stacks, just kind of grow bigger, scale up more.
Okay, let's look at plans then for Talon. This time they have a better lineup, so they have people to play around. So what is your strategy? Who is it that you play around? Is the Timber Saw early? Do you smoke for kills with him?
Would be. Once he hits 6, I think that's what's holding him behind here as well. And burst damage is a little bit lacking. And again, I'm just a little bit surprised Yo is playing a lot more passive. Like, not opting to jump around, not opting to try to run forward, play with his boat. There are some good boards to tell that movement, and they do spot Yo running across the river. They should back off on Savage for some time, but again, he's just going into the triangle, all the way across. This passive pace, I don't think it favors Talon. I think it feels pretty good for Aurora. You're farming up just fine on 23 Jabs and Armel. Getting that space you want. You've got the extra room to invade up top of the tier 1 gun. Talon don't have that push lined up for themselves. And if Talon's gonna play this way, then they're waiting for those initial items, like the Maelstrom and Bloodseeker must be TB. You're waiting for the Blade Mail on Yoe. Soul Ring for WS, so no Fire Rush. He hasn't stomped this lane either, so he's bottomed that word. Not good tones. I haven't seen Talon in this kind of position in a while, but it usually means a very, very awkward start for that aggression that they love to pull out here.
So you don't envision something similar happening to the first game of the series, where they just hit their stride at one moment and start dominating, like we're trying to see here in Yellow? Ghost Ship has been committed. This is for the Phoenix. The Inkshell Stun will also guarantee this kill. WS actually managed to deny himself to the neutrals, and Akashi has joined. But Armel is a difficult kill for the Bloodseeker. Has to be, has to be very careful with not overcommitting and getting baited by that healing. So they're gonna have to let them go. It's gonna be offlane for a support, even though they don't get the kill or the gold from the offlane. Still seems like a win for Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, you do get a little bit of gold injection onto Talon. That's your first kill. It's a pretty important one to find. They force out Exo, which is a bigger deal. So Armel's not going to be able to threaten for the push for the next 2 minutes, which buys more time for Talon to get this build-up they'd want on their Bloodseeker and on their Timberthaw, which again is lacking this game from WS. It's not that insane game where he's just max out Whirling Death, Timber Chain, a massive threat to everyone, has the Kaya Blink. Nah. He only has Arcane Boot, Soul Ring.
Yep.
I feel like they found their foundations yet. Like we were expecting a little bit more of the Inkswell combos from Jokam, not coming out. At the very least, talent lead is not massive, but 1k up and Jabs being #1 in net worth on the Naga is concerning. Ramp up into Manta, into Heart is not too far-fetched. Maybe the Orchid stop off first. And I don't know, like this Naga does feel like it's gonna be a problem, just because it doesn't feel like WS is anywhere near where he's usually at this point in the game for Talon.
No, that's very true. And without him, they have to kind of play against around Yoe instead. Doesn't even have his own blade mail, so it makes it hard because you have a bunch of people that are pretty much in recovery mode at this point. Yoe was forced to go for a lot of these intermediate items, like the bracers, the bottle, etc., which is delayed this timing considerably. WS might want to commit for 23 stats. There's Chrono available. This is a very strange place to want to tell, honestly. Maybe they just want to try to force out the Chrono. They know he doesn't die because he has the 1 point active armor, right? So obviously he's unkillable.
Absolutely so. Unkillable.
Rubik stole a time walk at least. that's interesting.
There's Chrono.
There we go. Oh, the Sunray who goes right through that reactive armor, John. They figured out the way to deal with Timbersaw.
That was an interesting way to try to connect. I mean, you see Yoe finally make his way bot, but I don't know what they were trying to do with that kind of jump in from WS. Talon not finding anything. Lead grows for Aurora 6-1, 3k net worth lead now. So everyone else on Talon's end, at least matching like Armel in 23, but no one near what Jabs has achieved, which is where the strength of the Naga lies. It's just a really good farmer with how big the map is. There's so many camps, so much farm to find. Kashi at least has the Maelstrom, but you're probably not playing until the BKB. You're just gonna have to sit and wait.
Yep, that's a big time of a Bloodseeker. It's just how it goes. He does farm fast at least, so this new map is good for the Bloodseeker, but I don't feel like his 40-minute mark is that scary, honestly. He always also, instead of rushing the Ags, notice he's going for the shard, by the way. He's got an earlier activation.
Yeah, I mean, he's too far behind to try to rush the Ags. He just needs a Tidal Wave to try to reposition. Tidal Wave plus Rupture is a funny combo, I suppose, whenever that comes out. Can be
that's true. It's a little bit of damage. It's not that impressive, but it's there. X plus Rupture is also a combo, by the way, if you don't send him back far enough. Akashi, he kills the Phoenix right in the middle of his Icarus dive. Really well played there. Ruptured him when he was closest to him, so that way he got the max distance of being able to stop the dive.
Nice.
Very dangerous to make this play.
100% more kills now for Talon, 6-2.
You're really into the maths today, huh? This is your shtick. Is the unhinged and the math is the two things for you today.
Yes, that's the well, it's the copium, right? If you say one more kill, it doesn't sound as good. 100% more kills sounds a lot better.
All right, that's true actually. When you look at this. Oh no, I was gonna say nobody has 100% kill participation. Everyone's failing already, John. They're all only at 50% on Talon.
Not a passing grade. What can you do? This game.
Yes, it is. What? Yes, it is. In Spain, it is.
75% passing.
No, 50 is passing where I come from. Hell, 40 is passing depending on the school you went to.
I have no idea. In my school, like, if you don't get 75%, that's technically a fail.
Oh my god, I didn't know you were such a high or intelligent person, high class, whatever.
Our school was just that way. I have no clue. I almost.
How did you end up as a caster, John? You had so much potential.
Series of very bad life decisions, Avo.
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay.
Starting with meeting Michael Phoenix.
that 5 a.m. rave after party in Australia didn't really suit you, did it?
Yes, it didn't. That 10 p.m. cast on my game and leaving in the lobby. The biggest mistake of my life.
Yeah, that sounds like a more you story, to be fair. Mike is the crazy one. You're a more sensible person. Can we talk about builds for a second? Because I lied with Shard. Yo is actually decided to go straight for the heart. What do you think of this?
I think it's understandable considering the game. They want to kind of try to bulk up, hit the front line, and WS is also going durability. Right, he hasn't gone. Yeah, he is queuing up pipe as we were expecting up against this heavy magic damage. He's trying to mitigate some of that for the team, but again, it just leads to no play. They've evened out the net worth for the very least in town. The only outlier is again Jabs, but that's to be expected on the Naga. Smoke out from Aurora, trying to find some movement up top. Jokan will be the target. Not the one they want.
But it's a target. He'll take it at this point. I mean, he's happy with at least disturbing the smoke here. Very interesting dude. Okay, so he's dead. They also killed Ponyo in another side of the map, but that one was a freebie. They committed the chrono. Interesting.
I mean, they're looking at this map right now. Aurora, they see Talon's not going to be grouping up in the network.
Well, yeah, then they were. Oh, that was not that well timed. I think he got a little bit overzealous. When you're very excited to get a kill, I'm not joking about this, it's not sarcastic. It's kind of hard to time your torrent into ghost ship combo. You just want to stun him as soon as possible, right?
Yeah. Miss out on that opportunity. Savage goes back like nothing happened. Full HP back for him. So, all in all, favorable for Aurora. They're grouping up mid. They've got the Exo. Shield rune up as well for RML. Tower's going to fall with no defense. They're going to try again onto Savage, but they're showing on the map. He knows they're grouped up there. You can't find that. 8-2 going the way of Aurora. Talon. Maybe they find a bot tier 1 for their trouble. Fortified stall. Akashi, BKB only the recipe away. And that could be the point where they start playing. But he is surrounded here.
Yeah, he is. But the same person 4 times, that person's enough to kill. With a little bit of Kagebun Shinne. And now, time to take the tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower is
A little
under
bit more
attack.
time. Exo. The hand ghosts are disturbing. Just realize how disturbing that model is to me.
Was it?
Why?
It seems more appropriate, right?
I mean, I prefer actual tiny ghosts.
I thought the fishies were the most disturbing. Because I question, if fish have ghosts, right? Do all animals have ghosts? I've killed a lot of roaches, John, in my life. I feel like,
well,
I'm gonna be haunted.
In the Buddhist faith, and everything has a soul. You can reincarnate as a bug, as a plant, as a microorganism, if you're in a very strict sect. I think that
Can they also be vengeful, these souls?
They can. Okay, this is tying into something I watched recently. I watched a film about reincarnation.
Okay.
Using, I believe, at the very least, Neo-Confucian values, maybe tied into Buddhism. So I'm not 100% sure. It's all very tangentially related to this game now. At 6K lead coming out for Aurora.
Well, my real question though is, if there's vengeful spirits, and insects can be vengeful spirits, do you think this Rubik and Crimson will ever get revenge this game on Aurora? Or will they be squashed at the bugs they've been performing as?
I think eventually if they can play off the back of at least one core, we'll get something. Right now there's no play. Smoke's broken past.
Oh my god. That was a chrono with the supernova. And that is not what they were looking for as the team fight. However, they kind of make it work with the Faithful. The double Faithful gear deal a lot there to Savage. He's surviving just barely thanks to the Sun Ray. And just that they lacked the last bit of damage because the Bloodseeker was nowhere to be found. Akashi finally comes here, but everyone's full HP. It's not the cleanup crew you think you are. And the song prevents the cleanup crew from doing their job. They fall fast asleep. This night shift is unsuccessful. That was such an awkward team fight. I don't know if unfortunate would be the word I'd use, because they smoked under a ward and they got seen by them immediately, but it was not good.
Not good at all. If you had the Bloodseeker for double rupture, you probably would have gotten that kill on Savage. It looked decent. The damage flying out was big, but it's a literal what can you do moment. Akashi's elsewhere. He doesn't want to join in until BKB's up. And that is the smarter play. So you miss out. 9K lead for Aurora, 12-2. Drops down to 8K, but Jabs has full control in this game. All farmed up on the Naga.
Radiant's middle
Talon,
tower
again,
is under
reminiscent of
attack.
game 2. They don't have play right now.
It's kind of scary because the Naga feels like the real carry, and then the Void is just there for initiation, and this stops any sort of plays the Bloodseeker can make, right? Because he sucks against the Chrono, but he's okay against Void, and he sucks against Naga as well, or he struggles in general against Naga, especially when he's 5k behind.
Yeah.
It's rare to see a Bloodseeker falling behind by this much. He's a very fast farmer.
And he is, but he had a atrocious time up top, and they cleared out top jungle very well. You know, so they deny that area quite nicely. And inside of town, Mjolnir is going to be a good start. I don't know about this blink for Akashi. I feel like it might be unnecessary. I think just going in as a heavier core is the play. Like Mjolnir into maybe a little bit more armor to survive through. Would be the call. As they catch out Jokam. Another insect crushed Avo.
Yeah, but does he have a soul, though? That's the question, John.
Another soul sent back into the eternal cycle of enlightenment.
That's true. In Buddhist faith, is it when you turn into an insect? Is that a punishment, like in Hinduism, or is it just exist?
Is under attack.
I don't clearly remember the defined differences of that. I'm not sure if it's closer to Hinduism. I think not, because there's levels of enlightenment, right? And if you attain enlightenment status, you become like a bodhisattva, kind of really teaching others, like a saint, basically.
Oh, I see.
Might be levels to it. I forget. The fun thing is I learned most of that through art history, which I had to study, not through any actual study.
This is why you became a caster. I understand now. This makes perfect sense.
I took up animation, couldn't draw. That's where all the mistakes began, Avo.
I see. Then you met Mike LaPhoenix.
Then I met Mike.
He actually used to be your art teacher, isn't it? Akashi?
It's the lore.
Oh, they actually find the GP. This is a really good kill. He also is disturbing them. Ghost ship though, pretty well timed with the blood right. That's gonna be enough to kill off Armel. As Akashi runs between two heroes and gets the double rupture off. Jabs a song, prevents him from initiating. And Jab's TP's leaving his Void behind. 23 Savage now scouring to safety in the trees.
Yes.
Acting his own BKB. Time block. Now he TP's, but he finally came off cooldown. They have no way to cancel his TP. Didn't X him either because the duration was too long. And Q is going to be the sacrificial lamb here for Aurora. Doesn't really matter though. They wanted the kill. They wanted a big kill. They wanted the Savage and the Jabs. Not going to find them. Bashes? Nope. Roche is clearly on one side, and that's Aurora's.
Oh, it bashes WS right as he pops out now.
Yeah.
They find some big kills, Talon. They actually get some play there. So props to them. They find 2 decent kills. They force out the BKB on Savage. And again, this is what we're talking about as a launching point. Having this Bloodseeker be willing to join these fights for the BKB is a pretty big deal. Didn't even have to pop that BKB in that last engagement. So there is play coming out. They just need to connect these spells and start connecting with each other. BKB on Yoe was forced down, so down to the 8-second charge, but still long enough by that much to protect these engagements. Roshan is being taken by Aurora though. Talon, they've got to have a read on this. They don't have a scan available, but this is going to be a big one to take. I don't know if you can deal with 2 lives on any one of these heroes. They will smoke out first.
I'm presuming Savage or Jabs. Probably Jabs, honestly, considering how much it's fucking ten. Alright. He's probably not likely to die, so I guess they give it to Savage instead. Savage gets hurt by the torrent into that blood, right? Yoe does not care. There's nothing to follow up here. He did have to go for BKB, which means no Torrent Storm, no Power Spike here. At least they have the Shard and Grimstroke, so that will help a lot against Naga.
It does. They find a good Soulbind here into the double Rupture and double Fade Vault again. That could open this up. Maybe even find Pickoff. Maybe not the 2 lives with a Chrono up. Oh!
Well, that was very good Chrono, actually. Comes to 2 most important targets. Immediately into the Supernova. Yoe, though, survives this whole onslaught, but gets killed right after the crush. Still come also back to the backlash. As we Savage first hits Bash. Ponyo will be the next victim. And Aurora, once again, get a good team fight going their way.
Really sick Chrono coming out from Savage, finding the 2 cores, isolating them. The 2 cores that can really play there, cutting off that area as well for WS to jump into. And again, when it comes to this Chrono, you don't really have a Chrono answer on the side of Talon. As you said, the Bloodseeker does not do well in there. At least he doesn't die, but you're not able to take that follow-up fight or widen the lead up to 10k, 17-4. And again, looking in fine form. Talon just hoping to play back, wait for this opening, trying to go for the blink from Kashi. I suppose with a quick blink reaction, being caught out by the Cronus a little bit harder, and then you can try to play off the back of that. His damage is starting to scale up with a full Mjolnir up at the very least. I'm wondering if at some point Kashi could consider the Ags. I think he'd probably prioritize something like a Basher AC first.
Yeah.
Pipe dream right now.
It's a rough game for Ags, right? You kind of need your HP to be a little bit larger. You need to be having a bit bigger lead, right? When you're 6k behind, Ags on Bloodseeker does not feel very good. Also, if you notice how Bloodseekers play these days, like Gaming, for example, is one of the few teams that plays them consistently, and you always pick a secondary core to play around, and you don't really have that. Timbersaw and Kunkka are both kind of the same setting core role here. At least how they're played these days.
Pretty much. I think that I was thinking more about the Ags and trying to get the barrier up from clearing out illusions. So you get them to the turret, it adds in, you get a little bit more HP to play with.
Wait, what? You get a barrier from clearing illusions?
I mean, from Procman Tourist, right?
No, Thirst doesn't proc illusions.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. I'm a Bloodseeker spammer. Sorry to tell you that Flat is not going to work. It's a good idea, though. I think that makes sense, but it doesn't work. Yeah. That's why I was also mentioning the HP thing as well, because like if you have 2k HP on Bloodseeker, you get Ags, you get 1k HP. It's nice, but it's not crazy amount either when you consider it.
Yeah. High ground begins, exorcism's up. Chrono in a few seconds. Talon tends to find something to do here.
Yeah, what is it though? Oh, okay, they almost tried the combo. Telekinesis will be the makeshift combo. Armel's fine though. There's the X I was talking about, by the way. Less than 1,200 units, I believe. Then they will proc a little bit of extra damage on Rupture. It was cute, John. It was very cute. They got a little bit of damage on the DP, now just gonna heal it all back up. Void, maybe, brought back to the Ink Sword. They missed the combo, but they got him with that Tidal Wave. Nice being getting a 23 Savage saving his life. And we see an Ags on Joka. This could actually be a turning point.
Yeah, it's a big one. Dark Portrait Illusion coming out. Can't help them in a massive way. You already have the Naga at least running around here, so you have some... it's the highest farmed hero. It's actually pretty high value for Portrait Illusion to find. And some good scouting. The pokes are pretty painful.
Savage, oh my god. Oh, that was very close. Hey. You know, there's also psychological damage to this Axe because you're copying the Naga, not the Void, right? Which shows who the real carry is. Obviously, this hurts Savage's ego.
The ego damage is not something you easily recover from, I suppose.
Except Savage. I think this guy's immune after Riyadh, to be honest with you.
He's been immune. Yeah, I feel like he's been sturdier than most. He's confident. Yeah.
Okay. This combo actually might work though. That was really good setup by the Torrent and the Ghost Ship. The Inkswell should pop. There we go. TP is cancelled. Jabs did not consider that Inkswell. And I send it back with the Chrono to save him. There's the stolen song by Ponyo. Makes this Chrono useless and they can still fight around it perhaps. They're still invulnerable. They hit the Torrent perfectly here. WS as well. As much damage as possible. Go for Jabs. On the style, but Chuck him should kill him regardless. Jabs is down. And now it's 23 Savage's turn to retreat or fight here. He's trying to kill the illusion first, but he's gonna get bursted by the illusion by WS. And the Inkswell on the illusion goes for Q. They will get the stun up. Should be able to guarantee this kill. The Shell Realm does not last forever. Bring it back. Here's the cookie for WS. As Akashi still chasing down Oli. But Oli, actually, he beats him. Oh my god, Oli does not have TP. They don't know where he is though. They can't figure it out. Where is Oli? Point at the screen. Where is Oli?
There you
go. That took him a while to figure out he could go into the pit. But that is finally a dead Phoenix. There's no TP, so it's just delaying the inevitable. Oh my god. That was very close though.
What did you hope to gain from that?
Yeah, that's a good stall. And that's a good team fight. Talon finally finds something. Drop. Great steals from Ponyo, great Inkswell coming out from Jokan, buying the fight.
And also great combo Yo in the beginning, calculating exactly the torrent with the Ghost Ship.
Oh yeah. Managing to get that, nailing it, ensuring Jabs doesn't run off, and just forcing Aurora into a spot he doesn't want to be in. They lose some of that lead, 4K lead only standing for Aurora. And Talon getting a little bit of play out. So we're starting to get some utility out. They've got the BKB for WS finished up. Sight of Vice not too far off, and that's the hard control they're going to want. Yoe going back for the Ags now, and bypassing that part we were talking about earlier for BKB. And Ags only about 1,000 gold away. I'm assuming he already has that full point booster up. So things are starting to line up. Some of that utility kicking in. The Ags and Jocam doing a lot of work. It's Bloodseeker. It's not the best scaling hero, but it can do work. But you still have to respect it. I'm wondering what the level 20 talent he's going to be eyeing here.
I think Rupture Castrate, right?
Yeah, if he's not bothering with eventual like Ag's Blessing even, then just go for the cast range.
But he is considering it though, otherwise it wouldn't take this long.
Yeah, he goes for it. There you are.
Okay.
X. Oh, just stolen X. Allied X. Just resetting here for EOA on the way back. Smoke out Aurora. They've got Chrono ready. They've got that full complement of team fight here.
Joe. 23 does not get Carmen. Doesn't get BKB. This could be a chance. It could be a little bit of a mess up. It's just there's still time dilation. That's not what we want to steal. WS sees the opportunity, and there's the sight with a non-illusion. Ran out of time though. No blink on Yoe, so he can't get close fast enough. Rupture on 23 Savage. Forced to use the Chrono. Goshen. In addition to the Rupture damage, sending him back. Silent still. 23 Savage is dead. From behind, WS. He's actually surviving through this thanks to his BKB. He's gonna make it out of here alive. Armel's chasing after Makashi, chasing after Armel. Who's gonna win this chase in the end? They're gonna concentrate only instead. And Talon get another team fight going in their favor.
And they finally zero these really quick reactions out from WS to blink out as that jump in comes from Savage. And such an early BKB pop. I think knowing that there was a Hex, checking that inventory of WS, but he doesn't find that opening anyway. Too much mobility on WS, and maybe that's where some of the issues come out for Aurora. It doesn't feel like you want to actually start these fights with Chrono. It's got to be something like Jabs running up, getting a stable end snare, forcing out the BKBs, and then coming in for the cleanup with that hard control. But the Void just doesn't manage to keep up. And Talon narrowing that lead down to only 2k. Basically, most of that gold just riding on Jabs for the most part. You still have some slight advantages for 23 and Armel in comparison to Yoe. But the only one that really stands out now is just Jabs. You've recovered nicely on Akashi. You've recovered nicely on WS. And we actually have a game. You know, there's some competition out here.
Yeah, it's actually looking okay. I mean, I agree with you on the points on the Bloodseeker, but you can't underestimate the amount of team fight that Talon has, of course, right? So the question now is how do they make this work into the late game? They have a lot of options, and I wouldn't be able to tell you which one is the right one. But it's not over just yet. Q, by the way, just bought Mask of Madness together with Aghanim Scepter. It looks like a pop, but this is the build that they love to do.
Like, I like this. This is a good correction from what Savage did when he ran this. I was very disappointed. I was watching that. I was like, Savage, you do not play Turbo. You do not know the Dark Willow build.
I actually think Savage built that really well. I disagree with you. I actually think he played that game poorly, but he built really well.
Some yields were redundant. Either or. You didn't need both.
Okay.
Plus, maybe way too many defensive items, not enough damage. Like that, you just go attack speed, go for a Moonshard, maybe a Witchblade, and you're pretty happy in that Dark Willow. Smoke out from Talon.
There's the Akashi, by the way. Armel. Oh, the Hex is going to be first used on the Phoenix to prevent the egg. Keep him stunned, keep him silenced, keep him killed. Oh! The Yo Scepter saves his life, and then the Supernova. This becomes a tougher team fight for Talon to take. As the Chrono has been committed, but oh, they did not coordinate that well. They got stuff on his soul by now to come a Rupture as well, and Yo finished up 23 Savage. Armel still ruptured, by the way, has to deal with WS. Now hexed up as well. Where's the extra damage though? Where are they coming from? They just routed the rest of this team as the Bloodseeker does not succeed in stopping this TP. So in the end, they don't get the kill on Armel they were looking for. And they do lose Yoe in the process. But they do at least get 23 Savage.
Yeah, they forced the buyback. Roshan is up. They need to win this one out on the side of Aurora, but no Egg, no Exo, no Song, no Chrono. It's a risky one to actually force into this Rosh. Talon, again, they don't have the longest cooldowns to wait for. Even with the respawns coming in, you're nowhere near having any of these spells back up on Aurora. See if that's something they'll consider here on Talon. Roche is being taken. The scan is out. And the scan finds Talon as well from Aurora.
Be careful with that blood right. You get disrespect, that silence into the X as well. And it's still lacking. They just sent the illusion in. Dingso won't succeed this time. There's no chrono though. And the illusion is still going. Armel, what are you gonna do against this Nagasari? You just can't. Your teammate's killing you, and Armel is gone. Jokum getting that kill. The Roche is not liking Akashi though. Jazz comes from behind, wanting to finish out his Bloodseekers. Now speaking of Akashi, getting away. Gotta turn off that blood mist, my friend. There we go. Ingso for a little bit extra movement speed, but they catch him with a Yols at the end of his BKB. He'll still survive though. The healing from Ingso keeps him alive, and Talon lived to see another day.
They get a big kill on Armel. It's still Roche set up here for the side of Aurora, but you do have Yoe around. Pinks are up top, and you know this is going to be happening. Aegis chooses to be given away of Aurora. The damage is there. The damage is good. I mean, what you do is just applying quite a bit as well on top. We'll take that. Savage has Grab's boat for now. Should be passing that cheese on down the line. Talon. I mean, all things considered, even without Aegis up, they equalize the game, even after 21-12 deficit. Less than 1k lead coming out for the side of Aurora. Win probability still heavily in Aurora's favor at 68%, but again, we're seeing some openings coming out for Talon. Akashi working towards that basher should fix some of those issues he's having and keeping heroes in place. And with a full Ags up on Yoe. All of this AoE control. And they're finding these openings, right? They're preventing this really fast usage of the egg on Ollie, making it a little bit awkward to find a good position. They get these soul binds off to cut off Savage from trying to maximize the chrono as well.
I see red.
They're finding some very small openings in town, but they're making it work. Aurora, I still feel like still have this great scaling, right? Still has this easy execution if they start these fights on their own terms. The issue is Talon is the one aggressing right now. They are responding, and it makes it a lot harder to find these ideal circumstances for yourself here.
That's actually a very good point, right? Whoever takes the... in both these lines, whoever takes the initiation has such a humongous lead because of how they... the big combos they've drafted or how they're playing. You can even argue that Talon as itemized that way, right? The Blink Dagger on Bloodseeker to me seems partially to take advantage of this incredibly good ink swell.
Oh.
And then... okay, there's the barrier. Let's see how much the barrier does. Oh, okay, well, if you activate KB, we don't get to see it. And the blood mist. Please leave me alone!
Yeah. Just wants to run away.
That was really good. Oh, let's pause.
They do at least waste a BKB charge, but it's not the biggest deal now. Get some split push going here with WS clearing out bot. So it equalizes the game in a pretty good mark. Like, you basically have a mirror map now on both sides after an atrocious start for Talon. Like, now they're at the same position in terms of map control, in terms of map state, and in terms of net worth. Like, I actually did not foresee this coming. I thought it was just over once the high ground began. Ever the optimist.
I don't think it's... yeah, now that I'm looking at this game at this state, it doesn't feel like... maybe we underestimated how much Talon can play into this late game versus the team play when we were discussing it earlier, honestly. They look... even this Bloodseeker, you did say we don't have to underestimate his scaling, but I did not expect he would do this well, honestly. It's still very impactful, just Rupture alone. And he's gonna go Refresher eventually, which is always the late game itemization for Bloodseekers these days, because you get 4 Ruptures, and then teamfights become real different.
Oh yeah, and you'll basically be able to catch almost everyone. 2 on Soul Bind, +1/+1.
Yep, that's true. That's everyone, actually.
Yeah, with Refresh, you don't even need to pop the extra charge, so you're gonna feel pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I don't think that's the goal, by the way. Rupture everyone. I think you have to use it on the right targets.
Storm with the Z-axis movement. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that would actually be extremely funny. That would actually be really funny.
It's as funny as hell. I live for fun.
I'd pay to watch that. I agree.
Don't forget the tidal wave with the Torrent Storm.
Right, here's the plan, right? You Soulbind 2, right? You rupture those 2, then you manage to rupture everyone else in that team fight. Torrent Storm on top of that, while you tidal wave all 5 heroes through the Torrent Storm. So they move both on the Z-axis and on the X-axis.
Yeah, that's the plan.
That's it. That's an easy execution. I don't know why you even doubted this team. It's so anyone can pull that off.
Invisibility.
Surely. I see it in my turbo games all the time.
Yeah. I mean, Rupture is a point-and-click ability. You literally can't miss this ability.
Yeah, you certainly shouldn't. It does happen sometimes. At really least, Takashi should have the battery flying out, so replace that wand. It's the wand too precious to let go. It is.
Salvage.
Wants to hold on to the buyback.
I do think something we didn't consider as well. I mean, we did note how important this was, but something that's making Talon's late game look much more impressive is the Ags on the Grimstroke. The choice to rush that was really, really good.
It's just, again, you just stick it onto that Naga Siren, and with all the farm in the world that Jabs has, it's going to hurt his own team in big ways. We do get a pause, and this hurts everyone in a big way. As we know, PC lag.
PC lag. Sorry.
All caps. The guy always has all caps while he's actually playing the game. I do not understand. I've seen I can't remember on like Army Geniuses or on TNC if this was the case, but every time right now when there's a pause, his all caps is on. It's an interesting thing.
I think it says a lot about a person the more they use all caps. It is a button on my keyboard that I can tell you I've never used in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
You never use caps lock?
No.
I use it in place of
on
shift.
purpose.
Like if instead of shifting on capitals, I sometimes just caps lock because my pinky is right there. And that's a caps
I can see that. That's a use, but the idea of like talking in all caps to someone, right? I mean, I guess sometimes when I want to like bold a word or be like emphatic, right? But it's not a common thing for me to speak in all caps. But a lot of people where English is their second or third language, for some reason speak in all caps very often. Which is, to me, the equivalent of, you know, when I don't know if they do this in your culture, but in Spain it's very common. There's like someone that's not from Spain, and they like, oh, he doesn't speak Spanish, right? And the Spaniard will just speak louder in hopes that they understand it. Do you understand me now? You're like, well, no. The problem is the language, not the hearing, right? But they always speak that way. I don't know. That's just my cultural thing, but
I don't think I've run that Philippines, but I know I've seen that in movies. You know, some Hollywood movies show that speak English louder.
Real thing.
And then,
my grandparents would not speak English. To all my partners who are all English speakers and not from Spain, right? They would always speak to them that way. My grandma would be like, "You're very cute." Okay, calm down, grandma, please.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah,
Get excited. I don't know. For me, what I see in typing culture in the Philippines, the weirdest one from like older generation is just random ellipses. Right, just all like suddenly say okay ... How are you?
Scares me. That's true. Oh, that's the thing in Malaysia too. That is so scary.
I get so annoyed because I'm like, what are you trying to say? I know you're not dragging out your sentence. What are you trying to communicate? With
my doctor speaks like that to me here. It is so. Every time he goes, okay ... Am I dying? What? Just tell me now, doc. Be straight with me.
Your test results are back ...
Yeah, exactly. It's so scary, man.
At least we don't get that, players, as we do get game back ... On pause.
Oh, Jabs going for WS. Lots of dots here. Oh, never mind. Ignore it. They killed Ollie, and that was enough. Jabs does not like to do anything without Ollie alive, right?
Yeah. You gotta have your wingman there.
It is a timber song. It's probably the worst person to go against when you don't have your team plate.
That it is. You're gonna have to be a little bit patient. 21-13 Talon again. Sticking in this game, Aurora. Back to what we know the Aurora lineup in particular like to do. Turtle. And, not necessarily looking for these openings, playing to their advantage, trying to keep scaling up, which, to be frank, their lineup, again, on paper, scales up a lot better. I mean, you're going to reach the point where... I'm just staring at Q. You're going to reach a point where he gets a BKB, and he's going to go for... I'm sure Q understands this concept. He's going to go for Moonshard, Devour it, he's going to go for Witchblade, and then maybe Daedalus for fun, or Silver Edge. Silver Edge is probably smart. He's going to have that, or the Octarine, if any of those items. So, I don't know what you do about Q if his positioning's right, and he's spamming out the Shadow Realm, but Talon, they'll take initiative again, they'll smoke up. Could find Savage!
Well, it seems like that's what he keeps happening. Oh, he baited them with the Lincolns? Another TP? They don't have X anymore, right? No time locks, huh? Oh wait, you can't. He's an illusion. I'm stupid. Ignore me. They do find it a little piggy here. We're sending him to the market. But the market hurts. Q is forced to terrorize Timbers up, but there's a void here. And they even commit the rupture for Q. How much are they going to commit? There's a time walk from Ponyo to get close to Q, cancel that TP. But thanks to the really clever song on the siren here by Jabs, he gets saved. A lot committed here though. Not level 25. Oh, he was level 25. That's why he had 2 ruptures.
Yep. It has a refresh anyway if he needs them on hand, so not the biggest loss in the world. I think the BKB's being popped might be a bigger window, but that cooldown's also not the longest. Roshan, a minute 40 away. And Talon have this opportunity to clear out a tier 2. So down to just the top lane left open for outer control here for Aurora. And Talon, they've actually got the map advantage on paper right now, which is I think, a huge swing you don't expect. You look at the graph in-game, sure the win probability is still towards Aurora, but look at how that network has swung. That EXP has swung. Yeah. That is... Just a recovery like that is pretty phenomenal for Talon. Aurora, yeah, I don't think they're outside their comfort zone. This is starting to feel like a very much an old Talon game for Talon. Yes. This is their ballpark. Go late game, go for refresh in 23.
There's no Makoto though, and he was kind of a clutcher in those late games as well.
That it is. I mean, I don't fault Mel for the heroes he has. Like, this is Death Prophet. It's not that kind of clutchy hero. So, it's really down more into Savage, more into Jabs, more into supports really. Let's see with a smoke out here. Aurora, if they find this next fight, Roshan lines up for them, and the high ground opens up.
There's a smoke. It's still 23 Savage leading, which until now has not worked very well. So Armel is kind of covering that role of just at least tanking the rupture. He doesn't have Lincolns on himself, but no Roche yet. 25 seconds. They gotta be patient. I think Talon knows what's up though. They're heading straight for the Roche. And of course they don't know there's 25 seconds. This is just chance, right? It's within the realm of being able to spawn right now.
It is.
Jab. Oh, okay. He finds Akashi. Song. Right. What does this song lead into? What's the plan here, Aurora? They have Egg, they have Exorcism, they have Chrono. They're not doing much of the Chrono's scared now. And they already got sold out here. The Chrono's committed for the Coco, but Thorstrom did get used before that. Luckily, the BKB keeps the Void from being stunned. And Yoe has the A on this, saves himself from the Chrono, and from the Willow, miraculously. Yoe will live, and the control by the Rubik sets up, so Akashi can kill him for now. However, they have lost Yoe in the process, and Ponyo will pay for his sins here. As now, hit 23 Savage, he has been rupturing, trying to run away. Q doesn't have enough damage or sustainability. From behind though, Jam messed up Akashi. Akashi finds his corner right for now, as they kill all 23 Savage, 6 WS. All these Egg finally finishes. That's not gonna do anything. Jam's is the last target alive here out of the cores. They kill Ollie first, he's the easier kill, but they will let Jams go as a result. He tries to TP and he will succeed. They don't have vision on him. So Talon will miss that kill, but they will still kill Savage and Armel, who was forced to buy back. And
that is massive. That is so massive for Talon. Big stolen Chrono. That fight, it looked like it was being set up well by Aurora, but they were too split apart for them to find an instant Chrono or good egg position off the back of that song. And now Roshan is completely open for the side of Talon. Aurora, no spells left, even if they were up. Maybe you could try to be sneaky here with Jabs and run up for the song now, but doesn't have something like the travels to get into that lane, so surrendering to that Roche. Free refresh shard on hand. Akashi could end up with more usage of the BKB and more ruptures if need be.
Oh my god, they can rupture everyone. They can even rupture some people twice. Imagine you're Void and you get ruptured in a team fight 6 times. That's your life. Oh
that
my god.
If they find it, refresh will be on Akashi for now. Hands it over onto WS. I feel like maybe onto Yoe would be big, right? Double boat, double Torrent Storm. Sounds pretty nice. Double Ghost Ship Fleet. He has the refresh of his own though, so maybe not necessary. Just have WS try to be durable up front with double Hex. I think that's going to be huge.
Do you refresh the Aeon? Yes, right?
I want to say yes. I will honestly answer you and say that I forget. That there's so many damn things. I think it should.
That's fair enough. Okay. Because I think that was the game winner in that team fight, honestly. Tanked the whole Willow, tanked the Void. And then, because he got the Torrent Storm off, he was still useful, right? So it didn't really matter. I think Yo has found his sweet spot this game.
And he has. Like he's just
double
playing forward. Yeah,
I mean,
double
oh
torch
no,
is just insane.
the problem John we didn't consider is, can Talon's computers tank a double Torn Storm? I'm not sure about this one actually.
Well, and as far as I know, they're not in boot camp, so they're using their own PCs. But so far, it has held up to all of these Naga illusions, to the Torrent Storms coming out. It has held up so far. The Blood Mist particle effects, the particle effect from Inkswell. There's a lot of fancy particle effects. I dropped down to like 80 FPS, which is not bad. I'm not complaining. But
Yeah,
on a
that
PC that normally runs it at 140. I mean, it's normally 144. It was 50% of my FPS.
That was actually a very clever Inkswell play there. Use it on an illusion so that Q gets caught by it, but he can do it from further away because obviously he prioritizes heroes. Always love seeing those small things on Grimstroke, who by the way has Shadow Blade just so you can actually guarantee the Dark Portrait on Naga.
Like that. And they're using every tool they can on Talon because they have to fight into just this overwhelming control if things line up for Aurora. The high ground, even with his Aegis, it feels very risky for the side of Talon. They need a pick off because Chrono is a threat. A good egg is much easier to pull off on high ground. You've got this Dark Willow who's starting to do a lot of damage in back, and you know it's leading me to play a little bit safer, giving Savage his room to just farm. Finds a wisdom room for himself, trying to rush into even more talent spikes, shoving in bot as well. So it's forcing Talon to play slower with its Aegis. Only 2.5 minutes left.
Let's see what play they end up making. Because they give the Aegis as well to a hero that is not particularly a tower hitter, like you usually would at this point in the game, right? It makes it a little bit difficult for you to go high ground at all without the enemy team kind of making a mistake outside of high ground. That's one of the difficulties I feel like they're having here with Yoe.
Yeah.
It's not a misplay, it's just like if you send Bloodseeker, he also dies, right? Just dies twice.
Yeah.
You don't really have a hero that can fulfill that role like a traditional carry would.
No, you have to kind of wait. And that's where Aurora shines. They love waiting on that high ground. And this is actually the longest game I've casted in this closed qualifier, so
Of course I came by and that happens.
Yeah, you came right by for the last series, Avo. In the nighttime.
Yep. Oh, late. Oh, it is pretty late for me. Yeah. It's okay. I'm ready for a long series. I think it's going to be an exciting series. I mean, look, whenever you watch Aurora or X-Talon or whatever, it's fun because not only do they wait for the late game, but they have some sort of weird pheromones that forces enemy teams to make really weird plays and make a lot of odd mistakes. And that is what makes Dota wonderful. I don't come here to watch good plays, John. I come here to watch whatever the clusterfucks that are going to happen in these team fights are.
That is true. And who knows what sort of shenanigans we find ourselves into. One way I've found to end a game. One way I've found to end a game fast, Avo, is mentioning a tier 5 neutrals. We are.
Oh, so when you say it, the game ends faster?
No, it ends by 60 at the very least before tier 6 neutrals are relevant.
Okay.
So, Fermenter is not taken by time.
What is tier 6?
Tier 5 items. Tier 6 would be amazing. Tier 6 with 100 minutes would be fun. Wouldn't that?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be great. Ballista at tier 6? Huh?
No. I'm not a big fan. Because that Sunbeam would be like, guys, this is the time we play around now.
Yeah.
100%.
And Arc Warden comes back. Arc Warden with Ballista, Sniper with Ballista, the best, the funniest. I had to watch games with Jackie playing while I'm on Motivate Trust, where Ballista was on, Venge still had range aura, and it was just the dumbest thing I swear to God.
WS? Okay, this is an interesting strategy. Egg right on WS, he just flies away, literally. The ghost ship is not really well utilized. They can't joke him though. This means no Dark Portrait for this fight. Very major despite the fact that he's a support here. As the Coke tries to gain some time here. Using his Torrent Storm, there's the refresh to get more charges of that Rupture. He's down to 1 charge now. And the Swift Lane can go for a Maelstrom. They should commit, and they will. Oh,
Chrono?
Team Rubik is the only one to get caught here. And the Chrono, which means they can manipulate Savage. That's the last charge of Rupture. Savage using his time walks back to the high ground. Akashi afraid to go up there, but Kamiwas is not. He wants himself. Like
the damage! No buyback!
There is no buyback on this Void. That is going to be Talon taking them to carry for 100 seconds. What is their play now? Roche is not up for 2 minutes. They gotta go for the high ground, no matter how scary it may be.
They've got the opening. There's no Song, there's no Egg. Song's gonna be up in a bit. There's a Dark Willow that can do some good damage, but you don't have the big damage items yet for the Dark Willow to really feel ridiculous with his Ag, so it's still manageable. They've got to find some. They've got to be able to rip through. And they will start with the Dark Portrait drop.